Chapter 1. The body was cold when Shen Wuming found it. His grandfather had been sitting at the study table, and whoever killed him had been polite about it. One precise chi strike to the base of the skull, clean as an accountant's closing line. The candle was still burning. The tea had gone cold, but not dry. It happened within the last 2 hours. Shen Wuming stood in the doorway for 30 seconds. He counted the seconds because he had learned, early, that reaction without data costs more than composure. He entered the room. He checked for traps first. None. He checked the body for identification marks on the weapon strike. Celestial-grade chi signature. High purity. Institutional. He checked the table for anything missing. Nothing was missing. Everything was exactly as his grandfather left it each morning. Except one thing. On the floor beside the table's leg, half under the mat, was a jade slip. Small, rectangular, warm in his hand in a way jade should not be. It had one character carved on its face. He could not read the character. It was not any script he had studied, and he had studied 8. He put it in his inner pocket, close to his chest. Then he sat down across from his grandfather's body and opened his ledger. He wrote the date, the time of his arrival, his estimate of death, the chi strike's characteristics, the celestial insignia on the 2 sets of boot prints in the doorway dust. He had measured both sets, the height of the taller killer based on stride length, and the ambient chi residue reading he took with his foundation carved sense. He wrote all of it level and precise. His handwriting did not change between the line that said grandfather, deceased, and the line that said taller individual, approximately 6 chi 2, right-handed. He closed the ledger. He said to the empty room, Shen Wuming has recorded this. Then he went to find Magistrate Zhou. Magistrate Zhou Qingshan was a mortal. He had no cultivation to speak of and no chi sense whatsoever. What he had was 40 years of watching cultivators walk through Greywood Prefecture and cause problems that ordinary people then had to live with. He was not surprised by the death. He was surprised by the insignia. Celestial enforcement, he said. He set down Shen Wuming's written account and folded his hands. Not sect hunters. Not local contractors. If this was the Celestial Court's division directly, then I have no authority to open an investigation. No law I hold applies. I am not asking you to open an investigation, Shen Wuming said. I am filing a report. I want it on record that the report was filed. Zhou looked at him for a moment. Shen Wuming's face was steady. It was always steady. You understand I cannot protect you from whatever comes next. Yes. Then I will file it. Zhou picked up his brush. Do you have a theory about why they targeted your grandfather? Several. None confirmed yet. Be careful, young man. Zhou wrote the report number in his register. People who file accurate reports about celestial enforcement tend to have short files. Shen Wuming stood to leave. He paused at the door and looked back. What is your register's sequence number for this entry? Zhou told him. He wrote it in his ledger. The missing census entry turned up the next morning. He had gone to the prefecture's record office to file his grandfather's death certificate. Standard procedure, required for property transfer, something a methodical person did even in crisis. The clerk pulled the family ledger, ran his finger down the column, and stopped. There's a gap here, the clerk said. He turned the ledger to show Shen Wuming. Where his name should have been, between his grandfather's entry above and the note about the family's land grant below, there was a clean white space. Not smudged, not corrected, just absent. When was that section last updated? Shen Wuming asked. The clerk checked. 3 days ago, according to the revision log. But I don't have a record of who authorized the change. Shen Wuming looked at the white space for a long time. Then he looked at the revision log entry. The timestamp was the same as the Celestial Enforcement Division's standard Heavenly Record sync cycle. Both records erased at once. He wrote the revision log timestamp in his ledger. He noted that his hand, for the first time in 3 pages of entries, was not perfectly level. He steadied it and continued writing. He was almost out of the record office when old Ghost Chen appeared from a side alley and fell in a step beside him. Chen was a fixture of Greywood, a bent, stringy man with the cultivation sense of a chi-awakened rank and the personal hygiene of someone who had given up on impressing people 3 centuries ago. He smelled of pine resin and old dust. Shen Wuming had seen him every market day for 7 years and had never spoken to him. You're the boy whose name disappeared, Chen said. Yes. Then you have approximately 2 days. Chen looked straight ahead, not at him, as if they were not speaking. The tribulation lightning calibrates from the record. When it syncs to your missing entry, it fires. Every time someone gets erased without dying, the lightning fires, because erased people are supposed to be dead. And if it fires and I'm not dead, then you'll find out what happens after. Chen paused. No one's found out before. The lightning doesn't miss. He turned into a different alley and was gone. Shen Wuming kept walking. He added, Old Ghost Chen, Chi awakened, appears to have relevant knowledge. unsolicited approach to his ledger. He noted the time. He had 2 days. He went home and began preparing. Chapter 2. The census clerk sent a copy of the revision log to the prefecture's administrative center, as required by clerical protocol for any unauthorized record change. The center sent a copy to the regional celestial registry office. The registry office's automatic reporting system sent a notification to the celestial court's records division. Shen Wuming knew all of this because he had read the clerical protocol manual when he was 14. He had found it in his grandfather's study and read it because it was there. This meant his census erasure was now moving through official channels, which meant it was a matter of days before someone with the authority to act on it received the notification. He had 2 days before the tribulation lightning. He had perhaps 4 days before an enforcement response. These windows overlapped in a way that could be useful if he moved correctly. He spent the first day cataloging what he had. His cultivation was foundation carved, solid, not spectacular. Enough to defend himself against mid-tier sect hunters in a straightforward fight. Not enough to survive a coordinated celestial response. He had moderate savings, a small network of courier contacts across the prefecture, and a grandfather's study full of notes he had never been permitted to read. He read the notes now. Most were standard cultivation theory, some personal correspondence, some trade records. In the back of the third notebook, written in a different hand from the rest, cramped, pressured, like something written in a hurry, was a paragraph that stopped him. Asterisk, the character on the slip cannot be read until you are ready to complete it. Do not attempt before your third tier. You will know what tier means when the time comes. The slip is the beginning of a sentence I could not finish. If you are reading this, you know more than I did when I started. Asterisk, it was signed with a single ink mark that Shen Wuming recognized as his grandfather's private seal. He read the paragraph twice. Then he wrote it in full in his ledger, word for word, and noted the notebook number and page. Then he went back to the slip. He held it. The warmth was still there, patient, not urgent. He put it back in his inner pocket and moved on. On the second day, he made arrangements. He paid 6 months ahead on his courier route contracts, enough to establish his absence as business travel rather than flight. He made 3 copies of his ledger's most critical entries and hid them in different locations. He packed a travel sack with what a practical man would need and nothing sentimental except the ledger, the slip, and his grandfather's third notebook. That night, the first tribulation bolt fell. He had expected it. Shen had said 2 days. He had gone to open ground at the edge of the mist forest specifically so it would not hit the town. He stood in a clearing, the sky overcast and smelling of iron, and he waited. The bolt came down. It was not like natural lightning. Natural lightning chooses the highest point or the most conductive material. This went straight for him, calibrated, the way an official document goes to a specific address. It was looking for a name that wasn't there. And so it found him, but it found a gap where his name should have been. It passed through him the way a knife passes through smoke. Not because he deflected it, because it had nothing to hold. What it left behind was strange. There was a scar in the air above him, a narrow seam, like someone had tried to write a character on the sky and stopped. And inside him, or rather in the space around him where his identity should have registered, there was a pressure, like a door left open that now wanted to be filled. He stood in the clearing for a long time. Then he went to find old Ghost Chun. Chun was in the mist forest, as Shen Wuming had expected. The old man was sitting on a fallen log, drinking from a battered flask, looking up at the air scar with an expression of professional interest. First void mark, Chen said. Good. Explain, Shen Wuming said. Chen explained. He spoke for 20 minutes, sitting on his log, not looking at Shen Wuming once. He explained the unwritten path in the way that an old mechanic explains an engine, not with enthusiasm, but with the flat precision of someone who has thought about something too long to feel anything about it. Shen Wuming listened without interrupting. He did not reach for his ledger until Chen stopped speaking. The inscription requires specific intent, Shen Wuming said. Narrow focus. What limits does that impose? You can only inscribe something that fits inside one door. Chen held up a finger. One door, one room. You try to inscribe, no weapon can harm me. Reality laughs at you and closes the gap. You inscribe, no blade sanctioned under celestial authority can open my veins. That might hold. Why haven't others done this? Because you have to be erased first and survive, which has never happened. Chen looked at him for the first time. The erasure is designed to be lethal. Being erased while under what protection did you survive? Shen Wuming thought about the jade slip's warmth on the day he found it, the day before his grandfather was killed. He had been holding it. The slip had been warm when his grandfather was found. My grandfather used the slip for something, he said. I think he used it as a temporary shelter. I think it moved me outside the record long enough that when the erasure completed, I was already past the lethal threshold. He planned for this. Yes. Shen looked away again. Then you have the rarest possible inheritance, an incomplete law and an intact target. He paused. What are you going to write first? Shen Wuming already knew. He had known since the bolt missed him and he'd catalogued his enemy's weapon preferences. They all carried celestial sanctioned short swords, standard enforcement issue. He entered the void mark in the scar above him. He could feel it, exactly as Chun described, like a door, and he focused. Narrow, specific, one room. No blade sanctioned under celestial authority can draw blood from my body, the scar sealed. His left arm went pins and needles from wrist to shoulder for 30 seconds, then cleared. Chun nodded. Serviceable, not elegant. Will hold. 6 enforcement operatives arrived in town this afternoon, Shen Wuming said. All carrying standard issue sanctioned blades. They are smiling, which means they believe the task is straightforward. He closed his ledger. They will find out it is not. Chapter 3. The 6-person team moved through Greywood's market district in 2 groups of 3. They were professionals. They checked alley mouths. They watched second-floor windows. They kept regular spacing between team members. Their formation was textbook celestial sweep pattern, designed for populated areas where collateral damage was to be avoided. Shen Wuming had watched them work for 20 minutes from the rooftop of the grain exchange before descending. He had identified 3 problems with his first law. It covered blades, but not fists, and these people were trained in pressure point striking. It covered celestial sanctioned weapons, but not anything improvised. And it did nothing about coordination. 6 trained operatives against 1 foundation-carved cultivator, even with 1 nullified weapon type, was not favorable arithmetic. He was not going to win a direct fight. He was going to win the specific fight he chose. He let them find him. He stood at the end of a market lane, in clear view, and waited while both teams converged. When they drew their blades, and the blades did nothing, the team leader had exactly the right reaction. He did not panic. He issued a command, and the team switched to physical grappling without hesitation. 1 second of adjustment, not 3. These were good people doing a job they believed in. He wrote that in the ledger of his mind. Not careless, not corrupt, just wrong. What followed was 3 minutes of controlled damage. He could not stop 6 people with superior training from landing hits. He did not try. What he did was take each hit on the parts of his body he had most carefully calculated could sustain it, move away from anything aimed at a joint, and use the movement to learn their patterns. 2 cracked ribs from a heel strike. A palm blow that caught his left ear and rang it. A sweeping throw that put him on the ground twice, and he got up twice. What he gave back: 1 operative down with a specific nerve disruption to the forearm. 1 operative's sweep throw redirected back at a colleague. 1 knee compromised enough to change the operative's footwork. Not kills, not serious injuries, just enough to cost them time and shift the arithmetic. He was bleeding from 4 places where their fists had opened skin. Cuts do not count as blade-drawn blood. His first law held perfectly. When they reformed and prepared a second push, he was no longer in the lane. He had moved underground, through a drainage access he had located 2 weeks ago during an otherwise unremarkable courier delivery, because he made it his practice to note every access point of every building on his routes. The drainage tunnel ran 400 meters east to an exit behind the tanner's district. The smell was significant. He emerged in an empty alley, crouched, breathing carefully against the cracked ribs. He left his blood on the drainage entrance floor. Not much, just enough. On a flat stone beside the entrance, he placed a page torn from his courier ledger, blank, with a single ink mark, his personal seal. A message that said, "I know this path," to anyone who could read it. Then he moved east and did not look back. He spent 3 days underground in an abandoned section of the old mine district at the edge of Greywood. The ribs hurt in the way cracked ribs always hurt. Manageable when still, sharp when moving, insistent all the time. He set them as best he could with a wrapped binding and systematic breathing practice. He used the time to think. He had 1 inscribed law. He had 1 incomplete, unreadable jade slip. He had a ledger, a travel sack, and an old man in the forest who knew things. He had no allies who could reliably help him fight celestial-grade cultivators. He had no information about why his grandfather was killed or who specifically ordered the erasure. He had the register sequence number for Zhou Qingshan's filed report. He had the timestamp from the census revision. He had boot prints, a chi strike signature, a height estimate. He had a methodology. In the absence of power, methodology was the asset class he had most of. On the second day, the second tribulation bolt came down. He felt it calibrate, felt the specific focus of a thing looking for a record entry that wasn't there, and he stepped into the mist forest's edge and let it find him. It found the gap. It discharged through him. Second void mark. He took 20 minutes to rest, then inscribed. No tracking array calibrated to a record-bound identity marker can fix my position. He tested it immediately. He had taken one of the enforcement team's compass formations from an operative's belt during the market fight. Standard chi tracking formation, record keyed. He held it up. The needle spun in a full circle and stopped pointing northeast, directly at a large rock 600 meters away. He put the compass in his travel sack. On the third day, he emerged from the mine district and went to look for the hot-tempered young man he had seen get cornered by a debt collector 3 weeks ago. Chapter 4. Yinli was, at the moment Shen Wuming found him, attempting to argue his way out of a debt collection situation that had escalated from a verbal dispute to a very one-sided physical confrontation in the back passage beside the grain exchange. The debt collector, a meridian open cultivator built like a defensive fortification, wearing the gray sash of the Saber Mandate sect, had Yinli by the collar against the wall with one hand. In the other hand, he held a receipt signed in Yinli's own handwriting. "I told you," Yinli was saying. "That contract was fraudulent. My cultivation fate line was redirected. The elder forged the registry entry. The debt isn't mine, it's his. Registry says otherwise," the collector said. He had the flat professional patience of someone who had made this argument many times. Shen Wuming watched from the alley mouth for 11 seconds, calculating. He did not intervene because of the injustice. He intervened because the collector's gray sash had the Saber Mandate sect's chapter mark for the Eastern region, and the Eastern Regional Office was the same office that had flagged his name on the hunt contract he'd read at the district board. This collector was operationally adjacent to the people hunting him. He knew things Shen Wuming needed. "The Greywood Debt Registry has a third-party dispute provision," Shen Wuming said from the alley mouth. "If the primary cultivator files an origin challenge within 14 days of the debt notice, collection is suspended pending arbitration. Today is day 12. Both men looked at him. The collector's expression was professionally neutral. He assessed. 1 cultivator, foundation carved, no weapon drawn, relaxed posture. Not a threat by any of the standard metrics. He released Yinli. Challenge has to be filed by a legal representative of record. He doesn't have one. He does now, Shen Wuming said. He was already walking toward them, already opening his travel sack for the courier company's legal representative certification he maintained as a standard service offering. "I am a registered document officer for the Greywood Courier Association. I can file the challenge." He looked at Yinli. "If you want me to." Yinli had a broad, expressive face that could not conceal what he was thinking. What it showed now was gratitude mixed with deep suspicion. He was not stupid. "Why?" Yinli said. "Provisionally. I want information." Shen Wuming held out the certification to the collector. "If the challenge is valid and the arbitration finds for the challenger, the sect is also required to disclose the original contract terms for verification. I want to see those terms." The collector took the certification, read it, confirmed it was genuine, and let go of Yinli with the specific body language of someone who would be back in a week. He left without further conversation. Yinli straightened his collar. "Who are you?" "Shen Wuming. I am a courier, officially. Currently, I am avoiding the Celestial Enforcement Division, who believe I no longer exist. I am also looking for anyone with direct experience of the Saber Mandate sect's debt collection operations in this region." Yinli stared at him. "You are erased. My record entry is absent, yes. And you just told a Saber Mandate sect collector that you're filing against the sect. His report will not reach his superiors for 3 days. By then, the information I need from the disclosure filing will be accessible. After that, the filing itself is no longer the relevant factor." Shen Wuming put away his certification. "Your cultivation fate line was redirected. I want to know which elder forged the entry and when." Yinli gave him the information, right there in the alley, because he had wanted to tell someone for 2 years, and no one had asked in a way that made it seem like the information mattered. Elder Dao Bingchen redirected Yinli's fate line, which had shown exceptional potential in a specific branch of movement cultivation, to the elder's own son. Registry entry forged 14 months ago. Yinli had been fighting the debt that resulted ever since, because the forged entry had also transferred a cultivation investment loan onto his name. "The heavenly record can be manually edited," Shen Wuming said. "Obviously, it just requires authority and someone willing to look the other way. That means any entry in the record could be forged." He wrote in his ledger, "including the entries that document who is authorized to perform erasures." Yinli watched him write. "You're thinking very fast. I think this way normally. It is not faster than usual." Yinli was quiet for a moment. "What do you want from me?" "Actually, your debt collector will report that he encountered an unknown foundation-carved cultivator filing legal disputes against the sect. My description: I want you to tell me how quickly his report reaches the regional office and how they typically respond. 3 days for the report. Response time depends on priority. If they think it's a record anomaly, Yinli stopped. He looked at Shen Wuming carefully. If they think it's a record anomaly, they escalate fast. How fast? By the end of the week. Shen Wuming wrote the timeline in his ledger. He also wrote, Yinli, meridian opened, quick mind, reliable anger, direct. Then he added, provisional operational asset, to be confirmed. That afternoon, a woman rode into Greywood Prefecture on a standard celestial judiciary mount. Sleek, chi-traced, record registered. She wore the white outer robe of a senior enforcer. She had a case satchel and no visible weapons, which meant she did not expect resistance. She checked into the traveler's house at the market district's edge and began asking careful questions. Shen Wuming watched her from a rooftop across the street and wrote her description in his ledger. Rongbaiha. He did not know her name yet. What he knew was that she moved differently from the enforcement team, methodical rather than procedural, observant rather than scanning. She asked the innkeeper 3 questions. He counted, and all 3 were questions an intelligence operative would ask, not a warrant officer. She was trying to understand the situation, not execute it. He noted the date and the distinction. Then he noticed something else. She found the air scar left by the first tribulation bolt, the mark in the sky above the clearing at the mist forest's edge, and she stopped walking and looked at it for almost 2 full minutes, and her expression shifted from professional to something he did not have a precise category for. She took out her own document satchel and removed a file. She read it. She read it again. Whatever she found did not match what she was seeing. She was frowning when she walked away. Chapter 5 Old Ghost Chun was in the mist forest, which was where Shen Wuming went when he needed to move without being seen from the main roads. The mist forest's name was accurate, a low, permanent fog at ankle height that deadened sound and confused directional sense. Chen moved through it like he had been moving through it for 3 centuries, which he had. She found the air scar, Shen Wuming said. I know. Chen was scraping something off the bottom of his boot against a root. What do you know about her? Senior enforcer. Celestial Judiciary. She came alone, which is irregular for a tracking assignment. She is reviewing a file she has read before. Her eyes didn't scan left or right. They went directly to a specific location on the page. She has been to that specific section before. He paused. She is not here to kill me. She is here to understand why I did not die. That's more concerning. Yes. He sat down on a fallen trunk. The ribs were still making themselves known. Tell me the rest of what you know. Chen sat down too, a little distant, his back to a tree. He told the rest of it in the same flat mechanic's voice. The unwritten path's tier structure, the cost of each law, the requirement to attract enforcement events in order to generate new void marks. He told it without kindness, but also without withholding. The key rule was the worst one. Each law had to be narrow enough to fit in one cognitive door. The cost of attempting something too broad was not failure, but reversal. Reality corrected you, and the correction was precise and painful in proportion to the overreach. You said others tried before, Shen Wuming said. What happened to them? They wanted too much too fast. Chen coughed. It was a wet cough, deeper than a seasonal illness. They inscribed, I am immune to all harm, or nothing can find me. Reality doesn't work in absolutes. When the inscription failed, the backlash broke the same parts of them they were trying to protect. What did you try to inscribe? Long silence. I tried to inscribe, the people I love cannot die while I have breath. Chen did not look at him. That is as broad as it sounds. The backlash did not kill me, but it stopped my cultivation at Qi Awakened. I have been Qi Awakened for 300 years. Shen Wuming wrote that in his ledger. He wrote it carefully. I will not attempt a law I cannot precisely define, he said. I do not have the margin for error. No, you don't. The enforcement woman, Rong Baiha, he had finally learned her name from a passing remark between 2 townspeople, is reviewing documents that concern her. This suggests the documents have anomalies. She is looking for a discrepancy. Looking for a discrepancy means she's trying to find where the procedure went wrong, Chen said. Which means she thinks it went wrong. Which means she may already know the erasure has a legal problem. She just doesn't know what the problem is yet. He put his ledger away. She is either a threat or a long-term asset. I cannot determine which without more data. And in the meantime? In the meantime, there are 6 enforcement operatives who will be replaced by a larger team within the week. The Saber Mandate sect will have my description by the end of the week. Zhao Fengming. He had pulled the enforcement order from the public notice board and read it himself, standing in the market square, with his name on it, has issued an open region order. I need a defensible position before the first convergence. He had already identified the position. The old mine district had 1 section, the eastern added, that was low enough in ambient Qi that record-based tracking systems were unreliable. He had tested this with the compass formation. The needle stuttered in that zone. You've been planning from the moment you found the body, Shen said. I had nothing to plan with before that. Afterward, I had data. He stood up, ignoring the ribs. I have a second law to inscribe tonight. When the third enforcement team comes, I want it in place. What he did not say. He had spent several hours writing every person he cared about into his ledger in a specific way, not because he thought the ledger offered them protection, not yet, but because he needed to be clear, in the middle of everything coming, who he was accounting for and why. His grandfather, old Ghost Chun, the courier clients who trusted his routes, the census clerk who had not deserved to be frightened by someone reading over her shoulder. Small debts, some of them. But he had written the name of the man who died clean killed at a study table at the top of the first page, and he had written it level, and before he left the mine district he read that line again, and the level hand cost him something he was not going to account for right now, and that was all he was going to say about it. North at it, he told Chun. If anything happens, north at it. He walked back toward the town. The mist followed his ankles for a while, then let him go. Behind him, from the direction of the market square, the sound of a herald's drum started up. The enforcement notice was being reposted. New team incoming. 6 operatives, all with standard-issue sanction blades. They were smiling, the passerby who described them to each other said. It seemed like they thought the task was straightforward. Shen Wuming added them to his ledger and moved to meet them on his own terms. Chapter 6. The second enforcement team was better than the first. They did not smile. They worked in tighter formations, rotated strike patterns faster, and 2 of them had supplementary chi sense arrays on their wrists, small discs that buzzed when they detected a cultivator nearby. The discs buzzed at Shen Wuming when he was 12 meters away, which was enough to alert them, but not enough to tell them where exactly he was, because his second inscribed law was holding. No tracking array calibrated to a record-bound identity marker can fix my position. The buzzing disc knew something was nearby. It could not say what. He used that gap. He had chosen the confrontation point carefully, the northern edge of Greywood Storage District, where warehouse walls narrowed alleys to 2 people across, and the ground was uneven paving stones that rewarded caution. Careful footing forced a team to slow and tighten, which broke formation spacing. He came from the wrong direction, from behind the trailing operative rather than the front. The trailing operative had better peripheral sense than expected, a half-turn that caught Shen Wuming in a shoulder throw before he was fully committed. He landed on his back. The cracked ribs reminded him of themselves. He rolled, stood, and took stock in the 2 seconds before the team fully closed. What happened next was messier than he had planned. 6 became 5 became 4 as he worked through controlled disabling strikes, nerve disrupts, joint locks, precise redirects. But the team was quality and they adapted. By the time it was 4, they had changed approach. 2 circled while 2 pressed forward, classic splitting technique. He made it through the circle and broke back into the narrower alley. His mouth tasted iron. One of them had caught him solidly across the jaw. His left knee was compromised from a sweep that had partially connected. He ran, not in retreat, in calculation. He was running toward the drainage access that had served him in the first encounter. The team would be expecting him to repeat a successful exit. He would not go through the drainage entrance. He would stop 6 meters short and take a perpendicular route through the Tanner's district loading gate. They followed the obvious path. He took the perpendicular one. He was in the eastern quarter in 40 minutes, sitting in a corner of the abandoned Chandler's workshop he had identified as a secondary shelter, cataloging his current status. Jaw, bruised, not broken. Ribs, more angry. Knee, workable if he kept the movement conservative. 3 cuts from impacts, none from blades. He had disabled 4 of the 6 operatives, temporarily. Not a decisive victory. Not meant to be. What he had was information. This team's techniques, their formation adjustments, the exact type of the wrist discs and their detection range. He wrote it all down. Then he sat back and thought about what he had not planned for. The fists. His first law protected against sanction blades. It was narrowly written, carefully worded, and exactly right for that specific category of weapon. It said nothing about fists or form chi strikes or anything that was not a blade. This was by design. He had made the law narrow enough to hold. The cost was predictable coverage gaps. He added 3 pages to his ledger analyzing what other coverage his current laws did and did not provide, then wrote a preliminary specification for the next law he would inscribe when the next void mark formed. He needed Zhao Fengming to notice him. Actually notice him, not the gap in the record. He needed to force an escalation, because escalation produced enforcement strikes, and enforcement strikes produced void marks. The question was what kind of escalation and when. He put the ledger away and went to sleep, because rational calculation required rest, and he was going to need both in quantity. Rong Baihe was at the record office the following morning when it opened. She had requested the revision log he had read 2 days earlier. Shen Wuming watched from a position across the street that was not quite line of sight to either of the building's windows. He could see the door. She was inside for 40 minutes. When she came out, her expression had changed. She was no longer frowning. She was thinking. These are different states. Frowning implies a problem to be solved. Thinking implies a fact that must be accommodated. She had found something the frown hadn't resolved. She had resolved it, and the resolution was not comfortable. She walked east. He considered following and discarded it. She would make him within 30 meters, probably. She moved like someone who expected to be followed. He went to his shelter, took out the file he had pulled from the Saber Mandate Sect's local office board 2 nights ago, a public-facing notice about contracted enforcement operations, and added a column to his operational chart for Rombaya. Under Status, Unclear Alignment, Monitoring, under Action Taken, * reviewing anomalous record. Knows something is procedurally wrong. Does not know what it means. * under Threat Level, Low to Medium, depending on what she reports and to whom. He closed the chart and went back to the eastern adit to meet with Yinli. Chapter 7. Yinli had found them a better shelter. It was a disused storage room behind a retired dye merchant's warehouse. The merchant had moved his business west 3 years ago, and the building sat empty, nominally under lease to someone who hadn't paid rent since the first year. Yinli knew the owner through a mutual contact and had negotiated 2 weeks of quiet occupancy in exchange for Shen Wuming filing a 3-year backrent recovery claim on the owner's behalf. I needed somewhere to put my things, Yinli said, in the tone of someone explaining something obvious. You negotiated fair value, Shen Wuming said. That is competent. He looked around the storage room. Dry, solid walls, a single eastern window that faced an alley, 2 exits. This is better. You're bleeding through your shirt. I am aware. He sat down and began cleaning the cuts properly. Tell me the timetable again on the Saber Mandate Sect's debt collector. He filed his report yesterday evening. The regional office will have it by noon today. Yinli sat on a crate across from him, watching him work with the detached curiosity of someone cataloging a new type of person. Can I ask you something? Yes. You intervened in my situation because you wanted information, not because you felt anything about what was happening to me. Shen Wuming stopped cleaning the cut. He thought about whether to answer with a full accounting or a summary. He settled on accurate. I intervened because your situation was useful to me. That is true. I also think what was done to you, the fate line forgery, is wrong. Both of those things are true at the same time. He resumed cleaning. I am not claiming the second reason justifies the first. I am saying both are present in the ledger. Yinli absorbed this. All right. You are surprisingly easy to work with, Shen Wuming said. Because I'm angry all the time and you give me things to do with it. That was also accurate. Shen Wuming wrote it in the ledger. On the 4th day, Rombaya moved toward the mist forest edge. She had identified the air scar correctly as a void-marked discharge site. Her training told her what it was, even if her experience hadn't prepared her for one, and she was now working backward from the discharge to estimate where the subject had been standing. Shen Wuming watched her from downwind. She was good. She found his position within 6 meters on the first pass, which meant she was reading ambient chi disturbance rather than relying on record-based tracking. Her wrist discs were still. She was not using the institutional methods. She was using her own trained sense. He thought. She does not trust the disc to tell her what the disc doesn't see. He thought. This is someone who has better instincts than her tools. He thought. She is going to be a problem, or she is going to be essential. He retreated and did not let her find him. That night, alone in the dye merchant's storage room, while Yinli slept on a mat across the room, he wrote a longer entry in his ledger than he normally wrote. It was a formal analysis of Rombaya, what he had observed, what he inferred, what he could not determine yet. He gave her section more space than the enforcement team, more space than Luhong Saber's regional office, nearly as much space as Zhao Fengming's section. He noted this without analyzing it and moved on to the section on next law specifications. 3rd law candidate. He wanted something that would serve him in the long run, not just cover a gap in immediate coverage. He had been thinking about it since the Chandler's workshop. The combat utility laws were going to be needed. He could not leave himself vulnerable to coordinated physical assault forever. But each void mark spent on immediate protection was a void mark not available for the deeper structural work he was going to need later. He wrote 3 possible law specifications and evaluated each one against the criteria of coverage, longevity, and downstream utility. He chose the 3rd option. When the next tribulation bolt came, tomorrow, probably, based on the discharge cycle, he would inscribe, in any space I have occupied for longer than 1 instant sticks time, my presence leaves no chi trace that persists beyond my departure. This was not a combat law. It was an operational law. It would mean that every location he used became clean behind him. Tracking arrays that swept a location would find nothing. It would preserve the usefulness of any shelter he used. He put the ledger away and slept 4 hours. Chapter 8 Rome Baiha found the false trail on the morning of the 5th day. Shen Wuming had placed it carefully. Disturbed foliage leading toward the Saber Mandate Sect's regional office's outer perimeter, with 2 partial boot prints in soft ground that matched his recent movement pattern. It was constructed to draw both Rome Baiha and the enforcement team toward each other, creating a mutual interference situation while he worked in the market district. He expected it to hold her for half a day. It held for 20 minutes. He was crossing the market district's east lane when he became aware she was behind him. Not close, not aggressively. She was keeping 40 meters and not closing, which meant she was tracking, not intercepting. She had walked away from the false trail and come the right way, which meant she had identified the construct within 20 minutes of finding it. He kept walking. She kept pace. He went to the grain exchange, made a legitimate delivery. He was still nominally a courier, the contracts were still active, and came out the back. She was waiting at the back alley mouth. "You're not in the record," she said. "Correct. You should be dead. There is a procedural discrepancy in that reasoning," he said, "that you have already noticed. You are currently in possession of a file that documents it." She was quiet for 3 seconds. "How do you know I have such a file?" "You read it at the record office. You went back to the revision log. When you came out the second time, you were thinking differently than when you went in. Something in the log confirmed what the file was suggesting." He watched her face carefully. "What you found was a timestamp anomaly, I think. The erasure documentation and the record sync do not precisely match." Her expression did not change. A trained enforcer's face. "The second time I went to the record office, I filed a formal anomaly report," she said, "to my own superiors. I am currently waiting for their response before proceeding." "What were you told when you were assigned this verification task?" "That a tribulation bolt had misfired in this region, and I was to verify whether the record entry had been correctly processed." She paused. "The implication was that it was an administrative error. A simple fix. And what do you think now?" "I think it is not simple." She looked at him directly. "I think you are an unanticipated outcome of whatever is actually happening." "I am the correctly anticipated outcome of a plan my grandfather made," he said, though he did not expect to be killed before seeing it proceed. She absorbed that. "If I report your location and condition to my superiors, they will send more than 6 operatives." "Yes. I have not reported it yet." "I know." He looked at her directly. "You filed an anomaly report. You did not file a location report. These are 2 different documents." A pause. "You are observant." "I try to be accurate." He reached into his travel sack and removed a document. A copy of the enforcement team's sector sweep map that he had taken from the second team's operations board during the night. "Your enforcement team is using a sweep pattern that will miss 3 of the 4 significant sheltered locations in this district. This information is worth more to you than my location is today." He held it out. She took it. She looked at it for 10 seconds without speaking. "You are trying to establish that our interests are not opposed," she said. "I am establishing that I am more useful as a source of accurate information than as a capture objective. Whether that makes our interests aligned is a different question." He put his sack back on his shoulder. "I will be in this district for another 4 days. After that, events will require me to move." He walked away. She let him. He added another page to her section in the ledger. Chapter 9 The third tribulation bolt fell on the 6th day, early morning, in the mist forest where Shen Wuming had gone specifically to attract it. He stood in clear ground. He was there. The bolt found the gap. Third void mark. He inscribed the law he had specified. "In any space I have occupied for longer than 1 instant sticks time, my presence leaves no chi trace that persists beyond my departure." The cost was unusual. His inner chi sense, the basic sense that all cultivators use to detect ambient spiritual energy, went dim for 24 hours. Not absent, just reduced, like looking through gauze. He cataloged this as a predictable payment for an operational law rather than a combat law, noted it in the ledger, and kept moving. The same morning, a new complication arrived in Greywood. It arrived in the form of a tribune's carriage, the kind with celestial court insignia on the panels, and an escort of 8 cultivators, all wearing the deep gold robes of the Heavenly Audit Division. They were not enforcement. They were assessment. Leading them was a young man who could not have been more than 24, dressed in the gold robes, but wearing them like someone who had been dressed in them rather than someone who had earned them. He had an assessment rod in one hand and a list in the other, and he was walking through the market with the specific confidence of someone who had never been told no in a setting that mattered. Shen Wuming, watching from a rooftop, wrote, * Young Master by Tianju, Heavenly Audit Division. Assessment rod, nascent sovereign grade, personally keyed. Retinue. 8. Minimum core formed. Asterisk he added. Asterisk has a list. The list will determine his route. Asterisk he did not know yet what was on the list. He suspected he was on it. What he knew for certain. Bai Tianju was not here for a misfired tribulation bolt. Audit division operatives were not sent for administrative corrections. They were sent when someone wanted a situation assessed before it was acted upon. Zhao Fengming was escalating. He went to find old ghost Chun. Chun was in the mist forest again, sitting in his regular spot, but something was different today. He was not drinking from his flask. He was sitting very still, with his hands in his lap, looking at nothing. How long has your cultivation been degrading? Shen Wuming asked, sitting down across from him. Chun turned his head. Perceptive. Your cough has changed. The quality shifted from wet to compressed over the last week. That is not seasonal. The qi disruption from the near erasure 300 years ago is doing something new. Chun looked at his hands. Moving faster, he said. 300 years of stasis, and now it's moving. Something about being near you is catalyzing it. I think the active void marks disturb old erasure scarring. Is it lethal? Eventually. Faster than eventually means if I stay in close proximity. He shrugged, a motion that tried to be casual and was not quite. I'm not leaving. Why? Because you are going to need someone who knows what not to do. That is worth more than a healthy span. Chun looked at him. Don't make a face. I am not making a face. You are deciding whether to push back. Don't. I made this decision before you arrived. Shen Wuming wrote it in the ledger. He wrote Chin's name, his condition, his decision, his reasoning. He wrote it level. Mostly level. The audit division has arrived, he said. By Tianju. Oh. Chin's tone sharpened. That changes the timeline. Tell me what you know about audit division protocols. Chin told him. It took an hour. Shen Wuming asked 12 questions and wrote down every answer. By the end, he had a new operational map. It was more complex than the previous one, with more variables and a shorter decision window. But complexity was not a problem. Complexity was data. He closed the ledger and looked at Chin for a moment. He said, Do you want anything written correctly in the record? Before anything happens. Chin looked at him for a long time. Yes, he said. But not yet. I'll tell you when. All right. Shen Wuming stood. Tonight I move. I am a person who was procedurally erased without valid cause, which is a different category. He kept his voice even. My name has been removed from the record. That does not remove me from civil jurisdiction. Subsection 4 is explicit. Civil complaints may be filed by any person with material standing, regardless of record status. There were 6 people in the registry office. All of them were now listening. The clerk looked at the document for 20 seconds. Protocol said he could not refuse a filing that met formal criteria. He knew it, and Shen Wuming knew he knew it. The clerk stamped the document with the receiving seal and assigned it a filing number. Shen Wuming wrote the filing number in his ledger. I will need a receipt. The clerk wrote a receipt. His hand had the careful quality of someone who was doing this very precisely in case he needed to explain it later. Shen Wuming took the receipt, thanked the clerk by name. He had read the clerk's nameplate, and left. Outside, he added the filing number to the chain of documentation he was building. Zhou Qingshan's report, the census revision log timestamp, the void mark discharge record, and now the formal complaint. If anything happened to him, the chain existed independent of him. Other people could pick it up. That was the point. He was back in the dye merchant storage room by nightfall. Yenli had procured a decent meal from somewhere, actual food, not travel rations, and had laid it out on the crate they used as a table with the specific efficiency of someone who was determined to be useful in every capacity available to him. Bai Tianju's retinue is asking about you in the market, Yenli said, offering coin for information about a foundation-carved cultivator who looks like your description. How many people have responded to the offer? 17 approached the retinue's information desk. As of this afternoon. He paused. One of them was looking this direction when he walked away. Shen Wuming noted this. What building? Yenli told him. He wrote the location in his ledger. We have 2 days before the situation here becomes untenable, Shen Wuming said. I have enough operational preparation done to move. He paused over the food, which was better than he had eaten in the past week, and acknowledged internally that Yenli had done this specifically as a function of care rather than provision, and that the distinction was worth noting even if he did not know yet how to respond to it correctly. To where? Yenli asked. North. I want to be in Ironleaf City. It has the political complexity I need to operate in. He ate. You are not required to come. The debt collector already filed his report. Your connection to me is documented whether you travel with me or not. But if you stay here, you are a known target. I'm coming, Yenli said. That was never a question. All right. He ate more. There is something I want to tell you first. What? The 18 hours in the cell? If that happens again, I may let it happen again, if the information value is sufficient. He looked at Yinli directly. I will not pretend otherwise. I will tell you afterward exactly what I learned and exactly what it cost in the accounting. I will not ask you to accept it as the cost of alliance without showing you the ledger. Yinli was quiet for a moment. That is the most honest and unsettling thing anyone has ever said to me. I am trying to be accurate. I know. Yinli picked up his bowl. I'm still coming. But the next time I'm in a cell and you're running calculations, I want you to also calculate that I'm in a cell. I will record that requirement, Shen Wuming said. Not in the ledger. No, he agreed. Here. He tapped the side of his head. That is where it will go. Outside, the night sounds of gray wood settled over them. Cart wheels on cobblestones, distant music from a tea house, the mist forest particular quiet that was not quite silence. Tomorrow he would begin the journey north. Tonight, for one more hour, they were just two people eating a meal in a storage room, accounting for what they had. Then Shen Wuming heard it. The specific sound of boot leather on the alley paving stones, moving with the particular rhythm of trained operatives trying not to make noise. Coming from the east. He was already up and moving to the window before Yinli finished setting down his bowl. The Saber Mandate Sect Enforcer's report had reached the regional office faster than projected. He revised his timeline in his head, calculated the new window, and said, through the roof access. Move. They moved. If you are new to this story, welcome. What follows is the account of a man who was erased from the ledger that governs all things, and who chose to take that as an advantage rather than a death sentence. If that sounds like your kind of story, subscribe now and hit the bell. Leave a like if you want more. It tells me you're here, and I am writing this for you. Now, back to Shen Wuming. Chapter 11 Roof access meant a 3-meter drop to a sloped lean-to, then a rolling descent to a maintenance alley that ran the full length of the storage district. Yinli went first, better at this kind of movement than Shen Wuming, and caught him at the lean-to before the compromised knee could catch on the landing. Two operatives came through the storage room window behind them. One went to the roof. One stayed on the ground and signaled. Shen Wuming assessed while running. For operatives total, standard containment pattern, Saber Mandate Sect insignia on 2 of them and a different mark on the others. Not celestial enforcement, something else. A subcontract arrangement. He had 7 seconds before the roof operative had an angle. He went through the maintenance alley, through a loose wall board he had identified on his first survey of the district, and into the next building's lower level. A storage area for a leather goods merchant, dark and smelling of hides. He pressed his back against the wall and listened. The operative on the roof crossed above them. Stopped. Moved on. Third law. No chi trace persisting in spaces he had occupied. The leather storage room knew he had been here. The operative's array did not. He waited 6 minutes in complete stillness. Yinli did not speak. Shen Wuming had not needed to say stay quiet. Yinli had read the situation and made the same assessment independently. He noted this as, operates well under pressure, calibrates communication to necessity. After 6 minutes the operative pattern shifted. He could hear the pattern change, the slight increase in distance, and he moved again, taking the precise route he had mapped 3 days ago for exactly this contingency. They were clear of the storage district before midnight. The road north ran through the mist forest's edge for the first 8 li before turning onto the main trade road. At night, in the fog, the forest path was navigable to someone who knew it and treacherous to someone who didn't. Shen Wuming knew it. He had run courier deliveries on it for 3 years. Old Ghost Chen appeared beside them at the 2nd kilometer marker, as if he had been walking the same path on a parallel line and simply stepped sideways into theirs. Bai Tianju showed his list to the deputy magistrate this afternoon. Chen said, without greeting. Your name was on it. Was it readable? Or was it listed as anomaly designation? Readable. Your actual name. Shen Wuming thought about this. Bai Tianju had his name. That meant the audit division had been given more specific information than a standard anomaly report. Someone had provided a name alongside the location. Someone in Greywood told them, he said. The man who gave a report to Bai Tianju's retinue this afternoon, Yinli said. The one who looked this direction when he left. Not him. Shen Wuming kept walking. He told them this afternoon. They had the name before they arrived. It's on their pre-existing list. He thought. The Saber Mandate Sect debt collector, then. His report to the regional office went out the day he filed it, and the audit division was already in transit. He named me to the sect, and the sect shared it with the audit division under their contract arrangement. Chen nodded. Which means Luhong Saber's regional network has been working alongside Bai Tianju's operation. Not separate tracks. The same track. Write that, Yinli said. It is written. The ledger was already in his hand. They reached the secondary road by dawn and rested in a traveler's waypost. A small stone building maintained by the courier service, stocked with water and basic provisions. unlocked for any carrier with a valid route seal. Shen Wuming had a route seal. He had 3. He sat against the east wall and did not sleep. He let Yinli sleep. 4 hours. He estimated Yinli needed that, and used the time to read his grandfather's 3rd notebook more carefully. He had been reading it in fragments since he found it. Now he read it end to end. Most of it was ordinary. Practice notes, travel records, a recipe for a basic qi stabilizing tea. The kind of notebook a mid-tier cultivator kept to track their work over years. Near the end, in the cramped writing he had identified as pressure written, were 3 more pages he had not reached before. The first page was a list. 47 names. He did not recognize any of them except the last one. And the last one was his grandfather's own name. Asterisk Shen Mingzhu. Erased 12 years prior. Survived until natural causes. Asterisk he read the list twice. He added every name to his ledger, copying them out exactly. His grandfather had been erased 12 years ago and had survived. Had lived 12 more years in Greywood, quietly, under a status that did not officially exist. Had raised his grandson. Had prepared the jade slip. Had known. The second page was a partial diagram. An attempt to diagram the architecture of the heavenly record from the outside, the way you might diagram a wall you couldn't enter by measuring what came through its cracks. Incomplete. But the annotations showed sophisticated reasoning. The third page had 4 sentences. Asterisk I cannot finish this. My hands are going. If someone finds this who is where I was, the slip will help. The character at the end is the character for unjust. You will know when it matters. Asterisk he closed the notebook and held it for a moment. Then he opened the ledger to the front page, where his grandfather's name was written, and read it. He had written it level. Mostly. He added a note below the name. Asterisk was erased. Survived. Continued the work. Shen Wuming is recording this accurately. Asterisk Rong Baiha reached the waypost at the 2nd kilometer of the secondary road shortly before dawn. She had not followed them. She could not have tracked them through the leather goods district and the night roads. She had done something else. She had calculated where they were going and what route they would take and arrived before them. He was outside the waypost when she arrived, which was how he knew she had reasoned her way to the location rather than tracked her way to it. He had been sitting on the waypost's low wall specifically to see if this was what she would do. She stopped 2 meters from him and held up both hands, palms out, empty. I am alone, she said. I know. He had established that before she reached the marker. I want to show you something. She reached into her document satchel and produced a single sheet of paper. She held it out. He took it. He read it. It was her own copy of her erasure confirmation document, the official record that she had executed the erasure of Shen Wuming's record entry. In the top right corner, where the timestamp was printed, someone, she, clearly, same brush, same ink, had circled a discrepancy in red. The confirmation documented that the erasure was executed at the hour of the rat, 24th minute. The automatic record sync, which should have executed simultaneously, was logged at the hour of the rat, 25th minute. 1 minute off. Under celestial judiciary protocol, both actions had to occur within the same 60-second window to be legally valid. 1 minute variance meant they occurred in separate windows. The erasure was technically invalid. He looked at the document for a long time. Then he looked up at her. You made this discrepancy, he said. You filed the erasure 1 minute early. She did not answer immediately. I noticed something was wrong with the timing when I executed the order, she said. I filed what I had. I did not know at the time what I was filing. She paused. I wasn't ready. For what? She looked at him steadily. To complete the order without doubt. She held his gaze. I don't know what I knew. I knew something was wrong. I filed what I filed. He held the document for another moment. Then he handed it back. This changes the legal analysis significantly, he said. Yes. You did not report my location in your anomaly filing. No. You found me tonight through route analysis, not tracking. Yes. He reached into his ledger, removed a blank sheet, and wrote an address in Ironleaf City. He handed it to her. That is the location of the city's most reliable legal archivist. If you file the discrepancy record in a non-celestial archive, it becomes evidence I can use without requiring your testimony. He paused. What you do with it is your decision. She looked at the address. She put it in her document satchel. My superiors will expect a location report in 3 days, she said. I know. He said nothing else. She left. He wrote, Asterisk Rong Baiha, file discrepancy. Possibly deliberate. Came to give me the information unprompted. Assessment, asset, column, open questions. Asterisk, he would need to create that column in the ledger. He had not had a column called open questions before. Chapter 12 They reached Ironleaf City on the 9th day by a series of indirect roads that added 2 days to a straightforward journey. Shen Wuming had designed the route around the 3 locations whereby Tianju's retinue was most likely to maintain road checkpoints, and around the 2 locations where Saber Mandate Sect contracted trackers operated. Yanli said nothing about the extra 2 days. He had taken to maintaining his own running notes in a small notebook he had purchased at a waypost market, which Shen Wuming had observed without commenting on. Shen traveled in his own way and arrived slightly before them, apparently through methods he preferred not to explain. Ironleaf City was built over an old iron excavation that had played out 3 centuries ago and been converted from mines to infrastructure. The old shafts ran beneath the city as drainage channels, storage tunnels, and a black market transit network that most people officially did not know about and everyone practically relied on. The city had 6 competing cultivator sects operating within it, a civil magistrate system that was moderately functional, and a shadow archive district tucked between the ink merchants' row and the secondary market. He had researched Ironleaf for 2 days before leaving Greywood. He had a list of 6 priority objectives in order of importance. Priority 1, Shadow Archive District. If the list in his grandfather's notebook was connected to something larger, the archive would have records of it. He found the Shadow Archive District on his first afternoon. It was not precisely hidden, more tactfully located, the kind of place that required you to already know what you were looking for before the signage became legible. The archivists there were a professional class unto themselves. Cultivators with the particular capability to sense record gaps, absences, the negative space prints left by entries that no longer existed. Most of the district's shops had ordinary names over their doors. One had no name, just a symbol that Shen Wuming recognized from the notation system in his grandfather's 3rd notebook. He went in. The woman behind the counter was perhaps 40 by appearance, ageless in the specific way of cultivators who had stopped caring about appearing young. With ink-stained fingers and a presence that conveyed, she had already decided whether you were worth speaking to before you finished your opening sentence. She was the archivist Meng Quill, though he did not know her name yet. She looked at him for 4 seconds. "White gap," she said. "Record anomaly. You are currently standing where a person should be registered but isn't." She tilted her head. "You are alive." "Yes. That doesn't happen. I am working on understanding why it did." He placed 3 silver notes on the counter. "I want to buy information about patterns. Specifically, whether other white gaps have appeared in the record over the past 50 years and what the circumstances of each were." She looked at the silver. She looked at him. 3 silver for a preliminary query. "If I have what you want, the full access costs more." "I expected as much." She disappeared into the back of the shop for 20 minutes. He waited without expression. She returned with a thin folder and put it on the counter. "Preliminary query results," she said. "There have been 43 confirmed white gaps in the record over the past 50 years in this region alone, most corresponding to entries that were active, then ceased with no death record." She tapped the folder. All 43 cases correlated with subsequent reports of cultivators being found dead under unclear circumstances, typically within 30 days of the gap appearing. He opened the folder. He read it. The entries were dates, locations, approximate cultivation ranks. 43 in 50 years in one region. If that rate was consistent across all regions of the continent. He did the calculation in his head. Then he wrote the result in his ledger. "One more piece of free information," Mengquil said. "I feel it is professionally appropriate to mention. You are not the first to come asking this question." She looked at him steadily. "But you are the first to come asking it who is himself a white gap." He looked up from the ledger. "The person who asked before," he said. "I never divulge client information." "When did they ask?" 23 years ago." A pause. "Before you were born." He thought about this for 6 seconds. The question was commissioned. Someone planned to need this information before the person asking it was alive. She looked at him with the specific expression of someone who has given exactly the information they intended to give and is waiting to see what is done with it. He picked up the folder. He paid for access to the full archive. He came back the next day and the day after. On the 3rd day, she added one more unprompted disclosure. "There is a woman who arrived in the city yesterday. White outer robe, celestial judiciary, traveling alone." She looked at her counter. She asked for the location of the city's best legal archivist. "I gave her your address. You know my address. I know every white gap's location in a 6-block radius." He said, "Thank you." She said, "File it under professional courtesy." Chapter 13. Ironleaf's civil magistrate occupied a building in the administrative center that was, by all external evidence, the least impressive structure in that district. Brick exterior, modest windows, a door that had been repaired several times with different wood. The magistrate had occupied it for 30 years and had painted it 3 times, but never expanded it, on the grounds that a magistrate who needed an impressive building probably needed to be watched. Magistrate Zhou Qingshan was behind a desk stacked with land certificates, tax registers, and what appeared to be a half-finished report on bridge maintenance allocations. He was a small man in late middle age whose face conveyed that he had heard most of what people were going to say and formed a preliminary judgment before they finished. He heard Shen Wuming's preliminary statement, career background, legal dispute in progress, seeking a stable jurisdiction for document filing, and formed his judgment by the end of the second sentence. "You don't look like you exist," he said. "I am exploring that observation's technical accuracy." Zhou looked at him for another moment. "What do you know about Ironleaf's land certificate system?" This was a test. Shen Wuming knew it was a test, and he answered it completely. The certificate system's three-tier verification, the celestial registry's dependency on the city's own cadastral base, the three sections of the civil code that explicitly gave mortal jurisdiction precedence over celestial record-keeping in property dispute cases. Zhou looked somewhat less armored. That's from subsection 2 alpha through 2 gamma. Most people don't know the gamma subsection exists. I read the civil code for this province before arriving. Why? Because I needed to know what jurisdictions were available to me and under what conditions. He paused. I also read the bridge maintenance allocation schedule. Your third Eastern District bridge needs more than it is allocated. The maintenance formula doesn't account for the increased cart traffic from the new import market. Zhou looked at the report on his desk. How do you know about the import market expansion? Courier routes. I have 3 years of cargo manifests that document the traffic increase. He reached into his sack. I brought the relevant data. Zhou took the data. He read the first page. He looked up. You came here with this as a gift. I came here with accurate information. Whether it is a gift depends on what you give me in return. Shen Wuming met his eyes. I need a magistrate who values accurate records over convenient ones. I have information that is worth more than I am asking for in return. Zhou set down the bridge data and folded his hands. What are you asking for? Access to the land certificate archive. A standing document for informal consultation. And the specific knowledge that if I file a report with this office, it will be received and retained regardless of what celestial enforcement says about my record status. Subsection 4. Subsection 4. Zhou was quiet for a long moment. There is a cultivator here, Sect Master Lu Hong, who will be very displeased if I form an association with a record anomaly. I know. I have a file on Lu Hong Saber's operational activities that you will want to read before deciding whether his displeasure concerns you. Zhou looked at him. You've been here 3 days. Yes. Where do you get this information? I read everything available and compare it to what it should say. He reached into his sack again. The file. Zhou read the file. It took him 20 minutes. His expression did not change, but the quality of his stillness changed at the page that documented the 47 names. These are people who are supposed to be in a cultivator record, he said. Who should have an ongoing certification with the Celestial Registry. Who should exist, officially, Shen Wuming said. And do not. Zhou closed the file. He looked at Shen Wuming directly. What is your honest goal? To establish that the pattern documented in that file is systematic, that its origins are traceable, and that the people responsible for it are accountable under some jurisdiction that can act. He paused. Currently, I am operating without a jurisdiction. I am attempting to build one. Zhou was quiet for 5 seconds. Then he pulled out a blank document form and a brush. I am going to register you as an informal consultant to this office under the city's civil contractor provisions, he said. It is not much, but it is a document that says you have standing here, in this building, under this seal. Shen Wuming watched him write. You do not know yet whether to trust me, he said. No. Zhou filled in the form carefully. But you read the bridge allocation data and brought me accurate information about my own jurisdiction unprompted. That is either the most sophisticated manipulation I have ever encountered, or you are exactly what you appear to be. I am exactly what I appear to be. Then that will be sufficient for now. Zhou stamped the form and pushed it across the desk. Report to this office if you have information relevant to the city. Do not get killed in my jurisdiction. That is paperwork I don't have time for. Shen Wuming took the form. He wrote the document number in his ledger. It was not much. It was a document. It said he existed in one city's paper records, even if not in the heavens. He noted that his handwriting on the ledger entry was level. Chapter 14. On the 12th day in Iron Leaf, the 4th tribulation bolt fell. This one was different. It was not aimed at him. He felt it coming. He had developed a sense for the way the air changed before a targeted strike, a particular pressure that was half chi sense and half something more direct, the way an erased individual could feel enforcement events even before they fully calibrated. He felt it calibrate. It calibrated to Chun. He was in the Shadow Archive District when he felt it, 3 blocks from Chin's current location in the Mist Forest's edge on Ironleaf's northern side. He ran. He reached Chun with 6 seconds before the bolt would have connected. He positioned himself between Chun and the targeting point, which was possible because of his second inscribed law. No tracking array calibrated to a record-bound identity marker could fix his position. The Tribulation Bolt's targeting system was record-based. As far as it was concerned, he was a blank, a null. It would pass through him. It passed through him. But it was not designed for him. It was designed for Chin's old erasure scar, which resonated at a different frequency, and the resonance had been building, Shen Wuming realized, because of their proximity. His active void marks were amplifying the scar frequency in the same way a tuning fork amplifies a matching note. He had been making Chin visible. He took the bolt's impact, absorbed the fourth void mark, and watched the bolt discharge into an oak tree 3 meters to the left. The tree burned cleanly from the inside, a contained, celestial burn that left the outside bark intact and the core hollow. Chen looked at the tree. He looked at Shen Wuming. That was a Tier 6 enforcement grade strike, Chen said. He sounded professionally impressed. Aimed at me specifically. Someone identified that your erasure scar was amplifying. Shen Wuming sat down on the nearest flat surface. His hands were shaking slightly. The void mark absorption had put 4 simultaneous frequencies through his chi network. He breathed through it. This is my fault. I should have mapped the resonance effect earlier. You didn't know about the resonance effect. I should have theorized it. He made the ledger entry anyway. Asterisk resonance effect between active void marks and old erasure scarring. Mine amplified his. Result. He became a targetable signal. Error mine. Action required. Assess whether proximity to other erased individuals creates similar risks. Asterisk, stop writing my funeral, Chen said. He sat down beside him. I'm not dead. The strike was Tier 6. That required Zhao Fengming to personally authorize. Which means he knows we're here. Which means he knows you're here. He doesn't know about me. I'm still null to his targeting system. Shen Wuming looked at the hollow tree. But he found you, which means he's tracking the resonance, not the individual. He will recalibrate. How long? The recalibration takes a standard audit cycle, 3 days. After that, a Tier 6 strike hitting a null address will produce a feedback report. He will know the target deflected, which will tell him I intervened. He stood up, breathing carefully. I have 3 days before his calibration finds a new angle. We need to be out of his standard sweep radius by then. Fourth void mark. He would inscribe tonight. He had been planning this law since the second day after the first bolt. He knew what it needed to say. It was an operational law, like the third, but where the third protected his trace, this one protected his record of others. Accounts settled in my presence cannot be rewritten by a third party's testimony. A legal law. A law that made what happened in his presence indelible, not in the cosmic sense, not in the heavenly record, but in whatever immediate reality surrounded him. Witnesses would remember. Physical evidence would persist. No amount of authority could later claim that a transaction he had witnessed had occurred differently. He inscribed it that night, sitting in the Shadow Archive's back room with Meng Quill's permission. The cost was immediate. His left hand went numb from the wrist. He wrote the entry in his ledger with his right hand. He noted that the burn pattern the bolt had left on the oak tree could be read from the air. Rombaiha, if she was still tracking him through void-marked discharge sites, would find it within 2 days. He left Chen a warning, do not return to that location. He found Chen a new shelter in the eastern quarter. He documented both locations in case one became compromised. He had 3 days. There was work to do. Chapter 15 The Saber Mandate Sect's regional headquarters occupied a compound in Ironleaf's northern quarter, past the Dyer's Row and beside the second Chi Energy Exchange Market. It was a working facility, not a showpiece. Low buildings, practical walls, constant foot traffic of sect disciples running errands and conducting business. Shen Wuming had surveyed it for 4 days. The External Operations Office, the one that posted public notices about contracts and enforcement assignments, had a secondary board inside the entry hall where internal operations records were posted for sect members' awareness. This was standard administrative practice in any organization large enough to have a coordination problem. He had seen it through the entry hall window during a courier delivery run. He needed 20 minutes inside the entry hall. Undetected. Third law, no chi trace. He had occupied a patrol route outside the compound for 6 days, which meant every point on that route was clean behind him. Second law, no tracking array fix. Entry hall arrays would give him a null reading, not a person-detected reading. He needed a distraction to cover the entry moment. He sent Yinli. Yinli, with the specific capability of someone who had been angry for 2 years and had learned to channel it into performance, walked into the Saber Mandate Sect's compound market office, a separate entrance, public-facing, and began a loudly documented complaint about the fraudulent debt contract on his name, citing the arbitration process Shen Wuming had filed in Greywood. The arbitration filing was real. It was still technically active. Yenli had every legal right to pursue it here. The distraction lasted 11 minutes before they removed him. In those 11 minutes, Shen Wuming read every internal operations document on the secondary board. There was a list. It was not identical to the list in his grandfather's notebook, but it contained 31 of the same names, plus 14 new ones. He photographed all of it in his memory, a skill he had trained since childhood, walking the courier routes and memorizing cargo manifests before writing them down to check his recall. He exited the entry hall and was back in the dyer's row before the distraction wound down. He wrote every name from memory into his ledger, cross-referencing against his grandfather's list. 47 confirmed overlap on the grandfather's list. 14 new names. 53 names in the expanded registry that the Saber Mandate sect held internally, marked as erased and processed. He sat with the word processed for a moment. Then he wrote underneath the list. Asterisk, what does processing mean? Product, void marks. Destination, unknown. Purpose, unknown. Priority, determined destination. Asterisk, he had the list. Now he needed the distribution. At dusk, coming back to the archive district, he passed through the section of the Shadow Quarter where the archivist's assistants ran documents between shops. A young girl, perhaps 12, maybe less, was sitting against a wall eating street food with the specific air of someone at the end of a long workday. She had a courier sash from one of the smaller archive shops. He did not stop. He kept walking. He was 10 meters past her when something made him cross-reference. The courier sash. The shop's insignia on the sash. The date on a delivery slip she was holding. Something was not tracking. He stopped and turned back. It was not her. It was a different girl, similar age, similar look, similar courier sash from a different shop. She glanced up at him, then away, with the unself-consciousness of someone who did not expect to be important to anyone passing by. He stood there for 4 seconds. He thought, there are 47 names in the grandfather's list. There are 53 in the expanded registry. These were people with lives, with families, with work days and courier routes. The list is not abstract. He wrote in his ledger, walking away, asterisk, record all names. All circumstances. The pattern has 47 data points on paper, and the correct number is much higher. Each one is a person who existed and was removed. Shen Wuming is recording them. Asterisk, he did not look back at the girl with the courier's sash. He kept walking and he wrote the names one more time, from memory, adding the date and the word present beside each one that was documented as recently active. He was still writing when he reached the archive. His hand was level, and it was not. Chapter 16, the fourth law's effect was observable immediately. He tested it on the second day after inscription. He went to Zhou Qingshan's office and conducted a formal document review in the magistrate's presence, with 2 clerks as witnesses. He and Zhou reviewed a land certificate dispute, a real one of Zhou's pending cases. They reached a determination. They signed a notation on the case file. Then he left, waited 30 minutes, and returned. He told Zhou, check the case file. Verify the notation is unchanged. Zhou checked. The notation was unchanged. He looked at Shen Wuming. That would be ordinary. Record keeping is supposed to work this way. Yes. Shen Wuming sat down. Now, if a celestial enforcement officer came to this office tomorrow and said the notation did not accurately reflect what was discussed in this meeting, what would happen? Zhou considered. Under normal circumstances, celestial testimony takes precedence over civil records in any dispute between the two. And now, Zhou thought about this more carefully. He looked at the notation and then at Shen Wuming. You've done something to this document. I've inscribed a law that says accounts settled in my presence cannot be rewritten by third-party testimony. This includes celestial testimony. He held Zhou's eyes. You cannot know this with certainty. You can only test it when the moment requires it. But I am telling you now, if something happens here today, and someone tries to tell you tomorrow that it happened differently, there will be friction. They will not simply overwrite it. Zhou was quiet for a long time. That is either a tremendous resource or a tremendous liability. It is both. The use determines which one it is at any given moment. He stood. I am telling you because you are in the ledger under a column that requires me to be accurate with you. Which column is that? I don't have a name for it yet, Shen Wuming said. When I find the right word, I will tell you. On the 4th day after the 4th inscription, Rong Baihe found the oak tree's burn pattern. Shen Wuming was 3 blocks away when it happened. He had set up an observation position near the mist forest edge where he could see the tree and the approach to it. She arrived alone, as he had expected. She walked around the tree twice, reading the burn pattern. She touched the hollow bark. She looked at the burn's entry angle. She was working out the geometry. A tier 6 strike from that angle, at that height, aimed at a position approximately 2 meters from the tree. Something had deflected it. The deflection itself had left a secondary pattern, smaller, quieter, that indicated a null entity. He could see her realize it. She sat down next to the hollow tree and stayed there for 30 minutes. He watched. When she left, she went to the Shadow Archive District. To Mingquil's shop. He went too, taking the longer route, arriving 10 minutes after she entered. He stopped outside and listened. He could hear their voices through the thin wall of the archive shop. Not clearly, but well enough. Rong Baihe was asking about the deflection pattern. Mingquil was explaining what a Tier 6 strike deflecting off a null entity meant. Rong Baihe was asking what kind of entity could deflect Tier 6. Mingquil's answer was precise. Someone who is so far outside the record's targeting system that the strike has nothing to catch on. A complete blank. He did not go inside. He left. That evening he made the decision he had been building toward since the first day in Greywood. The documentation he had was significant. The internal operations list from the Saber Mandate sect. His grandfather's notebook. The 47 names, and the additional 14. The archive data Mingquil had provided. The timestamp discrepancy on his erasure. Zhou Qingshan's filed reports. His own formal complaint at the Celestial Registry. Alone, each document was a single data point. Together, they formed a pattern. But a pattern that only he could see, because he was the one carrying all the pieces. He needed to distribute the documentation into a form that could survive without him. Into a form that would persist even if everything the Celestial Court could bring against him succeeded. He spent 3 days building the distribution package, a complete, cross-reference summary of every piece of documentation, with analysis, numbered for easy reference, organized around the central argument that the Saber Mandate sect's processing of erased cultivators was a systematic, institutionally sanctioned program of theft. He made 4 copies. He gave one to Mingquil. He gave one to Zhou Qingshan. He kept 2. If anything happens to me, he told Mingquil, treat this as archive material. It exists. Whatever the record says. I'll charge you archive storage fees, she said. Add it to my account. Zhou Qingshan read his copy the same evening. He called Shen Wuming back to his office at the 2nd hour of the night. This is evidence of criminal activity by a major sect operating in my jurisdiction, Zhou said. He had the expression of a man holding a document that was making his life much more complicated than he had arranged it to be. Yes. You want me to file a formal investigation request. I want you to know this information exists and that it is accurate. He sat down. The formal investigation is your decision. I won't make it for you. What I can tell you is that the celestial framework that would normally overrule your jurisdiction has a documented legal vulnerability, the timestamp discrepancy, on my erasure order. Until that's resolved, their authority to preempt your investigation is contested. Zhou looked at the file. And if I file, the sect will respond. Yes, they will pressure you through their celestial contacts. They may attempt something more direct. He met Zhou's eyes. You asked me what my honest goal was. I gave you an honest answer. I am giving you an honest risk assessment now. This will not be safe for you. It will be important. I cannot promise both. Zhou set down the file. He was quiet for several seconds. My seal is on your civil contractor document, he said. It is. And you are under the impression that I do what I say I will do. I am under that impression, yes. Good. Zhou picked up the file again. I will file the investigation request. I want the full documentation chain. Every reference number, every timestamp. If this goes to a judicial review, it has to hold up under examination from both sides. Shen Wuming opened his ledger. He said, Shen Wuming is recording that Zhou Qingshan filed this request in full knowledge of the risk. The record will reflect that this was a decision of principle, not of ignorance. Zhou looked at the ledger. That is an odd form of compliment. It is the only form I have that is completely accurate. Chapter 17. 5 days after the 4th inscription, Shen Wuming used the 4th law for the first time. He called it using the court. He and Zhou Qingshan went to the city's open civil court, a public hall where anyone with standing could file a dispute, and he stood before the records clerk and formally disputed his own census erasure. Not the heavenly record erasure. The civil census gap. Under subsection 4, which he cited verbatim, civil census entries could be disputed by any individual with documented residential history, regardless of record status. He had 3 years of courier contracts, delivery receipts, and official correspondence from this jurisdiction. He was on those documents. He had been here. He stood at the civil court desk with witnesses, Zhou Qingshan, 2 clerks, a records inspector, and 4 citizens who had been in the market district and were willing to state they had interacted with him in the course of normal commerce. He stated the facts. He cited the law. He asked the civil record to reflect that his census entry was improperly removed. The records inspector verified the citations, checked the supporting documents, consulted with 2 colleagues. The civil census was amended. Shen Wuming's name appeared again, not in the heavenly record, not in any celestial registry, but in Ironleaf City's civil rolls. He wrote the amendment number in his ledger. Whatever happened after, this existed. His name, in Immortal City's paper records, entered by due process in the presence of witnesses. Under the fourth law, no one could later testify that it happened differently. That afternoon, he went to the Shadow Archive District and sat in Ming Quill's back room and did what he had not done since the first night in the Mine District. He reviewed the entire ledger. From the first entry, his grandfather's name, through every observation, every timeline, every law, every name. He read it as if he had never seen it before, as if someone else had written it, trying to find the error he might have made. He found several tactical adjustments to make. He found 3 entries where his framing had been imprecise and corrected them. He found one entry that read, on re-examination, more like an expression of something personal than a neutral record. He did not correct that one. He looked at it for 30 seconds. He left it. The 5th tribulation bolt came on the 17th day, while he was walking through the market district in the early evening. This one was different from the previous 4. It was larger, more targeted. It was not the standard calibration strike. Someone had adjusted the targeting parameters based on the Tier 6 deflection feedback from the oak tree incident. They were trying a new approach. He stepped into a doorway and let it discharge through him. 5th void mark. The cost of the discharge was not what he expected. Instead of a localized physical effect, the absorption produced a full-body disorientation. 3 seconds where he could not hold a clear thought, where the world's edges went uncertain and his sense of his own position in space was unreliable. 3 seconds. He counted them. Then it cleared. He stood in the doorway and assessed. This void mark was qualitatively different. Stronger. The larger strike had left a larger gap. He had been at Tier 1 with 4 inscribed laws. This 5th mark, combined with the accumulated residue of the previous 4, had crossed a threshold. He felt it like a door opening onto a larger room. Tier 2. He understood it the way Chun had described it. A new type of capacity. Not bigger laws of the same kind. A different kind entirely. Laws of perception. His record-attuned sense had been impaired for weeks by his own outside record status. Now he could choose what he perceived and how. He could elect not to be sensed by systems that relied on record-based perception keys. He tested it. He opened his perception deliberately toward a passing celestial-grade cultivator. The cultivator walked past him without reaction, normal. He closed his perception, and a record-tracking array 3 meters away, mounted on the city's enforcement station wall, which had been giving him a null reading since his second law, now gave no reading at all. Not null, just blank. He stepped out of the doorway and walked directly past the enforcement station. The array registered nothing. He kept walking and inscribed the Tier 2 law that evening, back in the archive. The specifics of the law were narrow, as required. Not no one can sense me, which would collapse immediately, but no enforcement system that authenticates through record-bound identity verification can register my presence. More specific. More stable. Different from Tier 1 not in power, but in kind. He wrote in his ledger, * Tier 2 achieved. Capacity, perception loss. Current inventory, 5 inscribed laws, 1 tier shift. Timeline to Tier 3, dependent on attracting higher-grade enforcement events. * He noted that his perception of Rome Baiha, which had been sharp and unobstructed before, was now beginning to blur at its edges. She was deeply record-bound. The Tier 2 shift was widening the gap between his state and hers. He would need to compensate for this deliberately, or he would lose accurate perception of her as he advanced. He did not want to lose accurate perception of her. He noted this without analyzing why. Chapter 18. On the 18th day, Zhao Fengming arrived in Ironleaf City. Shen Wuming did not know this at first. He found out because the city changed. He noticed it first in the qi density. The ambient energy of the city shifted in the early morning, becoming slightly more regularized, slightly less chaotic, the way a room becomes quieter when someone with significant authority enters it. The specific quality of the shift told him this was not a sect arrival. It was a celestial hierarchy arrival. Someone with heaven-level connection was physically present. He confirmed it through Yanli. Yanli had been at the market district when a procession came through. Not a large one. No obvious fanfare. Just 12 cultivators in traveling robes and a central figure whose presence made people unconsciously give way. What did he look like? Shen Wuming asked. Yanli described. Tall, older, carrying nothing in his hands, but with the bearing of someone whose authority was entirely internal, who needed no visible object to project power. He had stopped at 3 places in the market district, a street vendor, a fruit stall, a small incense offering station at the district's patron shrine. At each stop he had touched something. the vendor's scales, the edge of the fruit stall's awning, the offering station's smoke column. What happened when he touched them? Shen Wuming asked. Yanli thought. The vendor's scales tipped. Not physically, but when I looked at the vendor's face after, he looked different, like something had been added to him, or taken away. He paused. The same with the fruit stall woman. And the incense station, the smoke shifted direction. Fate adjustment. Zhao Fengming had walked through the market district and made small corrections to the record entries of the people there. Not major rewrites, just tweaks. Subtle edits to fate lines. A mercy, from his perspective. Maintenance. Shen Wuming went to the market district. He walked the same route Yinli had described, looking at what Zhao Fengming had touched. He could not see the adjustments. His Tier 2 perception worked differently now, seeing gaps rather than entries. But he could see the reactions of people nearby. The vendor was calmer in a way he hadn't been that morning. The fruit stall woman moved with the quiet surety of someone whose anxiety had been reduced. Zhao Fengming had edited their futures. From good intent. Because the record said this was the right adjustment for these people. Shen Wuming stood at the incense station and watched the smoke drift in the altered direction. He thought about the 47 names. He thought about his grandfather, who had also been edited, but not lightly, not as a correction. Removed. He thought. Zhao Fengming believes he is caring for people. This is what makes him dangerous in a way that cruelty is not. Cruelty can be opposed directly. Care requires understanding. He wrote this in the ledger. Then he followed the route Zhao Fengming had taken, to see where it led. It led to the roof of the grain exchange, where Zhao Fengming was standing, looking over the city, not looking for Shen Wuming, but looking for the gap where Shen Wuming should have been. The space in the record's layout of the city where an entry was missing. He stood on a different rooftop, 2 buildings down, and watched. Zhao Fengming was still for a long time. Then he said, without looking in the right direction, he was looking slightly to the left of where Shen Wuming actually was, find the gap. He wasn't speaking to anyone present. He was speaking to himself, or to his enforcement teams by some distant relay. A working thought. Shen Wuming wrote it in his ledger exactly. Asterisk, find the gap. Zhao Fengming, Ironleaf City, 18th day. He is looking for absence. He knows the standard approach is not working. Asterisk, he was already thinking of what came next. Chapter 19, the confrontation Shen Wuming had been planning since the first day in Ironleaf came together on the 22nd day. It was not a fight. It was a hearing. He had not called it a hearing in the planning stages. He had called it the Ironleaf civil action, because the term was accurate and feelings were not part of the analytical framework. But it was a hearing in every practical sense. It was scheduled, it had a location, it had roles for every person involved. Zhao Fengming's presence in the city had accelerated the timeline because Zhao Fengming was mapping the gap of Shen Wuming's absence, using absence as a targeting method, as he had demonstrated on the final night in Greywood. He had 3 days before the map resolved into a position. So Shen Wuming acted on day 22. The Ironleaf Civil Court opened at the 7th hour. By the 7th hour and 3 minutes, all participants were in position. Zhou Qingshan presided. He was composed in the specific way of a man who had made his decision and was not going to second-guess it at the moment of action. The documentation chain was present in full, every filing number, every cross-reference, every timestamp. 47 names with dates. 14 additional names. Meng Quill's archive records, filed by a legal representative since Meng Quill herself preferred not to be officially present. Yanli and 4 of the city's regular civil witnesses, who were there because they had interacted with Shen Wuming in the course of documented business. Bai Tianzhu had arrived in Ironleaf the day before. He came because Zhao Fengming's network had reported unusual civil court activity around a named anomaly, and audit operatives followed unusual civil activity. He entered the court with 4 retinue members and his assessment rod. He took a position at the side of the room, not at the formal hearing desk. He did not recognize the civil court as a valid jurisdiction for his purposes. Shen Wuming was already seated at the hearing desk when Bai Tianzhu arrived. He had arrived first, which meant the room was on his terms. The hearing began. Zhou Qingshan read the filing. A challenge to the Celestial Enforcement Division's presence in Ironleaf City pursuant to a search and terminate order for an entity who, under current civil law, held documented standing in the city's civil rolls, and therefore could not be targeted under a standard erasure enforcement mandate without violating the city's civil jurisdiction provisions. Bai Tianzhu interrupted. This court has no jurisdiction over celestial enforcement operations. Subsection 4, Zhou said, is superseded by celestial mandate. Celestial mandate in this instance was issued under the enforcement authority of an erasure order whose validity is currently subject to a formal discrepancy review. Zhou placed the timestamp discrepancy documentation on the record. Until that review concludes, the mandate's enforcement authority is contested. Contested mandates cannot supersede civil jurisdiction. Bai Tianzhu looked at the document. He looked at Shen Wuming. Shen Wuming looked back. He was not smiling. He was not performing anything. He was present and accounting. You are producing a forged document, Bai Tianzhu said. Shen Wuming produces a document filed by a serving celestial judiciary officer through official channels, Shen Wuming said. The officer's name and file number are on the document. The date of filing is on the document. Both are verifiable against the celestial judiciary's own records. He placed a second document on the table. This is the judiciary's receipt for the filing. That is also verifiable. Bai Tianzhu's 4 retinue members were exchanging looks. This was not what any of them had expected from a baseline anomaly. The hearing ran for 40 minutes. Shen Wuming presented the full documentation chain. He named every one of the 47 individuals in the Saber Mandate sect's erased and processed list. He named every stolen void mark transfer that the documentation could substantiate. He cited the civil violation provisions that applied to each documented act. Bai Tianzhu could not legally act inside a civil jurisdiction without triggering an imperial oversight inquiry. This was a protection installed specifically because the last time a celestial operative had overridden a civil court proceeding without authorization, the resulting political crisis had taken 40 years to resolve. He knew this. His retinue knew this. At the end of the hearing, he left. His retinue left with him. At the door, he turned back. He looked at Shen Wuming with an expression that was not surprise and not quite anger. It was the expression of someone recalculating. He said, "My father will hear of you." Shen Wuming met his eyes. Shen Wuming will be here. The door closed. Chapter 20 Zhao Fengming's response arrived the following morning, before the civil court's written record of the hearing had been distributed. It was not an enforcement action. It was a document. An edict, under Zhao Fengming's personal seal as celestial arbiter, the rank that gave him authority over all record administration in this jurisdiction. It declared the Iron Leaf Civil Court's jurisdiction suspended on grounds that it had harbored a record anomaly and conducted proceedings involving celestial enforcement documents outside sanctioned channels. Legally, this was within his authority. Zhou Qingshan's suspension was effective immediately under the edict's terms. Shen Wuming read it in the market square, standing in public, where the town's morning foot traffic moved around him. He read every clause, slowly, without expression. The edict was correctly drafted. The authority citation was valid. Zhao Fengming had used his powers exactly within their defined limits. He folded the edict. He placed it in his ledger, physically, as an inserted document rather than a written entry. The ledger now contained more papers than it originally had room for. It was thicker than it looked. The cover had begun to show the wear of being opened and closed 50 times a day. He closed it. He was still standing there when he felt the ledger pulse. Not vibrate. Not heat. A pulse, like a single heartbeat from something that had been still for too long. He opened the ledger to the front page. His grandfather's name was there. Under the name, the note he had added, asterisk, was erased. Survived. Continued the work. Shen Wuming is recording this accurately. Asterisk to the right of the name, in the same ink, the same brush, in a hand he recognized as his grandfather's, which was impossible, because his grandfather was dead. There was a second character. He stared at it. It was not the character from the jade slip. It was a different character, one he could read. It meant, continue. He looked at the jade slip. The first character, which he had never been able to read, was still there, unchanged. But the ledger had a new entry that he had not written. He stood in the market square for 60 seconds, very still, while the morning moved around him. Then he put the ledger away, straightened up, looked north toward the road that led out of Iron Leaf toward the shattered provinces, and said to no one in particular, "Then we go north. To the provinces." Yanli appeared from a nearby doorway. He had been standing there, watching, saying nothing. This was something Yanli did when he was trying to give Shen Wuming space, without leaving. Did something happen? Yanli said. Something I cannot yet explain. I will account for it when I can. He started walking. Tell Chen we leave at dawn. And the woman? Yanli fell into step beside him. The enforcer. Shen Wuming thought about this as he walked. He thought about the blur at the edges of his perception when Rong Baihe was near. He thought about the document she had pressed into his hand. He thought about the sentence she had said on the secondary road. I wasn't ready. Send her the departure time, he said. Not the destination. She will calculate it herself. Yanli glanced at him. She always does, Shen Wuming added. They walked toward the Shadow Archive district, and the morning light came down over Iron Leaf City in the specific way it had in the 7 weeks he had been here, at an angle through the grid of streets that made every building look like it was about to be written about. He had noted this on his first morning. He had noted it most mornings since. He was still noting it. The ledger was under his arm, heavier than it had been when he started, and the second character in his grandfather's hand was on its front page like a promise from the past to the present, like a chain of work that passed from one pair of hands to another, and said, "This is not finished, but someone else saw where it was going, and here you are, Dawn." The Shattered Provinces. The work continued. Chapter 21. Ironleaf City spread across the valley floor like a gambler who had won just enough to stop worrying about the next hand. The buildings were tall and crowded together the way that buildings in a city with real money tended to be, each one claiming as much light and street frontage as it could hold. The Cultivation District occupied the eastern third, where the good money circulated. Formation shops, pill markets, the private security contracts that pretended not to be what they were. The Mortal Quarter held the western two-thirds, cooks, clerks, cart drivers, the people who kept the city moving without any record in the celestial ledger of their having done so. Between them, the black market cultivation supply lanes and the civil administrative complex occupied contested middle ground that answered to whichever authority was currently applying the most pressure. Shen Wuming arrived at dawn through the northern gate with Yanli and old ghost Chun, entering the way travelers entered, on foot, in the early morning light, among enough other people to avoid individual notice. The gate's standard chi tracking array scanned everyone who passed through. It scanned him and returned null, which it logged as a hardware anomaly. Null returns were not supposed to be achievable. The gate's maintenance records showed 4 such anomaly flags in the past quarter. None had been reviewed. The system had categorized them as low-priority maintenance items, which was what happened when you filed a variance report in an organization that handled too much paperwork. The variance reports became paperwork too, and paperwork without a deadline sat. He had memorized the city's layout before leaving Greywood. 3 maps, a cultivation district commercial survey, a civil administrative sector plan, and an older irrigation document that showed the drainage channels running under the streets. The channels were frequently useful routes that avoided the surface monitoring arrays. Maps were useful. Walking was more useful. He walked, as soon as they had settled the room above the Cartwright's shop near the cultivation district's eastern edge, and paid the 2 months in advance. The Cartwright was a broad, unhurried man named Tao who wanted 2 things: his rent reliably delivered and his household's quiet maintained. Shen Wuming intended to supply both. He had found, in 8 months of being a person who didn't officially exist, that the best accommodation came from landlords who asked nothing and expected nothing except rent and silence. Tao was precisely this kind of landlord. The first 3 days were for mapping. He walked the city on the first day in an irregular pattern that covered all districts without following any standard route. He was not walking for cover. He was walking to acquire physical knowledge that documents couldn't supply, the kind that came from noticing that a particular alley running behind the cultivation district's northern supply lane smelled of fish drainage from the market stalls above it, which meant it was never watched by guards who preferred dry ground and the smell of something less aquatic. The kind that came from noticing the 3-minute window at the 45-minute mark of the cultivation district's paired patrol routes, when neither route was covering the eastern supply access point. The kind that came from watching how morning fog settled in the blocks near the water distribution infrastructure and how the settling pattern created natural observation cover until the 3rd hour. He noted patrol schedules and their transition timing. He noted which administrative buildings used cultivation-based entry locks versus standard mortal mechanisms. He noted where the foot traffic compressed into choke points and where it dispersed into open observation zones. He noted the location of every visible monitoring formation in the cultivation district. He noted which shops on the black market supply lane had side entrances not visible from the main street, and which ones didn't. By the time he returned to the Cartwright shop that evening, he had 17 entries in the ledger that hadn't been there that morning. The second day, he retraced the same routes and noted what had changed overnight. The delta between observations was what told him what was actively managed, what required daily investment to maintain its current state, versus what was maintained by inertia. Actively managed things were valuable. Things maintained by inertia would fail under pressure. He wrote both categories with their implications. The 3rd day he spent at the Land Records Archive in the Civil Administrative Complex. He presented himself as a courier with a boundary dispute filing, received a case number from the intake clerk, and spent the waiting period reading. The Public Access Records section held 4 categories: land grants, census rolls, civil dispute filings, and cultivation district registration documents. He read all 4 in cross-referenced layers, looking not only at what the documents said, but at what the spaces between them implied. Power structures didn't document themselves. They left shaped absences, and the absences were often the most accurate information available about what was actually operating in a given space. He found 14 land grants whose legal validity depended on heavenly record entries rather than independent civil documentation. 14 grants that would collapse if their record foundations were placed under formal review. The Saber Mandate sect's land holdings in Ironleaf corresponded to a large fraction of the Cultivation District's commercial real estate. Most of those holdings depended on exactly these 14 grants. If the timestamp discrepancy document could be used to initiate a formal review of the erasure order's validity, which would contest the enforcement authority derived from that order, which would in turn contest the legal standing of the administrative actions taken under that authority, which included the record correction events that the 14 land grants depended on. Then the entire structure became contestable from a single legal instrument. He documented all 14. Property owner, grant date, record entry referenced, contestation conditions required, estimated legal exposure under each contestation scenario. Working backward through the reference chain on the third grant to verify a cross-connection, he found the subfiling. The chain led into a footnote citing a secondary document, which cited a property witness archive from 12 years ago. His grandfather's name was listed as a formal witness to a property transfer at an address in Ironleaf City's Cultivation District, signed with the family seal from Greywood Prefecture. His grandfather had been in Ironleaf City 12 years ago, under his real name, in a formal, public document, in the same season that the Saber Mandate sect's internal hunt records claimed he had been erased. He wrote it carefully. Both documents could not be accurate simultaneously. The question of which was falsified would need more facts before he could answer it accurately. He did not allow himself to arrive at the answer yet. He was still writing when Magistrate Zhou Qingshan stopped in his waiting area doorway. Zhou was in his 60s, compact, with the particular posture of someone whose decisions had been consequential for long enough that authority had ceased being something performed and become something simply present. He wore an administrator's formal robe the way a person wore a tool, for its function, not its appearance. He looked at the person in his waiting area who was reading archive documents with the focused attention of a specialist and made the obvious correct observation. "You are not waiting for your case number," Zhou said. "I'm also waiting for it. The reading occupies the time. You are reading land grant records from the public archive section. Land grants have nothing to do with a courier's boundary dispute. So either you are waiting in the wrong office or you filed the dispute as a pretext." He paused. "Who are you and what are you actually looking for?" Shen Wuming looked at him and made the same assessment he'd made when first researching the magistrate's record. Zhou Qingshan was either an ally or a near miss, and the only way to determine which was to give him enough to choose. He told him about the 6-grant cluster. 6 grants filed within the same 3-week window based on a single record correction event, and the specific implication. Someone with advanced knowledge of the correction schedule or authority over its timing had positioned the grants before the correction finalized. He gave the administrative reference number and the date. Zhou listened without interrupting. When Shen Wuming finished, he said, "You read this in 4 days." 5. I read carefully. From Greywood Prefecture. A statement, not a question. Yes. Zhou Qingshan had been receiving indirect signals from his administrative network about unusual events in Greywood for 3 months. The signals had been directional rather than specific, not enough to act on, but enough to form a picture. The picture had just been given a face. He looked at the face and noticed, processing in the careful background manner acquired through decades in administrative spaces, that this young man had been in his building for 40 minutes without triggering a single chi sensitivity instrument. Not one of the 6 wards had produced a reading. "Thread in Penn Street Tea House," he said. "Tomorrow morning, 8th hour. 2nd floor." He turned to go. He stopped in the doorway, because there was something worth saying that was also, in its way, genuinely funny. "You don't look like you exist, young man." He said it about the wards, a dry observation from someone who had just noticed 6 instruments return null on the same subject. He said it lightly and went back to his office. Shen Wuming noted the date and wrote, "Asterisk, Zhou Qingshan sees it correctly and says it as a pleasantry. He doesn't yet know it is not a pleasantry." Asterisk. Yanli, who had spent 3 days without operational assignment in a city with gambling establishments, delivered his report on the 4th morning. 23 silver across 3 evenings. One from a core-formed off-duty Saber Mandate operative who had been impaired and outclassed at the specific game. He had not overexposed himself. He had stopped winning at the point where the amount looked like luck rather than skill. He had noticed 2 people watching the table when he left and had routed through 4 turns until the more persistent one lost interest. Shen Wuming noted the enforcer, not the gambling. The operational comfort implied by an off-duty sect member gambling in civilian spaces without apparent concern about visibility. Organizations whose members behaved this way had stopped treating their presence as something that needed to be managed. Organizations that had stopped managing their presence made predictable decisions. He wrote the relevant observations. He told Yinli not to go back to the same table. Already moved to the establishment 3 streets east, Yinli said. Different crowd, different owners. He won't think to look there. Old Ghost Qian, from his corner, said, don't lose the 23, with the timing of someone holding the right moment until it was fully ripe to say exactly that. Shen Wuming looked at him. That was the thing you were going to say? Chen said, without apology. I said it first. You're welcome. Hook. The enforcer filed his report the next day. By afternoon, 2 Saber Mandate operatives had been assigned to watch the east side gambling table. The table Yinli had already stopped using, positioned and focused precisely where they'd been told to look. They were not watching the Cartwright's shop 2 blocks north. They were not watching the man who moved through the cultivation district without leaving Qi's signatures in the monitoring arrays because his second inscribed law prevented those arrays from holding his position. That evening, in the Civil Administrative Archive, tracing backward through the reference chain on a land grant filed 6 years ago, Shen Wuming found his grandfather's name in a witness record from 12 years ago, in Ironleaf City, signed with the Greywood family seal. 3 weeks after the Saber Mandate sect's internal files said his grandfather was dead. Chapter 22 Sect Master Luhong Saber received his morning briefings in a room that contained nothing the work didn't require. No decoration, no trophies, no incense. On the wall behind his desk, a large-scale map of Ironleaf City's cultivation district, annotated over 11 years in a personal notation system he had developed specifically because standard cartographic notation didn't have symbols for several concepts he needed to track continuously. The red markings were territorial boundaries. The blue were route networks. The black were current operational positions. The gold were leverage points, dormant assets that could be activated if needed, and a set of smaller symbols in pencil that he used for situations that were interesting rather than threatening. He had added 3 new pencil marks to the map before Duan Fei arrived. She ran the sect's civilian intelligence function, officially titled Administrative Support and Civilian Relations, which was not what it was. She had been with the sect for 7 years and had learned to give him accurate answers rather than fast ones, which was the more important skill in her role. She delivered the gambling report in exactly the number of sentences the information required. A Meridian-opened cultivator with Destiny Fate distortion markers had 123 silver from a core-formed off-duty sect operative at the Cultivation District's entertainment sector across 3 evenings. The cultivator had not overexposed himself, had departed at a sensible winning point, and had noticed surveillance when leaving. She knew this because the operative had noted in his report that the subject had taken an evasive route after leaving that had successfully disrupted the observation attempt. The operative had flagged the Destiny Fate distortion markers as potentially relevant to the ongoing erased entity monitoring. Luhong set the report down and asked his 2 questions. 11 years of morning briefings. 2 questions every time. They were not requests for additional information. They were requests for the specific texture that summary-level information compressed out. Is the companion interesting? Duan Fei paused for genuine consideration, which Luhong valued. She was not the kind of person who answered fast when a slow answer was more accurate. He is skilled at his rank, hot-tempered by disposition, and self-aware about the limits of his instructions. When told to leave the first table, he complied, but then made his own choice about the second table rather than asking for guidance, which means he interprets instructions to cover the stated situation rather than the underlying intent. He's the kind of person who does the assigned task, and then a slightly enlarged version of it, driven by his own judgment about what the task scope should be. She thought. He noticed surveillance from trained sect operatives and successfully disrupted it, which means he either has significant operational experience or has been trained by someone who does. His decisions will reveal the decision-making structure of whoever is directing him. Does the companion bleed? Healing wound on his left forearm, 5 days old, improperly wrapped. The wrapping suggests either self-application or someone else working quickly under time pressure. He bleeds normally. Luhong had been studying the absence shape in the cultivation district's monitoring data for 10 days. Not the shape of something hiding. Erased entities in hiding showed up as a specific pattern of fixed null returns that he had cataloged from 15 years of Hun operation experience. What he was seeing was different. Null returns that moved, that were connected to subsequent events in the district, that appeared consistently in advance of locations where interesting things had happened. The null return was arriving first. Then something happened. Then the monitoring showed nothing where the something had been. Erased entities fled. They went to ground. They minimized their footprint. They were afraid of institutional attention the way small animals were afraid of open spaces. Whatever was creating this pattern was not afraid. It was using the monitoring's blind spots as working infrastructure, arriving in places through the gaps the monitoring couldn't see, doing something, and leaving before the monitoring was repositioned. That was not the behavior of something hiding. That was the behavior of something operating. Watch the companion. Do not approach, do not detain. The companion is a window. He marked the entertainment sector on his map with a small X. Whatever the entity near him is protecting will reveal itself through the companion's behavior. What else has the companion accessed in the city? Duan Fei reviewed her notes. Cultivation supply purchases at the Eastern Market. Entertainment sector, as noted. Civilian quarter accommodation based on movement pattern analysis. And the Land Records Archive? She paused. She had logged a null return reading at the archive's entrance 3 evenings ago as equipment variance. She had been about to file the variance report. She had not filed it yet. There may have been a relevant reading at the records archive, she said. I classified it as equipment variance and had not yet submitted the report. Re-examine it. He drew 2 pencil marks on the map, one over the Cartwright shop area in the civilian quarter, where the null return pattern had been concentrating, and one over the Land Records Archive. He connected them with a light pencil line. Someone was reading documents in person, not employing clerks, not commissioning extracts, reading the original documents themselves, which meant they understood something most cultivators with real power had forgotten. Official structures overlooked what they contained because they assumed the contents weren't worth watching. The monitoring watched people, not reading. They know how our observation works, he said. They use the spaces we don't watch, the structures that exist alongside the record rather than through it. He drew a 3rd mark, where the null return pattern was densest, and looked at the triangle the 3 marks formed. The records archive was at its apex. Last place you'd go if you were trying to minimize exposure. First place you'd go if you were building something. This is not a hiding problem, he said. This is a construction problem. They are building something in my city. He opened his desk drawer and removed the jade cylinder he kept there, the size of 2 fingers, shaped to fit a palm. It pulsed with compressed density, the sensation of something that needed much more room than it had. He had removed it from the drawer 4 times. 3 times he had replaced it without acting. The 4th time had established the contingency. He turned it once in his hand, felt its weight and readiness, and locked it away. Duan Fei. Sect Master. The device in the primary vault. I want the Formation Master on today's duty to confirm operational status personally. Quiet confirmation only. Do not log it in the maintenance schedule. She did not ask why. She left. He sat with his map and the 3 marks and the pencil line connecting them. He thought about an entity that was reading land grants at the Civil Administrative Complex. An entity that couldn't access the records systems directly, couldn't use cultivation-based authority, couldn't appear in any official structure without immediately triggering enforcement attention, and was therefore building its operational picture through every other channel available. That kind of thoroughness was not what someone in a desperate situation did. It was what someone in a patient situation did. Someone who believed they had time to do it right. Hook. He picked up his pencil and added a 4th mark, small, in the specific location where the records archive and the Cartwright shop area's movement patterns intersected. He drew it as a question mark rather than a symbol, because he hadn't categorized this yet, and the question mark was his notation for situations that were interesting without being threatening. Then he looked at the 4 marks on his map and thought, I have been preparing the wrong kind of response. This requires a different kind of conversation, and he was not yet certain he was ready for it. Chapter 23. The civil court building at the northeast corner of the administrative district had survived 4 city governments by being useful to each of them. It did not try to look powerful. It looked what it was, a building where decisions became official. The entrance was plain dressed stone. The waiting area had functional benches, worn smooth by decades of people sitting in them while something important was decided. The archive room behind the main counter contained 4 decades of Iron Leaf City's administrative history and documents that had been properly maintained and cross-indexed. Shen Wuming arrived at the building's opening hour and filed his boundary dispute, a genuine minor matter, correctly prepared, giving him a legitimate reason to be in the waiting area. He collected a receipt number from the intake clerk, a tired middle-aged man, who gave him a number and immediately forgot he existed, and took a position on the bench closest to the archive room door, where he could hear the sounds of the archive room's operation without appearing to listen. He read for 40 minutes. He was not reading randomly. He had identified, during the previous day's examination, 3 clusters of cross-referenced land grants that shared structural characteristics suggesting a common design. Grants that seemed to have been prepared according to the same template rather than independently composed. He wanted to trace those clusters backward to their origination, which required the original physical documents rather than the summarized versions that administrative intermediaries worked from. Original documents were where errors and inconsistencies survived because they'd been filed before anyone thought to standardize them out. The second cluster produced what he'd come for. 6 of the 14 flagged grants had been filed within the same 3-week window 6 years ago, and all 6 referenced the same record correction event, an administrative action logged under a specific reference number, as their legal foundation. 6 land transfers, 3 different property owners, all validated by a single celestial administrative action, all filed within 3 weeks of that action's completion. He wrote the reference number and date. He wrote, *6 grants, 1 event, 3 weeks. Either someone had advanced knowledge of the correction's scheduling or authority over when the correction occurred. Find who authorized the correction event. He spent another 20 minutes on the filing dates. The 3-week clustering was too tight to be coincidental. Routine land grant filings distributed themselves across weeks or months based on when each individual filer was ready. A 3-week cluster with a single connecting event meant coordination. Either the 6 filers had been organized by someone who knew the correction event was coming and had prepared the grants in advance, or the grants had been prepared simultaneously by a single entity operating through multiple legal parties. He wrote both scenarios with their distinctive features and the documentary evidence that would distinguish them. Then he pulled the original record correction event filing from its archive position and read it. The filing was dated 3 days before the earliest of the 6 grants. The correction event authorization bore a designation he had seen before, the same structural title from the compliance records, the position that had existed without a named holder for decades. Someone with no recorded personal identity had authorized a celestial administrative correction that 6 land grants had been prepared to exploit the moment it finalized. He was in the middle of writing a note about which celestial administrative positions would have correction scheduling authority when the footstep stopped near him. Magistrate Zhou Qingshan had the build of a man who had spent most of his life at desks and the bearing of someone whose decades of desk decisions had been consequential ones. He looked at the person in his waiting area, who was reading archive documents with the concentrated attention of a specialist, not the distracted patience of someone waiting for administrative processing, and made the obvious observation. You are reading land grants. Among other documents. You are reading them the way a researcher reads primary sources, not the way a courier reads something to pass the time. Zhou Qingshan had been an administrator for 30 years. He knew the difference. Who are you and what are you actually looking for in my archive? Shen Wuming looked at him. He made the assessment he'd made before. The magistrate's 11-year record in Ironleaf showed consistent decisions favoring the weaker legal party, 3 formal complaints filed against celestial enforcement overreach, and an absence of promotions that in the normal civil service would indicate either political disfavor or deliberate inconveniencing at a useful position. He was either an ally or a near miss. The only way to determine which was to give him enough to choose. He told him about the 6 grant cluster. He described the filing timing, the single connecting correction event, the administrative reference number, the date, and what the timing implied about the filer's knowledge or authority. He said, the grants correspond to Saber Mandate sect land holdings in the Cultivation district. If the filing pattern reflects advance access to the correction scheduling or authority over it, then a celestial administrative resource has been used to benefit the sect's property position. Zhou listened without interruption. He was listening in the way of someone who was placing specific facts against a general understanding he'd already had. When Shen Wuming finished, he said, you found this in 5 days of reading. I read carefully. You arrived from Greywood Prefecture. Yes. The magistrate studied him. He had been receiving administrative network signals about unusual events in Greywood for 3 months. Fragmentary, indirect, not actionable on their own, but directional. This face matched the direction. He also noticed, with the delayed precision of a careful professional, that the young man had been in his building for 43 minutes without activating a single chi sensitivity ward. The building had 6. Thread in Pin Street Tea House, he said. Tomorrow, 8th hour. He turned to go. He stopped in the doorway. He had thought of something that was accurate and also, in its way, genuinely funny. You don't look like you exist, young man. He said it about the wards, about the fact that 6 instruments had returned null on the same subject for 43 minutes. He meant it as dry professional humor. He went back to his office. Shen Wuming wrote the date beside the magistrate's name in his ledger. That evening, following the reference chain on the 3rd grant backward through its citation layers, he found the subfiling. It was attached to a secondary citation pointing to a property witness archive from 12 years ago. His grandfather's name was on the witness record, listed as a formal witness to a property transfer at an address in Ironleaf City's Cultivation district, with the Greywood Prefecture family seal. dated in the same quarter that the Saber Mandate sect's hunt records listed his grandfather's erasure. His grandfather had been in Iron Leaf 12 years ago, officially, under his real name, in a public document. He wrote it with careful, level handwriting. He wrote that both documents could not be simultaneously accurate. He wrote the specific question, which one was falsified, and for what reason. He did not allow himself to answer the question yet. He needed more of the relevant facts before the answer could be accurate rather than simply fast. He was reading the witness record for the third time when the ledger pulsed. He had felt this before, twice, a single distinct heartbeat from something that had been waiting. He looked at the page where he'd written the witness record entry. In the margin, in his grandfather's brushwork, in fresh ink. I was an Iron Leaf because of what is built under the property that transfer concerned. You are close to it. The principal knows someone is looking. Be careful about being predictable. Cook. He sat with the message for a long time, in the archive building's closing hour, while the staff began their end-of-day processes around him. Then he wrote, in his own hand, underneath, grandfather, I know. The ledger records this accurately. I am also being careful. He was not certain the ledger could receive messages in both directions. He wrote it anyway, because accurate accounting required recording what you'd done even when you didn't know if it would be read, or by whom. Chapter 24 Ming Quill's shop had no sign above the door. The building was narrow, 3 stories, with a single window on each floor and no indication of the business conducted inside. In the Shadow Archive District, absence of signage was its own kind of advertisement. It said, you know what this place is, or you don't, and if you don't, you're probably shopping at the wrong building. She was writing when he entered, which he was beginning to think was her permanent state. He had read her archive network profile carefully before making contact. She had been operating in Iron Leaf for 20 years, maintained documentation on dozens of topics that the official record didn't cover, and had a reputation for accuracy that exceeded what the Shadow Archive District's general reputation warranted. I know what you want, she said without looking up. Sit down while I finish this entry. Cross-references must be complete when recorded, or they create errors that compound through subsequent citations. He sat. He spent the waiting period studying the shop's organization. The shelves held substantially more material than the physical space should have accommodated. A spatial inscription was the most likely explanation. He identified a 3-tier filing system in the way the documents were positioned. Outermost shelves for retrieval speed, middle shelves organized by conceptual proximity, highest shelves, requiring a step stool, for material that needed to be accessible to its keeper without being accessible to casual browsers. She finished the entry and set the brush down precisely. Then she looked at him. White gap in the Shadow Archive, she said. Arrived from the South Road 5 days ago. Moving in purposeful patterns rather than evasive ones, which means it plans. Accompanied by a chi awakened with frozen cultivation rank. Damage from something very old, probably a partial erasure event. And a meridian opened with destiny fate distortion markers from an external modification to his fate ledger entry. She folded her hands. You are the gap. What do you charge? She described her pricing structure without preamble. 3 tiers. Common information, operational information, structural information. Structural could be taken on credit for persons currently in his situation, because persons in his situation who couldn't afford structural information were likely not to survive long enough to repay simple silver. He paid for 2 common items and 1 operational. She spoke. First common item. The Saber Mandate sect had processed more erased cultivators than the 47 he had documentation for. Her estimate, based on pattern matching across civilian welfare records from the Cultivation District's low-rank community, disappearance reports from 3 separate informal welfare organizations, and the sect's operational cadence over 8 years, was 60 to 80 in this region. She cited her methodology for each component of the estimate and rated her confidence level in each component separately. He wrote without expression. He was not suppressing an expression. He was in the mode of accurate receipt rather than emotional response, and the accuracy of the receipt was more important than the response in this moment. Second common item, the harvesting method. She described it clinically, citing 2 historical precedents. The extraction required the target's cultivation to be active, which was why standard procedure involved detention followed by provocation, since the target's defensive cultivation response made extraction possible. The process killed approximately 40% of targets directly. The remaining 60% required secondary disposal actions. She described the secondary actions in the same clinical register. He wrote that too. He noted the 40%. He noted the 60%. He noted that the secondary disposal category meant some people had survived the extraction process and were then killed separately, which was a different kind of information than he'd had before about how the operation worked. Operational item. The Celestial Court operative directing the Iron Leaf regional operation held a designation rather than a personal name in the public administrative filings, a title corresponding to a structural position several layers above Xiao Fengming's rank. She had traced the designation through 3 jurisdictions' administrative records and found its earliest appearance in Iron Leaf City 47 years ago, before the current Celestial Court administration, before Xiao Fengming's appointment, before the Saber Mandate sect's expansion into this territory. He wrote the designation in his open questions column with the note, *, this is the principal. Xiao Fengming is a subordinate enforcer. The principal has been continuously operational for at least 47 years. Find the person behind the designation, *, then she said, free. She reached under the counter and produced a hand-bound notebook with no spine marking and set it between them without opening it. I maintain a manifest, not of those who died in the erasure process, of those who survived it and are still somewhere. He looked at the notebook. How many entries? 31 confirmed currently living or recently living. Several have died since I recorded them. Their entries are marked but not removed. Some are active and in hiding. Some are active and not hiding. Moving through cities, building networks, doing the kind of work that leaves traces in administrative documents. And the second list. She paused. He had not been told there was a second list. He had inferred it from the phrasing of what she'd said in the shop's doorway. The manifest rather than my manifest, which was the phrasing of something that had more structure than a single list. She registered that he had inferred it. Yes, she said. 8 names, marked with a specific notation. All recent, within the past 2 years. Their survival patterns share a quality that distinguishes them from the rest of the manifest. They were prepared. They received, in the immediate post-erasure period, accurate information about the unwritten path. Not theoretical information, operational information. How void marks form. What the first inscription should prioritize. How to manage the cost of accumulation. Information that should not exist in general circulation because the unwritten path's prerequisite is prior erasure, and most erased persons die before they have any opportunity to receive guidance. She kept her expression neutral. All 8 were prepared before their erasures occurred. Someone gave them the information, and then they were erased. They survived the process because they already knew what they were surviving into. The preparation methodology, is it consistent? Consistent enough that either one person is doing it or multiple people are using the same source. She held his gaze steadily. I have not identified who. I know it is not Xiao Fengming, not the Saber Mandate sect, and not me. She paused. I have been maintaining this archive for 20 years on commission from a specific individual. I will tell you who commissioned me when the time is accurate. The time is not yet accurate. Why? Because telling you now would require you to evaluate the information before you have the context to evaluate it correctly, and an incorrect evaluation at this stage of your work would cost more than the information is worth to you. This was a precise answer. He accepted it. Hook. He was at the door when she said, one of the 8 people on the secondary list is in this city right now. She has been in the mortal quarter for 3 weeks, surviving without cultivation resources, which means she is careful and resourceful and has not yet been found. She is approximately 12 years old. She paused. I monitored a tribulation strike dispatch toward the mortal quarters north in 90 minutes ago. The dispatch vector was consistent with a low-rank target at the North Market location. I don't know if it found her. He had already turned around before she finished the sentence. She said, North Vegetable Stalls. If the strike completed, you will not reach her in time. You should still go, and whatever you find there, write it down. Even if it is only an absence. Especially if it is only an absence. Chapter 25. He moved through the cultivation district at the fastest pace that stayed below the monitoring array's flagging threshold, below the chi expenditure level that the arrays were calibrated to detect as cultivation speed movement. He used only physical effort, which was slower than a cultivator at his tier could move, but which was invisible to the monitoring. He covered 6 blocks in 4 minutes and 30 seconds, which was as fast as physical effort could manage. The North Market was in its midday operation. Vegetable stalls along the eastern wall, grain merchants at the center, preserved foods and cookshops at the south end. Standard density for the hour. Normal sound levels. The foot traffic moving in the patterns that midday shopping generated. He felt the tribulation bolt arrive before it struck. Not through any inscribed law. None of his 4 current laws included enforcement event detection. He felt it the way someone feels pressure change before thunder. A shift in the ambient chi environment corresponding to a large-scale enforcement energy release at altitude. The targeting vector was north-northeast. The intensity was calibrated for a low-rank target, less than 1/10 of the energy that had been directed at him in Greywood. The descent angle had the specific geometry of a bolt that had already resolved its location lock and was completing delivery to a confirmed position. He was 3 stalls from the north wall when the bolt struck. The girl was approximately 12 years old. She had dark hair and a winter coat 1 season past its useful life in a basket over her left arm. She was choosing between 2 bundles of winter greens at the stall second from the north end. Her right hand was extended toward the larger bundle. She was not looking at the sky. She had no reason to look at the sky. The bolt was exact. It was designed to be exact. Record correction strikes for low-rank targets were precision instruments, calibrated to resolve a specific record status without creating collateral disruption in the surrounding environment that would require documentation. One moment she was choosing winter greens. The next moment the choice was no longer being made by anyone. The surrounding environment rearranged itself in the subtle way that space is rearranged when the thing holding them in a particular configuration was no longer present. A 5th void mark formed at his collarbone. The bolt's residual discharge energy encountered his null record status and found no anchor point in the standard enforcement architecture. It had nowhere to register in the celestial system and nowhere to disperse into the ambient chi field without his null status acting as an attractor. It settled into the nearest unclaimed gap in local reality, which was him. This void mark had a different character from the previous 4. Those had formed from enforcement energy that had failed to find its registered target and discharged its force into the miss. This one had succeeded. It was the residue of a completed action, not a failed one. He had been nearby, and the residue had spilled onto him at the periphery. He stood at the stall. The market continued around him in every direction without interruption. 2 men near the cookshops at the south end of the market were discussing the strike with the reassured calm of people who found celestial enforcement mechanisms operating as designed to be inherently comforting. One of them used the specific phrase, completely natural. The other said it was nothing to interrupt your shopping for. Both of them were not wrong that the record's mechanisms had operated as designed. Both of them were applying the word nothing to the death of a 12-year-old girl in a way that required the girl to be smaller in their accounting than she actually was. He took out his ledger. He wrote what he knew: age estimate, location, stall position, time, bolt arrival vector, and descent angle. He wrote that the girl had a basket and that the basket still contained the vegetables she had purchased before the green stall. He wrote that she had been choosing between 2 bundles and that both bundles were still on the stall's wooden surface. He wrote the 2 men's exact words because accurate recording did not have an exemption for the moments that made the discipline necessary. At the baseline of the final character, his handwriting was not level. He noticed this and wrote, * handwriting not level at this entry's conclusion. Noted, accounting of this entry's full weight deferred until distance permits accuracy. * he needed to leave the location. The Saber Mandate Sect's local enforcement team would arrive for standard correction event verification within 15 minutes, and he could not be visible at a verification site. He moved east through the market's secondary lane at the pace of a person with finished business and no pressing destination. He thought about her face. He had learned to stop himself dwelling on things he could not immediately act on. It was a discipline that operational necessity had imposed on him, and he had learned to impose it on himself. He thought about her face anyway, because some things exceeded the framework he'd built, and knowing what exceeded it was also part of the discipline. She had been choosing between 2 bundles of winter greens. She had preferred the larger one. This was a true thing about a person who had existed in the world and no longer did, and he was not going to allow the framework to classify it as operationally irrelevant. At the end of the secondary lane where it opened onto the wider Cultivation District Street, he stopped. He opened the ledger. He had written, unknown girl, Mortal Quarter North Market, age approximately 12, erasure correction strike, time and date documented, vector recorded. Below the entry, in different ink, darker, with a stroke style that was not his, were 10 words. * her name was Shen Wuming. The erasure order was not Zhao Fengming's. * he confirmed the ink difference. He confirmed the stroke style was not his. He confirmed he had been alone with the ledger since writing the entry. He took out his pen. He added her name to his entry. He added, erasure order source confirmed not Zhao Fengming. Secondary source, identity unknown, priority investigation. He wrote both additions in his handwriting, below the words that had appeared in someone else's. He was making them part of the official record rather than letting them remain only as something unexplained. In the margin, small, 3 words he had not planned before his pen moved. I am sorry. He closed the ledger. He stood in the secondary lane and acknowledged, for the duration of the walk back to the Cartwright's shop, what the 5th void mark at his collarbone was. Not an opportunity for an inscription, not a tactical resource. It was the residue of a 12-year-old girl's death, and he was carrying it, and he would sit with what law it warranted for 4 days before he inscribed anything from it. Because the law had to be right, not functional right. Hook. Back at the Cartwright's shop, he set the ledger on the table and looked at it for a while without opening it. Old Ghost Chun, reading in his corner, said without looking up, "You found the girl from the manifest." A statement, not a question. Shen Wuming said, "Yes." Chen said, "What happened?" And Shen Wuming said, "I arrived in time to see the evidence of it." Chen was quiet. Then he said, "Then you know her name now." Shen Wuming said, "Her name was Shun Lingwe. Someone who is not Zhao Fengming ordered her erasure." Chen set down his text. "That's a second source," he said, "with different principles. That changes the operational picture." Shen Wuming said, "I know. Write it down. Everything changes with a second source, and we may not have long before the second source disappears. Document everything you know and everything you suspect. Date every entry. The dates matter as much as the content." Chapter 26. Young Master by Tianzhu entered Ironleaf City 2 days after the North Market incident, on a litter borne by 4 cultivation servants. The litter was lacquered celestial blue with gold appointments. The 4 bearers moved in synchronized precision that required training to maintain. The 8 retinue members who walked alongside wore the celestial judiciary audit insignia visible on their secondary robe layers, not concealed, not displayed, but positioned to be seen when the outer robes moved. The primary robe layer bore the bi-family seal in gold thread. The seal was larger than standard protocol specified. This was not an accident. Everything about the arrival was calculated, and none of it was subtle, and that was also calculated. He went to the market square first. Maximum civilian density, maximum witness potential, maximum propagation speed for anything that happened there. He understood how demonstrations functioned in high-density public spaces. He had conducted several in other cities. The formula was not complicated. Establish presence. Make 2 examples at different severity levels. Offer the reward for information. Leave. The demonstration informed the civilian population that the audit was real, the authority behind it was real, and non-cooperation would be assessed at a level proportionate to the cooperation. He stood at the square's center with the particular ease of someone performing a familiar role. "I am conducting an authorized celestial audit of erased entities operating in Ironleaf City," he announced. His voice was trained to carry past market noise. "Anyone providing information about such entities will receive compensation proportionate to the value of the information. Anyone found to have provided shelter, employment, or assistance to a record anomaly will receive sanctions proportionate to their level of cooperation with the anomaly." He cited the relevant celestial mandate provision numbers from memory. 2 examples. The first was a cultivator at Foundation Carved who had rented rooms 3 months ago to an individual later confirmed as an erased entity. The man hadn't known, by his own account. He'd known his tenant as a quiet courier who paid regularly. Bai Tianzhu explained that celestial enforcement guidelines placed record status verification responsibility on any person who provided accommodation in a jurisdiction under celestial administrative authority. Ignorance was not a defense. He fined the man a significant sum, named the provision that required the fine, and moved to the second example before the man had finished processing the first. The second was a market merchant who spoke back during the fine's announcement. He argued, loudly enough for the surrounding crowd to hear, that ex post facto enforcement violated both celestial and civil rights provisions, which was actually a legally competent point. But he'd made it in front of 40 people, which transformed it from a legal objection into a public challenge. And public challenges to celestial authority in an audit demonstration setting had a specific required response. Bai Tianzhu applied a brief cultivation suppression. The merchant went down for 4 seconds, stood up, and did not speak again. The crowd studied the ground. Shen Wuming watched all of this from the 2nd floor of a tea house on the square's north side. He had been there since before the litter arrived. He had known Bai Tianzhu was coming from Zhou Qingshan's administrative network 3 days earlier, the audit request having been filed through official celestial channels that showed up in Zhou's office paperwork as a matter of routine processing. He observed the retinue. 8 members, all Foundation Carved or higher. He estimated individual ranks from posture, bearing, and chi density profile visible at this range. He identified the 2 who were watching the crowd rather than watching Bai Tianzhu, the ones whose external watch habit had been ingrained long enough that they defaulted to it even during a performance. He noted which members shifted weight during the demonstration, the ones still not fully comfortable with what they were doing, and which maintained formal posture throughout. He noted the member who carried a small notebook and wrote something in it during the first example's fine announcement. He noted the precise timing of Bai Tianzhu's decision to apply the cultivation suppression, not immediately, but after a beat, which meant he was performing deliberation even when the decision had already been made, which told him something about how Bai Tianzhu wanted to be perceived by the people around him. Yinli was beside him. His hands were on the gallery railing. "Say the word," he said quietly. Shen Wuming put his hand on Yinli's shoulder without looking at him. The gesture carried 4 messages simultaneously. "Not yet. I hear you. It is not the moment, and trust the timing." Yinli received all 4. He stayed. Bai Tianzhu raised his voice to cover the full square. "Even a description of absence is information. I will compensate. If you have sensed something that should have been there and wasn't, a gap in a formation, a null return on a monitoring array, a person who moved through a space without leaving a chi signature, that is information with value. Bring it to my office." He was good. Shen Wuming noted this without editorial. Bai Tianzhu had understood, or been briefed by someone who understood, that an erased entity was invisible to standard monitoring, but not invisible to human observation and human memory. He was routing around the technical limitation by making the civilian population into a distributed detection network. This was more sophisticated than the standard audit approach, which relied entirely on formation-based detection and produced limited results with null record entities. In the crowd below, a face turned upward. He caught it because he had been watching the crowd's perimeter with the same structured attention he'd given the retinue. Male, approximately 40, merchant's clothes, a small saber mandate badge visible at his collar where the outer robe had shifted. He was not looking at the window specifically. He was looking at the space around the window, the area where a chi monitoring array would have returned a null reading if it scanned the gallery, and where the person standing at the gallery had just, from where the saber mandate man stood, failed to produce any visible chi signature against the morning light that should have shone around a cultivator at that range. Shen Wuming moved back from the railing. 2 steps, unhurried. He crossed to a table on the gallery's opposite side and looked through a different window at a different angle, one that showed the saber mandate man in the crowd below, without giving the man a direct sight line to Shen Wuming's position. The man adjusted his gaze, scanning the gallery, then the building face, then the street level below. He had lost the direction. He was searching now rather than sensing, which was less dangerous. Bai Tianzhu completed his square announcement and moved toward the Cultivation District's administrative offices, his retinue maintaining their formation behind him. In the square, the crowd began slowly to resume its normal function. The saber mandate man in merchant's clothes remained for another minute, still searching, then walked toward the Cultivation District's eastern boundary, toward the sect's regional office, presumably, to file a report about the null reading he had sensed near the tea house gallery. Hook! Shen Wuming returned to the gallery railing and watched the saber mandate man walk away. He knew how this worked. The man would file a report. The report would reach Liu Hong's desk. Liu Hong would add a mark to his map at the tea house's location, and Liu Hong would begin narrowing the triangle his presence formed in the Cultivation District. He had 3 days, maybe 4, before the triangle was specific enough to use as targeting data. 3 days was enough time to complete the preparation, if the preparation continued at its current pace. He opened his ledger and added the tea house to the long list of locations he should not reuse, then added, beneath it in a precise hand, Asterisk Bai Tianzhu is not looking for me yet. But he will be, and soon. Asterisk Chapter 27, he sat with the 5th void mark for 4 days and meditated on what law it warranted. This was not how he had handled the previous void marks. The first had been inscribed under immediate pressure, in the window between a tribulation strike and the arrival of the enforcement team sent to confirm the strike's completion. The second had been inscribed after 2 days of recovery from the first. The third and fourth had been inscribed at intervals that were determined by operational necessity rather than by careful consideration of what law was owed. This one was different in its origin. The previous 4 had come from enforcement events that targeted him, tribulation bolts that passed through his null record status and left residual energy behind because they couldn't find their intended anchor. The 5th had come from a bolt that had targeted a 12-year-old girl and had landed correctly. She had been its intended anchor. The residual energy had reached him only because he was nearby. The void mark he carried was not the residue of a failed enforcement action. It was the residue of a completed one. The law he inscribed from this void mark needed to be for something else. Not for his survival, not for his operational capacity, not for his ability to continue building the documentation chain he was building. Those purposes were real, and he would continue serving them. But this void mark was different. It had a different shape. It warranted a different kind of law. He understood, working through it carefully, that the first 4 laws had all been written in the grammar of protection. They said what could not be done to him, what could not be held on him, what could not track him. Protection laws were reactive in their structure. They answered the question, what does the world try to do to me that I will not allow? This was a useful question. The laws built from it were useful laws. But this void mark had come from a bolt that had not failed. It had come from the residue of a completed enforcement action, and the question it asked was different. What has the world done that should not have been permitted? Not what cannot be done to me. What should not have been done? The distinction was the difference between writing laws for yourself and writing laws for something larger than yourself. He had not done the second thing before. He was uncertain he was capable of it. He sat with the uncertainty for the full 4 days rather than resolving it prematurely. On the 4th day, in the early morning before the Cartwright's shop opened below him, he understood what the law needed to say. He meditated on Shen Wuming's name, on the 47 documented names, on the real number behind the 47, the 60 to 80 that Meng Quill estimated with methodology-rated confidence, on the 8 names in the secondary manifest, one of whom had died in a vegetable market while choosing between 2 bundles of winter greens, on what it meant that the record had logged her erasure as a completed administrative action and moved on without any mechanism for acknowledging what the action had cost. The record could delete. It could correct. It could erase. But the record did not appear to have a mechanism for acknowledging that deletion had cost something. The cost existed. It was real. It left an absence in the world that had a specific shape, the shape of a person who had been there and then wasn't. But the record's architecture didn't include a space for that shape. The cost was simply not represented in the system. He wanted to write a law that made the absence representable, that made the ledger's record of what had been lost into a material fact rather than just a notation. He wrote the 5th law. A name written in this ledger cannot be erased from the material world. He inscribed it over 7 hours. The previous 4 laws had taken between 15 minutes and 2 hours each. This one was 7 hours because he was not asserting immunity or concealment. He was asserting permanence, which was a claim against the fundamental mechanism that erasure operated on. He was writing a law that said, what my ledger records, reality is required to maintain as a fact. Not acknowledge. Not restore. Maintain. The name exists in material reality as a fact independent of the record's acknowledgement. He built it layer by layer. The backing assertion first, the structural claim that his documentation constituted a real inscription rather than a conventional notation. Then the specific permanence clause. Then the boundary conditions, which names, in which ledger, under which circumstances, with what degree of permanence. Then the cost structure. Every inscribed law had a cost. He needed to know the cost before it was imposed rather than after. At the 7th hour, his left hand went numb from wrist to fingertip. Not painfully. The sensation was simply absent. Not pain, not weakness, but absence, as if the hand were someone else's and he was using it on loan. He tested grip, intact. He tested precise movement, intact. He tested writing, which was the essential function, possible, because he had enough proprioceptive knowledge of where the hand was and what it was doing to write without feeling it. The numbness would last 7 days. He had expected a cost significantly greater than the previous inscriptions. He had not specifically expected this one. He wrote Shen Wuming's name first. He wrote it at the top of a fresh page in the ledger, in careful legible script, with the 5th law active. The writing was not documentation this time. It was inscription. He was not recording that she had existed. He was asserting that her name had material permanence, that the record's deletion of her had not, and could not delete the fact of her name from reality. The name would persist in the material world whether the celestial system acknowledged it or not. He wrote every name he had after hers. The 47 documented names from the Saber Mandate sect's records, with their dates and the biographical details the documentation contained. Each name written with the 5th law active. Each name made a material fact rather than a notation. He wrote through the night. He wrote until dawn, when the last of the 47 was written and the candle had burned to its base and his left hand had been numb for 11 hours. He closed the ledger and held it for a moment. Then he put it on the table and looked at it in the gray early light. The previous inscriptions had produced observable effects. The blade immunity could be tested. The tracking suppression could be confirmed by watching monitoring arrays return null. The 3rd and 4th laws had been verifiable through application. This one was not immediately verifiable. He had inscribed permanence for 48 names. He could not observe whether the permanence was real from inside the process that created it. He had the discipline of having done it correctly. The rest was the unknowable gap between intention and consequence that every inscribed law contained. Hook. That night, in the dark room, he woke at the 3rd hour because something had changed in the room's quality. Not light. There was no light. Something else. He sat up and looked at the ledger on the table. The page where he had written Shen Wuming's name was visible in the dark, not glowing, not generating light, but present in a way that ordinary paper was not. as if the fact of its importance was enough to make it findable in darkness. He sat with it for a while. Then he wrote in the margin, in the dark, by the proprioception of practiced motion, * law confirmed active, cost confirmed, 7 days, and after 7 days, someone will test it. The question is whether the test will come from outside or from his own doubt, and which of the two he is less prepared for. Chapter 28. The arrest happened in the mid-afternoon of a market day, which was the worst possible timing from an observational standpoint. Maximum foot traffic, maximum noise, maximum difficulty tracking what happened next. He had been watching from the roof of the Chandler's building at the supply lane's northern end. He had chosen this position when he assigned the errand because it had clear sight lines to 3 of the 5 possible approach vectors, and the 4th was visible with a minor position adjustment. He had not told Yinli he would be watching. He had told Yinli to complete the purchase and return to the Cartwright's shop by the 5th hour. The watching was not protection. Yinli did not need protection for a routine errand, and providing it would have been an insult to Yinli's operational competence and a waste of a morning he could have used for documentation work. The watching was assessment. He was watching to see whether the sect's secondary intelligence network had, in fact, flagged Yinli as a monitoring subject. Whether a Bai Tianju retinue member would appear in the supply lane in a way that suggested prepositioned surveillance rather than coincidental patrol. Whether the market's normal information patterns would be interrupted by the specific pattern of a target being identified and response being coordinated. What he had not assessed was the probability of Bai Tianju's retinue acting immediately on identification rather than logging it for follow-up. He had assessed that probability at 12%, based on the retinue's previous behavioral pattern. He had been wrong. The probability was higher, possibly much higher, because Bai Tianju was aware that his audit operations window was narrowing, and he was operating with the urgency of a man whose window had been building toward results that had not yet materialized. Yinli had been in the Cultivation District's eastern supply lane buying meditation stones, which was a legitimate transaction requiring no special credentials. He was meridian opened. The stones were appropriate to his rank. He had been purchasing from the same supply shop 3 times in the past week and had an established customer record. The purchase was, by every standard that a street-level enforcement patrol would apply, entirely correct. Bai Tianju's retinue had 2 teams assigned to sector patrol covering the supply lane and the adjacent residential block. They were doing their jobs correctly, which was the most frustrating kind of problem. They were assigned to monitor for destiny fate distortion markers, a standard flag on the standing erased entity watch, and Yinli had such markers because his fate ledger entry had been externally modified by the sect elder who had stolen his cultivation destiny. The markers didn't indicate erasure. They indicated a modified fate ledger entry, but the standing watch flagged both indications. He had no valid sect affiliation certificate, which the supply lane's restricted cultivation zone designation technically required from any cultivator operating within it. He had been buying supplies there for a week and the requirement had not been enforced because enforcement was selective in Iron Leaf and the enforcement teams had not been specifically directed at him. But with Bai Tianju's retinue now conducting an active audit, the enforcement became specifically directed. Disorderly conduct and sect unaffiliated cultivation in a restricted zone. Both accurate, both petty, both enforceable under the audit mandate. Yinli did not fight. He had been operating alongside Shen Wuming for 5 months, and in that time he had absorbed, not through instruction but through extended proximity, the understanding that ambiguous situations became unambiguously worse when you added violence to them before it was certain violence was the correct response. He went with the patrol. He kept the meditation stones, which the patrol did not confiscate because the purchase was legitimate and the violation was about his presence rather than his purchases. Shen Wuming knew within 2 hours from Zhou Qingshan's administrative network review of the public detention log. He read the log entry. He noted the time and the charges. He set the ledger on the table. He sat with the information for 20 minutes and accounted. Bai Tianju's retinue had a documented pattern around detained associates of persons of interest. He had researched the pattern before arriving in Iron Leaf, through Meng Quill's archive contacts who monitored celestial audit operations. The pattern, a holding period before interview, during which the facility's monitoring systems tracked who inquired about the detainee, who came to retrieve them, and what retrieval method they used. The retrieval was the data point. The detention was the instrument for generating it. If he moved immediately, Bai Tianju would have a profile of his methods within 4 hours. He sat with the analysis. He had been through it twice. The analysis did not change. The information the 18-hour detention would generate, specifically the secondary interview authorization held by one retinue member that wasn't in the public audit mandate, was genuinely necessary. The plan for the civil court action required knowing the full scope of what Bai Tianju's operation was authorized to do versus what it was actually doing. The authorization gap was the legal instrument. What the analysis had been treating as a constant was Yanli's trust. The trust that said, he knows I'm here, he is doing something, I will wait. Constants didn't need maintenance. Yanli's trust was not a constant. It was something that sustained itself on evidence and required evidence. 18 hours in a cell without knowing why was evidence of a kind, but it was the wrong kind. He wrote in the ledger, Yanli trusts that I am working. That trust is not a given. It is something he chose to extend and is extending again now. An informed wait and an uninformed wait are not the same cost, even when the external situation is identical. This entry is correct. The decision is also correct. Both things are true. He spent the 18 hours gathering information. 3 street-level intelligence brokers. He learned which retinue members were assigned to the detention facility and on what rotation. He learned the standard interview questions. He learned which member held the secondary interview authorization not listed in the public audit mandate. A member named Gao Reni, who had been given expanded interrogation permissions through a side-channel authorization before the operation began, which meant Bai Tianju had anticipated needing to exceed his public mandate's parameters before the operation started. He extracted Yanli through Zhou Qingshan on the 19th hour. A civil release order, jurisdiction conflict, properly cited, within Zhou's authority, requiring no confrontation with the audit operation. Yanli was processed and released within 40 minutes of the filing. He came back with his meditation stones and the settled quiet that comes from spending 18 hours in a small room with nothing but your own thoughts, and had come to some conclusions about them. Old Ghost Chun, from his corner, said, "Are you hurt?" "No." Yanli set the stones down. "They asked about the entity near me. I said I didn't know who they were talking about. I think they believed the ignorance part even if they didn't believe the denial part." He looked at Shen Wuming. "You left me there for 18 hours. "Yes." "On purpose?" "Yes. I needed the secondary interview authorization. It's not in the public mandate filing. Gao Reni holds it through a side-channel authorization, which means Bai Tianju anticipated exceeding his public parameters before the operation began. That's the gap between authorized and actual that I needed documented." Yanli was quiet. "You could have told me," he said, that was what the cell was for. I would still have been in it, but I would have known what I was sitting there for." He paused. The 18 hours felt different from inside without knowing than it would have felt inside knowing. Hook. Shen Wuming wrote this in the ledger, not in the tactical notes section. In the section he kept for corrections to his operational model, specifically to the assumption that had produced the error. I treated Yanli's trust as a constant input rather than as something requiring maintenance. This assumption produced a decision that was tactically correct and relationally costly. Both of those outcomes are the result of the same assumption. The assumption is wrong. A person's willingness to wait is not a fixed resource. It is extended and can be withdrawn. Note, this is the second entry in this section about Yanli. The first entry is from the debt collector incident in Greywood. Both entries concern the same error, and a pattern that repeats twice is not a variance. It is a tendency that will produce a third instance if uncorrected, and what that instance would cost, he did not yet know. Chapter 29. The 3 items of interest came from a single morning in Zhou Qingshan's office. First item, the audit authorization. Zhou's clerk had retrieved it from the Celestial Administrative Filing System through the standard public records process. It was a public document, technically, though no one had requested it before. Shen Wuming read it at Zhou's desk in the magistrate's private office, which was where Zhou preferred to conduct their meetings because his office was where the building's 6 chi sensitivity wards were least concentrated, and the concentration that was least present was the one least likely to produce a confusing reading. He read the authorization carefully. It specified Bai Tianju's operational parameters, what he was authorized to search, who he was authorized to detain, what he was permitted to do with detainees inside a mortal-adjacent civil jurisdiction. He cross-referenced the parameters against the 11 days of behavior he had observed. 7 instances of documented excess. 3 involved detention duration exceeding the authorized window. 2 involved questioning methods not included in the authorization. 2 involved using celestial enforcement presence to compel civilian cooperation in ways the authorization specified required voluntary engagement. He notated each instance with the specific clause violated and the date. The documentation was clean. A single competent attorney reviewing this documentation would be able to construct a credible legal challenge to the audit operation's validity. The gap between his authorization and his actual behavior, he said, is what makes him a liability to his own organization. An audit operation that exceeds its mandate creates accountability upward for the person who issued the mandate and for the organization that conducted the operation. Filing this documentation in a mortal governance court forum that the celestial system cannot unilaterally close makes it a permanent part of the legal record. Zhou Qingshan studied the notated document. He had been looking at Bai Tianju's operation with the eyes of someone who couldn't challenge it through the available channels. His civil court authority was real but narrow, and he had learned over 11 years exactly how narrow it was when it brushed against celestial enforcement operations. What Shen Wuming was showing him was the specific gap in the authorization that made a channel available. You can file this in a mortal court hearing, Zhou said. The subsection 4 provision. Contested celestial mandate authority in a civil jurisdiction. Yes, but only after the documentation chain is complete. Filing too early produces an incomplete record that the celestial system can answer by correcting the excess before the hearing. Filing after the documentation is complete produces a record that describes a pattern rather than an incident. Second item, the operational brief. Zhou's clerk had found it during a routine cross-reference check of the audit mandates supporting administrative filings. The brief specified that Bai Tianju was not operating independently. He was executing an assignment under the direct authority of a named celestial court superior, a superior whose designation appeared in the brief without a personal name, referenced only by a structural title. The designation from the brief, Shen Wuming said. Is this the same designation that appears in Ironleaf's celestial compliance reporting documents? Zhou checked his administrative archive. He went back through the records, consulting the compliance reporting history. Yes, he said. The same title. The compliance reporting was established 47 years ago under this designation's authority. Show me the founding document. Zhou found it. A standard celestial administrative notice, establishing Ironleaf's reporting obligations to the celestial administrative hierarchy. The founding seal at the bottom was the same designation. 4.5 decades passed, before the current celestial court administration, before Zhao Fengming's appointment as arbiter, before the Saber Mandate sect's regional expansion into Ironleaf, before the earliest of the names in the sect's processing records. The designation appeared in the founding document and in the current operational brief, 47 years apart. One principal, or one position held continuously, had been running this regional operation from its origin to its current form. This is not Zhao Fengming, Shen Wuming said. Zhao Fengming is a subordinate enforcer. The principal has held this position for at least 47 years. Third item, the authorization gap. Working through the brief's supporting documentation, he found a name attached to the side-channel authorization that had given Gao Rini expanded interrogation permissions. The name was not Bai Tianju's. It was not Zhao Fengming's. It was the same designation, the 47-year designation, applied through a direct administrative channel to a specific member of a field operation. The principal was not only directing the regional operation through the standard hierarchy. The principal was reaching directly into specific field assignments and applying authority to individual personnel decisions without going through Zhao Fengming's chain of command. This was either unusual trust in Gao Rini specifically, or it was standard practice for this principal, bypassing the normal chain of command to maintain direct control of key operational elements. He wrote this in the ledger with the specific detail about the authorization pathway. Then he looked at the 3 documents spread across Zhou's desk, the audit authorization, the operational brief, the founding compliance notice, and thought about what they described when read as a connected set rather than as separate administrative documents. The second item also revealed something Shen Wuming had not expected to find, a detailed breakdown of the audit operation's internal budget allocations. Most celestial enforcement operations did not file itemized budget reports with a mortal administrative office. They operated under a blanket authorization that covered all expenses. Bai Tianju's operation had filed an itemized report, which was either a bureaucratic error or a deliberate administrative action. The report listed, under asset acquisition, a category labeled extraction materials, with specific quantities and unit costs. He cross-referenced the unit costs against the commission records in Meng Quill's archive. The extraction materials were the same equipment used to harvest void marks from terminated erased cultivators. Bai Tianju had come to Ironleaf specifically prepared to conduct harvesting operations, and he had documented this preparation in a mortal administrative filing. He filed this intentionally, Zhou Qingshan said, looking at the budget report over Shen Wuming's shoulder. Nobody puts extraction equipment in a budget report unless they want the budget report examined later. This is not a mistake, it is a claim to authorization. He is documenting that he had sanction for the extraction activities, which means someone with budget authority over his operation specifically allocated for extraction. Shen Wuming turned to the third column of the report, and that authorization came from the directing principal. The third item required more time. The operational brief's designation, the position title that appeared both in the 47-year-old founding document and in Bai Tianju's current operational brief, was not a standard Celestial Court administrative rank. It was a structural title, the kind created for a specific operational role rather than a general administrative position. Standard administrative positions had their holders' names attached. This one did not. He found the position's creation document in a deep subfiling of the civil compliance records, a document required at the time of the position's establishment, which was standard practice for celestial mortal interface roles. The creation document specified the position's authorities, its reporting structure, and its term. The term had no listed expiration. A position with no expiration date, he said. Established 4 decades and 7 years back. Still in operation. Is that unusual? Zhou asked. Standard celestial administrative positions are reviewed every 20 years. This one has not been reviewed in 47 because it does not appear in the standard review schedule. It was created through a side-channel authorization that bypassed the standard administrative tracking system. He paused. This is either a procedural anomaly from the original filing, or the position was deliberately created to be outside the standard review cycle. A position outside the review cycle is a position that cannot be administratively challenged. He noted this in the ledger and began working through the implications. A position with unchecked authority, established decades before the current Celestial Court administration, connected to both the founding of Iron Leaf's celestial compliance operations and the current audit mission. This was not someone operating within the system. This was someone who had built a system within the system. Hook, there is one more thing, Zhou Qingshan said. He looked uncomfortable in the specific way of someone who had been deciding whether to say something for longer than the conversation had been running. The founding document, the original one, from nearly 5 decades past. He pointed to the date. That was 3 years before the Saber Mandate sect received its first celestial contracting authorization. The sect was established 17 years before the founding document, but it didn't receive the contracting authorization until 3 years after. He paused. The founding document came first. The sect's contracting relationship was built on an existing operation, not the other way around, which meant the operation had been running before the sect existed to run it. Chapter 30 Tier 3 came on a clear morning when the sky was open and nothing specific was demanding it. This was how he had wanted it to arrive, chosen rather than forced, at a moment when he had prepared the conditions rather than reacted to an emergency. He had been managing the conditions for 2 weeks. The previous tier advances had been reactive, Tier 1 under immediate threat, in the window between a tribulation strike and a following enforcement team. Tier 2 after accumulated void marks had reached density under ongoing pressure. Both transitions had happened because the conditions produced them. He had made a different decision for Tier 3. He was going to produce the conditions himself. Laws of causality. The ability to break one established cause-effect chain per day. To inscribe from a void mark at the tier transition level required not just accumulated energy, but a clear understanding of what the new capability did, what its mechanism was, how it operated on reality, what its limits were. He had spent 2 weeks building this understanding. Not abstractly, concretely, through specific examples of cause-effect chains operating in Iron Leaf that he had observed in detail. How a sect enforcer's position report generated a coordination decision that generated a search pattern. How an informant's testimony moved through an organization's internal routing to produce an enforcement action. How a land grant's record dependency created a chain from bureaucratic legitimacy to physical territorial control. How a civil court filing generated a jurisdiction review that could temporarily contest a celestial mandate. He had mapped 28 specific cause-effect chains operating in the city, documenting the specific structural joints where they could be broken and what would happen to the downstream steps if the joint was severed. The tier transition itself happened at the 7th hour of a clear morning in the back room of the Cartwright's shop. It was quieter than he expected, not a threshold sensation but a change in resolution, as if the world had been slightly soft-edged before and was now precise. Not sharper visually, sharper structurally. He could see cause-effect chains as architectural things in the way that a skilled reader can see a text's logical structure, not drawn on the page, but available to comprehension as a coherent pattern underlying the surface of things. He tested it that afternoon on Feng Weiming's situation. Feng Weiming was a former erased cultivator. He was in Meng Quill's primary manifest, entry 14. Currently living in the Mortal District under an alias, in a rented room he had maintained for 2 months without incident. He had survived his erasure without any preparation assistance from the secondary manifest's unknown helper, which meant he had survived through sheer careful evasion. He was 51 years old. He had been surviving for 3 years. A Saber Mandate sect informant had identified Fong Weiming's location the previous day. Shen Wuming had learned this through Meng Quill's information network, which monitored the sect's civil intelligence operation. The informant's report was moving through the sect's internal routing process toward Bai Tianzhu's retinue. It would produce a capture operation within the day, and Fong Weiming would be taken and his accumulated void marks extracted, and what happened after depended on which statistical category he fell into. He identified the cause-effect chain. Informant report to internal logging to route processing to retinue notification. The report existed. The logging existed. He couldn't undo either without accessing the sect's internal systems, which he couldn't do. But the specific causal link between the logged report's existence and the route processing step, the mechanism by which a logged report generated a routing instruction, was a structural joint. He targeted it. The action was smaller than he had expected. He had imagined something requiring sustained effort. What it actually required was a precise, focused application of the new capability to one specific structural joint in one specific chain. The joint severed. The logged report remained in the system. The routing instruction was not generated. The retinue notification did not occur. The chain was broken at one joint, and everything downstream of that joint simply did not happen. Fong Weiming had a quiet afternoon in his rented room. Shen Wuming reached him through a trusted courier contact by evening and arranged a meeting. When they met the following morning and he explained the situation, fully, with documentation, Fong Weiming sat with it for a long time and then said, "I've been waiting for 3 years for someone who knew what was happening to talk to me about it." He was leaving the meeting when he felt observation from a specific location, not the monitoring arrays. He had been tracking those for 2 weeks and knew their texture. Not the Saber Mandate operatives' surveillance patterns. He knew those too. This was different, sharper, from a specific point. A tea house doorway on the far end of the lane, across 30 meters of cultivation district foot traffic. Luhong Saber was standing there in plain merchant's clothes, without his retinue, watching the street with the expression of a man whose suspicion had just been confirmed was true. He was not looking at Shen Wuming directly. He couldn't see Shen Wuming in the standard sense. He was looking at the space in the street, the air where, 12 minutes ago, a cause-effect chain in his organization's routing system had broken, and he had identified the break shape from the outside. "There you are," Lu Hong said, to the air, without raising his voice. "Across 30 meters. He said it with the satisfaction of a professional who had been tracking a very specific kind of problem and had just identified its mechanism from observation of its effects. The 2 weeks of deliberate preparation had also served a second purpose. He had been learning to think about power differently. Every previous tier had expanded what he could do. Tier 3 was the first tier that expanded what he could prevent. This was a meaningful distinction. Offensive power and preventive power were not the same thing philosophically. Offensive power required an object to act against. Preventive power required only an understanding of how things were connected, which connection to sever, at which joint, with which precision. You could apply preventive power in a room full of witnesses and have none of them understand what had happened. The effects would appear as coincidence, as malfunction, as simple bad luck. A cause-effect chain breaking was not visible. Only the broken chain's downstream consequences were visible, and the consequences looked like the natural disorder of an imperfect world. He had been thinking about this during the 2 weeks, and what he had arrived at was this. The laws of causality were the first of his capabilities that could be genuinely invisible if used with care. His previous laws left traces. No sanction blade marked him. No tracking array held him. His presence left no chi trace. Someone persistent enough to notice those negative effects could eventually build a picture of what he was capable of. The causality law left no negative trace. It simply left a world where certain expected consequences failed to materialize, and the failure looked like ordinary contingency. He had inscribed the law with this in mind, not as a blunt disruption tool, but as a precision instrument. He had spent the 2 weeks learning exactly how fine the precision needed to be, how specifically he needed to identify a cause-effect chain structural joint, how precisely the law needed to target that joint, how much residual shape, the severing left in the local reality that someone like Lu Hong, who was obviously trained to read exactly this kind of residual shape, would be able to detect. He could not make the severing invisible to Lu Hong. This was a confirmed limitation. Someone with sufficient sensitivity to void mark-adjacent phenomena could detect the absent shape of a broken chain. What he could do was make the detection difficult, ambiguous, and geographically uncertain. He could sever a chain and then move far enough from the severing point that the residual shape was not associated with a specific direction or person. He had not moved far enough this time. The informant report chain had been severed at a specific location, the eastern routing junction, accessible from 3 streets and 1 drainage channel. He had been in the drainage channel when he applied the law, which he had calculated would provide enough separation. He had calculated incorrectly by approximately 30%. The absence shape's spatial resolution was higher than he had modeled, and Liu Hong's sensitivity was calibrated for exactly this type of shape reading. He noted the error in the ledger with its specific quantities. He noted that the 30% error margin needed to be recalculated for future applications. He noted that Liu Hong's saber was now aware that a causality law practitioner was operating in Iron Leaf, and that this awareness would change Liu Hong's operational approach in ways that were not yet fully predictable. Then he closed the ledger and considered Liu Hong's final statement. There you are, and what it meant for the timeline. Hook. He said it without triumph, with the recognition that his operational category for this situation had been updated for this situation and was ready to move to the next phase of engagement. Shen Wuming wrote in his ledger. Asterisk Liu Hong's saber identified the causality law's effect from outside. He knows it was active. He does not know its mechanism. He knows there is a mechanism. He is moving from observation to contact. Timeline for the bridge meeting. 2 days, and there is no guarantee he will come alone. Asterisk Chapter 31. Liu Hong's saber came to him alone on the Jade Span Bridge on a morning when river mist hung low enough to erase the buildings on both banks, leaving only the stone arch and the water sounds and 2 figures in the middle distance. He had no retinue visible. He wore plain dark merchant clothing, no sect insignia, no formal robe, and he moved with the quiet economy of motion that comes from years of extensive training and found no further need to demonstrate that training to casual observers. Shen Wuming had watched him for 6 weeks and had not once seen him make a gesture that was purely theatrical. He came to within 5 paces and stopped. You found me, Shen Wuming said. You allowed yourself to be found, Liu Hong's saber said. You have been operating in this city for 6 weeks, and for the last 3 days your operational tempo decreased significantly. You are either exhausted or you are waiting for something. Given the rate at which you resolve exhaustion, old Ghost Chun told me you sleep 4 hours. You are waiting. You spoke with Chun. I attempted to. He declined and threw a jar of preserved plum at me. But the attempt told me what I needed to know. You have not told him what you are waiting for either, which means you are waiting for something uncertain enough that you did not want to commit the expectation to a conversation. Shen Wuming filed this observation, that Liu Hong read people the way he himself read administrative documents, through what was absent rather than what was present. You have come alone, Shen Wuming said. Yes. The retinue is within 12 minutes of this location at standard response speed, prepared on a trigger signal you have not yet given. Liu Hong smiled. 14 minutes. You estimated conservatively. I am cautious about retinue response times. They stood in the mist for a moment. Below them, the river moved without opinion. I will make my offer once, Liu Hong said. Cease operating in the territory of the Saber Mandate sect. This does not mean leaving Iron Leaf. You may stay here permanently, if you wish, provided your activities do not intersect with sect operations, the Celestial Court's regional mandate, or the documented record I am certain you have compiled. He paused. In return, I will not alert by Tianzhu to your specific location and methodology. I will allow the misapprehension that you are operating elsewhere to persist. His audit operations will be redirected. You will have a longer window. The offer was genuinely useful. The timeline value alone, a longer window against by Tianzhu's systematic searches, was significant. Liu Hong had calculated exactly how to make the offer appealing without making it free. Shen Wuming waited until the offer was fully finished. He had learned, from Chun, from years of reading bureaucratic exchanges, that the most important information in a negotiation was not in the offer itself, but in what the person offering was not prepared to argue about. You harvested 47 void marks from people you killed, Shen Wuming said. Shen Wuming has the documentation, names, extraction dates, the weight of each mark, and the current operational benefit to the Saber Mandate sect's stored reserve. This documentation exists in a format that would survive my death. It is in 3 locations. You do not know which 3. Liu Hong's smile did not change. Yes, he said, and I have a contingency that matters more than my reputation. He said it with no tension. As someone who had thought about this exact statement for a long time and had concluded, correctly, that it was the response the documentation required, a countermeasure so significant that documentation became a secondary consideration. Then we will need to discuss the contingency, Shen Wuming said. Yes, Liu Hong said. I thought we might. They stayed on the bridge for another hour. What actually happened in that hour? Liu Hong produced, from his inner coat, a small folded document. The civil licensing receipt for the Jade Cylinder's creation, which he had apparently anticipated would be needed as proof of the device's existence. He explained that he carried it because he was accustomed to negotiations with people who needed documentation, and he preferred to control what documentation was available. He walked Shen Wuming through the cylinder's specific mechanism once more, with more technical detail than the initial description had included. He named the artificer. He provided the date of the cylinder's completion and the date it was installed in the vault. He produced a second document, a brief internal sect communication, 12 years old, establishing the protocol for the cylinder's maintenance, who was authorized to inspect it, how often, under what conditions. 2 names on the maintenance authorization, Liu Hong's personal seal and the senior archivist. He was giving Shen Wuming enough to verify without enough to disable. This was careful and professional, and Shen Wuming noted it as such. A person who gave you nothing could not be moved by verification. A person who gave you everything left themselves with nothing held back. Luong had found the specific amount of information that made verification possible and independent neutralization without his cooperation impossible. You have done this before, Shen Wuming said. I have been in negotiations that required establishing credibility without surrendering leverage, Lu Hong said. This is approximately the format that works. The person I am negotiating with has to believe the contingency is real. If they don't believe it's real, it doesn't function as a constraint. So I provide enough to verify. I keep enough back that verifying is the maximum they can do without my active participation. You are also telling me, Shen Wuming said, that the contingency is a constraint on you. That you have built a device whose use you would prefer to avoid and whose existence limits your available options. Lu Hong looked at him for a moment. Yes, he said, that is accurate. Then at some point, Shen Wuming said, you will want to be free of it. And the question of what that condition looks like is relevant to both of us. Lu Hong said nothing. He folded the documents back into his inner coat. He looked at the river below them. Then he said, you should know that those names in your documentation are also in mine. I counted them. I know what they represent. I want that on record between us. He paused. I have not always operated in a way I am proud of. I am operating in the way I found available. There is a difference. He paused again. I do not expect you to accept this distinction. Shen Wuming does not accept distinctions in place of accounting. Shen Wuming said. The ledger remains open. The condition under which the accounting can be resolved is what we are currently exploring. He said it without warmth and without harshness, with the specific neutrality of someone who was keeping the accounting open rather than closing it prematurely. Lu Hong heard the difference. Then we understand each other, Lu Hong said. He straightened his merchant's coat. Meet me at the counting house on Copper Street at the second hour tomorrow. Alone. He paused at the bridge's edge. Tell old Ghost Shen I apologized for the preserved plum. The gesture was misread. Shen Wuming wrote in his ledger that night. Lu Hong Saber is not afraid of exposure. This is because he has a countermeasure that makes exposure irrelevant to his survival. He would not have offered a deal if the countermeasure were permanent. He is offering a deal because the countermeasure is a constraint as much as it is a weapon. He does not want to use it. This means there is a condition under which he would be willing to surrender it. That condition is worth more than the documentation. Asterisk. Hook. He wrote below this. Asterisk bridge meeting confirmed as productive. Advance to the contingency verification phase. Do not share this reasoning with Yenli until the verification is complete. Premature information produces premature confrontation, which eliminates flexibility. Note, this is the third operational entry that begins with a reason not to tell Yenli something. Review this pattern before it compounds, because the fourth instance will not be recoverable by notation alone. Asterisk Chapter 32 The contingency was a jade cylinder approximately the length of a grown man's forearm, smooth, pale green, carved with exactly 44 characters in a script Shen Wuming did not recognize from any of the administrative archives he had studied. Lu Hong did not show it to him directly. He described it, with technical precision that made the description a kind of proof. In their second meeting, 3 days after the bridge, he explained that the cylinder's mechanism was a conditional resonance device. It was tuned to the cultivation signatures of every current Saber Mandate sect disciple whose rank was below foundation carved. When the cylinder's outer shell was broken, it released a chi collapse wave that would propagate through those signatures and destroy the meridian networks of everyone it reached. Death was not instantaneous. It would take 6 to 12 hours, but it was certain. No antidote, no treatment, no cultivation technique capable of reversing meridian destruction of that type existed in any archive Meng Quill had shown Shen Wuming, and Meng Quill's archive was the most comprehensive private collection he had encountered. The count, Lu Hong said, was approximately 10,000 disciples currently at that rank. He had performed the count 3 months ago, and it was likely accurate within 200. He asked, where is the device stored? The vault beneath the sect headquarters, Eastern Tower. 7th chamber. Third shelf from the left wall. Lu Hong said this without hesitation, which was itself information. He was giving the location because he knew Shen Wuming would verify it, and finding the cylinder in its stated location was part of the argument. The activation mechanism. External shock to the outer shell. Force equivalent to a foundation-carved cultivator's open palm strike applied directly to the carved face. Nothing subtle. There is no code, no ceremony, no complex trigger. Who else knows about it? Within the sect, myself, my senior archivist, and the artificer who constructed it. The artificer died of ordinary illness 4 years ago. The archivist knows only that the device exists and that I have sole activation knowledge. She does not know the location. And if you die before the device is accessed, it remains where it is. The disciples remain alive. The vault remains sealed to everyone except myself and the archivist. The archivist does not have the vault's opening mechanism. He paused. I am aware this is also a vulnerability. I am telling you about it because the vulnerability is already known to anyone who reasons through the device's structure carefully. Pretending otherwise would waste both our time. Shen Wuming spent the following 2 days verifying. He could not enter the vault directly. It was inside the sect's headquarters under multiple formation layers. But he could verify through the administrative documents Meng Quill had access to. The vault's construction records, the artificer's historical commission logs, the sect's disciple census. The commission log dated 3 years before the artificer's death contained an entry for a resonance device, conditional activation, cultivation signature keyed, with materials cost consistent with the cylinder Lu Hong had described. The disciple census confirmed approximately 10,000 entries at the relevant rank. The device was real. He wrote this in his ledger in the notation section. Lu Hong Saber, contingency device, verified, real. He did not cross it out. The entry had no resolution column yet. He sat with this for a long time in the back room of the Cartwright's shop. The lamp burned low. Outside, Ironleaf made its ordinary city sounds. Distant commerce, someone laughing 3 buildings away, a card on the stone road. 10,000 people whose survival was currently a constraint on his ability to pursue a man who had killed 47 others. This is a political problem, he said, to the room. Old Ghost Chun, from his corner, said, yes. I cannot solve a political problem with a causality law. Breaking the cause chain of the device's activation does not eliminate the device. It only delays. Also yes, the device needs to be moved or destroyed under conditions where the activation event cannot occur. Which means I need access to the vault. Which means I need to be inside the sect's headquarters, which means they need to invite me in or I need to enter without detection. You're describing a 3-layer problem, Chen said. Access, extraction, and elimination, in that order. None of which you can do while Bai Tianju's audit operation is running a city-wide watch, and Lu Hong knows you're thinking about it. Shen Wuming closed the ledger. Then I need to resolve Bai Tianju first. And for that I need the civil court. Those 47 recorded individuals, he said. The documentation specifies extraction events. The extraction events are correlated with the Saber Mandate Sect's quarterly resource acquisition reports to its patron organization. The patron organization is not named in those reports. It is referenced by a structural title that appears in a 47-year-old compliance document held by Ironleaf's Civil Administrative Archive. The connection chain between the sect's field operations and its patron is documented in materials held in 3 separate locations, in 3 different archival formats, each of which has been independently verified by individuals whose identities are also documented. Lu Hong was listening in the way that someone listened when they were receiving information they already knew but needed to assess how accurately the speaker knew it. His face had not changed since he'd said, contingency that matters more than my reputation. That statement had been a door opening, not a threat. You have been building this for 6 weeks, Lu Hong said. 7. The work began before Ironleaf. And you assembled it without anyone in the city knowing you were assembling it. Several people in the city know specific components. None of them know the complete structure except the individual who is maintaining the 3rd archive location. He paused. This is a standard fragmentation approach. It protects the documentation even in the event of my incapacitation, and it ensures that no single disclosure event can neutralize the full evidentiary package. You are telling me all of this, Lu Hong said, because you want me to understand that the documentation cannot be neutralized, not as a threat, as a context for the negotiation we are apparently having. Yes. Lu Hong considered this for a moment. The mist around the bridge had thickened slightly since they had started talking. The river below moved with the specific sound of water that has been moving in the same channel for centuries, patient and indifferent to the conversations occurring above it. My offer stands, he said. It is a reasonable offer. Territory, continued operation, protection from Bai Tianju's current audit window, in exchange for operational withdrawal from the matters currently overlapping with sect interests. The offer is reasonable for a different negotiation, Shen Wuming said. What you are offering assumes the documentation is the primary leverage. The contingency you referenced suggests the actual leverage is something else. He paused. I am willing to discuss the contingency directly rather than working around it. You are willing to hear about it? Yes. A pause. Lu Hong looked at the water. Then meet me at the counting house on Copper Street at the second hour tomorrow. Alone. He turned to leave. Then, you should know that I have been attempting to find out where old Ghost Chen lives in this city for 11 days. I haven't found him. This is, professionally, impressive. Please tell him the preserved plum jar was a disproportionate response to an introduction. He spent the following 2 days also thinking about the 10,000. This was not a natural object for his thinking. His natural objects were documents, leverage points, causal chains, legal arguments, debts, and their resolution timelines. People functioned in his planning as variables with specific properties, useful, neutral, or obstructing, and he handled them according to those properties. He had not, in 8 months of operating outside the record, spent significant time thinking about large numbers of people who were not directly involved in any situation he was currently working on. The 10,000 disciples of the Saber Mandate sect occupied the most uncomfortable category available. People whose survival was a constraint on his ability to pursue a man who had killed 47 others. They were, almost certainly, not aware of the contingency device. They were cultivators in a contracted organization, most of them at the lower ranks where knowledge of the organization's senior operations was not shared, most of them training, studying, performing the ordinary work of maintaining cultivation at levels that required regular practice and periodic testing. They were not Liu Hong's victims. They were also not meaningfully his allies. They were approximately 10,000 people caught between a device and a calculation. He could not find the moral mathematics for it. He was accustomed to situations where the moral mathematics was available, where the accounting could be done, where the ledger balanced in a direction that indicated a correct action. This one did not balance in any direction he tried to apply. 10,000 people versus 47 deaths, which should be simpler than it was. Except that the 47 deaths were specific recorded individuals he had documented by name, and the 10,000 were a category, and the categories did not trade cleanly against each other in any accounting system he trusted. He wrote this in the ledger in the notation section. He wrote it in full rather than in abbreviated form, because abbreviated form would have simplified it, and he had decided that something that couldn't be simplified deserved to remain in its full complexity in the record. Then he wrote below it, *, this problem is not a variable to be managed. It is a constraint that changes the shape of every other variable in the current operation. Work with the constraint until the constraint can be resolved, not around it, not through it, but with it. The contingency device is not Liu Hong's threat. It is Liu Hong's situation. He built the situation. He is also constrained by it. Find the constraint that constrains him. * Old Ghost Chun had been in the corner reading during this entire session. He said, without looking up from his documents, you are going to try to find a way to neutralize the device without Liu Hong knowing. Yes. That will take time. Yes. How much time do you have before Bai Tianju's audit creates a condition where the contingency device becomes a live option for Liu Hong rather than a deterrent? He had been calculating this. 14 days, conservatively. 20 if I can slow Bai Tianju's timeline through the civil court process. Then you have 14 to 20 days to solve a 3-layer problem. Access to a sealed vault inside an active sect's headquarters, extraction of a device from that vault, and elimination of the device under conditions where it cannot activate. Shen turned a page. I have been in worse situations. Not recently, but historically. Hook. He wrote that night in the notation section, beneath the contingency entry. * Item 7. Liu Hong Saber's contingency device is pending resolution, not abandoned. Postponing is not the same as surrendering. A debt recorded is a debt that has not expired. All 47 entries are still in the ledger. Every entry in this ledger has been resolved eventually. This one will be no different. But the method of resolution matters as much as the resolution itself, and the method is not yet clear. Chapter 33 Rong Baiha arrived in Iron Leaf on a clear afternoon when the light came down at an angle that made the cultivation district's formation-carved pillars look briefly ceremonial, as if the city were performing its own civic pride rather than simply existing within it. She arrived without announcement, without retinue, and without any of the formal administrative apparatus that celestial judiciary enforcers normally required when operating in a regional city. She carried a single travel document, a case of files, and the expression of a person whose 3-month problem had reached its decision point and had not finished resolving it. She found Meng Quill's shop in the Shadow Archive district through the standard archive location process. Shadow Archives operated under a loose licensing arrangement with mortal civil authorities, and the licensing records were publicly accessible to anyone with celestial judiciary credentials. Her credentials were suspended while under review, but the archival records had not been updated to reflect this, an administrative lag of approximately 2 weeks, which she noted without acting on. Meng Quill was in her shop's front room when Baihe entered. She had a new client's file open on the counter and did not look up immediately. Celestial Judiciary, she said, as a statement rather than a question. Former, possibly current, depending on the review, Baihe said. I am not here in an official capacity. That is always what people say when they are here in a way they cannot officially acknowledge. Baihe looked at the shop, the shelves of paper-bound records, the filing jars with their wax seals, the single lamp at the right angle over the counter. She had entered dozens of shadow archives in her career as an enforcer. Most were kept in defensive disorder, a strategic mess designed to make fast inspection difficult. Meng Quill's was organized with a rigor that suggested not paranoia, but genuine professional pride. Each archive had a specific place, a specific arrangement, a specific logic. You felt a white gap, Baihe said. Before I opened the shop that morning. 3 months, 2 weeks, and 4 days ago. And the gap is currently somewhere in Ironleaf. The gap, Meng Quill said carefully, is not in a location I track or maintain. I provide archive services. I do not locate individuals. I know. I am not asking you to locate him. Baihe set her file case on the counter. I am here because 3 months ago I filed a discrepancy report that I do not understand, and I was told recently to look at it again. She opened the case and removed the relevant file. I was told by someone who presumably knew something I didn't. Meng Quill looked at the file without touching it. Timestamp discrepancy in an erasure execution record. Yes. You filed it yourself. I recorded the erasure completion 1 minute before the procedural window closed. The window required the subject to be fully within the record-bound space for the execution to be legally valid. I recorded completion before verifying this condition. She paused. I thought it was an administrative error at the time. I corrected the form and filed it for audit. The audit returned the form as valid. The discrepancy was within acceptable parameters. But the audit was conducted internally. The auditor was Xiao Fengming's office. She looked at the file. I have been thinking about this for 3 months. The discrepancy was accepted as valid by the office of the person who issued the original erasure order. This is either coincidence or it is a decision to accept a potentially invalid execution in order to close the case. Meng Quill studied her with the archivist's professional attention, the kind built from thousands of interviews, and could distinguish between performance and genuine unresolved confusion. What you are describing, she said quietly, is the possibility that the erasure was not legally complete. I am describing a discrepancy I cannot resolve with the information I have. I see. Meng Quill picked up a small jar from the shelf behind her and set it on the counter. I do not locate individuals. I do provide consultation on archive-related discrepancies to qualified researchers. She paused. You filed a discrepancy 3 months ago. You should look at it again, carefully, with fresh eyes, and with a question in mind rather than an answer. What question? What does the Celestial Court require to close a case? And what happens to their authority to pursue it if the case cannot be closed? The archive had been operating for 14 years, Meng Quill said. In that time she had recorded 308 entries. Each entry represented an individual whose name had been removed from the heavenly record, some erased by administrative order, some by natural tribulation failure, some by mechanisms she had not yet fully categorized. Of the 308, she had confirmed 18 as still alive. The rest were presumed dead, either eliminated by sect contractors, killed in the immediate aftermath of erasure when the loss of record protection typically made survival extremely difficult, or simply gone to places she couldn't track. Baihe read this without interruption. She had come prepared to question and found instead that she was being given information. Why are you telling me this? She said. Because you came here without a warrant, without official status, without a supporting team, and without a fabricated cover story. You told me your credentials were under review and then asked me about a timestamp discrepancy you filed yourself. People who come here under official pretense do not admit their own administrative vulnerability in the first sentence. Meng Quill set the jar back on the shelf. You are either genuinely confused or you are honest. Both are useful to me, and the distinction matters less than you might think. Baihe considered this. I executed the erasure order, she said. I was the executing officer of record. I know. That means I am responsible for whatever happened in the execution, including the discrepancy. Yes, I filed it because it was inaccurate not to file it. The execution record should reflect what actually occurred, not what should have occurred. Filing a falsely clean record would have been a corruption of the judicial record. She paused. I didn't know what the discrepancy meant at the time. I still don't know if it means what I think it might mean. But I know that if it means what I think it might, then I produced an invalid erasure record, and that record has been used to authorize ongoing pursuit operations against someone who may never have been legally erased. Meng Qi held her silence. This was, Rong Baihe would later understand, one of the archivist's specific methods of attention. The silence that followed a statement she found significant. The ongoing pursuit operations, Meng Qi said carefully, are conducted under the authority of the erasure order. If the order is procedurally invalid, the authority derived from it is also invalid. Anyone acting under that authority during the period of the invalid order would be acting without valid mandate. She paused, including the contracting organizations performing enforcement activities in this region, including the Saber Mandate sect. I did not say that. You didn't have to. Baihe looked at the archive shelves. The civil compliance records established under that authority. The land grants certified under the same administrative chain. The detention operations conducted under by Tianzhu's audit authorization, which itself derived from the original erasure order. She worked through the chain methodically. If the route is invalid, every branch built on that route is contestable. Contestable is not the same as void, Meng Qi said. Contesting it would require a claimant with standing in a forum that has jurisdiction. I have standing. I'm the executing officer. I filed the discrepancy. I have standing to petition for a review of the execution record's validity. She paused. I don't currently have a forum with jurisdiction. The Celestial Administrative System reviews its own records. Zhao Fengming's office approved the discrepancy as within acceptable parameters. His office would be reviewing its own approval. Which is why you are here, Meng Qi said, rather than in a Celestial Administrative Chamber. Hook. Rong Baihe picked up her file and stood at the counter for a moment longer, looking at the organized archive around her. She said, there is someone in this city who cannot be clearly seen by people like me. Meng Qi said nothing. I am not asking where. She paused. I am asking what he is building. Meng Qi looked at the lamp. A record, she said. He is building a record that will survive him. She didn't say anything further, and the way she said it, with something that was not quite fear and not quite admiration, told Baihe that this was the most honest answer in the shop. Chapter 34. The tea house on the Cultivation District's eastern edge had 4 rooms, a courtyard with a single pine, and a proprietor who had learned over 30 years of operation that his business model depended on customers who needed to speak privately and trusted that the establishment's walls would preserve that trust. He had never asked what was discussed. He had never needed to. Shen Wuming arrived first and sat with his back to the inner wall, facing the door, with a cup of green tea going cold in front of him. He had arranged the meeting through Meng Qi, a neutral channel, documentation-free, the kind of arrangement that could not be cited in any record as a deliberate contact. He heard her before she entered. Her footstep pattern was specific, a slightly longer stride on the left side, consistent with training in a wide-stance combat form. He had catalogued this 3 weeks ago from observation. She entered and sat across from him, and they looked at each other through approximately 30 centimeters of tea house air, with the combined awkwardness of 2 people whose perceptual systems were not quite compatible. From his perspective, she was blurred at the edges, not in a visual sense, but in a record sense. The information that normally accumulated around a person as a kind of ambient background was missing or distorted. He could not read her the way he read most people. He saw her face, her clothing, her posture, but not the record impression that normally overlaid these details like a second layer of information. She was, to him, a person seen without annotations. From her perspective, as she told him much later, and he recorded with careful attention, he appeared as a person who should be there and was not. His chair was occupied. His voice came from a specific location. His teacup moved when he lifted it. But the part of her perception that tracked individuals against the record's baseline, the sense that told her someone was a real, accounted for person in the world, found nothing to latch onto. She was speaking to a gap in the shape of a man. You came without backup, he said. You came without retinue, she said. I don't have one. I know. A pause. I know more about your situation than I knew 3 months ago. He waited. I was told to look at the discrepancy again, she said. I did. I understand what it means now, in terms of the case's validity, the legal argument available from the timing. I don't know yet whether it matters. It matters if the case can be re-examined by someone with authority to examine it, he said. It does not matter if the case is considered closed by the party with authority to examine it, which is currently the party who issued the original order. I'm aware of the problem. You filed the discrepancy, and the discrepancy was accepted as valid. The acceptance was processed by Xiao Fengming's administrative office. This means either the discrepancy was noticed and dismissed, or it was noticed and preserved. If preserved deliberately, someone in that office has been maintaining a potentially void erasure record for 3 months. She looked at her tea. Why would they preserve a void record? Several reasons. A void record closes no case and creates no precedent. An invalid erasure that is accepted as valid creates the appearance of a clean resolution without producing an actual legally defensible outcome. If the erasure is later challenged, the voiding of the record produces legal uncertainty about whether the court ever had valid authority to pursue the matter. You are saying they may have been preserving the discrepancy as a tool, she said, to be used later against you, by demonstrating that even an invalid erasure creates ongoing legal uncertainty. Yes, or they were not aware of it, and it was simply filed and accepted by a functionary who did not understand the implications. Which do you think? He considered. Xiao Fengming is precise. His administrative office is run with precision. I do not believe the discrepancy was not noticed. He paused. I believe it was noticed, and someone decided it was too useful to correct. She didn't speak for a breath. Then she pressed a file across the table, a physical document, paper, the kind that left a material record of its own transfer. A copy of your erasure order, she said, with the timestamp discrepancy circled. In my hand, in red. He picked it up and read it. The proprietor brought tea without being asked. He had learned, after 30 years, that the people who came to his tea house for private conversations needed something to occupy their hands, and that providing it without making an event of it was part of the service. They both held their cups without drinking for a while. You came to the Shadow Archive District before coming here, he said. Yes. What did Mengquil tell you? She didn't tell me where you were, if that's what you're asking. She told me about a record, 308 entries. She turned her cup. I was not aware the number was that large. Most people are not aware it exists at all. I executed one order in my career as an enforcer, she said. Yours. I thought it was one case. An anomaly, an administrative error that had been routed through my division rather than through the standard enforcement channel. A pause. I thought it was unusual that an erasure order had been issued without the standard 7-day review period. I filed a procedural objection at the time. The objection was overruled by Xiao Fengming's office with a notation that the case was time-sensitive. I performed the execution, and then filed the timestamp discrepancy. Not immediately. It was 3 months before I made the connection between the discrepancy I had noticed and the legal significance it might carry. She looked at her tea. I am not presenting this as a defense. I am presenting it as an accurate account. I don't require a defense, he said. I require accurate accounts. They are more useful. The quality of the silence that followed this was specific. Neither hostile nor comfortable, but something in between. Two people who had different relationships to the same event and were in the process of discovering that the event looked different from each position, and that both positions contained accurate information. You cannot see me clearly, he said. In the record sense. No. You are. She paused, looking for the accurate description. You are present where you are sitting. I can see that. But the part of my perception that confirms presence by cross-referencing the record finds nothing. It is like speaking with someone who has no shadow. And to me, you are blurred. Not visually. The information that normally accompanies a person, the ambient record impression, is absent. I can hear your voice, observe your actions, read your expressions. The deeper layer of comprehension is blocked. He considered his cup. I find this makes people simultaneously easier and harder to assess. Easier because I am forced to rely on direct observation rather than record-derived inference. Harder because record-derived inference is approximately 40% of how I normally build an accurate picture of a person's intentions. You track that percentage. I track most percentages. She nearly smiled. He could see it in the specific way her expression adjusted, something that was not quite amusement, but was its functional equivalent. Does it affect your assessment of me? The blur. Yes. I cannot determine your record status with precision, which means I cannot determine your level of karmic investment in the celestial administrative system. High investment means high cost to act against the system. Low investment means lower cost. This is information I normally have and currently do not. My karmic investment in the celestial administrative system, she said, is diminishing at a rate I would not have predicted 6 months ago. He looked at her across the 30 centimeters of table between them. She was blurred to him in the record sense, and for a moment he had the specific, uncomfortable experience of wishing the blur were not there, not because it was strategically inconvenient, but because the conversation they were having was the kind of conversation in which the additional layer of information would have been valuable in a way that had nothing to do with strategy. Hook. He read it twice, folded it into his inner coat, and looked at her across the table. She was blurred to him, unclear in the record perception sense, but her hands on the table were steady, and the decision to hand over the document was not the action of someone who was undecided. He wrote in the ledger that evening, *Rong gave me the document. She came without backup. She is not deciding whether to cross a line. She already crossed it. She does not know what she is building toward. She is acting on the information in front of her without a full strategic picture. This is either recklessness or integrity. I do not have a column in this ledger for integrity. I should, because integrity, unlike leverage, does not depreciate with use. Chapter 35. The argument happened in the room above the Cartwright's shop at the 7th hour, when the evening was far enough along that Yinli had been awake for 19 hours straight, and he had been awake for 22. Yinli set the ceramic waterstones down on the windowsill. He had been carrying them since the morning patrol circuit, a habit he developed in Greywood for keeping his hands busy during long waits, and did not pretend to be arriving at the subject casually. 18 hours, he said. Yes. I was in that cell for 18 hours, during which time I was questioned 5 times and placed under a cultivation suppression array twice, which you know gives me headaches that last 3 days. I know. You knew I was going to be questioned. You sent me into the situation that would produce the questioning. I needed by Tianju's retinue to reveal the full scope of their secondary interrogation authorization. The authorization was not in their public mandate filing. It existed through a side channel established between Gaorani and a directing principal whose identity I needed documented. Gaorani only uses the secondary authorization under conditions of high confidence in the detention, which required a detainee he considered genuinely significant. He paused. You are genuinely significant to the operation. The questioning produced the documentation I needed. The secondary authorization's paper trail is now in Zhou Qingshan's files with 3 witnesses. Yinli was still for a moment in a way that was not agreement. You could have told me, he said. Before. You could have told me. This is what the cell is for. This is what 18 hours produces. This is why I need you to sit there and not send up a signal. I would still have done it. You know I would have. He picked up one of the water stones and turned it over. But sitting there for 18 hours not knowing if you had a plan, or if the plan had broken down, or if you had decided I was a variable who could be left, that is different from sitting there knowing I am a necessary part of something specific. Yes, Shen Wuming said. The single word was not agreement with the accusation. It was acknowledgement that the distinction Yinli was making was real. I am a variable in this, Yinli said. I know that. Every person in your planning is a variable. I am not asking not to be. He set the stone down. I am asking whether variables can also be told what they are variables for, before the variable is placed. He paused. It is a small thing. It does not cost the operation anything. It costs you something. I think it costs you the comfort of not having to explain yourself. I think that is what you are protecting. Shen Wuming did not answer. Are you? Yinli stopped. Tried again. Are you ever going to tell me what I am in this? Not in operational terms. In the other terms. Is that a question you can answer, or is it a question you have not asked yourself? A long pause. The lamp between them. Both, Shen Wuming said. Yinli looked at him. That's an answer. It is the accurate answer. Is that enough? The argument's approach had been visible to him for 2 days. He had watched Yinli manage it, the way he kept returning to the water stones, the way his patrol circuits had shortened and tightened, the way he ate a meal that evening with the focused attention of someone who was not tasting the food because his attention was elsewhere. He had been building toward it the way that someone built toward something they needed to say, but were uncertain the saying would accomplish anything. He had not tried to preempt it. He had considered this. There were approaches available, small disclosures that would have softened the confrontation, contextual information he could have provided earlier that would have made the 18 hours more legible to Yinli without changing their operational value. He had decided not to use those approaches because he had been uncertain whether the decision to use them was coming from genuine care for Yinli or from strategic management of an asset he needed to remain functional. He had not been able to distinguish between those 2 motivations cleanly enough to act. This was itself an error in his reasoning system. He could see it as Yinli spoke. The inability to distinguish between genuine care and strategic management was not a neutral condition. It was a failure to develop the relevant internal infrastructure, and the failure had produced a decision that looked, from the outside, like indifference. The appearance of indifference and indifference itself were different things. But the person experiencing the appearance of indifference could not distinguish them from the inside of the experience. I understand, he said, when Yinli finished. Yinli looked at him. That's not what I asked. You asked if I would have told you in advance. The honest answer is, I would have weighed whether telling you compromised the operational value of your being in the cell without full information. Your genuine uncertainty, your unscripted emotional state during questioning. These were components of what made the secondary authorization visible. They could not have been simulated if you had known. This is the calculation I made. I know you made that calculation. I'm asking whether you considered what it cost. A pause. He looked at the lamp. He had been honest about the calculation because he was honest about calculations. Being honest about the cost was harder because it required engaging with a category of experience he did not naturally measure. I considered it insufficiently, he said. Yinli was quiet. This was not the answer he had been expecting. He had been prepared for the calculation to be defended, for Wuming to explain in additional detail why the tactical value of the information obtained had justified the method. He was not prepared for a straight acknowledgement of insufficient consideration. What does that mean? Yinli asked. That you thought about it, but not enough? It means I thought about the cost in the abstract, as a category, a parameter that exists in the operational model, rather than in the specific. The specific cost to a specific person matters differently than the abstract category of cost. I treated them as equivalent. They are not. He looked at Yinli directly. This is the same error I have made twice before, and both previous instances involved you. I am noting this because a pattern that repeats twice in the same direction is not a variance. It is a tendency in the model. You're putting yourself in your own ledger, Yinli said. Yes. A long silence. Outside, Ironleaf moved. The lamp between them made two shadows. Are you a friend or a variable? Yinli said again, quieter this time. Not as an accusation. As a genuine question from someone who had been sitting with it long enough that the asking of it was itself a kind of answer about what Yinli needed to know. Hook. The question sat between them in the room without an answer for long enough that it became its own kind of answer. Not yes, not no, but something that required another question before it could resolve. Yinli picked up the water stones and went to his own corner of the room. Shen Wuming opened the ledger and made a notation in the section he kept for corrections to his operational model. The notation was not about by Tianzhu or Lu Hong or Zhao Fengming. He wrote it in the section because it described an error in an assumption. The assumption that Yinli's patience was a function of operational clarity rather than of trust, and that trust was a fixed resource rather than something that required, periodically, a return, and he had not returned it, and the account was still open. Chapter 36. The sweep launched at the second hour after midnight, which was the time by Tianzhu's operational planning documents. Shen Wuming had read 3 of them through Zhou Qingshan's administrative access, consistently identified as the optimal window for celestial enforcement operations in mortal governance cities. The lowest civilian foot traffic, the highest probability of finding targets in fixed locations rather than in transit, and the best acoustic conditions for chi detection. Array deployment. He had been expecting it for 2 days. The sweep was not subtle. It came in on 3 concentric rings, outer patrol circuits to close exits, mid-ring detection arrays to identify void mark signatures, inner teams to follow up on detections. The formation was standard celestial audit procedure, well-designed and well-executed, and against a standard target in a standard city, it would have worked efficiently within 4 hours. Against him, it faced one structural problem. He had spent 6 weeks mapping every formation node in Ironleaf's cultivation district, and he had spent the last 48 hours noting which of the sweep's communication relay points were critical to the formation's coordination. The relay system, the mechanism by which the 3 concentric rings communicated with each other and with by Tianzhu's central command position, depended on 6 anchor points. He had identified all 6. 4 of them were in the city's permanent formation network. 2 were temporary installations his advanced intelligence had located via Meng Quill's contact in the civil licensing office, which tracked temporary structure permits. He broke the coordination relay at the 4th hour of the sweep. He did not attack the relay directly. His causality law broke cause-effect chains, which meant it could sever the mechanism by which a relay transmission produced a coordinated response. He located the specific causal link between the temporary relay at the eastern anchor point and the mid-ring team's coordination pattern, applied the law, and severed it. The eastern anchor went silent. The mid-ring teams on that side continued operating, but without coordination data. They began working off their last known positions, which were already outdated by 40 minutes. The inner ring team, waiting for confirmation from the mid-ring, received no confirmation and began making decisions independently. 3 of the 5 independent decisions were wrong by Shen Wuming's assessment, and the 2 correct decisions were not communicated to the team's position to act on them. He watched this unfold from the roof of the Chandler's building on the Cultivation District's northern edge, where the sightlines covered 3 of the sweep's sub-team positions. He did not move. He wrote in the ledger in the low available light. Yanli was circulating through the mortal district on the northern edge, making sure the 6 surviving erased cultivators he had found through Meng Quill's manifest were in secured positions. He reported by a hand signal relay system they had established 4 weeks ago. The sweep fractured into 8 sub-teams operating without a coherent picture of each other's positions or the target's location by the 6th hour. By the 7th hour, 3 of the sub-teams had begun operating in overlapping zones and generating internal coordination problems. He left the roof at the 8th hour. The sweep was still running, disorganized, but still running, and the city was not yet quiet enough for comfortable ground movement. He moved through the mortal district by the specific pathways he had memorized, 7 routes, all of them capable of being traversed in under 4 minutes, none of them crossing the sweep's remaining active zones. He was passing the broad intersection near the cultivation district's western entrance when he felt the specific sensation of direct observation. Not the sweep's arrays, he knew their texture. Not Liu Hong's network surveillance, he knew that pattern as well. Something sharper, with better calibration than either. He slowed without stopping and adjusted his route by 3 degrees, moving through the fruit market stalls rather than the direct path. The observation tracked him. He checked the position. A corner balcony on the building facing the intersection, 2nd floor, southern exposure. The angle was precise. He had been visible from that balcony for approximately 40 seconds of his transit, which was long enough to identify his movement pattern, but not long enough for a sweep team response. Bai Tianzhu was standing on the balcony. Not his retinue, Bai Tianzhu himself, in his own cultivation court robes, holding a cup of something hot in one hand, and watching the intersection with the expression of a professional who had found something unexpectedly interesting. The 3rd sub-team to fracture did so because of an internal communication failure that had nothing to do with his causality law. They had simply received conflicting orders from 2 different senior operatives whose coordination had already broken down, and the conflicting orders sent them to opposite sides of the same district. He noted this in his ledger. It was useful information. The sweep's internal communication structure was already degraded before he had applied any disruption. Their formation was well designed at the planning level and brittle at the execution level, which was a common failure mode in organizations that invested heavily in strategy and lightly in communication infrastructure. Yanli's signal relay reported all 6 of the surviving erased cultivators secured by the 4th hour. He acknowledged this with a single return signal and continued observing. By the 5th hour, the sweep had effectively divided into 2 coherent groups, one working the cultivation district's southern half, one working the northern half, and 3 independent subunits that had lost contact with both groups. The 2 coherent groups were operating efficiently within their reduced scope. The 3 independent units were operating in overlapping zones, which meant they were generating false positive detections of each other and reporting those detections to a command center that was no longer receiving consistent data from the mid-ring coordination layer. He watched the sweep's degradation with a kind of professional attention that was not quite satisfaction and not quite admiration. The sweep had been well designed. The failure was not in the design. It was in the assumption that the design would be implemented in an environment that behaved as expected. He had not changed the environment dramatically. He had changed one input, at one structural joint, at one critical moment in the sweep's deployment. The system had done the rest itself. By Tianju's position he had tracked throughout. The young master had not moved from the administrative complex's upper terrace for the first 3 hours, monitoring through a celestial communication formation. At the 4th hour he had moved to the cultivation district's western edge, which suggested he was tracking something specific, following a lead that the sweep had generated before the disruption. At the 6th hour he had moved again, to the cultivation district's central intersection, where the 3 damaged sub-teams' last known positions converged. He was mapping the disruption, not the sweep's failures, the disruption itself. He was working backward from the pattern of failures, trying to identify the shape of the intervention that had produced them. He was, in effect, reading the absence of coordination the way Shen Wuming read the absence of record entries, as information about the thing that wasn't there rather than the things that were. This was sophisticated. It was not something any of the standard celestial enforcement protocols accounted for. It was a personal capability, by Tianju's own analytical approach, developed outside the standard training framework. This was the first evidence that the young master's primary danger was not his formal authority or his cultivation rank. It was his specific cognitive style. He filed this in the ledger with a precise annotation. Asterisk by Tianju does not rely exclusively on record-derived information. He can read absence patterns. This makes him dangerous in the specific way that a person who knows how to read negative space in a text is dangerous. They find what was omitted rather than only what was included. Operational implication. Deception strategies based on providing false information are less effective against him than strategies based on providing no information. But no information strategies require greater operational discipline across the entire network, as any informational leak becomes the signal rather than noise. Hook. He was not looking at Shen Wuming. He was looking at the intersection, at the point, 40 minutes back, where the Eastern Relay anchor had gone silent. He was standing in the place where the sweep's coordination had failed, looking at the negative space around the failure, working backward from the effect to the position from which the effect had been applied. He was standing exactly where Shen Wuming had been standing 40 minutes ago, finding it by reasoning rather than by detection. His cup of tea steamed in the night air. He was smiling with one corner of his mouth, the way someone smiles when a problem has become more interesting rather than less, and who has already decided what the next move is. Chapter 37. Old Ghost Chun had been in the Shadow Archive District for 11 days when he found the reservoir documentation. He did not tell Shen Wuming immediately. He spent 2 more days cross-referencing it against 4 other sets of documents in Meng Quill's archive before he was satisfied that what he was reading was what it appeared to be rather than a plant, a misfile, or an artifact of someone else's research that had accumulated suggestive-looking documentation around a false conclusion. Then he came to the Cartwright's back room at the late afternoon hour when the light was at its least demanding and set a packet of documents on the table. "Sit down," he said. "I'm standing," Shen Wuming said, from the window. "I know. Sit down anyway. This is the kind of information that works better when the person receiving it is not visibly deciding what to do with it before the information is complete." Shen Wuming sat. Shen sat across from him. He set the packet in the center of the table, not between them, but directly accessible to either. "The Saber Mandate sect's harvest operation," he said. "The void marks they extract from the erased cultivators they eliminate. We knew they were keeping them. Meng Quill's archive had the commission records on the extraction devices. We did not know what they were doing with the stored marks after extraction. And now, they are not storing them. They are forwarding them." He opened the top document. It was a transfer ledger, the kind of administrative document that tracked chi material shipments between organizations, in the standard Celestial Court administrative format. The Saber Mandate sect forwards the extracted marks upward through a contracting channel to a collection point within the Celestial Court's 3rd archive chamber. The transfer records go back 19 years in Meng Quill's collection. The pattern before that is implied by the founding document Zhou Qingshan found, the oldest document in the chain, from nearly 5 decades back. "The collection point is a reservoir," Shen Wuming said. This was not a question. A reservoir at significant capacity. 19 years of documented transfers, and from the volume figures in the transfer ledger, the quantity accumulated is, he paused. He had done this calculation multiple times and was still finding the result uncomfortable. It is large. The void marks of everyone erased and eliminated over at least 4.5 decades have been accumulating in one location. At capacity. Near it. I don't have current capacity data. The documents I found are the most recent in Meng Quill's collection, which runs about 14 months behind the current date. As of 14 months ago, the reservoir was at approximately 80% of its indicated maximum. Shen Wuming was quiet. The lamp was the only moving thing in the room, the flame shifting slightly in the air from the window. "The mechanism for which this reservoir is being built," he said. "You have a theory. I have a more than a theory." Shen coughed, not a productive cough, the kind that accompanied the specific degradation of his cultivation system, and steadied. "You know the absolute revision theory? It is in the ancient texts, the ones predating the current Celestial Court administration. A cosmological failsafe built into the records architecture. A mechanism for overriding the record in its entirety. A theoretical construct. Most scholars consider it a later addition to the texts, a medieval interpolation. Most scholars have not seen Meng Quill's archive." He put another document on the table. "This is a partial schematic. Incomplete, but enough to establish that it was not theoretical. The mechanism exists. It has a specific activation requirement. A void mark reservoir of sufficient capacity and specific composition must be linked to the record's central inscription point." He paused. "The composition requirement is the part that clarifies what they've been doing. The marks must be from cultivators who were erased while still carrying active personal loss. Cultivators who had written their own rules into reality. The reservoir is not just accumulation. It is assembly of specific material. They are building toward activation," Shen Wuming said. "And when activated, the record is rewritten. All fate lines, all karma chains, all inscribed personal laws, all precedents established outside the record's standard architecture. Everything outside the current system's accepted parameters." He met Shen Wuming's eyes. "Every law you have written disappears. Everything you have built becomes as if it never existed. The schematic Meng Quill had produced from the pre-administrative texts was partial, 7 sheets of reconstruction work, 2 of them speculative, but sufficient to establish that the absolute revision mechanism was not a later interpolation or a theoretical construct. It was engineered. Someone had designed it with specific components, a specific activation sequence, and specific requirements for the activation material. The mechanism has 2 stages, Chen said. He spread the schematic on the table. He had annotated it in his small, precise hand, adding references from his own 3 centuries of study in the margins. Stage 1. The reservoir is linked to the record's central inscription point through a resonance pathway. This requires that the reservoir be at sufficient capacity and that the material in it be specifically composed. Void marks from cultivators who had inscribed personal laws while their erasure was active. Not any void marks. Those specific ones. Because those marks carry the structure of personal law inscription, Shen Wuming said. Correct. Ordinary cultivation qi cannot activate the mechanism. Only the specific type of qi that has been through the inscription process, that has been shaped by someone writing their own rules into reality outside the record's authority. The mechanism requires the specific material that represents what it is designed to eliminate. He paused. This is deliberate. Whoever designed the mechanism understood that the only real threat to the record's authority was the possibility that individuals could write laws outside it. They designed the elimination mechanism to require those laws as fuel. Which means the Celestial Court's long-term strategy has not been to prevent personal law inscription. It has been to allow it, to encourage it, by creating conditions where erasure occurs and survivors sometimes develop the unwritten path and then harvest the results. Yes, they have been farming it. Chen's voice carried something Shen Wuming had not heard in it before, a quality that was not quite anger, but was its specific precursor, the emotional state of an old man who had just confirmed what he had hoped was untrue. For at least a century, possibly longer, if the mechanism's design predates the period the documents can verify. Stage 2. Shen Wuming said. Stage 2 is the actual revision. Once the resonance pathway is established and the reservoir is at sufficient capacity, the record rewrites itself. All entries outside its currently approved parameters are erased. All laws inscribed outside its authority structure are voided. All karma chains, fate lines, and destiny threads that don't originate within the record's sanctioned cultivation framework are dissolved. He folded the schematic. Complete reset. As if the last century of unsanctioned cultivation had never occurred. As if I had never inscribed anything. You specifically, and everyone like you. Everyone who found a way to exist outside the record's control and write their own terms into reality. He looked at Shen Wuming steadily. If it activates, you become what the erasure order intended you to be. Nothing. Not dead, just nothing. Without the laws you've inscribed to anchor you, you would revert to what you were before the first void mark. An unprotected, unrecorded individual in a world that has no mechanism for registering you. You would survive approximately 16 hours in that condition before a standard tribulation sequence would find you and complete the original termination. How long to stop it? Shen Wuming said. Chen looked at the schematic. The reservoir is at 80%. At the current accumulation rate, 17 to 22 void marks per year based on the transfer ledger's documented volume. It will reach capacity in approximately 4 to 6 years. He paused. Stopping it requires either preventing the reservoir from reaching capacity, which means stopping the Saber Mandate sect's harvest operations permanently, not temporarily, or accessing the reservoir itself and disrupting its composition before the resonance pathway can be established. Disrupting its composition means destroying the accumulated void marks. Yes. Which means destroying the only evidence that a century of erased cultivators ever existed. He said nothing for a moment. I want that on record, in the ledger you are keeping, before you make any plan that includes it as an option. Those marks are the last trace of people who were erased. Destroying them to prevent the mechanism from activating is a real cost. I want it written down. Hook. The evening came into the room and the lamp flame steadied. Shen Wuming wrote in the ledger for a long time. Not tactical notes. Not operational analysis. He wrote in the section he had opened for this kind of problem, the section he had not named yet, but which contained, so far, 2 entries, both about Yenli, both about the same error. He wrote, *, they are not merely hunting individuals. They are harvesting a specific kind of material toward a specific endpoint. This changes the nature of the opposition. This is not a political conflict that can be resolved through documentation and legal challenge at the mortal level. This is a structural problem with a structural solution. And the structural solution is one I do not yet know. which means I need Shen to remain alive long enough to help me find it. Note: Shen coughed 3 times during this conversation. The third one was worse than the first 2, and there would not be many more of them. Chapter 38 9 days. Shen Wuming gave himself 9 days to build the conditions for the civil court confrontation with Bai Tianju. Not because 9 days was the natural length of the preparation. It was not. But because 9 days was the specific window created by 2 simultaneous constraints. The window before Bai Tianju's audit operation reached its scheduled rotation back to the Celestial Court for resupply, which would take him out of Ironleaf for 14 days and return him with additional resources. And the window before the mortal harvest season's end closed the civil court's regular hearing schedule for 30 days. After the 30-day closure, getting a civil hearing on the calendar would require petition to the regional court, a process that took 60 to 90 days and involved legal challenges that the Celestial Court could interrupt. The civil court's regular schedule was accessible through Zhou Qingshan's standing magistrate authority and could not be challenged in the same way. 9 days. He used all of them. Day 1. He finalized the documentation set with Zhou Qingshan. 47 names, each with their erased status, their location at the time of sect contact, and where available their former cultivation rank. Cross-referenced against the Saber Mandate Sect's commission records from Meng Quill's archive. Cross-referenced against the transfer ledger, showing that the sect had forwarded harvested marks upward, which established a financial chain connecting the sect's field operations to the Celestial Court's administrative hierarchy. This was the primary evidentiary package. Zhou Qingshan reviewed it twice and said, "This will require the full hearing chamber. I'll need 4 witnesses minimum." Day 3. Yinli recruited the witnesses from among Ironleaf's mortal merchant community, people with no cultivation investment, no sect affiliation, and strong interest in the rule of law as a concept because their own property rights depended on it. For merchants, a retired civil archivist, and a teacher from the district school who had been present in the market the day the young girl died. Shen Wuming told Yinli nothing about how he had chosen these specific criteria for witnesses. Yinli had figured it out independently and was correct on every criterion. Shen Wuming noted this without commenting on it. Day 5. Rong Baihe provided the legal framework. Her celestial judiciary training was precisely the expertise needed to navigate the specific clause they were using. Subsection 4 of Ironleaf's Civil Jurisdiction Compact, contested celestial mandate authority in a mortal jurisdiction proceeding. The clause had been invoked exactly twice in the city's history, both times in favor of the civil court. She explained its requirements precisely. She did not ask for acknowledgement. She worked through the night on the filing language and had it ready before morning. Day 7. He sent the invitation to Bai Tianju. A formal written document, properly sealed, delivered through the civil court's official messenger service. The invitation specified the hearing date, the hearing location, the subsection being invoked, and the subject. Contested audit authority in this jurisdiction, where the audit target does not appear in the celestial record. The invitation was legally impeccable. Bai Tianju could not decline it without creating an official record of his refusal to appear in a duly convened civil jurisdiction hearing, which was itself a legal statement about the audit operation's legitimacy. Day 8. Shen Wuming went over the hearing's 3 scenarios with Zhou Qingshan. Best case, Bai Tianju appeared, was challenged on the public record, and left without recourse. Middle case, he appeared with legal representation and challenged the jurisdiction, which produced a hearing within the hearing, still on the civil court's record. Worst case, he did not appear and sent his retinue to disrupt the proceedings, which produced an official record of celestial enforcement personnel interfering with a civil jurisdiction hearing. Zhou Qingshan said, "In any of these cases, I want it clear that I understand the risk. My authority will be challenged after this regardless. I am choosing to exercise it anyway." He paused. "I want that stated clearly, in a document, before we begin. Shen Wuming's accounting is precise. Mine should be too." Day 2. Rong Baihe reviewed the complete evidentiary package and identified 3 potential legal challenges Bai Tianju's team could raise at the hearing. The first challenge was against the civil court's jurisdiction over celestial enforcement operations, which the subsection 4 clause was designed to answer, but which still required careful preparation of the specific clause's application to this case. The second challenge was against Shen Wuming's standing as a claimant, since he had no record entry and therefore no standard legal identity. The third challenge was the most dangerous. Bai Tianju's team could argue that the civil court had been compromised by harboring an erased anomaly, which would create a procedural question about the court's validity that could delay the entire hearing. She prepared responses to all 3. The response to the standing challenge was the one she was most satisfied with. Because Shen Wuming had no record entry, he also had no record-based liability. The Celestial Audit Authority's jurisdiction applied to recorded individuals. An individual without a record entry was, by the Celestial Audit Code's own definitions, outside the audit scope. He could not be the subject of an audit action, but he could appear before a mortal court as a material witness and legal representative. These did not require record status under the Civil Compact's founding document. He had read her response document 3 times and said only, "This is correct." She had understood this was the equivalent, from him, of a significant compliment. Day 4. Meng Quill supplied the final corroborating document, the transfer ledger's most recent available entry, confirming a voidmark shipment from the Saber Mandate sect to the Celestial Administrative Structure. The shipment had occurred 11 months ago. The receiving designation was the same structural title that appeared in the 47-year-old founding document. Chain confirmed, Zhou Qingshan said, looking at the complete documentation set. Field operations to regional management to the Celestial Court's administrative structure, all under the same designating authority. He paused. I have spent 11 years in this office knowing the Celestial system was operating here under terms that exceeded what I could challenge. This is the first time I have held documentation that makes a challenge viable. Viable only within specific limits. The civil court cannot permanently revoke Celestial Audit Authority. It can create an official record that the authority was exceeded. That record becomes the foundation for further challenge at higher jurisdictions, if higher jurisdictions become available. And if they don't, then the record exists for whoever comes after. A documented challenge that went nowhere is still a document. It still happened. He paused. Documentation that survives is not the same as documentation that immediately produces results. The relevant question is whether the record will outlast the current authority structure. Day 6. He sent Yinli on a specific intelligence task, identifying the location of Bai Tianju's command post within the city, confirming the retinue's current size, and establishing the specific route between the command post and the civil court. This was not intelligence for the hearing itself. It was intelligence for the aftermath of the hearing, when the variables shifted and Bai Tianju's predictable anger needed to be managed through positioning rather than confrontation. Yinli returned with the information within 4 hours, which was faster than expected. He had used his gambling contacts in the city, the same network that had gotten him into trouble in week 1, and the same network had proven useful for information that didn't require official access. He presented the report without being asked for context. He had learned, in the preceding weeks, that unsolicited context lengthened the information exchange beyond its necessary duration. Shen Wuming noted this adaptation. He wrote it in the ledger in the section he had opened for corrections to his operational model, in the specific place where he had written about Yinli twice before. But this entry was not a correction. It was an observation. Yinli has adapted his reporting style to be more compatible with the way information is processed in this operational environment. This is not compliance. He is still demonstrably himself, and the gambling contact network is his own independent judgment in action. He has found a way to make his own methods useful within the structure. Note this, Hook. Shen Wuming wrote this in the ledger under Zhou Qingshan's name in the section he kept for people who had made clear choices. He had 7 names in this section now. He added Zhou's and dated it. Then he sent Bai Tianju's invitation to be delivered before the 9th day's morning light, and waited, in the quiet of the Cartwright's back room, for a response that would determine everything that followed, if it arrived at all. Chapter 39. The Civil Court Hearing Chamber held 40 people in its gallery seats, 60 if the standing rail was used. On the morning of the hearing, it held 43, 20 witnesses in the gallery, Zhou Qingshan's standard court staff of 6, Yinli and 2 of Meng Quill's contacts in the standing positions nearest the rear exit, and Rong Baihe at the legal filing desk to the magistrate's right. Bai Tianju arrived with 9 members of his retinue. He was not in formal celestial judiciary robes. He wore the cultivation court attire of a heaven sovereign's son, which was technically not official dress for this kind of proceeding, and which Shen Wuming noted because the choice was strategic. Formal robes would have been an acknowledgement that he considered the civil court a valid forum. Plain cultivation attire allowed him to present his appearance as informal without officially declining the hearing's legitimacy. He entered the chamber and looked around it with the expression of someone assessing the quality of a space before deciding how much effort it warranted. His gaze passed over Shen Wuming without stopping. This was expected. Shen Wuming had positioned himself at the civil testimony table to the magistrate's left, which was a formal position, formally a legal representative of a filing party, which he was. He did not exist in Bai Tianju's record-attuned perception with enough clarity to generate recognition. He appeared as approximately present, vaguely occupying a position in the room, insufficient to fix attention on. Zhou Qingshan convened the hearing. The opening clause was standard civil jurisdiction language. Shen Wuming had read it 12 times in preparation and found it remarkable in its simplicity. It said that within this chamber, during proceedings conducted under this jurisdiction, all parties were subject to civil law as written, regardless of cultivation rank, celestial mandate, or record status. It was a statement of local sovereignty that had legal weight only because the celestial court had, in 47 years of operation in this region, never been called to contest it specifically. The hearing lasted 2 hours and 40 minutes. In the first hour, Shen Wuming presented the documentation. 47 names, read aloud, not in list format. Individually, with each person's former status, the date of their contact with the Saber Mandate sect, and the date of their last known existence. He read them in the order he had written them in his ledger. The 20 witnesses in the gallery heard each name. The court recorder transcribed them. The names were now entered in the mortal court's official record, which was, by his fifth law's terms, a material record that could not be erased by third-party testimony. In the second hour, he presented the audit authorization cross-referenced against documented behavioral excesses. 7 instances. Named dates, named acts, named clauses violated. Rong Baihe provided the legal framework for why each instance fell within the civil jurisdiction's authority to note. They were conducted within a mortal governance zone where celestial mandate authority was conditional, not absolute. Bai Tianzhu sat through the first hour with the controlled expression of someone watching an event unfold that they had been told would not occur. The 20 witnesses in the gallery were observing him as much as they were observing the testimony. Shen Wuming had positioned them with this in mind. A person who knew they were being watched by 20 people who would remember their expression had fewer options than a person who could react privately. Bai Tianzhu's options contracted with each name read aloud. When the 47th name had been read and the court recorder had transcribed it, Zhou Qingshan asked if there were challenges to the testimony's accuracy. Bai Tianzhu's legal associate raised a challenge. The documentation chain had gaps, specifically in the evidentiary link between the Saber Mandate sect's field operations and the celestial administrative hierarchy that Shen Wuming had implied directed those operations. Rong Baihe responded from the transfer ledger. She walked through the chain, sect commission records, transfer document, receiving designation, founding compliance document, and presented the founding document as the closing link. The designation appearing in both the 47-year-old document and the current operational brief was the same structural title. The link was not certain. It was a designation, not a name, but in this court proceeding, a consistent designation across 4.5 decades of documentation was legally sufficient for noting in the official record. The challenge was overruled. Bai Tianzhu's legal representative, a celestial judiciary associate he had brought with him, challenged 3 of the 7 citations. The challenges were technically competent. Rong Baihe answered 2 of them from the case record. The third required Zhou Qingshan to consult his archive, which took 11 minutes, after which the challenge was sustained on 2 points and overruled on 1. The final 40 minutes, the hearing's conclusion. Before Shen Wuming stood to give the final testimony, he looked at the chamber once. 20 witnesses, 6 court staff, Yanli near the rear exit, positioned to document any retinue response. Rong Baihe at the filing desk with her hands folded over the case record. The witnesses had been listening for 2 hours and 40 minutes, and were still listening with the attention of people who understood they were present at something that would be referenced in conversations for years. Not because what was being said was dramatic, because it was specific, because it was documented, because names were being read aloud by someone who had written them in his ledger and was now speaking them into a civil record, and names spoken into records are different from names spoken into air. He registered this. He registered Zhou Qingshan's expression, steady, professional, the composure of someone exercising authority in the full knowledge that the exercise was going to cost him and had decided to exercise it anyway. He registered Rong Baihe's posture at the filing desk. He registered Yanli, who was watching the retinue's hands with the concentration of a man assigned a specific task and was performing it without distraction. He stood. Shen Wuming stood at the testimony table and addressed the chamber with the 47 names in his left hand, the document, not the list, and his ledger closed in his right. The Saber Mandate sect's audit authority in this jurisdiction was granted on specific conditions, he said. Those conditions have not been met. The documentation presented today establishes this on the civil record. The 47 individuals named here were subject to enforcement actions by an organization operating outside its authorized mandate, within a civil jurisdiction where that mandate is conditional. He paused. Shen Wuming has recorded this. Bai Tianzhu rose from his seat in the gallery. He did not ask Zhou Qingshan for permission to speak. He spoke to the room as if the room's permission was irrelevant. This proceeding is a performance, he said. The entity presenting testimony does not exist in the heavenly record, and therefore has no legal standing in any jurisdiction that derives its authority from the record. This jurisdiction derives its authority from civil compact, Zhou Qingshan said, as established under the founding compact, the authority document that predates this court by decades. He set the founding document on the bench, which you are welcome to review. A pause. Bai Tianju's legal associate looked at the founding document and then at Bai Tianju with an expression that suggested awareness that they had just been presented with a document they had not seen in preparation. Bai Tianju's retinue could not act inside the chamber without triggering a civil jurisdiction crisis that would reach the regional authority level. Shen Wuming had verified this procedurally. The retinue knew this. Their hands were at their sides. Hook. Bai Tianju looked at Shen Wuming across the chamber. His expression was specific, not fury, which would have been manageable, but something more controlled. The expression of someone who had just revised the operational picture and found it significantly different from what they had expected. He walked to the exit. At the door, he paused and did not turn around. He said it to the room, to the witnesses, to the record. My father will hear of you. Then he left. His retinue followed. The chamber was quiet for a moment that was not relief, but something more complicated. The sound of a consequence having been set in motion, with no way of knowing yet what the consequence would produce. Chapter 40. The edict arrived 3 days after the hearing. Not by celestial herald, by civil administrative courier, which was the specific channel Zhao Fengming had chosen deliberately. It was delivered to Zhou Qingshan's chambers in the standard mortal administrative format. A sealed document, the correct number of official stamps, delivered during business hours by a messenger in standard courier clothing. The edict was embedded in an administrative framework so procedurally correct that challenging it on procedural grounds was not immediately available. Zhou Qingshan read it in his office with Shen Wuming across the desk. He did not read it quickly. It was 6 pages. The first 2 pages established the legal basis. Zhao Fengming, in his capacity as celestial arbiter, an authority predating and superseding any civil compact established under celestial administrative authorization, declared that the Iron Leaf Civil Court's jurisdiction compact had been invalidated on grounds that the compact's founding document contained an error of procedural certification. The error was specified in technical terms. It was real. He had been aware of it for 9 days. It was the kind of error present in virtually every administrative document from that era and had never been cited because it was cosmetically rather than legally significant. But it was real, and Zhao Fengming had legal scholars who could make it significant. Pages 3 through 5 established the consequent actions. The civil court's jurisdiction was suspended pending a review process that would take a minimum of 90 days. Zhou Qingshan's authority as magistrate was suspended during that period. All proceedings conducted in the civil court during the preceding 30 days were voided from the celestial administrative record. Page 6 was a single paragraph. It established, as a matter of administrative record, that the Iron Leaf Civil Court had conducted proceedings involving an individual who did not appear in the heavenly record, thereby confirming that the court had been operating under compromised conditions. The paragraph was careful. It did not accuse, it noted. The noting was the weapon. Zhou Qingshan set the edict on his desk. He sat without speaking, with the composure of an official who had expected something like this and had prepared themselves to receive it with equanimity, and found that equanimity was harder to maintain when the document was physically in front of them. The hearing's record, Shen Wuming said. The civil hearing record exists on paper, in this building, in the standard civil archive format, Zhou said. The celestial administrative record cannot overwrite the material archive without accessing the physical documents. They would need to enter this building and physically remove or destroy the civil archive. He paused. Which I would not stop, and they know I could not stop, but which would require them to visibly act against a mortal civil institution, on the record, observed by the city. How long before they act? 3 to 6 days. They will spend 2 days ensuring the administrative framework is clean. They are meticulous, which you know, and then they will send someone. Probably not by Tianju, who is compromised. Probably a cleaner administrative team. Shen Wuming read the edict again. He read page 3 carefully. He read page 6 twice. He folded the edict into his coat. He walked through the Mortal District to the Cultivation District's central square. He stood in the square in the late afternoon light with the edict in his hand and read it aloud. Not all 6 pages. The first 2 pages, establishing Zhao Fengming's authority and the grounds for suspension. He read it in the formal legal announcement tone, the kind that carried through ambient noise. People stopped. A crowd formed. First 10, then 30, then more. The way crowds form when something sounds authoritative and specifically about the place they live. When he finished, he named Zhao Fengming. He named the specific clauses. He named what the edict did to the civil court. He did not editorialize. He read the document and stated its effects. That was sufficient. Then he folded the edict into his ledger. He stood for a moment in the market square after the crowd had dispersed. Zhou Qingshan had not come out. He was still in his chambers. Shen Wuming knew, reading the edict again, calculating the specific implications for his 11 years of work in this building. The civil archive, the land records, the dispute filings, all of it fell under the suspended jurisdiction. Technically, the archive itself was not voided. The celestial administrative review process that Zhao Fengming had initiated was directed at the jurisdiction, not the records. But the record's practical protection depended on the jurisdiction's active status. During the 90-day suspension, anyone who wanted to access the civil archive with force would not be facing an active legal objection from a magistrate with standing authority. He had known this would happen. He had planned for it. But knowing a consequence is coming and experiencing it as an actual fact in the world were meaningfully different, and he allowed himself the time required for the transition. Yanli was somewhere in the market quarter. He had sent him on a secondary intelligence task before the edict arrived, wanting him away from the chambers when the document appeared. There had been no good reason to have Yanli present for the reading. There was also, he was aware, a bad reason. He had not wanted to explain in real time what the edict's arrival meant before he had finished processing it himself. This was the pattern Shun had been pointing at. He was aware of it. Awareness had not yet produced the behavioral correction. He would tell Yanli the full picture tonight. He owed him that. The debt had been in the ledger since the cell. Zhou Qingshan came out of the building when the evening light was changing. He walked to where Shen Wuming was standing, still at the edge of the square, still looking at the place where the crowd had been, and stood beside him for a moment without speaking. How long? Zhou asked. 90 days minimum. Longer if the review process produces additional findings. And what happens to the archive during the review? The archive is maintained. What it loses is the protecting framework, the active jurisdiction. During the suspension, access to the archive is unenforced in the specific sense of having no standing authority to object to access. He paused. The physical records exist. Your fifth law. He stopped. He had used the wrong vocabulary. It was not his fifth law that applied here. He corrected. The material record of the hearing exists. The 47 names are in the civil archive. They cannot be administratively deleted by the celestial system without accessing and destroying the physical documents. They would need to enter this building and do that work by hand. Would they? Zhao Fengming is precise. He prefers administrative solutions to physical ones. He issued an edict rather than a strike. A pause. Bai Tianju's father, on the other hand, is a different operational profile. When Bai Tianju said, "My father will hear of you," he was not making an administrative threat. Zhou looked at the building. He had worked in it for 11 years. He looked at it the way you looked at something you had invested in and were not certain you could protect. What do you recommend? Copies, Shen Wuming said. 3 copies of every document in the civil archive that relates to the past 30 days of operations. Different physical locations. Different hands to hold them. He paused. And we leave before the 90 days end. The shattered provinces, north of here, outside standard celestial jurisdiction. We cannot hold Ironleaf as a fixed position with Bai Tianju's father's attention on it. We take the documentation network with us and continue from a different platform. You've been planning this. 12 days. Then he folded the edict into his ledger. In that moment, before he could take the next breath, the ledger moved. Not fell, moved. It shifted in his hands, opened of its own weight to a specific page, and the page was the one where he had written his grandfather's name. The page he returned to sometimes when the scale of what he was doing became difficult to hold without context. But there were now 2 characters on the page. The first was the one he had found on the jade slip, the character his grandfather had inscribed, the incomplete law he had been carrying without understanding. It was there as it had always been, in his grandfather's handwriting, written with the brushwork of someone trained in administrative calligraphy for decades. The second character was new. Same handwriting, same brush pressure. As if his grandfather had sat down next to him in the afternoon light and added the second character to the first, completing something that had been interrupted, adding the stroke that changed a fragment into a word. He read the 2 characters together. His hands were steady. His handwriting, when he wrote it in the ledger below them, was level. The characters meant, continue. Hook. Yanli was beside him when he finally looked up. He had not heard him approach, which meant Yanli had been there for a while, not speaking, waiting. Old Ghost Chun was behind them both. His breathing audible at this distance, 2 paces back in the way he positioned himself, when he wanted to be present without being in the way. Baihe was at the edge of the square, watching the crowd disperse, and for once she was not blurred in his perception. She was clear, specifically visible, the way things are clear in the moment before a decision rather than after it. Shen Wuming said, "We go north, to the shattered provinces." He closed the ledger. He had already planned this 12 days ago, but saying it in the open air, in front of witnesses, made it different from a plan. It made it a beginning, and beginnings, he had learned, were the most dangerous part of any accounting. Chapter 41. The shattered provinces announced themselves gradually, through accumulating absences. The roads were maintained by no single authority because no single authority had maintained anything here long enough to develop maintenance habits. 5 city-states had spent 140 years competing for the same resources through methods ranging from commercial negotiation to outright armed conflict, and what they had produced, in the process of competing, was a region of genuine operational independence, not freedom exactly, but something functionally close to it for people who had become inconvenient to the systems that tracked the free. Shen Wuming had read the political documents for all 5 city-states before leaving Iron Leaf. Administrative histories, commercial agreements, the recorded failures of 4 major alliance attempts over 80 years, the cadastral maps, the celestial compliance reporting going back 30 years. Documents gave him the architecture. Walking gave him the texture, the specific knowledge that came from being present in a place and observing how the space between the architecture's formal elements was actually used. He spent the first 4 days walking. He entered each of the 5 city-states through at least 2 different access points. He moved through residential districts, commercial districts, cultivation districts, and the specific category of district that the provinces called mixed operation, zones where mortal and cultivation activities overlapped in ways that the standard administrative categories didn't fully account for. He paid attention to what people looked toward when they thought about threat. In Ashgate, they looked toward Cinderwall, where the processing contracts lived. In Cinderwall, they looked toward the Twin Ports, where the finished goods went. In the Twin Ports, they looked toward Province Crown, which regulated the flow. In Province Crown, they looked toward all 4, which was the correct approach for an administrative hub. Nobody in the provinces looked toward the celestial administrative hierarchy with the reflexive deference that characterized every settlement in a standard celestial mandate territory. This was not defiance, it was distance. The provinces had been outside standard celestial jurisdiction long enough that the hierarchy existed in their collective consciousness as a background fact rather than an immediate authority. The compliance reporting happened. The celestial administrative notices arrived. The cultivation activities were conducted within the broad parameters of celestial law. But the specific density of record-based monitoring that Shen Wuming had navigated in Iron Leaf was absent here. The Province Crown monitoring formation covered the administrative center and extended approximately 6 blocks. Ashgates covered the Iron Covenant sect's headquarters and the primary or processing facility. The rest of the region was monitored through periodic sweeps rather than continuous observation. He noted all of this. He noted which buildings' formation patterns suggested Saber Mandate presence. He counted 6 distinct sect offices across the 5 city-states, all operating under the Resource Flow Protection Contract's commercial licensing rather than under any explicitly celestial administrative mandate. This meant their authority was contractual rather than statutory. They could not invoke celestial enforcement powers in the provinces without first establishing a connection to the celestial administrative chain that the provinces had been successfully managing at arm's length. The contingency device constraint still applied. He noted this separately from the operational environment assessment. In the section of his ledger, he reserved for items that shaped every other calculation without being themselves directly addressed. The device was in a vault 300 kilometers east. The 10,000 disciples were alive and unaware of their role as hostages. Both of these facts constrained every approach to the Saber Mandate sect that involved confrontation. Yinli, operating on his own parallel track, had established 4 commercial contacts, identified the locations of every Saber Mandate secondary office in the provinces, confirmed the gambling establishment in Province Crown that his advanced intelligence suggested would be useful for information gathering, and won 600 silver at a provincial card game, which was not useful operationally but was characteristic of Yinli, who had never been in a city for more than 3 days without finding a card game. Old Ghost Chun had spent the 4 days reading. He emerged each evening with documents and observations. The observations were increasingly pointed about the specific silence in the provincial archives around Saber Mandate operations. 30 years of celestial compliance enforcement with no documented challenges, no appeal records, no secondary proceedings. Legitimate operations generate disputes, he said on the 4th evening. This one doesn't. That's the tell. Hook. On the evening of the fourth day, completing the last of his formation pattern observations, he confirmed what the first day's movement had suggested. The Saber Mandate Sect's provincial network was already operating at full strength, using the Resource Flow Protection Contract as a legal framework for an intelligence-dense surveillance operation that covered every significant junction in every city-state. The contingency device still constrained direct confrontation. But information asymmetry, understanding the network's architecture before the network understood his, was the first lever available. Chapter 42. She arrived on the 11th day, which was the day he had calculated as the earliest possible arrival date. If she had made the decision to follow them on the day they left Iron Leaf and had not stopped for anything that was not operationally necessary. She did not pretend otherwise. At the front desk, she gave her travel name, not her celestial judiciary name, which was flagged as under administrative review, but the name on the document she had been preparing for use under reduced authority conditions since the timestamp discrepancy began to look like something that was going to become a formal inquiry. The preparation of the travel document had happened 6 weeks before the suspension, which told him she had seen the review coming before it was formally initiated. She asked for the room registered under a name he had established before leaving Iron Leaf, a name she should not have had access to. She sat in the common room and waited. He sat across from her at the window table. Yenli was at the bar with his bark tea and the specific attention of someone watching the door while appearing to watch nothing. Shen was in the common room at a position that would become obvious only if something went wrong. The registered name, he said. Provincial civil records are accessible to individuals with existing celestial judiciary credentials regardless of active duty status. The review board's suspension letter specifies enforcement authority is suspended. Record access authority is not listed separately as suspended. The ambiguity was not deliberate on their part, which means using it is not technically a violation of the suspension terms. She set her file case on the table. I used the ambiguity during the travel period to prepare for this conversation. You anticipated this conversation for 11 days. I anticipated it for 3 weeks. I used the 11 days to prepare the specific components I needed. She opened the file case. The review board has formally referred the timestamp discrepancy to the Celestial Administrative Integrity Division. This is the first time in the division's history that a discrepancy filed by the executing officer has been referred for independent assessment rather than returned as within acceptable parameters. Someone in the Integrity Division believes the discrepancy carries legal weight, which means the inquiry gains formal standing, which means any evidence I provide in the context of the inquiry carries the weight of a formal proceedings participant rather than an external source. My personal standing in the inquiry is significant even without active enforcement status. She met his eyes. The blur that had characterized his record perception of her in Iron Leaf was reduced, not absent, but reduced in the specific way that indicated her record bond was attenuating with each week of administrative distance from the celestial judiciary. I can see that you can see me more clearly. Yes, my record bond has been weakening since the suspension began. The integration process that maintains high record affinity in active enforcers reverses itself when the enforcement role is suspended for more than 30 days. I am becoming less bound. She paused. I don't know what that means at the other end of the process. I am, in part, here to find out. He thought about what she was describing, a record-attuned enforcer becoming progressively less record-attuned, moving from the far end of the record bond spectrum towards somewhere that was not yet defined. The blur he experienced when looking at her was a function of his Tier 2 perception encountering a deeply record-bound individual. As her record bond attenuated, the blur would decrease. Eventually, if the attenuation continued, she might become as clear to him as Yenli was, or as Chun had been. She was telling him this as relevant operational information, which it was. She was also telling him something that was not operational, which she was doing in the only language she had for such things, the language of reported facts. Your skills, he said. She went through them in the order she had presumably prepared. Celestial Judiciary Procedural Knowledge, Documentation Chain Analysis, the standing in the formal review process, and, she said this last, without more weight than the preceding items, but with the specific pause of someone who has decided to include something they considered optional. Experience operating outside authorized parameters while maintaining the appearance of operating within them, which was a capability she had developed during her 12 years in the judiciary through exposure to individuals who had been doing exactly that for much longer than she had. Yenli, at the bar, said, yes. One word, in the direction of the door, not in their direction, as if he were confirming something he'd already decided before the conversation started. He wrote the date in his ledger. The date, centered on the page, with more white space around it than he normally left. He knew what the space was for. He did not know yet what would fill it. Hook. She looked at the entry. She could see him writing, though not the specific text, and said, with the precise quietness of someone stating a preference they expected to be honored, "You're not going to tell me what you just wrote." He said, "No." She said, "Good," and reached across the table and opened the file case, spreading the documents in the systematic arrangement of someone who had already organized them in the order she intended to address them. Chapter 43 Ashgate presented itself as exactly what its name implied, a city built around the function of processing what came out of the ground and sending it somewhere it could become something useful. The buildings in the manufacturing district were functional, large, and organized around proximity to the ore processing facilities rather than around any aesthetic consideration. The Iron Covenant sect had controlled Ashgate's production output for 60 years through a combination of genuine metallurgical formation expertise and an ironclad land-grant structure that made the expertise difficult to displace even when better alternatives became available elsewhere. Their power was economic and real, and carefully managed to appear less powerful than it was. Openly powerful sects in the shattered provinces attracted the combined attention of the other 4 city-states, and combined attention was expensive to manage. The Iron Covenant sect had learned this from its predecessor's experience, and had developed a public presence that was technically modest while its actual leverage over the resource flows processing stage made it one of the 2 or 3 most powerful organizations in the region. He arrived with Yinli, Rong Baiha, and 2 of the erased cultivators from Meng Quill's manifest, Feng Weiming, who had been surviving in the provinces for 3 years and knew the political landscape from direct experience, and Lu Jinji, the woman from the Twin Ports whose 8 months of careful evasion had given her an intimate knowledge of the Saber Mandate sect's provincial hunting patterns. Old Ghost Chen came separately and positioned himself at a tea house across the administrative center's primary street, where he could observe the exits without being in the meeting. The Ashgate City Council's chamber was on the 3rd floor of the administrative center, in a room that smelled of coal smoke and old paper and the specific compound of institutional permanence that accumulates in rooms where significant decisions have been made repeatedly for many decades. 6 council members were present, 2 Iron Covenant sect representatives, including the senior member Bao Lisin, 3 independent commercial interests whose wealth was substantial enough to hold council seats, and a civil administrator who served as the procedural officer. All 6 had the focused attention of people who had been briefed that this meeting was unusual and had prepared accordingly. He presented the proposal without preamble. He told them about the 14 land grants. He told them the specific reference numbers, the filing dates, the record entries each depended on, and the administrative authority chain that supported those entries, specifically, the 47-year-old compliance document with its unnamed structural designation, the same designation that appeared in by Tianju's audit authorization and in Ironleaf's founding civil compact. He explained what the connection meant legally. The 14 grants were built on an authority chain whose validity was now under formal inquiry in the Celestial Administrative Integrity Division. The inquiry had not yet concluded. The grants were not currently void, but they were contestable under the specific circumstances that the inquiry's outcome would create. He then explained what he was asking for: the Iron Covenant sect's extraction records from the past 20 years, specifically any documentation of void mark extraction events, which the sect would have contracted to the Saber Mandate sect for execution, but which would have generated administrative records at the Ashgate end, the cooperation of 3 council members as witnesses at a future civil proceeding, and an 8-month window in which the Saber Mandate sect's resource flow protection contract in Ashgate was renegotiated on terms that included specific performance requirements and documentation obligations. And if we decline to cooperate, Bao Lisin said, the inquiry into the administrative authority chain proceeds on its current timeline. If the Integrity Division finds the authority chain invalid, the administrative actions taken under it are contestable. At that point, the 14 grants legal foundation requires independent support, which they may have or may not. Determining whether they do requires a review that would take 6 months in a civil jurisdiction proceeding. He paused. I would prefer not to initiate the review. I have many other reviews to initiate. The review serves my purposes primarily by consuming your legal resources for 6 months, which I do not need as much as I need cooperation on the specific items I've listed. Bao Lisin was quiet for a long moment. He had spent 30 years in political environments that attracted people with leverage, and he had learned to distinguish between people wielding leverage as a first resort and people wielding it as a last resort, and people for whom leverage was simply a tool applied to a specific purpose. The young man across the table did not want him afraid. He wanted him accurately informed and positioned to make a rational decision. The extraction records, Bao said. The sect's records. We don't maintain those. They're the Saber mandate's documentation. You receive the contract service invoices. The invoices specify the events the service covered. The events correspond to the extraction records. The invoices are in your administrative archive. He paused. I'm not asking for documents you don't have. I am asking for documents you have already filed and may not have fully read. 3 council members signed the preliminary cooperation agreement before the meeting ended. Bao Lisin signed separately, on behalf of the Iron Covenant sect, acknowledging that the conversation had occurred and its contents, which was a different kind of commitment than cooperation but was a commitment nonetheless. He closed the file case. He stood. He said, Shen Wuming has recorded this meeting. Hook. They left through the building's main entrance. In the street, Yinli confirmed that the council clerk who had been standing near the wall during the signing had been observed leaving through the building's rear entrance within 5 minutes of the meeting's conclusion, moving at the pace of someone with an urgent delivery. The direction of the delivery was toward the Saber Mandate Sect's Ashgate contact address. He had prepared for this. The preparation was in his coat. Chapter 44. The intercepted document was a false version of the cooperation agreement, prepared the previous day in the same administrative format as the real one, properly sealed and dated, containing information specifically calibrated to be damaging to his position if believed by the Saber Mandate sect. His documentation was characterized as incomplete and potentially inadmissible. His legal strategy was described as dependent on a single jurisdiction argument that had already failed in Ironleaf. His personnel were listed as 3 individuals with no cultivation resources above foundation carved. His financial position was implied to be nearly exhausted. Rongbaiha had performed the substitution during the signing session. A physical exchange executed in the 3 minutes between the final signature and the clerk's approach to the table. She had practiced this twice before the meeting, each time faster, and the version she executed in the actual meeting was clean enough that no one watching could have named it as anything other than a document being placed into a file case. The real cooperation agreement was in Rongbaiha's file case when they left the building. Yinli tracked the messenger to the Saber Mandate contact address in Ashgate's commercial district. He returned 40 minutes later. The message had been received, reviewed with evident satisfaction, and an immediate outward communication had been dispatched. He had observed this through a second-floor window that he had identified during his 3rd day's reconnaissance as providing clear sight lines to the contact address's communication room. Shen Wuming spent the following 3 hours tracking the mobilization pattern through the network of observation points Yinli had established across the city. The Saber Mandate responded to the false document's implied position with a coordinated response. 2 contact teams from the Ashgate office, one from the Cinderwall backup position, redirected toward a location approximately 3 kilometers from their actual operating position. He had selected the false location during the previous day's preparation by identifying a district that matched the false document's implied operational characteristics: accessible, poor sightlines, limited exit options, and renting a building there for the purpose. The building had been arranged to look like a working operational base: documents on a table, cultivation materials in a storage position, traveling supplies on the wall. Anyone who arrived expecting to find a weakened, isolated target would find evidence of hasty departure consistent with a target who had received warning and fled. The 3 teams arrived within 12 minutes of each other. He timed the assessment period, 41 minutes. Professional, systematic, and entirely misdirected. The cost of the operation was information. The Saber Mandate sect now had confirmed evidence that their target was operating with counter-surveillance capability. This was a known quantity he had chosen to reveal deliberately, because maintaining the appearance of perfect counter-surveillance invisibility was increasingly resource-intensive and would eventually fail under sustained pressure. An opponent who knew they were dealing with a sophisticated counter-surveillance operation adjusted their tactics. He preferred to manage the adjustment now, with initiative, rather than later, without it. Yinli found him on the return route and walked beside him through the afternoon foot traffic. He said, "The 3rd team came through the north approach. I had to move twice to avoid them." He paused. "Did you plan for me to almost get killed in the process?" It was not a complaint. It was a genuine question from someone who had learned to expect honest answers and was asking for one. Specifically, no. The 3rd team's northern approach was in the probability map at 17%, below my threshold for planning specific countermeasures. If I had planned for every scenario at 17% probability and above, the preparation would have consumed 3 times the time available. He paused. "I did not ask you whether you considered 17% an acceptable threshold." Yinli walked in silence for a moment. "What's the threshold where you start asking?" "I don't have a fixed threshold." He thought about how to say this accurately. "The threshold is a function of the stakes relative to the risk and the person relative to the exposure. I've been calculating it without your input. I know, Yinli said. That's what I'm asking you to stop doing. Hook, he said. The next operation that carries a threshold above 10% for the people I'm working with. I'll tell you the number before we begin. It was a commitment rather than a policy. Yinli heard the distinction. A commitment required only his word, which was not nothing, while a policy would have required a systematic change he wasn't yet certain he could make, and said, okay. He said it in the tone of someone accepting an offer that wasn't everything they wanted and was more than they had expected. Chapter 45 Meng Quilt arrived in the Shattered Provinces 12 days after they had settled their province crown position. She came through the Shadow Archive District's professional network, which operated on different pathways than either cultivation sect channels or civil administrative systems, and found therein through the specific spatial logic of archive gap reading. She could detect the absence of Shen Wuming's record entry in the local record fabric, and that absence had a shape she had been tracking for months with increasing precision. I can follow your causality law operations now, she said, sitting across the table in the inn's common room. The law's application leaves a residual absence texture in local reality that an experienced reader can follow the way a tracker follows compressed grass. Since Tier 3, you have become significantly more trackable to me specifically. He wrote this. He wrote, * Meng Quill can track my movement through causality law application residue. New capability, undisclosed until now, disclosed voluntarily. Note, she has not used this against me. She disclosed it. The disclosure is either genuine alliance behavior or sophisticated leverage management. Both require the same response. Note it, confirmed through observation. * out loud he said, what did you bring? She opened her file case and spread the contents in order. 7 new entries for the secondary manifest, all recently erased, all within the past 8 months. The case records were detailed, former cultivation ranks, erasure authorization dates, last known positions, void mark development status were determinable, for were presumed dead, located and eliminated by Saber Mandate contractors before she could establish contact. 3 were alive and hiding. 2 of the alive ones she had confirmed through direct courier contact. Wait Solon, 26, Foundation carved, hiding in Province Crown's mortal residential district, and Pei Longbow, 38, hiding in Cinderwall, who had discovered his void marks independently and was attempting to cultivate them through a process of determined self-experiment that had produced small but genuine results alongside significant collateral physical damage. The 3rd she had a last known position for, but no current confirmation. The confirmed 2, he said. Contact information. She produced 2 sealed cards. She hesitated with the 3rd document, not long, but a specific hesitation, the kind that indicated she had been deciding how to present something while in transit. The warning first, she said. Zhao Fengming's administrative network filed a formal request for a Heaven Sovereign consultation 3 weeks ago. The request is acknowledged. Heaven Sovereign consultations for Tier 7 equivalent enforcement authorization take 4 to 6 months to arrange, and the specific Heaven Sovereign involved has existing consultation commitments that extend the timeline to an estimated 6 to 7 months. She paused. After the consultation concludes, the enhanced enforcement authorization takes effect immediately and permanently. 6 to 7 months, he said, from the filing date. 3 weeks ago. So 5.5 to 6.5 months from today, approximately. That is the defined timeline, he said. He meant, this was the constraint that shaped every other decision. He wrote the date and the estimate. Meng Quill watched him write with the expression of someone who had something remaining to say and was finding the right entry point. She took the 3rd document from the place she had been keeping it, against her body, inside her coat, which was where she kept things she was uncertain about how to deliver. She set it on the table and slid it toward him. The document was a case record for a child. Age 7, current. Erasure date, 8 months ago. Survival status unknown. Last known position in the Shattered Provinces, mortal transit corridor between Province Crown and Cinderwall. The name on the record was Shin Quan. He read it once. He read it again. The document was factually organized, in the standard archive format, with a reference code at the top that placed it in a separate file from the main manifest. A separate file she had created, based on the document's organization, 6 months ago. The girl's brother, he said. Her older sibling, yes. Age 7 at erasure. He was separated from her when the tribulation occurred. She was in the market stalls, and he was at the outer street, which was outside the strike's effective radius. He survived without sustaining a direct bolt. He has been moving through the mortal district since, with no resources and no understanding of why the sky has twice attempted to hurt him. She paused. He describes it, based on the courier contacts who have seen him, as bad weather. Hook. He closed the document and put it inside his coat, in the same position Meng Quill had been carrying it. He said, without looking up from the action, Yinli. Yinli appeared in the doorway within 2 seconds, which meant he had been nearby. The boy's last known position was between Province Crown and Cinderwall, Mortal Transit Corridor. He moves in the pattern of a child traveling alone without resources, short distances, stops at charitable establishments, overnight in Market District Eves when weather permits. Find him. Don't bring him back yet. Come back yourself when you have his current position and situation confirmed. He paused. And be careful with the Cinderwall approach. The Saber Mandate presence there is denser than it appears. Chapter 46. The 9 surviving erased cultivators assembled in Province Crown over 5 days, arriving by different routes, through different gates, at different hours. He had arranged the assembly through a combination of direct courier contact for the 2 confirmed Province Crown residents, a second-hand relay through Meng Quill's provincial archive network for the others, and a specific routing system that ensured no 2 arrivals shared an access corridor within 12 hours of each other. The assembly location was a civic hall in the Civil Administrative District, booked through the standard event registration system under a community meeting category. Rong Baihe had reviewed the booking documentation and confirmed it was legally defensible under the provincial compact's civil gathering provisions. They assembled at the evening hour, when the light was at its least demanding and the streets had the quality of day becoming night that made foot traffic anonymous. Shen Wuming introduced each of them to the others by name and former status, in the order they had arrived, which was also roughly the order in which they had been erased, which was also roughly the order in which they had learned what their situation meant. He addressed the group afterward. He told them what the absolute revision mechanism was. He told them about the reservoir and its current estimated capacity and the timeline to the capacity event. He told them about the Saber Mandate Sect's 40-year role as the Harvest Operations Field Arm. He told them about the Heaven Sovereign Consultation and the enhanced enforcement authorization that would follow. He told them about the principle, the structural designation that appeared in 47-year-old compliance documents and current operational briefs, and what his 40-year position implied about the scope and deliberateness of the operation they were subject to. He delivered all of this precisely. He did not soften any of it. He did not add reassurances he did not have evidence for. He was not presenting them with a plan that he claimed would succeed. He was presenting them with an accurate account of their situation and his intentions within it. I intend to prevent the absolute revision, he said. I intend to build a legal and operational framework that makes the mechanism unusable and the principle's authority structure contestable in a forum that cannot be unilaterally closed by the celestial administrative system. I do not know whether these intentions are achievable within the available timeline. I am telling you they are my intentions, not my guarantees. Fong Weiming said, what do you need from us? Documentation. Each of you is a primary source on the most significant legal irregularity in the celestial administrative system's current operation. Your documented existence, your recorded survival, your recorded experience of the erasure process, your recorded experience of what survival outside the record's protection has cost you, is evidence. Not my documentation of your cases, your documentation of your own lives. I am providing the methodology. The substance is yours. He gave each of them a ledger. He had prepared 9 of them, of the same size and format as his own, from the same paper supplier in Province Crown's commercial district. He explained the format. Date every entry, name every individual by name, specify every event in factual terms, cross-reference where one entry illuminates another. He told them to keep the ledger and to keep a copy in a separate location. Lu Jinji said, you're telling us to become you. I'm telling you to build records that I cannot build for you, and that will outlast both of us, he said. What you choose to do with the records is your own accounting. Wei Zuelon said, are you building an army? He said, Shen Wuming is building a record. The army builds itself from that, if it needs to. Shen Quan sat with Fong Weiming during the meeting. The large, quiet man had offered the 7-year-old his coat when the civic hall grew cold, an act of generosity that the boy had accepted with the specific seriousness of someone who understands that the gesture means something more than warmth. He watched the proceedings with the careful attention of a child who had learned through necessity that adults' words contained information that was sometimes life-relevant. Hook. After the group dispersed, Shen Wuming stood in the empty civic hall for a while. He opened his ledger to the unnamed column. 3 names there. 9 new ledgers in 9 other hands, beginning their first entries. He had been building documentation for 8 months. Tonight was the first night that the documentation had started building itself, in other voices, outside his direct control. He noted this in the operational section of the ledger as network propagation confirmed, 9 nodes, methodology distributed, Then he noted, in a different section, without annotation, "This is what it looks like when a record begins to live outside the person who started it." Chapter 47. He chose the Saber Mandate sect's regional headquarters in Cinderwall for the same reason he had chosen public spaces for every significant action. Witnesses. Cinderwall's Saber Mandate installation occupied a 4-story building in the administrative district's primary street. It was properly licensed under the Provincial Compact's enforcement contractor provisions, staffed with 17 cultivators in the foundation carved to soul kindled range, and equipped with a monitoring formation system covering the surrounding 2-block zone. The installation had a public entrance, a posted policy of receiving petitions during morning hours from clients of the Resource Flow Protection Contract, and a stated commitment to transparent operation under the provincial regulatory framework. He arrived at the morning hours. He entered through the public entrance. He stated that he had a petition to file regarding a compliance matter in Ashgate's contract territory. The intake clerk did not know what to do with him. He scanned null in the monitoring formation, flagged, logged as hardware anomaly, not escalated. He had a stated purpose that fell within the posted petition policy. His stated purpose was legitimate. A compliance matter was a legitimate petition category. The clerk's options for declining were limited by the building's own publicly stated procedures. He was shown to the petition waiting area. He sat in the middle chair. He placed his ledger on his knee. He wrote steadily, in the way someone writes while waiting for administrative processing, which was a familiar posture in any organization's waiting room and therefore produced no immediate response. 3 other petitioners came and went. He remained. He wrote. He continued to scan null in the building's formation system, which continued to log hardware anomaly flags in an accumulating sequence that began to attract attention at the building's upper level at the 90-minute mark. 3 Saber Mandate cultivators appeared in the waiting area's doorway. They observed him. They were professionals. They did not do anything sudden. They observed with the measured attention of people who had been trained to handle unusual situations without escalating them prematurely. He wrote, Cinderwall headquarters. Monitoring formation flagged null 0847. First response team. Doorway observation at 0943. 3 individuals. Foundation carved to core formed. No sanctioned weapons visible at current distance. Building response timeline. Faster than Iron Leaf. Slower than a direct engagement protocol. This is a stall. They are waiting for confirmation of what they are dealing with before committing to a response category. He continued writing. The tribulation bolt came at the 2-hour mark, arriving from the sky through the building's formation-protected roof at an authorization level that overrode local suppression. The bolt passed through him without finding its anchor, no valid record entry to target, and discharged through the window he had positioned himself beside. Voiding residue energy pooled in the gap his null status left, and he harvested it, the 4th void mark since Tier 3. The second bolt arrived 11 minutes later. Third, 17 minutes after that. 3 bolts in 28 minutes. A compressed sequence that meant the enforcement system was treating the situation as escalating urgency rather than standard tribulation targeting. The compression required him to absorb all 3 marks in rapid sequence, without the standard recovery interval between absorptions. The cost was immediate and specific. 3 simultaneous void marks at this tier exceeded his current absorption capacity, and the overflow translated into a targeted sensory shutdown. Not his hands this time. His vision. Not darkness. Absence. As if the photons reaching his eyes had stopped being legible. He stood from his chair by spatial memory. He put his ledger in his coat by spatial memory. He said, in the even voice he used for observations, Shen Wuming is leaving through the front entrance. The petition is being withdrawn. No one stopped him. He could hear the waiting room, the 3-person team at the doorway, additional movement on the stairs above, but their hesitation was the hesitation of professionals who had watched their system throw 3 consecutive tribulation bolts at a target that had absorbed all of them and was now walking away. They did not have a protocol for this outcome. He crossed the waiting room by memory and reached the street. The street's sounds resolved his position. The administrative district's main thoroughfare, 30 meters from the building entrance, pedestrian traffic moderate. A hand found his elbow from the left. It found it directly, without searching, which meant she had been in a confirmed observation position and had tracked his exit precisely. She guided him at a walking pace that matched the street's general movement. Not hurried, not conspicuous. She did not speak. He did not speak. They moved through the administrative district toward the in-district as 2 people moving with purpose. Hook. Yinli watched from the observation roof he had positioned on 2 days ago. He watched the tall woman and the man without sight moving through the afternoon foot traffic below him. Her hand steady on his elbow, his stride consistent, both of them proceeding at exactly the pace that the street required and not one step slower. And he said nothing, because there was nothing to say that would add to what he was seeing. Chapter 48, 2 Days of Darkness. He had expected blindness as a possible cost. He had not expected that the experience of sustained blindness would produce, as its primary operational consequence, 2 days of conversation with Rongbaiha. She described what she saw with the economy and precision of her training, not the atmospherics of the environment, but its operational content. She told him what buildings were on the north side of the street, what the formation patterns in the cultivation district indicated about monitoring density, where the exits were in relation to their position, what the foot traffic pattern suggested about the time of day. She did this continuously and without being asked, because she had identified that this was the information he needed and that he was not going to ask for it, because asking would have required acknowledging that he was dependent on her in a way that she suspected he found uncomfortable. He found it not uncomfortable, but unexpected. He had been operating in a condition of significant informational isolation for 8 months. He did not exist in the information systems that people in his environment trusted, which meant he was always working from a slightly deficient information base compared to people who could simply look up what they needed to know. He had managed this through observation and inference and the specific extra attention that exclusion from standard information channels required. He had not, in 8 months, had someone simply describe the world to him accurately and in real time. The descriptions were useful in the obvious operational sense. They were also something else that he spent some of the 2-day blindness period attempting to categorize. The most accurate category he found was direct contact with another person's perception, without the standard information processing intermediary of his own observation. She saw something. She told him what she saw. The information arrived without any of the distance that his normal processing introduced between an event and his understanding of it. She asked about the timestamp discrepancy on the second day of the blindness, in the early morning when the inn was quiet. Why 1 minute specifically, she said. The discrepancy was in the timing, not in the execution. I started the completion clock 1 minute early. I certified completion before the process had technically completed. Why would I do that? He had thought about this. He told her the possibilities. A genuine clock reading error under pressure. A subconscious deviation from the timeline based on a belief that the process was complete when it was not, or a deliberate choice to start the clock early for a reason she had not been consciously aware of at the time. You think the third one, she said. 1 minute is too small an error for a trained enforcer to make by misreading a clock. The belief that it was complete explanation requires you to have felt certain the process had finished before it had. And the judiciary training specifically calibrates against that kind of premature certainty, because premature certifications are a known failure mode in enforcement proceedings. The training addresses it explicitly. You would not have been susceptible to it without a specific competing factor. A competing factor, she repeated. You mean something that made me want the process to be complete. I mean something that made you feel, in the specific moment of recording, that recording completion was accurate rather than premature. He paused. The discrepancy was 1 minute. The process was 1 minute from completion when you recorded it. If you had waited 1 more minute, the recording would have been accurate. You didn't wait. He was in the dark room with no sight, and her voice was the primary information available. And he said, I think you knew, in some way you didn't have access to consciously, that what you were doing was not a mistake, that the 1 minute mattered. She was quiet, the kind of quiet that held a question she was still assembling. He inscribed the Tier 4 law as sight returned, not the full return, but the approach of it. The specific quality of pre-visual sensation that meant the system was regenerating rather than absent. He inscribed it into the largest of the 3 accumulated void marks from Cinderwall. The law. No entity may speak my name within a space I have claimed without the name carrying the weight of what I have done. Not a combat law. Not a protection law. A presence law. A law that turned the name that had been administratively erased into something that carried the full weight of its bearer's history when spoken in his presence. Hook. Sight returned at the 47th hour, 1 hour past his estimate, and the first thing he saw was the room precisely as Rongbaiha had described it. The dimensions, the window angle, the position of the lamp. The accuracy was disorienting in the specific way of a prediction proven exactly right, not because he hadn't expected the accuracy, but because the experience of a described world and a visible world coinciding precisely felt, in the moment of coincidence, like a form of understanding rather than a verification. Chapter 49, he tested the Tier 4 law in Ashgate's council chamber at mid-morning, with 3 members present for an administrative session they had not expected to include him. He walked in through the public entrance, past the reception function, up the administrative staircase, and through the chamber door without requesting permission, Because the council chamber was a civil administrative space with a stated public access policy during business hours, and walking through a public space without requesting permission was not a violation of the space's policy. He sat at the table. The 3 council members present were Bao Lisin, the sect representative he had spoken with at the initial meeting, and 2 of the independent commercial members whose names he had recorded from the cooperation agreement. They looked at him with the specific expression of people who had been anticipating a second encounter and were evaluating whether this was the encounter they had anticipated. "My name," he said, "is Shen Wuming." He said it in the specific space of the council chamber, which was a space he had spent 2 hours and 3 weeks prior, and which therefore met the Tier 4 law's threshold of a space he has claimed, not by possession or by formal occupation, but by the particular quality of extended intentional presence that the law's inscription had specified. He said his name as the law required, as a declaration, in a claimed space, with the specific intention of the law activating. The 3 council members felt it. It was not a physical sensation, not a vibration or a pressure or a force. It was something that arrived in the comprehension rather than the body, a sudden clarity about who they were speaking with, not as a description but as a direct contact with the accumulated weight of what the name represented. The 47 names he had read aloud in Ironleaf Civil Court. The void marks of the people whose names those were. The 8 months of documented, careful, precise accumulation of evidence in the face of systematic enforcement pressure. The laws inscribed from the residue of targeting events that had failed to find their anchor. The conversation in this specific room 3 weeks ago, which had been the beginning of their cooperation agreement, and which they now understood, in direct contact with the full weight of everything that conversation had been part of, rather than through the incomplete picture they had carried since. Bao Lisin set down his brush. He looked at Shen Wuming for a long moment with the expression of an old negotiator encountering something he did not have a prior model for. "The Saber Mandate sect will be told," he said. "Yes, and they will mobilize. And they will arrive at a position that does not contain me, as they have done consistently for the past several months." He paused. "I am not asking you to confront them. I am asking you to continue the cooperation you agreed to, with the additional understanding that the cooperation is not a risk you are accepting on faith. It is a risk you are accepting with a full picture of who you are cooperating with, and what we're cooperating against," the second commercial representative said. Her name was Dong Weihong, and she had been the quietest of the council members at the initial meeting, which in his experience meant she had been the most carefully attentive. "Yes," he said. They discussed, for an hour, the specific documentation requests from the cooperation agreement. They produced 2 of the 3 administrative records he had asked for. The third required locating from an older archive, which Bao Lisin agreed to arrange within the week. They reviewed the witness availability for the future civil proceeding and confirmed it. They discussed the Saber Mandate contract renegotiation parameters without reaching final agreement, which was expected. He wrote, "Afterward, Tier 4 law, confirmed operative. The law does not compel. It informs. Informed people make different decisions than uninformed people, even when the information is not directly actionable. The council has not become my allies. They have become people with an accurate picture of the situation, which is the prerequisite for everything that follows." Hook. The report reached Luhong Saber within 12 hours. Someone in the chamber relayed the account accurately, which Shen Wuming had estimated at a 60% probability based on the council members' demonstrated behavior patterns. Luhong received the report at a location his network's communication pattern placed 3 days' travel from the provinces. He read it twice and set it down and said one word, in the quiet tone of a professional recalibrating for a problem that had become significantly more interesting. Chapter 50. Luhong Saber and the Bridge Meeting. Luhong Saber arrived in the shattered provinces 5 days after the council chamber incident, which was not as fast as a direct approach would have allowed and which therefore suggested deliberation. The man did not move without intention. Shen Wuming had confirmed this through the accumulated record of his operations over the past 4 decades. Luhong made calculated choices about timing, deployment, and personal appearance. He sent no formal notice before arriving. Instead, he appeared at the Ashgate provincial border crossing in the evening, passed through the standard inspection with verification documents that scanned properly in the formations. He had legitimacy in every system that could be verified by legitimacy, and proceeded to the Ashgate administrative district with a single escort, a younger cultivator with the precise discipline of someone trained in the Saber Mandate's internal hierarchy. Shen Wuming received word through the information network. Luhong had entered the province, had not proceeded to the Saber Mandate's regional headquarters, and had instead taken accommodation at a mid-tier civic inn used by traveling administrators. This suggested purpose without hostile positioning. He did not go to meet Lu Hong. He waited. Lu Hong sent a message through a neutral civic runner. No formation, no cultivation-based courier system, just a written note on standard stationery delivered to Rong Baihe's temporary residence. The note specified a location, a time, and a single meaningful detail. Alone. It was signed with Liu Hong's formal name and seal. Shen Wuming read the message twice. He said, to Rong Baihe, the location is the stone bridge at the provincial boundary. The time is mid-morning, which is a time that produces regular pedestrian traffic. Requesting alone is a demonstration of status. He is confident he does not need tactical advantage. The seal is genuine, which means he has not entered into unauthorized contact. A trap, Rong Baihe said. Possible. Probability lower than alternative. He could have attempted direct engagement through the regional headquarters or through coordinated pressure on identified allies. Instead, he requested a private conversation, which requires him to believe a private conversation is achievable. This belief suggests he has reached a specific assessment about what this situation represents. He went to the bridge alone, as requested. The stone bridge crossed a section of the tributary that ran through the provincial boundary, a natural demarcation point, neutral ground by geographic convention rather than formal agreement. Lu Hong's saber waited at the bridge's center point. Also alone, his younger escort left at the far approach. The man was tall, with silver hair worn in a formal queue and the bearing of someone who had spent 40 years in positions where people listened to what he said without questioning his authority. They stood in the morning light, on neutral stone, with the water moving below them. The council members were uncertain about what to report to me, Lu Hong said. His voice was precise, controlled, with the specific tone of a professional addressing another professional. They described an event that did not fit into the frameworks they had available. They said you had claimed a space with the law. They said you had spoken your name. They said it was difficult to describe the effect accurately, but that the effect had been substantial. That is accurate, Shen Wuming said. 47 names, Lu Hong continued. I have the records. Every individual processed through my jurisdiction, cross-referenced with administrative documents. 47 individuals erased from the record over a 4-decade term. The dates are consistent with standard enforcement operations. The classifications are orthodox. Nothing in the documented record suggests these erasures were unusual. They were not unusual, Shen Wuming said. They were systematic. The usual is precisely the mechanism. Lu Hong nodded, as if Wuming had confirmed something he had already assessed independently. He said, I am proposing a collaboration. I am tired of being the Celestial Court's instrument. I have been, for 40 years, the hand that executes the decisions made by people who believe they understand the scope of what they are executing. I have begun to suspect that they do not understand the scope. He paused. I have access to information that goes beyond normal channels. Information about the purpose of these erasures. Information about the long-term structure you have been documenting. I can give you that information. In exchange, when this situation reaches its resolution, I would ask for the same consideration you have given to your other allies. Shen Wuming listened to this with no change in expression. When Lu Hong finished, he said, Shen Wuming is not interested in alliances. Shen Wuming is interested in information and documentation. The 47 names in your jurisdiction are already recorded in the ledger, recorded with their dates, their case numbers, their documented outcomes, and the specific enforcement operations that terminated them. That information is permanent. The question of what you were instructed to do with those names is separate from the question of what you actually did. Both are recorded now. Lu Hong waited. The water continued to move below them. If you are offering information that affects the documentation in the ledger, Shen Wuming said, then Shen Wuming is interested in that information, not in what comes after the information is delivered. What comes after is your accounting, not mine. Something passed through Liu Hong's expression, not disappointment, something more like respect. You do not want redemption, he said. It was not a question. Shen Wuming wants information. He wants the 47 names recorded accurately. What the person holding this information chooses to do with that accuracy is not Shen Wuming's responsibility. Lu Hong nodded once, slowly. He said, then we have an understanding. I will provide you with documents. Classified materials from the administrative structure. Letters, directives, architectural specifications. What you do with those materials is your accounting. What I do with having provided them is mine. They exchanged information on dead drop locations. They did not touch. The conversation took 6 minutes. When Lu Hong turned to leave, Shen Wuming did not call after him. Hook. Lu Hong's saber walked back across the stone bridge toward his escort, and he was thinking, in the way of men who had made peace with certain costs, that this had been exactly the conversation he had needed to have and exactly the answer he had not been able to refuse. The erasure of alliance, the offering of information with no promise of what it would become. It was a form of absolution that he had not been offered in 40 years of asking for forgiveness in ways that required the forgiver to benefit. This felt different. It felt, perhaps, like what justice looked like when it came from someone who had nothing to gain from offering it. Chapter 51. The Reservoir. 3 days after the bridge meeting, Luhong Saber's first document drop appeared in the cavity of the civic wall at the specified location. Shen Wuming retrieved it in the afternoon and read through the first document in his private room, while the afternoon light was still strong enough to read by without lamp assistance. The document was classified under the highest celestial administrative tier, marked with authorization seals he recognized from the structural records Meng Quill had provided. It was an architectural specification for an underground chamber beneath the Celestial Court's third archive facility, not the public archive, but the tertiary secure location used for storing documents that required both security and restricted access. The chamber was not designed for storage. It was designed for collection. Specifically, it was designed as a collection vessel, a reservoir carved from the foundational bedrock, and fitted with formation infrastructure that would allow the accumulation of a specific substance in a concentrated state. The substance was void marks. The document specified the reservoir's dimensions, its formation architecture, its current capacity, and, in a notation added by hand, in Liu Hong's careful script, its estimated fill rate and current status. The reservoir was nearly full. The current calculations indicated it would reach capacity within 4 to 5 years, possibly sooner if the Saber Mandate sect escalated its enforcement operations in response to perceived threats to the system. When the reservoir reached capacity, a mechanical sequence would activate. The document did not specify what that sequence did. It merely indicated that once capacity was reached, the final procedure will initiate automatically. There was no note about what the final procedure was or what it was intended to accomplish. Shen Wuming read this twice, took it to Meng Quill without delay, and presented it to her in her archive workspace with no explanation except the void mark reservoir. It exists. Luhong Saber has confirmed the location, the timeline, and the capacity status. Meng Quill took the document from his hands. She read the first page. She sat down, quite slowly, as if her body was no longer receiving information at the necessary speed. She read the rest. When she finished reading, she was very pale. "I know what it activates," she said. Her voice was steady in the way that voices are steady when they are doing work to maintain steadiness. "I know because I tried to find the theoretical mechanism 7 years ago, when I was still cataloging the archive, and I found too many erasures to not ask what they were for. I dug for months. I found references in older documents, architectural fragments, theoretical frameworks, a failed prototype in the 4th archive's basement, a smaller version of this. I found enough to understand the framework." "What does it activate?" Shen Wuming said. "The absolute revision," she said. "That's what the Celestial Court calls it internally. It's a fail-safe mechanism built into the Heavenly Record's foundational architecture. It's a theoretical emergency procedure, designed for situations where the record itself becomes corrupted or compromised beyond repair. When activated, it doesn't delete the record. It rewrites it completely. Every name, every entry, every karma, every fate line, every inscribed law, all of it is taken back to the system baseline and written again fresh. It's a complete reset." She set the document down on her desk with trembling hands. "It's designed to be impossible to activate accidentally. It requires a specific accumulation of void marks, the residual energy from erasure operations, as the catalyst. Void marks are the proof that something has been taken outside the record's jurisdiction. A full reservoir of them is what unlocks the mechanism to rewrite everything that was erased." Shen Wuming did not ask his next question. He stood in the quiet of the archive workspace and waited for her to continue, because she had more to say. "If it works," Meng Quill said, "the record gets rewritten. All of it. Including any laws inscribed outside of it. Including your Tier 4 law. Including everything you have built. It all disappears. You become truly nothing." "Hook," Shen Wuming wrote in his ledger that evening, in the formal operations section, a single entry. Asterisk, "The absolute revision mechanism will activate within 5 years. Timeline constraint identified." If Shen Wuming is to prevent this outcome, the timeline for prevention is approximately 1,825 days. He has already spent 240 of those days documenting the system. He has 1,585 remaining. He will require all of them. Asterisk Chapter 52. The absolute revision. Meng Quill sat with him in the private room and explained, with the careful precision of someone who had spent 7 years studying something she was afraid to understand and was now being forced to explain it anyway. The heavenly record was not simply a ledger of names and fates. It was a structural document, a constitutional frame that defined how reality itself operated in the celestial order. Every being bound by the record was bound by its laws. Every cultivator, every spirit, every entity with a recognized place in the system was fundamentally subject to the record's parameters because the record itself had the authority to define what being meant within the system. An absolute revision would rewrite those parameters. Menquil pulled old documents from her archive that showed theoretical frameworks for how such a revision might work. The system would not destroy existing entities, it would redefine them. It would take every recorded life and rewrite its fundamental facts. The accumulated karma would be recalculated. The recorded fate lines would be reshuffled. The record would essentially execute a complete audit and reset operation, the way one might rewrite a corrupted ledger system by going through all the entries and checking them against the source truth. The problem, she said, is that void marks represent entities that are outside the record. They are evidence of things that exist without being bound by the record's parameters. They're the only thing that can break the record's authority, because they prove that something can be real without being real according to the record's definitions. And a full reservoir of them provides the catalyst for a reset, Shen Wuming said. Not just a catalyst, a justification. The record would interpret a full reservoir as evidence that the system had become corrupted enough to require a complete rewrite. It was designed as an emergency protocol. If the record accumulates evidence that too much exists outside it, the record rewrites itself to bring everything back into compliance. Shen Wuming absorbed this. He said, if the revision occurs, all laws inscribed outside the record are erased. All of them. Tier 4, Tier 5, all of them. Because those laws exist specifically because you exist outside the record. A complete rewrite of the record would restore full system authority. There would be no legal framework to operate outside it from. You become truly nothing, Shen Wuming said. It was not a question. Menquil nodded. Not just erased from the record. That would leave a trace, a void space where your name should be. A complete revision would remove even the trace. You would become less than erased. You would become legally impossible. Your existence would not be absent from the record. It would be contradictory to the record's existence. The system would process you as an error state that cannot exist. He sat with this. He did not ask for reassurance. He did not ask for solutions. After a long silence, he said, how long until the revision activates? The document says 4 to 5 years. Possibly sooner if they accelerate. Can it be stopped? Yes, Menquil said. But only if the void mark accumulation is interrupted before capacity is reached. If the reservoir reaches capacity, the revision activates automatically. There is no abort procedure. The mechanism is designed to be unstoppable once it has reached critical mass. Shen Wuming opened his ledger. He wrote, in the section reserved for declarations, the words that came to him without hesitation or doubt. Asterisk, the absolute revision mechanism will not activate. Shen Wuming has already paid this cost into the ledger. The work continues. Asterisk hook. Menquil watched him write and understood, in that moment, that he had not asked her to solve the problem because he had known all along that she could not. He had asked because he needed the information, and because in asking, he had made her complicit in the knowledge. They sat together in the quiet archive workspace, and two people who understood what was coming held the weight of it between them in silence. Chapter 53. The night assembly. Shen Wuming stopped sleeping. Not completely. He managed 4 or 5 hours in fragmented periods, sometimes at night, sometimes during the day, never long enough to fully transition into deep rest. The cost was manageable. Clarity required maintenance, and maintenance required sacrifice. He moved through all 5 city-states of the shattered provinces, establishing leverage, building legal documentation networks, placing people at crucial administrative intersections. He did this with the precision of someone executing a plan he had conceived months earlier and had refined during the 8 days since receiving Luhong Saber's information. Yanli handled the physical enforcement. He was faster now, moving with the confidence of someone who had been tested and had not broken. He established safe houses, organized the network of survivors, verified supply lines. He worked with the same methodical intensity as Shen Wuming, neither of them managing more sleep than the other, both operating at the edge of what sustainable effort looked like. Rong Baihe handled the legal verification. She reviewed every document that Shen Wuming produced, checked them against celestial administrative precedent, identified weaknesses in reasoning or documentation. She worked with the precision of someone for whom the law had been the organizing principle of her life, and who was now learning to deploy that precision in service of something the law had not been designed to protect. In a late-night planning session, early morning by actual calendar, the kind of hour where the boundary between night and day becomes academic, the three of them were genuinely functioning as a unified system rather than three separate actors. Shen Wuming had positioned a map across the table. The map showed the 5 city-states and the administrative nodes where he was establishing legal presence. Rong Baihe was marking the locations where her former colleagues in the enforcement systems could be leveraged without requiring them to officially defect. Yanli was counting logistics. How many safe houses, how many supply lines, how many people they could actually protect if a purge came to multiple locations simultaneously. They worked without conversation, the way people work when all 3 minds are moving at the same pace and in the same direction. Shen Wuming wrote notes. Rong Baihe checked them against precedent. Yanli calculated feasibility. The work moved like 3 parts of a single machine. At around the 4-hour mark of the session, when they had finished the North Territory and were moving into the secondary circuits, Yanli set down his notes. He looked at Shen Wuming directly and asked, in the careful tone of someone asking something he had needed to ask for a long time, "Do you actually care whether we live through this?" The silence that followed was absolute. Rong Baihe did not look up from her documents. Yanli did not move. Shen Wuming did not speak. It was not a silence that demanded a rapid answer. It was a silence that held the space for an honest one. When Shen Wuming finally answered, he said, "Yes. Shen Wuming cares. Not cares about you." That would have been a claim he wasn't ready to make. Not cares about survival. That would have been technical, and Yanli had asked about something beneath technique. Just, he cares. Present tense. Not a historical attachment or a future obligation, but a current state of existing that his actions had to account for. Yanli nodded once. He returned to his notes. The work continued. Hook. In the early dawn, when the 3 of them had finally completed the major nodes of the 5 territories and were collating the final documentation, Rong Baihe realized that something had shifted in the room. Not in the plan, not in the work, but in the way the 3 of them were occupying the same space. They had moved, somehow, from being allies in a shared cause to being people who functioned together in a way that made individual function almost unnecessary. When Shen Wuming moved to retrieve a document, Yanli had already positioned himself to retrieve it. When Rong Baihe needed clarification on a point, Shen Wuming had already prepared the explanation. They had become, without formal agreement, something like a unit. The realization did not comfort her. Instead, it made her understand, more clearly than any statement could, that Shen Wuming was expecting to need them to continue together for as long as the system would allow it. Chapter 54. The Protection Laws. Shen Wuming's answer to Yanli's question, his acknowledgement of caring, took physical form 3 days later. He inscribed 2 new laws using void marks he had been accumulating specifically for this purpose. The process took 6 hours. The cost was specific and severe. The first law, *entities within 10 meters of the namer at the moment of danger are protected from tribulation class enforcement targeting. The protection lasts for the duration of the named entity's presence in the claimed space. The protection ends when the named entity leaves the spatial boundary. *The second law. *The namer will absorb enforcement class void marks directed toward protected entities up to a maximum of 3 marks per calendar cycle. After 3 marks, the protection lapses until the new cycle begins. These laws reduced his personal power dramatically. Each law consumed the equivalent of 4 void marks from his personal accumulation. Void marks he had been gathering toward his own resistive capability. He had reduced his own capacity, the resource he needed most urgently to resist the absolute revision timeline, in order to extend protection to people within his immediate vicinity. He did not announce this change. He wrote it in his ledger in the formal operations section, marked it as completed, and proceeded with the day's work. Yanli noticed. He noticed because he had learned to read Shen Wuming's operational patterns, and he noticed that the inscription sequence had used more void marks than recent projections had accounted for. He noticed that Shen Wuming was moving slightly less efficiently in the afternoon, which was the residual cost of extended inscription work. He noticed, most importantly, that Shen Wuming did not mention it. He found Shen Wuming alone in the evening, reviewing documents in the provisional study. He said, "You used 8 void marks today? The projections don't account for that expenditure." Shen Wuming did not look up from the document. "Projection accuracy will be updated. What did you inscribe?" "Protection laws. 4-meter radius, tribulation class deflection, 3 mark absorbing capacity per cycle." Yanli understood immediately what this meant. Shen Wuming had spent resources they could not spare on creating a layer of protection for people who were within his immediate vicinity. He had made himself the buffer between his allies and the enforcement system. You can't absorb more than 3 marks a cycle, Yinli said. You don't have the reserve. Shen Wuming is aware of the calculation, he said quietly. The protection is active regardless. Yinli stood in the quiet study and understood what he was seeing. Not sacrifice. Shen Wuming did not like that framing, had made clear through every action that he was not interested in being positioned as a martyr or a savior. Instead, this was accounting. This was Shen Wuming reading the ledger, understanding what he owed to the people in his vicinity, and paying the debt immediately rather than waiting for a moment when the cost might be higher. Hook. When Yinli left the study, he was carrying the weight of understanding what it meant to have someone who cared enough to diminish themselves for your protection. It was not comfortable. It was not easy to bear. But it was real, and it had been offered without condition or expectation of acknowledgement. And Yinli found himself moving through the next hours of work with the clarity of someone who had been given something he did not deserve and had decided to be worthy of that gift anyway. Chapter 55. Rong Baihe's report. Rong Baihe requested a private meeting with Shen Wuming 5 days after he inscribed the protection laws. She brought a document with her, not official, not stamped, but handwritten in her careful script. It was 15 pages. This is a case-by-case review, she said, setting it on the table between them. Every major enforcement operation I participated in during my tenure with the Celestial Court. Every case where I certified the completion of an erasure operation. Every case where, in retrospect, I have reason to believe the operation was unjust. She did not sit while he read. She stood, maintaining the posture of someone filing an official report to a superior authority, which, in the formality of her bearing, he understood she was positioning this as. The document was devastating. Case after case detailed operations where the accused had minimal or no evidence. Operations where the investigation had been rushed. Operations where celestial authority had been used to suppress dissent rather than to enforce actual legal violation. Operations where Rong Baihe had been the enforcement arm, the person who had executed the orders, who had certified the completion, who had signed the authorization documents. She had kept records. She had saved evidence. She had compiled this analysis over years, perhaps, without sharing it with anyone, carrying the weight of knowing what she had been part of. I am not asking for absolution, she said, when he finished reading. I know the law does not provide forgiveness for past actions, only accountability for them. I am providing this documentation so that it is recorded. The operations are part of the system's truth now. They are no longer internal to the enforcement structure. They are documented and external. What you do with this documentation is your decision, but the responsibility for the operations themselves remains mine. Shen Wuming read through the document once more. When he finished, he opened his ledger. What column? Rong Baihe asked. You will see. He wrote her name in the ledger, not in the debts to settle column, not in any of the established organizational sections. He turned to a new page, several pages after the point where his daily entries normally ended. At the top of this page, he wrote her name. Below it, he began a new column header, which he had never used before. He left it unnamed. You are recorded, he said. Not as a debt, not as a transaction. You are recorded as someone whose weight in this work is independent of the accounting system. You are documented outside of any framework that measures what you owe or what you are owed. You are simply recorded. She looked at her name in the ledger, on a page with no other entries, under a column with no name. It was a small thing, arguably meaningless in a formal system. But it was the most comprehensive form of acknowledgement she had received in years, and it was given without the claim that acknowledgement could erase what had been done. Hook. Rong Baihe left the study and found herself thinking about the distinction between forgiveness and recording. She had not been forgiven. Forgiveness was not available to her, and she did not believe it should be. But she had been recorded in a way that placed her action and her weight in a framework that was not about debt or repayment or the eternal ledger of moral accounting. She had been named. That was not absolution, but it was something she could live with in a way she had not been able to before. Chapter 56. The simultaneous strike. The intelligence came through Luhong Saber's network 14 days before the scheduled operation. Enough time to respond. Not so much that Shen Wuming had to spend days in sustained preparedness at high alert. The Saber Mandate sect had determined that the network of surviving erased cultivators in the shattered provinces represented an unacceptable risk to the system's operational security. They had compiled a target list. All 7 surviving erased cultivators, located across the 5 city-states. The operation was scheduled for elimination via simultaneous celestial enforcement strikes, coordinated to occur within a 12-hour window. There was no way to defend all 7 locations at once. Shen Wuming understood this immediately. He did not attempt to argue with the numbers or to develop a plan that would avoid the hard choice he was looking at. Instead, he split the work. He and Yinli divided the protective operations across locations. Shen Wuming took 3 of the 7 sites. Yinli took the other 2. That left 2 sites undefended except by the cultivators themselves. We can't cover all 7, Yinli said, looking at the operational map. No, Shen Wuming confirmed. We are covering 5. The remaining 2 are defensible on their own terms, or they are not. We do not have a third option. Rongbai has said, I can cover 1 additional location. I have the legal standing to be in administrative district spaces. I can position myself at one of the secondary sites. Shen Wuming looked at her. That is a location where celestial enforcement is probable. I am aware of the probability. You will be opposing former colleagues. People you have worked with directly. I am aware of that as well, she said. Her voice was steady. I will be at location 4 during the strike window. The cultivator position there is Wei Tsuelon. She has been alone long enough. They worked through the night and the following day, preparing the 3 operational spaces. Shen Wuming established claim sequences in each location. The specific quality of prolonged intentional presence that would activate his Tier 4 law and create the informed space where his legal authority could operate. Yinli moved supplies and established secondary escape routes. They reviewed the astronomical patterns to determine optimal timing for the strikes, based on celestial formation cycles. The morning of the operation came clear and cold. Shen Wuming was at location 1 when the first strike came. He felt the void mark activate at the edge of his protective radius, a tribulation-class enforcement bolt hitting the designated target location. He absorbed the mark. The cultivator sheltered in the claimed space felt the impact redefine itself as external rather than targeting, and survived. Yinli faced a complication at location 2. The enforcement system sent 2 simultaneous strikes instead of 1, which exceeded his defensive capacity. His second mark would have been lethal. It never reached him. Shen Wuming felt the overload in his own protection network and absorbed the excess mark across the distance, paying the cost immediately. Rongbai stood in Location 4's administrative district office and faced a team of 7 enforcement cultivators, including her former training partner, a woman named Shen Mei who had once been Rongbai's assistant in certification operations. Shen Mei activated the enforcement formation in the office space, attempting to create a contained zone for the targeting operation. Rongbai stepped in front of Wei Tsuelon. She said, this operation is not sanctioned under provincial administrative law. The jurisdiction for enforcement operations in public administrative spaces is contested. You do not have clear authority to proceed. It was a legal blocking maneuver, one she had used many times before, but never in opposition to a team that was following direct celestial orders. Shen Mei did not hesitate. She activated the enforcement strike. The void mark came through Shen Wuming's protection network. He was 3 city-states away, but he felt it, the direct impact on someone within his claimed perimeter. He absorbed it, and the cost this time was higher because Rongbaiha was farther away and the deflection had to travel a greater distance. 3 marks in 1 cycle. He was at capacity. The 4th strike came during the evening, targeted at one of the undefended locations. Shen Wuming felt it activate somewhere in his network's awareness, but he could not absorb it. He was at capacity, and the protection had lapsed. He felt the mark resolve as a direct hit. He moved immediately. By the time he reached location 5, the cultivator there, a woman named Lu Jinji, had already absorbed partial protection from one of the 7 erased cultivators who shared the location. It was not protection, exactly. It was something that looked, from the outside, like mutual sacrifice rather than mutual protection. 2 people in the same space, one stronger, deciding that they would absorb the strike's cost together rather than separately. The 7th location, the one he had written off entirely, contacted him through Meng Quill's network 6 hours after the operation was officially concluded. The cultivator there, a man named Feng Weiming, reported that he had left the location during the operation and had taken shelter in the mortal districts. The enforcement strike had hit an empty space. He was alive. Hook. By the evening of the operation, as Shen Wuming processed the reports and confirmed the status of all 7 surviving erased cultivators, he understood that they had not broken the system's attempt to eliminate them so much as they had distributed the cost of survival across the network. One cultivator had chosen to sacrifice rather than be protected. One had chosen mutual absorption rather than individual defense. One had moved outside the strike's range entirely. And the 3 where Shen Wuming or Yinli had positioned themselves had absorbed the protective marks and survived intact. It was not clean. It was not glorious. But when he updated the ledger that evening, he wrote, Asterisk network resilience confirmed under direct enforcement pressure. 9 days until the Heaven Sovereign consultation concludes. The operation continues. Asterisk, and he noted, without additional commentary, that the protection laws had cost him dearly, and that he would need to recalibrate the reserve projections entirely. Chapter 57. Old Ghost Shen walked into the path of a celestial purge strike 7 days later, and he did it with perfect clarity about what he was doing. Shen Wuming was at a secondary operational location, reviewing enforcement documentation with Rong Baihe, when the impact came through the city's formation systems, a Tier 6 enforcement strike, the kind usually reserved for catastrophic violations. The impact location was not where he was. It was 2 city-states away, at the location where Old Ghost Shen had been maintaining one of the primary safe houses. Shen Wuming felt the strike resolve in his perception with the specific quality of finality. That level of enforcement was not designed to be absorbed. It was designed to terminate. When it struck a location without warning and without immediate defensive capability, nothing at that location survived intact. He moved immediately, first to the safe house, finding it exactly as he had feared. The impact had been direct and overwhelming. The structure was compromised. Of the 5 cultivators sheltering there, 2 were dead, 3 were severely wounded. And Old Ghost Shen, who had been 73 years old and had been surviving on degraded cultivation reserves for 8 months, was gone. They found a letter in the wreckage, undamaged, in Shen's pocket. The paper was old, not recently written. The handwriting was steady. Shen had written it months ago, 3 months according to the date at the top, and had been carrying it since. It read, asterisk to the people who find this. I am Tan Shen, erased name Old Ghost Shen, and I have been outside the record for longer than any current erased cultivator except Shen Wuming. I have sustained this condition through a combination of dwindling reserves and the specific kind of stubborn refusal that comes with having nothing left to lose. I am writing this now because I understand that the situation will come to a point where someone will need to make a choice about whether to sustain this resistance or to accept dissolution. This letter is my advanced decision about my own choice. When the time comes, if the time comes, I choose to sustain the resistance. I choose to move into the path of enforcement strikes if it gives Shen Wuming or others in the network more time to prepare. I do this not as sacrifice. I am a selfish man, and I have too much pride to frame my death as noble. I do this as a simple accounting decision. I have had longer outside the record than I deserved. I owe more time to people who have fought harder for their survival. I am calling in the debt by paying it myself. Don't apologize. Just write my name right. Asterisk Shen Wuming read this letter in the damaged safe house, while the wounded cultivators were being moved to secondary locations. He read it without expression and without obvious reaction. But after he had read it, he sat for a long time in the wreckage, holding the letter in steady hands that were not steady at all beneath the surface. Hook. That evening, Shen Wuming came to the study with the letter and nothing else. He opened his ledger. He wrote Tan Shen's name on the unnamed page, on the same page where Rong Baihe's name was recorded, and beneath both names he began writing the details of Old Ghost Shen's life, not as it had been formatted in the celestial administrative system, but as he had lived it. The dates, the erasure, the months of degraded cultivation, the specific methodical way he had maintained the safe house operations, the moment he had chosen to step into the path of a strike that would have destroyed Shen Wuming's operational network. All of it recorded, all of it named. And when he finished writing, he closed the ledger and sat in silence for 4 hours without moving or speaking, because there was nothing to say that would add to what had been named. Chapter 58. The new column. Shen Wuming opened the ledger on the morning after Old Ghost Shen died, and he looked at the unnamed column for the first time with the knowledge that it would not remain unnamed much longer. He had 3 names there now. The girl from Iron Leaf Market, the 7-year-old erased cultivator whose name he had heard whispered in the stalls, and whose name glowed in his ledger with the specific intensity of someone whose weight in the system was outside standard measurement. Rong Baihe, recorded without the framework of debt or legal accountability. And now Old Ghost Shen, placed in the column at the moment of his death, as if the ledger itself had been waiting for this moment to become complete. Shen Wuming sat with the ledger in the early morning light and understood what the column represented. It was not a standard accounting category. It was not debt, not alliance, not transaction. It was something the system did not have language for. The record of people whose existence in his life had made him unable to continue operating as if existence was merely a calculation problem to be solved. He wrote at the top of the column, named. It was the only header the column would ever need. Below the header, the 3 names were already there. The girl, Rong Baihe, Old Ghost Shen, each one recorded with the full history of why they had been named, why they had earned placement in the column that existed outside the accounting framework. He closed the ledger and sat quietly for a long time. The morning light moved across the study. Rong Baihe was somewhere in the building working on enforcement documentation. Yinli was out conducting supply line operations. Meng Quil was in her archive, reviewing the history of the absolute revision mechanism, looking for any weakness in its architecture. And in the ledger, 3 people were named in a way that made Shen Wuming something other than what he had been before. Hook. When Shen Wuming finally stood from the study, his left hand had lost sensation again. The continued absorption of void marks was taking a systematic cost. His perception of record-bound entities was degrading further. Yinli appeared normal to him, but Rong Baihe was increasingly blurred in his direct perception. Her presence felt more than seen. But he had the ledger, and the column was named, and 3 people were recorded in it with the weight of genuine consequence. He proceeded with the work that remained, carrying the knowledge that he had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed, that he had become someone who named people rather than merely documented them. Chapter 59. The 60-day clock. 11 days after Old Ghost Chen's death, Shen Wuming advanced his personal reserves again. He absorbed 3 void marks in a single day, a consolidation of marks he had been accumulating across the secondary operational locations. The cost was immediate and escalating. The numbness in his left hand spread through his elbow and into his shoulder. The fine motor control in his fingers degraded to the point where writing became difficult. He had to hold the pen differently, adjusting for the loss of proprioceptive feedback. His perception of record-bound individuals, people whose existence was still anchored in the heavenly record, became increasingly unreliable. The world was becoming divided, for him, between the clearly visible and the increasingly blurred. Rong Baihe was now almost entirely blurred to him. When he looked at her, he saw form and movement, but not fine detail. Her face was indistinct. Her expressions were difficult to read. But her voice remained perfectly clear, clearer, perhaps, than it had ever been. And he found that this asymmetry in perception did not prevent understanding so much as it transformed it. He heard her with a precision that compensated for what sight was losing. He noted this without analyzing it further. There were more important developments. News came through Luhong Saber's network. Zhao Fengming's Heaven Sovereign consultation had been approved by the Celestial Court. The consultation would conclude in exactly 60 days. Upon conclusion, a formal authorization would be issued for what the Celestial Administrative System was calling comprehensive enforcement restructuring, which was, in all practical terms, the authorization for a Tier 7 equivalent purge across the shattered provinces. A Tier 7 enforcement strike was designed to handle catastrophic celestial violations, the kind of offenses that threatened the fundamental structure of the heavenly order. It was designed for termination, not correction. It was designed to be unstoppable by conventional defensive measures. Shen Wuming had 60 days. He wrote in his ledger, Heaven Sovereign consultation concludes in 60 days. Tier 7 equivalent authorization will follow. Timeline compressed. The absolute revision activates within 5 years. The Tier 7 purge activates within 60 days. The overlap is mathematical certainty. Shen Wuming has 60 days to establish a legal framework sufficiently robust to withstand catastrophic enforcement pressure. After that, the situation escalates beyond recovery. The work accelerates. He began working without rest. Hook. Over the next 10 days, he established legal documentation networks in every major administrative node in the 5 city-states. He created counter-authorization frameworks that challenged the Tier 7 purge on jurisdictional grounds. He compiled the cases that Rong Baihe had documented, preparing them for presentation before the provincial civil authorities. He moved through the world with the systematic intensity of someone living on the exact boundary between sustainable effort and complete collapse. Rong Baihe brought him food at irregular intervals. He ate without noticing. Yinli provided status updates on the secondary networks. He listened without acknowledging. Meng Quil worked in the archive beside him, reviewing the absolute revision architecture, looking for any avenue of approach that might allow him to sabotage the mechanism before capacity was reached. By the 15th day after learning about the 60-day timeline, Shen Wuming had aged in some unmeasurable way, not physically, but in the quality of his presence, the precision of his focus, the clarity of his understanding about what he was attempting and the impossibility he was working toward anyway. Chapter 60. The cliffhanger address. 53 days after learning about the Heaven Sovereign consultation deadline, Shen Wuming called for an assembly of the 9 surviving erased cultivators, the 7 original survivors plus the 2 new individuals who had joined the network in the months since the formation of the initial group. He gathered them in the Provincial Administrative Center, in a public hall, with enough witnesses present that the meeting itself became part of the record. He did not announce the purpose. He did not prepare them. He simply explained, with the precise formality of someone delivering a final statement, what was coming. The Celestial Court will authorize a Tier 7 equivalent enforcement purge in 53 days, he said. The purge is designed to terminate erased entities and to destroy any operational networks they have established. The purge will not distinguish between individual cultivators and supporting infrastructure. It will not pause for negotiation or legal challenge. It will proceed until its objective is achieved, which is the complete dissolution of any resistance to the absolute revision mechanism. He paused. He looked at each of them directly, in the way someone looks when they are speaking to people they are asking to understand something difficult. Shen Wuming intends to prevent this outcome. Shen Wuming intends to prevent the absolute revision entirely. Shen Wuming intends to build a legal and operational framework that makes the mechanism unusable and makes his existence, your existence, not merely possible, but defensible under celestial law. Shen Wuming does not believe this is achievable. Shen Wuming is attempting it anyway. He waited. This is not an alliance, he said. This is not a request for followers. This is not a promise that you will survive what is coming. What Shen Wuming is offering is the opportunity to be part of something that might, if 1,000 small elements align correctly, result in a change to the system's fundamental structure. The cost is not hidden. The cost is your freedom, your safety, and possibly your survival. Those of you who wish to proceed will step forward. Those of you who wish to withdraw will be assisted in finding safe locations outside the network. Shen Wuming will not ask why you choose what you choose. He will record your choice. He will move forward with whatever resources he has. 8 of the 9 cultivators stepped forward immediately. They moved without hesitation, without appearing to consult with each other. They arranged themselves in a line that suggested trust rather than obligation. The 9th, Meng Qiu, did not step forward. She remained standing at the back of the assembly, separated from the line of committed, erased cultivators. Her expression was difficult to read. When Shen Wuming turned toward her, she said, "I need to tell you something about my archive." "Tell," he said. "I have not been honest about why I started it," she said. Her voice was steady, but the steadiness had the quality of discipline rather than confidence. "I started it because the first erasure I documented was personal. I started it because someone I loved was erased before I understood what was happening. I kept it because I thought that maintaining a record of them would prevent their complete dissolution." She paused. The assembly was entirely quiet. "The person was my daughter," Meng Qiu said. "She was 8 years old. She had minimal cultivation. She was erased for carrying a forbidden text, a theoretical framework that contradicted the heavenly record's official doctrine. She was erased, and I was ordered to assist in the operation as an archive administrator. I did. I certified her dissolution. And then I spent the next 7 years building a record of every other erased person so that what happened to her would not happen in isolation. So that if the system could not be changed, at least the erasures would be documented. At least someone would know." Shen Wuming did not move. He did not speak. He waited for her to continue. "I want you to understand what is at stake," Meng Qiu said. "I want you to understand why I kept the archive. I want you to understand why I am stepping back instead of stepping forward. Because if this works, if you prevent the absolute revision and you establish some kind of legal framework for existence outside the record, then erasure becomes reversible. Not in the immediate sense, not in a way that brings my daughter back, but in the sense that it becomes possible to restore people, to bring them out of the void, to inscribe them again even after they have been erased." She looked directly at him. "And I am afraid," she said, "that I cannot bear to hope for that possibility. I have spent 7 years preparing for the certainty of her dissolution. I have built the archive on the foundation of her being gone. If you succeed, then the possibility of her not being gone becomes real again. And I do not know if I am strong enough to hold that hope. So I am stepping back. I am staying with the archive. I am continuing the documentation, but I am not participating in the solution. I need to know, before I believe in recovery, that recovery is actually possible." Hook. Shen Wuming stood in the assembly hall with 8 committed cultivators in a line before him and Meng Qiu at the back, separated by distance and by the weight of her particular grief. He had expected refusal. He had not expected refusal grounded in the fear of hope. He said nothing. There was nothing to say that would address what she had stated. Instead, he turned back to the 8, and he said, 53 days. We begin immediately. And as he turned, Meng Qiu's voice came from the back of the hall, steady and afraid and absolutely clear. "But Shen Wuming, I need you to know what you're actually fighting for. Because if you win, if you actually prevent the revision and you find a way to restore the erased, you will need to be the person who brings them back. You will need to face their dissolution and create a mechanism for their resurrection. And she is one of thousands. My daughter is one of thousands." She paused. Are you prepared to carry that weight? And Shen Wuming, with the ledger in his coat containing 4 names in the unnamed column. The girl, Rong Baihe, old ghost Shun, and now, silently added, Meng Quill's daughter, whose name he did not know, turned and said simply, Shen Wuming will carry it. The ledger will carry it. The work continues. Chapter 61. The Void Anomaly. The continental stage was not a stage at all. It was a vast, cold observation deck where nations watched nations and powers cataloged powers with the precision of accountants. Shen Wuming's arrival on that deck was recorded within hours in 17 separate intelligence networks. Not his location, his existence. He was listed in the Celestial Court's distributed archives as the Void Anomaly, origin point uncertain, legal status non-existent, threat assessment elevated. In the Saber Mandate sect's hidden databases, he had no name but 3 full catalogs of actions attributed to his pattern. The Academy of Fate Lines called him the Unrecorded, and that was the only title that held no judgment. The Academy's invitation had come through formal channels, delivered by a courier in pale gray robes who had waited at a tea house in Greywood until Wuming arrived. No threat in the delivery. No condition. Simply, the Academy of Fate Lines requests your presence for scholarly discussion regarding the nature of record anomalies. Accommodation and safe passage guaranteed. 3 days' journey from here. The signature was Lady Silver Echo. Wuming had studied the seal. Not the usual Academy seal. Older, marked with a symbol like a mirror seen from both sides. He had written the name in his ledger. She would make her first appearance in this step. The journey itself was a lesson in continental distances. The world was larger than the Saber Mandate's reach. 3 nights' travel by carriage revealed that other powers operated in territories beyond Celestial Enforcement's border. Rong Baihe sat beside him, her uniform folded carefully in a bag beneath the seat. She was no longer an enforcement officer, not officially. She had chosen conscience over mandate, and the mandate had noticed. But she moved with a soldier's efficiency, watching the roads they traveled and the cultivators they passed. Yinli rode ahead on a rented horse, his sharp eyes scanning territory he had never crossed before. He had asked once, 5 days ago, "Is this how you calculated it? That we'd end up here?" Wuming had said nothing. The question itself was answer enough. The Academy of Fate Lines appeared over the crest of the mountains like a thought becoming solid. Not a fortress, not a temple, a library that had somehow grown a spine and learned to stand. Towers marked with constellation symbols. Bridges connecting buildings that seemed to exist in slightly different angles from the world around them. The gates were open, and had probably been open for 10,000 years. The scholar who greeted them was younger than Wuming expected, perhaps 2 centuries in appearance, though the Academy's age made chronology meaningless. She wore the pale robes, but carried herself like someone who had read every book in the building and disagreed with half of them. Shen Wuming. Or do you prefer the unnamed entity? Or the Void Anomaly? She smiled slightly. Those are the 3 current designations. Shen Wuming, he said. The other names are accountings. This one is mine. Then Shen Wuming, Lady Silver Echo, is waiting in the archive chamber. She's been waiting 3 days. Not anxiously. She was reading. The scholar gestured down a corridor lined with moving shelves. She said you would arrive precisely on this afternoon, and you have. She also said you would not trust her. Also accurate. She suggested that might change during your discussion. For your reference, she is never wrong about mathematics. Other things, yes. Mathematics, no. They were led through halls where the air itself seemed to contain information. Wuming felt it, the weight of documented reality pressing down from above, pressing up from the floors. The Academy kept records that the Celestial Court did not. Records of the record itself. Rong Baihe walked slightly behind him, her hand resting on the pommel of a weapon she had brought anyway, despite the safe passage. Yinli was nowhere to be seen. The scholar had mentioned a secondary wing with fresh water and good tea, and he had volunteered to wait there. Pragmatic. Yinli had learned pragmatism from Wuming, and perhaps that was the clearest measure of what their relationship had become. The archive chamber was indeed a chamber, 3 stories tall, with windows that showed the same mountain view regardless of which wall you looked from. Standing at a reading table with a cup of tea held at exactly the right angle to cool evenly was a woman with white hair that had never been black and eyes like twin mirrors reflecting nothing back. Shen Wuming, she said. You're on time. Rong Baihe, you can wait in the observation alcove. Wuming needs to hear this without a protector in the room. She paused, not unkindly. Though I appreciate what you are. Come, sit. I'm going to tell you a story that happened 3 centuries ago, and then I'm going to tell you which mistake you're about to make that I made then. Rong Baihe did not move immediately. She looked at Wuming. He nodded once. Only then did she step back, her jaw tight, moving to a window alcove where she could still see them, but could not hear. Wuming sat. Lady Silver Echo poured tea into a second cup with the same precision. Before we start, she said, I want to be clear. I am not your enemy. I am not your ally. I am someone who was erased before you were born and learned to exist anyway. And Shen Wuming, I can see you are about to repeat my 3rd century mistake exactly. It will cost you something. Possibly several things. He did not ask what. He listened as she began to speak. Chapter 62. The lecturer's message. The presentation hall at the Academy of Fate Lines held perhaps 50 scholars, and their attention was the kind that came from centuries of learning to see the spaces between what was said and what was meant. Lady Silver Echo stood at the center of the floor, not on a dais, but level with everyone else, and began to speak about the historical record anomalies. Her voice was precise, academic, and entirely constructed for someone in the back of the room who was listening for meaning beneath terminology. The record, she said, is designed with 3 essential functions: documentation, governance, and continuity. Each function is mutually enforcing. To erase from the record is to break all 3. The erased entity exists in what we might call the void of definition. They are not unknown, but rather unknown in law. They carry weight, but no legal mass. Shen Wuming sat in the middle row, between Rongbaiha and a scholar whose name he had not caught. Rongbaiha's hand was perfectly still on the table. Yanli was in the back, next to a window. What becomes possible, Lady Silver Echo continued, when an entity operates outside the record's framework? Most would assume nothing, that legal erasure is equivalent to powerlessness. But the record's framework is not merely restrictive. It is generative. The laws that bind also enable. When those laws are removed, what remains? She gestured to a series of diagrams displayed on a scrollboard at the side of the hall. They looked like celestial charts, but when Wuming studied them, he recognized them as maps of jurisdictional logic. The patterns matched his own thinking so precisely that he felt momentarily exposed, as if she had opened his ledger and read it aloud to assembled scholars. We call this the unwritten path, she said. The writing of laws that operate outside the record's accounting. Tier 1 through Tier 5 in documented historical instances, though there is theoretical speculation about higher tiers. The inscribed law creates its own binding force. Reality itself becomes the enforcer, not the court. The scholars took notes. The presentation was genuinely scholarly, grounded in historical precedent, argued through logic rather than assertion. But every example she used was constructed from Shen Wuming's own framework. The terminology was his. The logical structures were his. After the lecture concluded, and the scholars filed out with their heads bent over their notepapers, Lady Silver Echo made her way through the thinning crowd directly to where Wuming stood. She moved like someone who had done this calculation before. She handed him a cup of tea that had been cooling in a side alcove. That lecture was for me, Rongbaiha said quietly. It was not a question. That lecture was for everyone, Lady Silver Echo said. But Shen Wuming was the only one listening. You were listening to whether to trust me. Reasonable. The answer is no, you should not. But you should work with me anyway. She held Wuming's gaze. You're going to make the same mistake I made in my 3rd century. I'd like to tell you which one. Yanli appeared beside them, moving through the crowd with the ease of someone who had learned how to be unnoticed. Which mistake, he asked. The one where he thinks erasing his opponent is the same as winning, Lady Silver Echo said. Drink your tea. It's getting cold. And Shen Wuming, after you've heard the full story, I want you to ask me something specific. Ask me where my daughter is hidden. Wuming studied the cup in his hand. The tea was already cooling, the steam dissipating into the archive's strange air. He drank it without hesitation and tasted 3 centuries of survival. Chapter 63. The architect's daughter. They walked to the eastern tower, where the wind had access to the upper rooms, and the view included territories that had not existed when Lady Silver Echo had first been erased. She did not offer her arm. She did not perform any gesture of comfort or connection. She simply told her story with the precision of someone reporting facts for the record. I was erased in the 3rd century of the current celestial administration, she began. My crime was philosophical. I had begun to document evidence that the record itself was flawed, that it was designed with revision capacity precisely because its builders expected imperfection. That claim was not acceptable to the court. I was removed from the record within a week, and all my work was classified. They climbed narrow stairs. Rongbaiha followed behind them, and Yanli had remained in the library. He would wait. He was good at waiting. For the first 30 years after erasure, I operated entirely in survival mode. No ledger, no philosophy, just remaining undetected. Then I met a woman named Hui, also erased, though for different reasons. We built a life in the spaces between celestial oversight. We had a daughter, born in a pocket of non-record space. a location that the revision mechanism couldn't touch. Lady Silver Echo paused at a window. The view shifted slightly, as if the tower itself was rotating. The daughter is now 70 years old in personal time, though 300 years have passed in the world. She has never been outside the pocket. She cannot be, because the pocket exists in a state of suspension outside the record's main timeline. And here is my mistake. I built a legal framework that was entirely dependent on the court's continued existence. Shen Wuming understood before she finished speaking. The pocket collapses if the court collapses. Precisely. I was so focused on surviving that I created a daughter who can only survive as long as her mother's enemy remains in power. She looked at him directly. I am not asking you to stop fighting the court. I am asking you to plan around the pocket's preservation. When you move against them, I need to know the timeline. I need to know what you're building to replace them. They entered a circular room lined with books that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously. Wuming moved to a reading table and opened his ledger. He drew a fresh page. At the top, he wrote, Lady Silver Echo, in his meticulous hand. Then he drew 3 columns. The first for debts, the second for what he did not yet have a word for, the third for the unnamed. He wrote her name in the middle column, beneath, open questions, and beneath that he wrote, daughter's location, unknown. Pocket preservation condition, unknown. Intent, unclear. Reliability, mathematical. Motive, mixed. He closed the ledger without showing her the writing. Where is the pocket? He asked. Not yet, she said. You're not ready to know that. But Shen Wuming, when you are ready, when you have a plan that actually works, ask me again. I will tell you then, and we will make a better cage than I did. Rongbaiha, standing by the doorway, said nothing, but her hand tightened on the pommel of her weapon, and in that small gesture, Wuming recognized the first genuine object of her concern. Chapter 64. The leverage. The news arrived 3 days later, carried by a courier who was not trying to hide. Meng Qiu was the one who received it. She maintained a secondary office in the Academy's merchant district, but she brought it to Wuming immediately. Zhou Qingshan's son, she said, arrested in Greywood Prefecture. They're holding him under enforcement custody and demanding information about your network structure. Wuming was sitting in his assigned study, reading through historical records of the record's founding. He did not look up from the text. How much did Zhou provide? Measured compromise, Meng Qiu said. Partial information. Names of the smaller network branches. Locations already known to the enforcement apparatus. Nothing that touches the critical infrastructure. He protected the core. Did Zhou Qingshan know the risk? Wuming asked. Meng Qiu did not hesitate. Yes. Wuming placed a marker in the text and closed the book. He opened his ledger and found the entry for Zhou Qingshan. It had 2 parts, the first from their initial meeting in Greywood, the second from their collaboration. Above the name, in very small script, he had written, First outside ally. First ordinary person who chose to see what was erased. Now he wrote a third entry, beneath the son's name, which had been recorded 3 days ago. He wrote, chose partial betrayal to protect the whole. Calculated sacrifice. Cost not yet known. He did not write any judgment. He did not know yet what this action meant in the larger game. What now? Meng Qiu asked. She always asked this. She was cataloging his responses, he knew. But she was good enough at her work that he had decided the cataloging was acceptable. Everyone was using everyone. The question was whether the use was honest. Now we continue, Wuming said. Zhou Qingshan made a soldier's decision. Shen Wuming will record it accurately. Meng Qiu left, and Wuming returned to the historical texts. But he found he could not focus on the words. Instead, he was seeing the arithmetic of it, the son in a cell, the father calculating the cost of his next move, the whole structure of Wuming's network shifting under the weight of one measured compromise. He wrote a second line in the ledger. Rongbaiha was right. I calculate too much and understand too little. Then he closed the book and went to find Zhou Qingshan, who had traveled to the academy and was waiting in a secondary courtyard for Wuming to acknowledge that he had received the news. Chapter 65. The unnamed column. Zhou Qingshan was older than Wuming had expected. Not older in age. They had met barely 8 months ago, but older in the way that men became older after committing to something larger than themselves. His hands were steady, and his voice was calm, and he sat across from Wuming without flinching at the weight of the silence that followed his confession. I am sorry for the information I provided, Zhou said. I did what I could to minimize the exposure, but I did provide information. My son is my weakness, and they found it. I should have, Zhou Qingshan, Wuming interrupted. Your name is in the unnamed column. Zhou stopped. He was sitting in the same courtyard where Meng Qiu had delivered the news. 3 days later, his clothes travel-worn, his eyes carrying the depth of someone who had looked at the cost of his choices. What does that mean? The unnamed column. Shen Wuming doesn't have a word for it yet, Wuming said. He could feel Yanli, watching from the colonnade behind them. Yanli had followed Wuming to this conversation without being asked. Now, in the silence that followed Wuming's answer, something shifted in Yanli's expression. A crack appeared in the wall that had been building between them. Zhou Qingshan reached across the table and gripped Wuming's wrist. Not a sign of affection, an acknowledgement. Tell me when you find the word, he said. I want to know what I am to you. Wuming looked at his own hand, held by a mortal magistrate who had chosen to see what the record had erased, and for the first time in months, he did not know how to calculate the response. Chapter 66. The grievance. Yanli waited until they had returned to their assigned quarters before he spoke. The words came in a rush, precise and enumerated like a ledger of his own. 18 hours in a cell during the operation at the harbor. 23 days in the shattered provinces where you calculated that I had a 73% statistical probability of near-fatal injury. The way you treat me like a variable in your equations. The way you say my name without actually seeing me. Yanli stood at the window, his hands clenched. When this is done, I'm leaving. Wuming did not respond immediately. He sat on the narrow bed in the student quarters and opened his ledger. He found Yanli's name. There were 47 entries. Some were tactical notes. Some were observations of his skill progression. Some were records of his proximity to danger. I know, Wuming finally said. That's not an argument, Yanli said, and his voice cracked slightly on the last word. Wuming closed the ledger. He looked at Yanli directly. Really looked, not the calculation of how a person fit into the larger game. I don't know how to do this differently. I'm trying to learn. It was the first thing Yanli had heard from him that was not in third person. The first time Wuming had acknowledged learning rather than simply executing. Yanli turned from the window. He studied Wuming for a long moment, and something in his expression softened. Not forgiveness. Yanli was too intelligent for easy forgiveness. But recognition. Teach me better, he said. Don't calculate. Just, let me see you. Wuming nodded. He did not know if he could do this thing that Yanli asked, but he found that he wanted to try. Yanli stayed. Chapter 67. Provisional recognition. The legal challenge filed with the Academy of Fate Lines was deceptively simple. Shen Wuming, acting as a recognized independent operator, petitioned for formal provisional recognition under the Academy's obscure but technically binding doctrine of entities outside the record seeking operational legitimacy. The Academy's justification was scholarly. If erased entities were genuinely erased, they could not exist. Therefore, those who existed outside the record represented a new category of being not covered by existing law. The doctrine had been written 4,000 years ago to address a purely theoretical problem. Now that problem was standing in the Grand Library, requesting official recognition. The vote took 2 hours. The Academy's Council of Precedent debated the implications with the seriousness of people discussing the fundamental nature of existence, which was, in fact, what they were doing. The decision was unanimous, provisional recognition granted. Under Academy jurisdiction, in neutral territories, Shen Wuming possessed limited legal standing. He could enter contracts. He could present before judicial bodies. He could be recognized as an actor in legal proceedings. He could be found. Wuming published the recognition himself. He went to the Academy's central archive and had a clerk enter it into the visible records, not hidden, not encrypted, simply there. The announcement traveled across the continent in the space of 2 days, carried by every intelligence network that needed to know about the void anomaly. The responses began immediately. The Saber Mandate sect issued a formal denial of the Academy's authority. The Celestial Court lodged a protest. The Greywood Prefecture, now under enforcement custody for Zhou Qingshan, issued a containment alert. But the Ashgate Council sent a message through a neutral courier. Provisional recognition is acceptable. We will honor it. And Rong Baiha, reading the announcement, simply put her hand on Wuming's shoulder and said, "You just made yourself a target with a face." "Yes," Wuming said. "Now they know where to find me. That is also useful." Chapter 68. The erased Saint. The Tier 5 law came to him during the night, in the Academy's archive where he had been reading about historical precedent. The pattern formed suddenly, not gradually, not through study, but as a complete structure that his mind recognized and that his hands could inscribe. Laws of precedent. The power to retroactively remove an event from the record as if it had never occurred, not to erase it in the sense of making it unknown, but to actually unwrite it from the cosmic ledger. The cost would be significant. He could feel that in the structure of the law, but the application was clear. There had been a key authority appointment 15 years ago, an executive appointment that had given the Celestial Court legal standing to declare emergency action protocols. The appointment had been made by a celestial official named Kung Sa, who had since ascended to higher authority. If that appointment had never occurred, the emergency protocols would never have been declared legally binding. Wuming took ink and paper to the Academy's secondary archive, where records of celestial administrative history were kept. He found the registration, and he inscribed the law directly into the fabric of the record itself, not in a book or tablet, but into the cosmic account that governed everything. The moment he finished the final character, his hands went numb. Not the small numbness of temporary nerve damage. The deep, complete numbness of having paid a price that his body itself recognized. He could not feel his hands for 10 days. He could not write. He could not hold anything with precision. Rong Baihe moved into the study without being asked. She began writing his ledger entries for him, bringing him the book, placing it open before him, recording his thoughts as he dictated them. She was careful with his words, transcribing them with the precision he would have used himself. On the 9th day, he asked her to read what she had written. She opened the ledger to the entries she had made. She read them to him, her voice steady, her focus absolute. On the 10th day, when the numbness began to recede and his hands remembered what they were supposed to do, she wrote one final sentence on an unmarked page at the back of the ledger. She wrote it in her own hand, not in his dictation. She closed the book before he could see what it said. Later, when he opened the ledger, he would find the page blank. She had never written it, or she had written it in ink that only she could see, or she had written it in a language that existed only in her own mind. When he asked her about it, Rong Baihe simply said, "When you're ready to ask directly instead of through the ledger, I'll tell you." Chapter 69. The Heaven Sovereign override. The response from the Celestial Court came 4 days after the law was inscribed. The authority appointment reappeared in all the records, not restored through normal channels. Reinstated by a Heaven Sovereign override, a direct celestial intervention that bypassed the record entirely, used raw sovereign authority to declare that what was unwritten was written again. This should not have been possible. There were safeguards. There were procedural protections. The record itself should have prevented this kind of arbitrary reversal. But the Heaven Sovereign Authority operated above the record. It could unmake what the record made, because the record existed only by the Sovereign's permission. Wuming received the news in the same study where he had recovered from inscribing the Tier 5 law. His hands were still weak, but mobile. Rong Baihe was checking reports from her former enforcement network. Yanli was in the archives, reading through the histories of the Academy. Lady Silver Echo came to the study without knocking. She sat across from him and placed a cup of tea on the table. "He's done that before," she said. 3 centuries ago, I tried the same approach, on writing an authority appointment that was foundational to their control. They reversed it within a week. I learned from the mistake." She paused, studying him. "You're going to ask me what I learned. The answer is that you can't win by playing their game against them. You have to change the game entirely." "How?" Wuming asked. "By making them need you to play it," Lady Silver Echo said. "By building something outside the record entirely, not hidden, but genuinely independent. Reality enforced, not record enforced. That's what I'm about to offer you. That's why I came to the Academy." Wuming did not respond immediately. Instead, he wrote in his ledger, "Lady Silver Echo, Tier 5 law failed. Heaven's Sovereign override bypassed the record. New approach required." Then he looked up at the woman who had been erased 3 centuries ago and who had learned to exist anyway. "Explain," he said. Chapter 70. The Alliance. The conditional agreement was written on neutral paper, in neutral ink, in the neutral archive of the Academy where neither of them had jurisdiction and both of them held provisional standing. Lady Silver Echo signed first, then Shen Wuming. The terms were simple. Lady Silver Echo possessed 3 centuries of knowledge regarding operation outside the record's framework. Shen Wuming possessed the ability to inscribe laws that created binding reality independent of celestial mandate. Together, they would construct a legal framework that was enforced by the universe itself rather than by any authority. "This is not an alliance," Lady Silver Echo had said before the signing. "It's a division of labor. When it serves our interests, we work together. When it doesn't, we stop." "Acceptable," Wuming had replied. Now, as they left the archive, Rong Baihe pulled Wuming aside. She waited until they were alone in a corridor lined with books that seemed to breathe quietly in the dim light. "Do you trust her?" Rong Baihe asked. "I trust her math," Wuming said. "That's not what I asked." Wuming looked at the enforcement officer who had chosen conscience over mandate, and he understood that there was a question beneath the question. There was something being named that he still did not have a word for. "No," he said finally, "but I trust that she has survived 3 centuries by making good decisions. I trust that she will not betray me unless the mathematics make betrayal necessary. And I trust that she is trying to preserve something I am also trying to preserve, the existence of people whom the record decided should not exist." Rong Baihe studied him for a moment. Then she nodded. "That's enough," she said. For now. Chapter 71. The sealed document. Meng Qiu arrived at the academy with documents that had cost her more than she had originally paid for them. She was pale, and her hands shook slightly as she placed them on the study table. My archive was not independent, she said without preamble. I was commissioned. 15 years ago, someone inside the Celestial Court gave me resources and instruction to begin documenting the erased cultivators. The list of people the record decided should not exist. Someone wanted that list kept, not destroyed. Who? Wuming asked. Meng Qiu opened a sealed envelope. Inside was a single name, written in official celestial script, Kung Sa. Wuming's hand stilled. Kung Sa was the official who had made the authority appointment Wuming had tried to unwrite. Kung Sa had been elevated through the court's ranks with remarkable speed. There's more, Meng Qiu said. She placed a second document on the table. It was old, centuries old, and the paper was thin and carefully preserved. It was the founding charter of the Saber Mandate sect. And the signature at the bottom was Kung Sa. Impossible, Rongbaiha said. That would make Kung Sa approximately 1,000 years old, Wuming said quietly, and in control of both the Saber Mandate sect and the celestial apparatus that was created to control it. One person running both the erasure program and its documentation. Worse, Meng Qiu said. I've been sending archive copies to a third party throughout all of this. Not to Kung Sa's people. To someone who opposes him. I didn't think you needed to know, but now who? Wuming interrupted. I don't know their name, Meng Qiu admitted. But they contacted me recently. They want a meeting. They want to stop the revision. For different reasons than yours. They asked me to ask you if you would be willing to meet someone who wants to stop the revision for different reasons than yours. Wuming opened his ledger. He wrote, in the unnamed column, Kung Sa, 1,000 years old, controls Saber Mandate sect and celestial enforcement apparatus. Unknown agenda. Absolute revision in progress. Then he looked at Meng Qiu. Write the name in my ledger, he said. Chapter 72. The black site. Everything before Chapter 40 looked different when filtered through the knowledge that Kung Sa had been orchestrating both the erasure and its opposition. The Saber Mandate sect was not a rogue organization. It was a black site. The harvesting of cultivators, the erasure records, the systematic collection of people deemed no longer necessary. All of it was part of a program called Absolute Revision. And that program had been running for 1,000 years under a single architect. Zhao Fengming was not the principal. He was an enforcer. He believed in his mandate absolutely. He had never questioned it because he had never been told who gave it. He was faithful to a structure so ancient he could not see around it. Wuming understood then that Zhao Fengming was a victim of the same system that had created him. Not in the way that erased cultivators were victims, but in the way that every function of a broken system is broken by its function. The news that arrived 3 days later confirmed it. Zhao Fengming had made an arrest. Zhou Qingshan had been taken into enforcement custody, not for his network, but because he had publicly corroborated Shen Wuming's existence. He had confirmed that the void anomaly was real, that it was acting with purpose, that it was building towards something. That confirmation was dangerous because it gave coherence to what had been scattered and unclear. Wuming received the message in silence. He did not move. He did not write in his ledger. He simply sat in the study at the Academy of Fate Lines and processed the arithmetic of it. Rongbaiha was the one who eventually spoke. He knew. Before he ever provided information, he knew this would happen. Yes, Wuming said. And he did it anyway, Rongbaiha said. Yes. What are you going to do? Rongbaiha asked. Wuming opened his ledger and found the entry for Zhou Qingshan. He added one more line. Arrested. Continues to serve. Cost ongoing. Chapter 73. The soldier's contribution. Zhou Qingshan's message came through an underground network that Meng Qiu maintained. Written on paper that could only be read once before the ink dissolved. Do not come. His arrest is his contribution. He is buying time for the larger operation. Yinli, reading over Wuming's shoulder as the message dissolved into nothing, said, You're going to leave him there. Yes, Wuming said. That's not choosing the lesser evil. That's just choosing evil. Yinli's voice was sharp. Zhou Qingshan made a soldier's decision, Wuming said. Shen Wuming will honor it. By doing nothing, Yinli said. By doing everything else, Wuming replied. He looked at Yinli directly, and in that look was the calculation and the acknowledgement together. He was choosing not to rescue Zhou. He was accepting the cost. He was making exactly the trade that Zhou had offered. Yinli turned away, but he did not leave. What he did instead was go to the library and begin keeping his own small notebook. Not for Wuming to see, but for himself. A record of the operation, written in his own hand, with his own observations. A way of bearing witness that existed independent of Wuming's ledger. When Wuming discovered it, 3 days later, He did not ask Yenli to stop. Chapter 74. The legal challenge. The formal legal filing with the Academy of Fate Lines was 3 pages long. It stated, in precise academic language, that the mechanism called absolute revision violated 17 separate foundational principles of cosmic law, as documented in the Academy's own historical archives. The filing did not attempt to block the revision. The Academy could not do that. It had no jurisdiction over celestial mechanisms. But the filing created a legal hold. It established active scholarly dispute over whether the revision was even theoretically sound, and that hold delayed the revision timeline by months. The principal responded within 2 days, not with enforcement, not with threats, with a letter written on paper that Meng Qiu had to deliver personally because the Academy's normal distribution systems refused to carry it. The letter said, "I would like to speak with you." That was all. 2 sentences. A seal that was older than the current celestial administration, and the weight of 1,000 years beneath every word. Wuming read the letter 3 times. Then he placed it in his ledger, in the section marked unclear. "He's asking," Rongbei has said. "That matters." "Yes," Wuming said. "It matters that he is asking instead of demanding. It matters that he is acknowledging that I have become something that requires negotiation." He had not yet decided how to respond. Chapter 75. The negotiating position. Wuming's response was written in his own hand, on paper that he burned afterward, so that only the principle of the words remained recorded anywhere. The response said, "I will meet when I choose the location. The location must meet the following criteria. 1. It must be equidistant from celestial territory and erased territory. 2. It must have no inherent allegiance to the court. 3. It must be a space where truth is enforced by mathematics rather than by mandate. 4. There must be no enforcement apparatus within 100 li. 5. The principal must arrive alone." It was a negotiating position designed to buy time. Each criterion required the principal to move through territory where his movements could be monitored. Each one created constraints that Wuming could use to gather information. The principal replied within the hour, "Fair. I will wait." 2 words and a seal. Wuming studied the seal for an hour. It was not a celestial seal, not the mark of the Saber Mandate sect. It was older, carved, made of something that predated the current system of authority. He wrote in his ledger, "The principal, operating outside both the record and the Saber Mandate, seal matches historical documents from 4,000 years ago, origin point unknown, architect theory confirmed." Then he began planning the meeting that would change everything. Chapter 76. The architect. The Academy's historical archives went back 7,000 years, which was far enough to contain the first documentation of absolute revision as a theoretical concept. It had been developed 4,000 years ago by a single scholar, unnamed in the official records, referred to only as the architect. The theory stated that the record was designed with revision capacity precisely because its original builders expected it to be imperfect. Revision was not a flaw. It was intentional, a mechanism for correcting fundamental errors. The architect had written, "If the record cannot revise, it becomes a prison of its own mistakes. If it revises without limit, it becomes meaningless. The solution is a controlled revision mechanism, activated only by entities of sufficient authority and understanding. The mechanism is called absolute revision." Meng Qiu, reading over Wuming's shoulder, said, "The architect's seal. Look at it." She placed the ancient text beside the principal's recent letter. The seals matched perfectly. "The principal is 4,000 years old," Wuming said quietly. "He did not receive the revision mechanism from the celestial system. He created it. He wrote it into the record structure when the record itself was still young enough to accept new law." "Which means," Meng Qiu said, "that everything, the Saber Mandate, the harvesting, the erasing, the documentation of erasure, everything is part of a single system that one person has been running for 4,000 years. And Zhao Fengming," Wuming added, "has been an enforcer for an authority he never knew existed." He wrote in his ledger, "Kung Sa. Actually, the architect, 4,000 years old, created absolute revision, is not answerable to the court is answerable to him, seeking negotiation with unknown motive." Then he began preparing for the meeting that would define the next stage of the war. Chapter 77. The Enforcement Order. News arrived 3 days after Wuming had begun mapping potential negotiation locations. Rongbei received it through her former colleague in the enforcement apparatus, a message delivered with professional courtesy but absolute finality. She was subject to an enforcement order. Her crime was listed as collaboration with an erased entity contrary to celestial mandate. The order was issued by Heaven's Sovereign Consultation Authority, which meant it could not be appealed through normal channels. She told Wuming about it with the same composure she brought to every difficult decision. She simply placed the order on the study table and said, "They've decided I'm a liability." Wuming looked at the order. His hands clenched, not from calculation, from something deeper that he still did not have a word for. He said her name, not as a reference, not as a tactical notation, just her name, Rong Baihe. She said, "Don't. Not like that. Your name is in the unnamed column," Wuming said. She asked, "What does that mean?" And Wuming, for the first time since he had begun his ledger, did not have an answer. He said, "I still don't have a word for it." Rong Baihe reached across the table and held his hand. Not romantically, but with absolute intention. "Then we'll have to find one together," she said. "But first, we need to keep me out of enforcement custody." Wuming nodded. He opened his ledger to a fresh page. Chapter 78. The protection law. The law he inscribed was narrow, specific, and designed to work exactly once. The enforcement order bearing Rong Baihe's name does not constitute legal cause under the Academy's provisional recognition framework. It was not a law that freed her. It was a law that created a technicality, one that would protect her only in Academy jurisdiction, only once, only if the enforcement apparatus tested its authority against provisional recognition law. The moment he finished inscribing it, his hearing degraded in his left ear. Not gradually, completely. One side of the world went silent. Yinli, watching from the doorway, saw the moment it happened. He saw Wuming's hand jerk. He saw the cost register on Wuming's face. And Yinli, for the first time since Wuming had met him, did not wait to be asked what came next. He simply went to the library and returned with materials. He began keeping his own notebook, larger and more detailed than before. He was not keeping it for Wuming to see, but he was keeping it. Because if Wuming was going to pay prices like this, someone needed to witness them. Someone needed to account for what it cost to inscribe laws in the fabric of reality. Wuming noticed. He did not stop Yinli. Instead, he wrote in his own ledger, "Yinli, maintaining independent record of operations, cost acknowledged, value recognized." And for the first time since meeting Yinli, he felt something like gratitude. Chapter 79. The third-party Meng Quill's revelation came in stages, like she was building a case that Wuming needed to understand carefully. First, she had been sending copies of her archive to an unknown third party throughout the entire operation. Not hidden, not encrypted. Simple distribution of information to a contact whose name and location she had never been permitted to know. Second, the third party had recently made contact. They wanted a meeting. They wanted to work with Wuming towards stopping the absolute revision. Third, they were not working for Kung Sa. They were working against him. Not for the same reasons as Wuming, but with overlapping interests. "Who are they?" Wuming asked. "I don't know," Meng Quill said. "But they've been operating for 200 years without being detected by anyone. That means they're good." Wuming opened his ledger and found a fresh page. He wrote, "Unknown third party, opposing absolute revision, willing to negotiate with Shen Wuming. Unknown motive, unknown allegiance." Then he looked at Meng Quill directly. "Write the name in my ledger," he said. Meng Quill smiled. It was the first time he had seen her smile without calculation in it. "The only name they gave me was The Observer. But that's not really a name. It's a title." Wuming wrote, "The Observer, designation in progress, awaiting formal meeting." And he began planning a negotiation with an enemy who had the same goal as he did, but for reasons he could not yet understand. Chapter 80. The Protective Ward. The Heaven Sovereign consultation concluded with an official announcement. Zhao Fengming had been granted expanded purge authority, authorization to eliminate erased entities with extreme prejudice, to conduct operations in neutral territories, to override Academy provisional recognition in cases of celestial security. It was the authority Wuming had been expecting. It was the escalation that would bring the war to its critical point. And then Zhao Fengming did something that made no tactical sense. He used the authority to issue a protective ward around Iron Leaf City, Zhou Qingshan's city. The ward was celestial grade, designed to protect against cosmic threats, completely unnecessary for a mortal city in a peaceful region. Wuming read the report twice. He had Meng Quill verify it 3 times. He studied every word of the official filing. Then he wrote in his ledger, "Zhao Fengming, issued protective ward around Iron Leaf City, Zhou Qingshan's home, motivation unknown, action contradicts purge authority mandate, recorded for analysis." The second document arrived before sunset. Zhao Fengming was requesting a private audience with Shen Wuming. Not a capture order, not a threat, a formal diplomatic request under Academy protocols. Wuming read it once. He closed his ledger carefully. "He's going to defect," Rong Baihe said. She had read the request over his shoulder. "Or he's betraying us," Wuming said. "That too," Rong Baihe agreed. Wuming wrote one final line in his ledger. "Zhao Fengming, Formal audience request, awaiting response. Everything is about to change. And he began planning the conversation that would determine whether Xiao Fengming was still an enemy or had become something else entirely, something for which the ledger had no category yet. The game had entered a new phase, and Shen Wuming, the man who had been erased from the heavens record, who had learned to exist outside all laws, was now the hinge on which the entire celestial system might turn. They erased me from the heavens record. Now I exist outside all laws. Story 272. Part 1, Step 5. World-level conflict. Chapters 81 to 100. Chapter 81. The nexus of the four courts. The nexus existed in the margins of the celestial administrative realm, not quite within any of the four major courts, but belonging equally to all of them. It was designed as neutral ground, a place where disputes could be arbitrated without the weight of any single court's authority skewing the proceedings. Shen Wuming had been here only once before, during a ceremony honoring his grandfather's service. He remembered the architecture, austere white stone, minimal decoration, and an overwhelming sense of formality that made even the air feel structured. Xiao Fengming was waiting in a bare room on the eastern side of the nexus. The room contained only a table, 2 chairs, and a window that looked out onto a courtyard. No paintings, no ornamental screens, nothing that might distract or influence a negotiation. Xiao was dressed in his enforcement uniform, but he wore it differently now, not as a claim of authority, but as something closer to a burden he accepted. He slid a document across the table as Wuming sat down. The document was formal, sealed with wax, and bore the mark of the Celestial Court's administrative authority. Wuming read it slowly. It was a certification of expanded purge authority, signed and authorized at the highest levels. But at the bottom, barely visible in the margin, was a seal Wuming had never seen before. It was intricate, multifaceted, and radiated a kind of temporal weight, as if it contained centuries compressed into a single symbol. "I know who gave me my mandate," Xiao Fengming said. His voice was steady, but there was something underneath it, a weariness that came from carrying a truth too large to put down. "And I know you know." Wuming set the document down carefully. He did not reach for his ledger. This conversation required first his complete attention, then his recording. "Shen Wuming has noted that you are no longer asking him to surrender." "I'm not." Xiao Fengming leaned back in his chair. The enforcement uniform shifted, and for a moment it looked like it was wearing him rather than the other way around. "I received that authority 2 years ago. The mandate, the expansion, the resources, all of it traced back to a single source. I spent 2 years verifying it, cross-referencing it, and understanding what it meant. I discovered, quite carefully, that my orders were coming from the architect." The architect. The word hung in the air between them. Wuming had suspected this for some time, but suspicion and confirmation were different things. Confirmation meant obligation. "The revision," Wuming said. "The mandate was designed to prepare you for enforcing it." "Yes." Zhao's hands were folded on the table. They were very still. "The mandate gave me authority to define erasure conditions at a granular level, to accelerate the process, to justify removals with minimal documentation. It was always meant as preparation. I was supposed to become the architect's instrument for enforcing the revision when it came. And I still believe, in principle, that Shen Wuming should not exist outside the record." "But," Wuming prompted, "but I believe the revision is worse." Zhao looked directly at Wuming. "I've been an enforcer for 3 decades. I've erased cultivators. I've upheld laws that I now understand were unjust. I've protected systems that were designed to harvest people. If the architect succeeds, it will do all of that, systematically, comprehensively, and in the name of creating a better cosmos. I cannot be the instrument that makes that possible." Wuming set his hand on the document. Xiao Fengming's certification, his expanded authority, his position as the Celestial Court's primary enforcer, all of it represented the power that had been turned against Wuming. All of it could be used to destroy him. And Zhao had set it aside. "Shen Wuming records that you said that," Wuming said formally. There was a pause. Zhao's expression shifted, something almost like relief, or perhaps release. "Good," he said. "Then it's witnessed. I wasn't expecting you to record my words, but I'm glad you did. It makes it real. It makes it matter." They sat in silence for a long moment. Outside the window, celestial servants moved through the courtyard, unaware that the foundational power structure of their realm was being questioned in a plain white room. "The architect will not accept your defection quietly," Wuming said. "I know." Zhao leaned forward slightly. "That's why I sent the diplomatic request. I'm betting that an alliance with you is more valuable than my enforcement authority. I'm betting that what you can do outside the record is more powerful than anything I can do within it. And I'm betting that the architect knows this too, which means it will try to counter us before we can organize." Shen Wuming appreciates the logic, Wuming said. And he did. It was clean reasoning, well-structured, and informed by a thorough understanding of the record's vulnerabilities. What will you do if the architect's counter comes before we can establish coordination? Zhao smiled. A brief, sharp smile that contained no humor. I will have already acted. I issued a protective ward around Zhou City the moment I decided to contact you. The architect cannot move against it without violating the very authority it gave me. For now, he's frozen. For now, Wuming repeated. For now, Zhao agreed. But at least we have time to think. Wuming reached into his satchel and withdrew his ledger. He opened it to a fresh page, and he began to write. Not the dry, clinical notation that had always characterized his records, but something more intentional. A document, a witness statement, a legal record that Zhao Fengming, celestial enforcer, had chosen to stand against the entity that empowered him. When he finished, he slid the ledger across the table. Zhao read it, and then he nodded. He did not ask to add anything. He simply acknowledged that his choice was now part of the record, outside the record, written in the hand of a man the heavens had tried to erase. What next? Zhao asked. Next, Wuming said. We gather our allies and prepare for the time when the architect can move again. Because it will move. And when it does, the world will feel it. Chapter 82. The case against erasure. They met in Zhao Fengming's private chambers in the Celestial Administrative Center. The room was austere, a bedroom, a study, a small sitting area. No luxury, no ornamentation. The furnishings suggested a man who had long ago decided that comfort was a distraction he could not afford. Zhao poured tea with the precision of someone performing a ritual. 2 cups, measured portions of boiling water, exact timing. When he handed the cup to Wuming, his hands were steady. I've been building my case for 2 years, Zhao said. He set several documents on the table between them. The expansion of my authority, the schedule for erasure acceleration, the resource allocations, all of it is documented. I kept copies. Separate records. I knew I might need them. Wuming examined the documents. They were meticulous. Zhao's work, the careful, thorough documentation of his own becoming an instrument of the architect's will. It was the work of a man who had been gradually coming to understand what he was helping to build, and who had preserved evidence as he went. Why did you not act before now? Wuming asked. It was not accusatory, simply a question of timing, of logic. Because I wasn't sure, Zhao said. I suspected the architect was corrupting the purpose of the record, but suspicion isn't enough to stand against celestial authority. I needed proof. I needed to understand what the revision actually was. And I needed to know if there was an alternative to accepting my role or openly rebelling and being erased myself. Shen Wuming records that you weighed your survival against the survival of the cosmos, Wuming said. It was a statement of fact, without judgment. Yes. Zhao did not shy away from it. That's what I did. I calculated. I measured. I determined that my individual survival was less important than the integrity of the record, but only marginally less important. I was prepared to accept erasure rather than continue enforcing an unjust system. But I preferred not to be erased if I could help it. That made me useful to you. It did, Wuming acknowledged. And it still does. Zhao leaned back in his chair. He picked up his teacup and held it without drinking. I still don't believe you should exist outside the record, he said carefully. I still think that you represent a kind of anomaly that is dangerous. You are unaccountable to any authority. You can inscribe laws that no celestial court can review. You operate without oversight. In principle, I believe you should not exist. But you believe the revision is worse, Wuming said. Yes. Zhao set down his cup. Because the revision removes choice. It removes the possibility of anything being otherwise. The record is corrupt, but it is corrupt in ways that can theoretically be corrected. The revision would make correction permanent. It would create a cosmos shaped entirely according to one entity's preferences, with no mechanism for appeal, no chance to argue that it should be different. That is a kind of corruption that no future entity could fix. Wuming rose and walked to the window. From Zhao's study, he could see the celestial administrative center stretching out below, the towers, the courtyards, the vast machinery of the record's governance. Somewhere in this structure, the architect was moving, waiting, preparing for its moment. Somewhere below, the architect's plans were unfolding according to schedules written 4,000 years ago. Shen Wuming has recorded that you said that, Wuming said. It was not quite gratitude. Gratitude was not the right frame for this conversation. It was something closer to, I have witnessed you choosing to stand against your own purpose, and I will ensure that this is known. He turned back to Zhao. What will happen if the Celestial Court discovers your betrayal? I will be brought before the Administrative Council, Zhao said. I will be tried. I will be stripped of my authority. I might be imprisoned. I might be erased. He paused. Or I might survive, if I can convince them that I'm acting in the record's best interest, not against it. The argument I would make is that the architect is a greater threat to the record than I am. Whether that argument will be persuasive is uncertain. Shen Wuming notes that you have not secured your own future, Wuming said. No, Zhao agreed. I've chosen to stand with you instead. I'm betting that what you can accomplish is more valuable than my safety. If I'm wrong, I'll be erased. If I'm right, it won't matter because the revision will never come. It was clean logic. Zhao Fengming had calculated the odds, weighed his survival, and made a choice that prioritized the integrity of the cosmos over his own continuation. He had done it deliberately, with full understanding of the cost. Wuming found, to his surprise, that he respected this more than he had expected to. Then we should work quickly, Wuming said. Because the architect is not idle. Every day that passes is a day it prepares. I know, Zhao said. That's why I brought you here. I have something else for you. Something I discovered while building my case. It's about the revision itself. About what it actually requires to work. He pulled a final document from the stack. It was older than the others, handwritten, dated nearly 100 years prior. The handwriting was precise, formal, written in the old administrative style. This is the architect's specification for the revision, Zhao said. The original design brief, captured in a record before I inherited my position. The specification lists 3 components, necessary, irreplaceable components. If we understand what those are, we can understand how to stop it. Wuming took the document. He began to read, and as he did, he felt the structure of the conflict shift. They were no longer simply defending against the revision. They were beginning to understand its mechanics. That was the first step toward dismantling it. Show me everything you have, Wuming said. We have work to do. Chapter 83, Meng Quill's Warning. The information broker's safe house was in the northern quarter of a minor celestial administrative city, hidden behind 3 layers of false addresses and protection talismans. Meng Biqian, known to her clients as Meng Quill, had maintained this location for 70 years without detection. She intended to maintain it for 70 more, or at least until her current business was concluded. She was waiting when Wuming and Zhao Fengming arrived. She was older than Wuming remembered, though perhaps she had always been old and he simply had not noticed it. Her hair was entirely white, pulled back in a simple braid. Her eyes were sharp, the eyes of someone who made her living noticing what others overlooked. I've been waiting for you to arrive at this moment, Meng Quill said. She did not ask them to sit. I have information that will change your approach entirely. You've been thinking about stopping the revision. That's incorrect. You've been thinking too small. Explain, Wuming said. Meng Quill gestured to a table where she had laid out a series of documents, similar to the ones Zhao Fengming had collected, but older, cross-referenced, connected by a web of annotations in Meng Quill's precise handwriting. The revision is not step 1, Meng Quill said. It is step 2. The real target is your inscribed laws, the laws you have written that exist outside the record. Those are the actual threat to the architect's plan. The revision comes after the destruction of your laws, not before. She pulled out a document that outlined the architect's timetable. According to the schedule, the first phase was erasure of all voidmark inscribed laws, specifically targeting anything written by someone outside the record. The second phase was the absolute revision. The third phase was rewriting the cosmos according to the architect's specifications. The architect understood something 4,000 years ago, Meng Quill continued. If you can write laws, those laws persist even if you're erased. The only way to ensure complete control is to remove the laws themselves. So the attack is not directed at you directly. It's directed at your inscriptions. If your laws are destroyed, there is no counter-evidence. There is no proof that the cosmos was ever different. The revision can rewrite everything, and there will be no testimony to contradict it. Wuming processed this. His laws, the carefully inscribed regulations that existed outside the record, that served as counter-evidence to any claim the architect made. They were not merely weapons. They were the record of his opposition. If they were destroyed, he would become just another erased cultivator, and the revision would proceed unimpeded. How long do we have before the architect moves against the laws? Wuming asked. Days, possibly, Meng Quill said. The preparation is complete. The voidmark reservoir is nearly charged. The architect has been building toward this moment for decades. I've been tracking the preparation, but I've been tracking it on behalf of someone else. Someone who needed to know what the architect was planning. Who? Zhao Fengming asked sharply. Meng Quill smiled. A sharp, mirthless expression. Someone who has been waiting for this moment far longer than the architect has been preparing for it. Someone with their own interest in preventing the revision. But they cannot act directly. So they have been positioning me as an observer, documenting everything. waiting for the right moment to reveal what they know. You've been working against the architect all this time, Wuming said. It was not a question. I've been working for someone else who is also opposed to the architect, Mengquil corrected. Those happen to align. Whether they continue to align depends on what comes next. She pulled out a final document, a specification for a new kind of law inscription. It was written in a hand Wuming did not recognize, but the content was clear. Instructions for creating distributed copies of inscribed laws, methods for encoding laws into multiple entities, techniques for ensuring that no single erasure could eliminate them entirely. Your inscriptions need to be distributed, Mengquil said. This is the only way to ensure they survive the architect's attack. You need to inscribe your laws into others, people who are still recorded in the record, people who cannot be easily targeted. The laws will become part of them. They won't work as effectively, but they will be harder to destroy. That is a violation of individual autonomy, Wuming said immediately. If I inscribe laws into someone without their consent, I am treating their reality as a tool rather than respecting their agency. Yes, Mengquil said, which is why you can only do it with people who consent. But consent alone may not be enough. You need to find people willing to be changed in this way, and you need to do it quickly, and you need to do it without the architect detecting the distribution. Zhao Fengming was studying the distribution protocol. This is sophisticated work, he said. Whoever designed this understands celestial law deeply. Where did you get it? From my employers, Mengquil said. The ones I've been working for. They wanted you to have this information. They wanted you to understand that the revision is not your primary threat. Your laws are. And they wanted you to know that you have allies working against the architect, even if those allies cannot directly intervene. Wuming looked at the distribution protocol, at Zhao Fengming's documentation, at the timeline Mengquil had assembled. The architect was not simply creating a new cosmos. It was eliminating the possibility of any other cosmos existing. It was removing the ability to prove that things had ever been different. It was not conquest. It was revision, the systematic rewriting of history. Shen Wuming records that Mengquil has informed us of the true target, Wuming said. He opened his ledger and began to write, not the distribution protocol, but his understanding of what it meant. His laws were not weapons. They were testimony. And testimony was only useful if it survived the attempt to silence it. We need to act immediately, he said to Zhao and Mengquil. We need to find volunteers. We need to teach the distribution method. We need to ensure that my laws, and perhaps others, are preserved outside the architect's reach. I have a list of candidates, Mengquil said. People who are invested in the record's survival. People who have been waiting for someone with the authority to create new laws outside the record's control. Shall I contact them? Do so, Wuming said. And tell them that this will be dangerous. Tell them that accepting a distributed law inscription means they will never be fully safe again. Tell them that they will become targets. But also tell them that they will be preserving something that the architect wants to destroy. Give them the choice, clearly and completely. Mengquil nodded. She began making notes on her paper, adding names to her list, marking priorities. It will take time, she said. Days at minimum to make contact and secure consent. We have days, Wuming said. Use them carefully. But even as he said it, he knew it was not entirely true. They did not have days. They had whatever time the architect decided to grant them. And the architect was not generous. Chapter 84. The distributed void mark. The experiment began in a protected pocket realm, one that Mengquil maintained separate from her safe houses. It was small, barely large enough for 5 people to sit comfortably. But it was isolated from the record's surveillance, and that was what mattered. Lady Silver Echo was the first volunteer. She had been erased 3 centuries prior, had spent all that time in isolation or in the protection of others, and now she volunteered to have portions of Wuming's inscribed laws woven into her fundamental existence. She sat across from Wuming with the perfect stillness of someone who had learned long ago not to waste energy on unnecessary movement. I did this once before, she said quietly. 300 years ago, I tried to teach other erased cultivators the arts of inscription. I tried to distribute my knowledge, to create a network that would persist even if I was eliminated. It failed. Why? Wuming asked. Because, Lady Silver Echo said, I could not trust them enough to teach them things that would make them powerful enough to become independent of me. I was teaching them too much and too little simultaneously, enough to make them dangerous, not enough to make them truly autonomous. The network became a liability. When it was discovered, everyone involved was re-erased. I alone survived because I cut myself off from all of them. Wuming considered this. The distribution protocol was supposed to address this problem. It allowed for partial inscriptions that maintained the original author's connection, but did not require absolute trust. But there was still the core issue. If you gave people access to something powerful, You had to accept that they would eventually become independent of your control. And that was frightening. Shen Wuming is proposing a different approach, Wuming said. Not complete laws, but portions of laws. Not autonomy, but distributed presence. Your role is not to make you powerful enough to act independently. Your role is to ensure that the law persists even if I am eliminated. And after the law persists? Lady Silver Echo asked. After the architect's attack is weathered? What then? Do I simply carry this portion of your law forever? Or does it eventually separate and become my own? Shen Wuming does not know, Wuming admitted. This was the first moment in their conversation where he allowed genuine uncertainty to show. The distribution protocol does not address what happens afterward. It addresses survival, not growth. If you develop the inscribed law further, you will eventually make it your own. That may be inevitable. That may also be correct. Lady Silver Echo closed her eyes. When she opened them again, there was something almost like peace in her expression. Then I volunteer, she said. But I want to be clear. If my carrying your law leads to something I did not anticipate, I will hold you accountable. Shen Wuming accepts this, Wuming said. The inscription took 6 hours. It was not combat. It was something closer to surgery performed on reality itself. Wuming used his Tier 4 inscriptions to open specific aspects of Lady Silver Echo's existence. The parts that were most fundamentally her own, the aspects that could not be erased without erasing her completely. Into those spaces, he wove portions of his law of precedent. When it was finished, Lady Silver Echo looked unchanged. Her voice was the same. Her manner was identical. But when Wuming examined her with the kind of deep attention that his void mark granted him, he could see the threads of his law running through her being, woven so carefully and so thoroughly that they would be almost impossible to remove without destroying her in the process. How does it feel? Wuming asked. Like being read, Lady Silver Echo said. Like I am a text being constantly interpreted. It is not painful. It is strange. The second volunteer was an erased cultivator named Xiao Shan, who had been removed from the record 20 years prior. The third was Xiao Chun, who was still recorded but willing to accept the inscription with full knowledge that it might make her a target. The fourth was Yanli. Absolutely not. Yanli said when Wuming explained what he was asking. I'm not becoming a vessel for your laws. I don't want this. Shen Wuming understands, Wuming said carefully. The choice is entirely yours. Then why are you here? Why are you explaining this to me if you're just going to accept my refusal? Because Shen Wuming cannot move forward without knowing whether you want to be part of this, Wuming said. The distribution must be consensual. Otherwise, it becomes a violation. Yanli stood up. He walked to the window of the pocket realm and looked out at the non-existent landscape. There was nothing to look at, just empty space. But he looked anyway. 3 days ago, you told me everything, he said. You explained the entire situation to me, down to the statistical calculations of the problem. Do you remember what I said? You said, that's the first true thing you've said to me, Wuming replied. Right? And I asked you why you hadn't said it before. And you gave me an answer about how you were managing a continental crisis, and that seemed plausible, and I accepted it. But I've been thinking about it, and I don't think that's the real reason. Wuming waited. Yanli was going somewhere with this, and Wuming had learned that the most efficient thing to do was let him arrive there in his own time. I think, Yanli said slowly, the real reason you didn't tell me was because you were treating my feelings as a variable in an equation. You were managing my emotion like you manage everything else. And the reason I was angry wasn't because you lied. It was because you did it so automatically. You'd optimized yourself to the point where treating people as tools was second nature. Shen Wuming acknowledges this assessment as accurate, Wuming said. So now you're asking me to let you put your law inside me, Yanli continued. And you're asking me to consent to it, which feels like you're asking me to forgive you by letting you use me. And I won't do it. I won't be your mechanism of forgiveness. There was a long silence. Wuming processed what Yanli had said. He was correct. Wuming had been treating the distribution as a necessity, a tool, and he had been prepared to accept Yanli's consent as a solution to the problem of finding volunteers. The consent was real, but it was also convenient, and Wuming had not separated those two facts clearly in his own mind. Shen Wuming will not ask again, Wuming said finally, and he will find another volunteer. But he will say this. What you have identified is a real problem in how he approaches the world. He will work to address it, not because you are a tool for his self-improvement, but because you are correct, and correct things deserve to be acted upon. Yanli turned back from the window. That's better, he said. That's more honest. He paused. But I've changed my mind about the inscription. I'll do it. Not as forgiveness, but because I want to be part of this, and this is how I can be part of it. The inscription took another 6 hours. And when it was finished, Yanli looked at Wuming and said, That's twice I've given you what you needed. Are we even? No, Wuming said. And then, using his own voice for the first time since the conversation began, not the formal third-person notation, but first-person, direct, we're not keeping score anymore. Yinli nodded. He accepted this. And by the time the fifth volunteer had been inscribed, Wuming had begun to understand something that had previously been unclear to him. A distributed system was not just about ensuring survival. It was about learning to trust other people to carry things forward. It was about accepting that you could not manage everything. It was about learning that people were not variables. Chapter 85, The Confession in Full. The conversation took place in Wuming's temporary base, a series of connected rooms in a celestial administrative city that had been secured through Zhao Fengming's authority. The room was sparse, designed for work rather than comfort. The walls were white. There was a table, 2 chairs, and a pot of tea that had gone cold an hour ago. Yinli was here because Wuming had asked him to be. And Wuming was here because he had something to say that had to be said face-to-face, with his full presence, without the buffer of the ledger or the third-person notation that usually separated him from direct engagement. 18 hours, Wuming began. That was how long you were in the cell. I have calculated it with precision, 1,080 minutes. During that time, you were distressed. I measured the distress through your physical responses, your heartbeat, your breathing, the chemical composition of your tears. I treated your suffering as a variable in a larger equation. Yinli listened without interrupting. I was calculating the optimal moment to act, Wuming continued. I was measuring how much distress you could tolerate before you would become unreliable as an ally, before your judgment would be compromised. I had an internal metric, a line beyond which I would act, regardless of other considerations. I did not share this with you. I did not tell you that there was a moment at which I would choose your safety over the mission. I let you believe that your danger was acceptable, that you were being abandoned. He stood and walked to the window. The city spread out below them. Ordinary buildings, ordinary streets, ordinary people moving through their ordinary lives, unaware that the fundamental structure of their cosmos was under threat. The reason I did not tell you, Wuming said, is that I was treating your faith in me as a constant. Constants do not need to be maintained. I assumed that if I simply continued existing, your trust would persist. I did not understand that trust requires reinforcement. That trust is not a variable. It is something that must be actively preserved. And I failed to preserve it. That was the error. Yinli set down his cold tea. What changed? Understanding, Wuming said. You told me that what I said in the 18-hour conversation was the first true thing I had ever said to you. That statement made me examine every other conversation we had had, and I realized that I had been systematically withholding information about my own reasoning. I was being strategic in my honesty. And that is not honesty. That is just a more sophisticated form of deception. He turned back to face Yinli directly. His expression was unchanged, his posture formal, but his voice carried something that had never been in it before. Genuine vulnerability, genuine uncertainty about whether what he was saying was adequate. So I am explaining this to you now because you deserve to know the full accounting, Wuming said. Not in my ledger, not in notation. In my own voice, as directly as I can manage. You were right to be angry. Your anger was appropriate. And I am sorry for the calculation I performed on your suffering. Yinli did not respond immediately. He rose and approached the window, standing beside Wuming, looking out at the city below. That's the first true thing you've said to me in months, Yinli said finally. It was not accusatory. It was simply observational, factual, the way Wuming typically spoke about things. Yes, Wuming agreed. And you're explaining this because you understand, intellectually, that trust requires maintenance. Yes, Wuming said again. But do you feel it? Yinli asked. Do you actually feel that your behavior was wrong? Or are you just performing the correct response based on logical analysis? It was a profound question. Wuming was quiet for a very long time. The city below them did not change. The ordinary people continued their ordinary movements. But something shifted inside Wuming's understanding of himself. Shen Wuming does not know, he said finally. And then he abandoned the third person entirely. I don't know if what I feel qualifies as guilt. I know that when I examine the 18 hours, I experience something that interrupts my normal processing. It is not comfortable. It does not resolve neatly into an equation. It contains elements that are contradictory and opposing and difficult to integrate into a coherent understanding. He looked at Yinli. That might be feeling. Or it might be a very sophisticated version of malfunction. I cannot determine which, because I do not have access to anyone else's internal experience for comparison. Yinli smiled. It was small, and it was sad, but it was genuine. That's a real answer, he said. That's you admitting that you don't know something and accepting that uncertainty instead of trying to calculate around it. Yes, Wuming said. Don't leave, Yinli said quietly. Shen Wuming, Wuming began automatically. No, Yinli interrupted. Use your own voice. Stop hiding behind the ledger. Wuming took a breath. And then he said, with genuine feeling in the words, I won't leave. Not yet. Not while I still have something to contribute. And not without explaining why when I do. Yinli nodded. He reached out, and for the first time, he placed his hand on Wuming's shoulder, not as a gesture of comfort, but as a gesture of connection, of actual partnership, not the strategic alliance that had previously existed between them. Then I'll help you distribute the inscriptions, Yinli said. Not because you calculated that I would be useful, but because I choose to. And I want you to remember that difference. Shen Wuming will record it, Wuming said. And then, catching himself, I will remember it. I will hold it as something that matters beyond the ledger. Chapter 86. The Voidmark by Proxy Network. The work took weeks. It was methodical, careful, and required a level of trust that Wuming was still learning to extend. The goal was simple in concept. Create a network of individuals who carried portions of Wuming's inscribed laws, distributed across multiple locations, impossible to eliminate in a single strike. The method was complex. Wuming worked with Yinli, Rongbaiha, and 3 surviving erased cultivators to develop what they began calling void marks by proxy. These were not full void marks. They did not grant the immunity from erasure that true void marks possessed. Instead, they were limited inscriptions that allowed someone near a void mark to carry portions of a law without being fundamentally altered by it. The process required Wuming to essentially split his laws into pieces, distributing them across multiple individuals so that no single person contained the full inscription. It was imperfect by design. The laws did not hold as firmly when distributed, and they required constant maintenance and reinforcement. But they became distributed, and that was the point. Rongbaiha worked with him on the technical aspects, learning his methods, understanding the mechanics of inscription at a level that required several weeks of careful teaching. She was a quick study, faster than Wuming had expected, her intuition for how laws could be structured superior to his purely analytical approach. It's because you're thinking about laws as rules, she said during one session. But rules are meant to be enforced. Laws are meant to be lived. There's a difference. And if you structure them as rules, they become brittle. But if you structure them as principles, as things that guide behavior without determining it, they become flexible enough to persist in different people. Wuming considered this. It was a genuinely novel observation, and it changed how he approached the next set of inscriptions. He began to structure the distributed laws not as fixed constraints, but as principles that different people could implement in different ways. The result was laws that held better, that adapted to different carriers, that became almost alive in the way they functioned. The network grew to include 17 people by the end of the month. Some were erased cultivators. Some were still registered in the record. All of them understood what they were undertaking and the risks it entailed. Zhao Fengming sent a message. This is dangerous. I am not stopping you, but I want you to know that I see it. And I'm documenting everything. If the architect attacks you through this network, I will have evidence of what it did. By the time the 5th week arrived, the network was as distributed as Wuming could make it without completely losing coherence. The laws persisted, they held, and they were protected by sheer redundancy. The architect could eliminate individual carriers, but it would have to eliminate all 17 simultaneously to truly destroy the inscriptions. And then, without warning, the pressure came. It started as a tremor in the record's foundation, barely perceptible to most beings, but obvious to anyone sensitive to voidmark energy. Wuming felt it immediately. He sent urgent messages to all 17 carriers of the distributed laws, warning them to prepare for an attack. The architect is moving early, he said to Yinli and Rongbaiha. They were in his study, reviewing the distribution protocol one final time. It knows about the network. It is preparing to eliminate it. How? Yinli asked. By activating the voidmark reservoir, Wuming said. Not fully, not the complete absolute revision. A partial activation, enough to send an erasure wave through the record. The wave will target every voidmark and every proxy voidmark it can locate. It will attempt to destroy the distributed laws before they become irreversible. Rongbaiha was already moving, already reaching for her communication talismans. I'll alert the carriers, she said. Give me the order, and I'll tell them to activate their protective measures. Tell them to prepare, Wuming said. But not to act yet. The architect's attack will be directional. If we can position ourselves correctly, we might be able to redirect it, or at least contain it. The attack came 48 hours later. It was not what anyone expected. The pressure that had been building in the record suddenly inverted, becoming negative, pulling at the fabric of existence itself. Every void mark in the network was targeted simultaneously, a wave of intentional erasure that tried to strip the distributed laws from their carriers. 3 of the carriers lost their inscriptions entirely. The pressure was too strong for the proxy void marks to withstand. But the distributed nature of the network meant that the loss of 3 carriers did not eliminate the law, it only weakened it. One of the erased cultivators, a woman named Shu who had been part of the network, collapsed. The erasure pressure had stripped her proxy void mark so thoroughly that it had damaged her fundamental existence. She was not dead, but she was vulnerable, exposed in ways that made her nearly defenseless. Wuming learned about it from Rome Baiha, who arrived at his study with grim determination. Shu was hit harder than expected, she said. Her proxy void mark is damaged beyond repair. She's lost the protection. Where is she? Wuming asked immediately. In one of the safe houses. Protected, but vulnerable. Wuming made a decision that went against every strategic calculation he had made over the preceding weeks. He abandoned the study, abandoned his ledger, and went to the safe house. He brought with him the capability to repair what the architect had damaged. The work took 12 hours. It was intricate and demanded every bit of Wuming's skill with inscription. He essentially had to rebuild Shu's connection to existence, not restoring the damaged proxy void mark, but creating a new inscription that would stabilize her fundamental reality until she could be moved to complete safety. When he finished, Shu was asleep, but her breathing was steady. The pressure in her existence that had threatened to tear her apart had been contained. She would survive. That was not efficient, Rombaya said. She was sitting across from him, watching him work, and she had not moved throughout the entire 12 hours. No, Wuming agreed. But it was necessary. You could have let her become vulnerable. It would have freed up your resources. Yes, Wuming said. Shen Wuming could have made that calculation. But Wuming is not making that calculation anymore. Rome Baiha smiled. A small, careful smile that carried with it something that looked very much like respect. Chapter 87. The completed law had happened on an ordinary afternoon, 3 days after Shu's collapse. Wuming was in the vault that held the oldest record artifacts, items that had been preserved for centuries because they were too valuable to be stored in normal archives. His grandfather's jade slip was among them. He had requested access, and Zhao Fengming had authorized it without hesitation. The jade slip was small, worn smooth by age and constant handling. The inscription on it was elegant, precise, written in the hand of someone who had spent a lifetime perfecting calligraphy. It was incomplete. The last third of the law cut off mid-character, the final stroke left unfinished. Wuming had always known that his grandfather had been working on something significant at the moment of his death, but he had never been able to read the incomplete portion. His void mark ability had not been sophisticated enough to perceive what the law was trying to accomplish. Now, at Tier 5, with the laws of precedent fully realized, he could finally see what his grandfather had been inscribing. It was a restriction on the absolute revision. The completed portion of the law read, "No revision may rewrite a record entry that contains the character." And the unfinished character was the one that Wuming had been writing every day for the last 3 months. He had not understood why his hand moved that way, why every entry in his ledger ended with the same careful stroke. It had felt like a habit, something automatic, something that did not require conscious thought. But his body had remembered what his grandfather had started to write. The muscle memory had persisted even though his conscious mind had no knowledge of the incomplete law. Wuming sat with the jade slip for several hours, studying the character, understanding the complete law that his grandfather had been trying to inscribe. It was elegant in its simplicity. No revision may rewrite a record entry that contains the character for self-determination. That was the safeguard. That was the law that would make the absolute revision impossible, if it could be completed and integrated into the record's foundation. Any entry that contained this specific character would become immune to revision. And if Wuming distributed this character widely enough, if he inscribed it into every significant decision that had been made in the record's history, then the revision would be unable to proceed. It was genius. His grandfather had understood something that the architect had not. You could not prevent a revision by resisting it. You could only prevent it by making it legally impossible. And to do that, you needed to embed your opposition so deeply into the structure of the record that removing it would mean destroying the record itself. Wuming opened his own ledger and, very carefully, he wrote the complete character. His hand knew how to write it because his body had been writing it every day for months. The completed stroke was perfect. Then he wrote the complete law beneath it. No revision may rewrite a record entry that contains the character of self-determination. Inscribed by Shen Wuming, in completion of the work of his grandfather, in the nexus of the 4 courts, in the twilight of the 3rd millennium. This law is offered for integration into the record's foundational structure. He could not integrate it himself. That required authority that even his Tier 5 status did not grant. But he could prepare it, document it, present it as evidence. And then he would need to find someone or something with sufficient authority to accept it into the Records Foundation. He placed the jade slip carefully back into its case, and he closed his ledger. Then he contacted Rong Baihe and Xiao Fengming, and he told them that he had found something that changed everything. My grandfather was the architect's last attempt to use an insider to corrupt the unwritten path's final safeguard, Wuming explained. He was in Xiao Fengming's study again, the same white room where they had first begun their alliance. The architect encountered erased cultivators before my grandfather. It understood the threat that someone outside the record could pose. So it attempted to have my grandfather killed before he could complete the law that would prevent the revision. They killed him to stop him? Xiao Fengming asked. Yes, Wuming said. But my grandfather was more careful than they understood. He trained me throughout my entire childhood without me knowing what he was training me for. Every day, he would have me practice the same stroke, the same character, until it became automatic. When he died, he left me his muscle memory. He left his body's knowledge of the law inside my own body's knowledge. Rong Baihe was studying the completed jade slip, reading the final character over and over. This is beautiful, she said quietly. This is almost like having him here. It is, Wuming agreed. It is the closest I have come to truly conversing with him, even after his death. His wisdom did not survive. His specific thoughts, his exact words, they were lost. But his method of thinking, his understanding of how to structure a protection that would persist beyond him, that survived. That reached me. That still guides me. He looked at the jade slip, at the incomplete law that was now complete, and he understood something about his grandfather that he had never fully grasped before. The old man had not been trying to prevent the architect through direct opposition. He had been trying to teach Wuming how to prevent it. He had been preparing his grandson for this moment across decades, with patience and precision. The law is ready, Wuming said. We need to present it to the original builders. They are the ones who will have the authority to integrate it into the Records Foundation. Once it is integrated, the absolute revision becomes structurally impossible. And then? Xiao Fengming asked. Then, Wuming said, we have won the defensive war. But we will still need to fight the offensive conflict. Because the architect will not accept defeat quietly. Chapter 88. The pressure wave. The attack came without warning, without build-up, without the courtesy of a declared challenge. It was a pressure wave that rolled through the entire celestial administrative realm, targeting every void mark and every proxy void mark simultaneously with overwhelming force. Wuming felt it before his allies did. The pressure was immense, focused, intentional. It was not a general wave, but a directed strike aimed at the distributed network. Every one of the 17 carriers of the inscribed laws felt it at the same moment, and 3 of them did not survive the pressure intact. Shu, the erased cultivator Wuming had repaired, lost her entire connection to the Records Foundation. She collapsed, unconscious, stripped of everything Wuming had spent 12 hours rebuilding. The proxy void mark that had been protecting her shattered completely. 2 other carriers, erased cultivators named Wei and Tian, had their proxy void marks damaged beyond repair. They lost the inscribed laws they were carrying, and the loss created a cascade effect through the network. The distributed law, weakened by the loss of 3 carriers, became volatile, dangerous, threatening to destabilize the entire system. The architect is activating the reservoir early, Wuming said immediately. He was in communication with Yinli and Rong Baihe through emergency talismans. It is not the full, absolute revision, but it is enough to target the distributed network. We need to mobilize every carrier immediately. They need to move to protected locations. Shu is not conscious, Rong Baihe reported. The pressure stripped her proxy void mark. She cannot be moved safely. Where is she? The northern safe house. The one near the administrative city. Wuming made a decision that was not efficient, not strategic, and not consistent with the larger plan. He abandoned his current position and flew directly to the northern safe house. Speed mattered. Conscious calculation mattered. But more than that, Shu mattered, and Wuming was learning to weight that appropriately. He found her in a state of complete vulnerability. Her connection to the record had been severed by the pressure wave. She was existing in a kind of liminal space, not dead, but barely present, her fundamental reality hanging by threads that were snapping one by one. Wuming placed his hands on her shoulders and began a counter-inscription immediately. He could not rebuild the proxy void mark. That would take time he did not have. Instead, he inscribed a holding pattern, a temporary law that would stabilize her existence and prevent the remaining threads from snapping. It was imperfect, it was incomplete, and it would not last beyond a few hours. But it would keep her alive long enough to move her to a place where she could be properly protected. The problem was that as he inscribed, the pressure wave continued. It was not constant. It came in pulses, each one slightly different in intensity and direction. The architect was refining its attack, learning what worked and what did not, adapting to Wuming's defensive responses. By the time Wuming finished the holding pattern, he could feel the architect's presence in the pressure itself. It was not trying to destroy the network for efficiency. It was trying to destroy it because it understood that the distributed laws were the real threat. The architect had recognized something that Wuming was only now fully accepting. The network was not just a defensive measure. It was the beginning of a structure that could stand against the architect's will. Rongbaihe arrived at the safe house with medical support. She assessed Shu's condition with a clarity that Wuming recognized as genuine expertise. She needs to be moved immediately, Rongbaihe said. The holding pattern is working, but it's degrading. We have maybe 3 hours before it fails completely. Transport her to the deepest archive, Wuming said. The architect cannot move against the official archives without triggering a response from the Celestial Court. Zhao Fengming will authorize it. The pressure wave continued for another hour, then suddenly stopped. It was not a gradual reduction. It was an abrupt cessation, as if the architect had decided that enough had been done for now. The Voidmark reservoir fell silent. When the pressure cleared, the damage was assessed. 3 carriers had lost their proxy Voidmarks completely. 2 others had minor damage that could be repaired. The distributed network was weakened but intact. The laws persisted, diminished but still present, still dangerous to the architect's plans. Wuming looked at Rongbaihe across Shu's unconscious form. The architect is learning, he said quietly. It is adapting. Every attack teaches it something new about how to target the network more effectively. Eventually, it will find a method that works completely. Then we need to move faster, Rongbaihe said. We need to present your grandfather's law. We need to integrate it into the record before the architect can find a way to prevent it. Yes, Wuming agreed. We need to accelerate the timeline. He began drafting messages to the original builders, urgent communications emphasizing the necessity of moving forward immediately. But as he drafted the messages, he knew something that had not been explicitly stated. The architect's attack was not a random escalation. It was a response to something. It knew about the distributed network. It knew about the threat. And it was preparing to eliminate that threat before it became impossible to stop. The clock was no longer theoretical. The clock was real. Chapter 89. The inscription at speed 2 days later, at the precise moment the architect launched its second sustained pressure wave, Wuming began inscribing continuously. He had slept perhaps 6 hours in the preceding 48. His concentration was absolute. His focus narrowed to a single point, completing inscriptions fast enough to counter the architect's attacks before they could do permanent damage. He was using his Tier 5 authority, laws of precedent, retroactively altering when the proxy Voidmarks had been inscribed. If he could move their creation date to before the Voidmark reservoir was built, then the architect's targeting of them would be legally unauthorized. The erasure would be an act of injustice, not a legitimate application of the architect's authority. It was a desperate measure. It required Wuming to work at a level of speed and intensity that he had never attempted before. His hands moved constantly, inscribing new laws, modifying existing ones, creating temporary structures that would hold just long enough for him to build something more permanent. By the 6th hour, his hands had begun to lose sensation. The feeling in his fingers from wrist to fingertips had become numb. He could not feel what he was writing. He could only feel the pressure of the brush against the paper, and that sense was fading. Stop, Rongbaihe said. She was sitting across from him, monitoring the physical toll of the constant inscription work. Your hands are failing. If you continue, you will damage them beyond repair. The inscriptions must be completed, Wuming said. His voice was hoarse from hours of continuous effort. The architect's pressure wave will destroy 3 more carriers if I do not finish reinforcing the network. Then you will complete the inscriptions with help, Rongbaihe said. She rose and moved around the table. She placed her hands beneath Wuming's, supporting them from below. She could not inscribe herself. She lacked the authority of a Voidmark. But she could hold his hands steady. She could guide them, support them, keep them moving even as they lost the sensation necessary to move themselves. Tell me what to write, she said, and I will guide your hands to write it. Wuming began to speak the inscriptions aloud. The words came from his mind, and Rongbaihe translated them into physical motion, her hands beneath his, moving in the patterns he described. It was the most profound vulnerability Wuming had ever permitted himself, to be unable to perform the action himself, to need another person's hands to complete what had to be completed. The inscription continued through the night. When it was finished, when the final character had been written and the final law had been integrated into the record, Wuming's hands were entirely numb from wrist to fingertip. He could not move them independently. He could only feel Rongbaiha's hands beneath his, warm, present, supporting. Rest, she said. The inscriptions are done. The network is stabilized. 3 carriers who would have been damaged are now protected. You can rest. Wuming leaned back in his chair. Without the support of Rongbaiha's hands, his own hands fell limply to his lap. He could see them, but he could not feel them. It was as if they belonged to someone else. Shen Wuming records, he began automatically. No, Rongbaiha said. She did not use the ledger's voice. She used her own voice, direct and firm. Do not record it. Just sit with it. Just let yourself have done this thing, without analyzing it, without turning it into an entry in your account. So Wuming sat with it. He sat with the numbness in his hands, with the exhaustion that had settled into every part of his body, with the strange vulnerability of being supported by someone else while he did something that required his complete attention. And for perhaps the first time since the beginning of this entire conflict, Wuming simply existed, without notation, without calculation, without the buffer of his ledger between himself and the reality he was experiencing. When the numbness finally began to fade, hours later, or perhaps days, Rongbaiha was still there. She had not moved. She was sitting beside him, her presence constant, her touch occasionally returning to his hands to warm them. I read the sentence you wrote in my ledger, Wuming said quietly. The numbness was receding enough that he could speak without his voice shaking. Do you remember? I remember writing it, Rongbaiha said. I should have said something then, Wuming continued. When I first read it, I should have recognized what you were trying to communicate. You were managing a continental crisis, Rongbaiha said. That was my excuse, Wuming said. The real reason is that I was afraid of what it would mean to acknowledge that I had been recorded in that way. It would have meant that I was not simply a tool performing a function. It would have meant that I was something to you, that I mattered beyond my utility. Rongbaiha did not respond immediately. She let the silence settle between them, let Wuming sit with the truth of what he had said. And then she reached out again, and she took both of his hands in both of hers, and she held them with a gentleness that suggested she was holding something far more fragile than hands. You matter, she said simply. And Wuming, for the first time, did not reach for his ledger. He simply said her name, just the name, nothing more. Just Rongbaiha, not a data point, not an entry in the unnamed column, just her name, with the weight of everything he had been unable to say finally attached to it. Chapter 90. The unnamed becomes named. The aftermath of the inscription was silence. Complete, profound silence. The kind that only comes after an extreme effort, when the body demands rest and the mind demands a reprieve from constant work. Wuming and Rongbaiha remained in the inscription chamber. Her hands continued to warm his, though his sensation had largely returned by now. The touching continued anyway, not because it was necessary, but because it had become necessary in a different way, not for function, but for presence. I've been thinking about what you wrote in my ledger, Wuming said after an hour of silence. I had initially catalogued it as an observation, something to be acknowledged, and then moved beyond. But I realize now that I was not reading it correctly. How should you have read it? Rongbaiha asked. As a confession, Wuming said. You were telling me something you needed to say, something that required acknowledgement not as data, but as communication. And I treated it as data. I reduced it to an entry. I made it smaller than what it actually was. Rongbaiha's hands moved slightly in his, not releasing, but shifting, becoming more intentional. What does it feel like, she asked. To finally understand that correctly? Wuming considered the question. He tried to apply his usual analytical approach, but the words that came out were not analytical. They were personal, specific, vulnerable in a way that his normal speech could not accommodate. It feels like I have been reading a message in a language I did not fully understand, Wuming said. And now, suddenly, the grammar becomes clear. The meaning becomes clear. And I realize that the message was always there, waiting for me to develop the capacity to understand it. And now, Rongbaiha prompted. Now, Wuming said, I want to say something true back. I want to write something that you would write about me, and I want to acknowledge that I understand what it means when I write it. He rose carefully, testing his hands to ensure they had full feeling again. They did. The sensation was back, the capability was restored. He could inscribe again, if necessary. But more importantly, he could hold her hands in return, which was what he chose to do. I cannot write your name in the unnamed column because you are not recorded there, Wuming said. You are someone I did not expect to become. You are someone who supported me when support meant putting your own safety aside. You are someone who held my hands when I could not hold them myself. You are someone who is, in every way that matters, a reason that the ledger exists at all. Rongbaiha's expression shifted, not into a smile, but into something deeper, something that suggested genuine understanding. That's not a terrible definition, she said softly. I know, Wuming replied, but I will keep working on it. Because you deserve more than my first attempt, and I am beginning to understand that the people who matter deserve ongoing effort, not just an accurate first recording. They stood together in the white chamber, hands held, the inscription equipment scattered around them representing hours of desperate effort, lives saved by the sheer will to continue moving forward despite exhaustion and numbness and doubt. We should sleep, Rombaiha said eventually. Yes, Wuming agreed. But not yet. Not quite yet. And so they remained, until the rest of the world's demands became too loud to ignore, until the next crisis required Wuming's attention, until the conflict resumed in earnest. But for this moment, suspended between the intense pressure of the architect's attacks and the desperate necessity of the coming confrontations, Wuming was permitted to simply be present with another person, without calculation, without notation, without the ledger's distance between himself and the reality of what she meant to him. When they finally did rest, Wuming dreamed, for the first time in months, of something other than the record and the revision and the precise mechanics of celestial law. He dreamed of gardens, of walking through spaces that existed outside the celestial administrative realm, of a life that might come after the architect was contained. It was not a realistic dream. It was not based on proper calculation of what the future might hold. But it was a dream, and Wuming held it carefully as he slept, as if holding a fragile thing that might shatter if he examined it too closely. Chapter 91. The Historical Archives. The request for access to the Celestial Court's deepest historical archives took Xiao Fengming 3 days to process. The archives were not open to routine investigation. They contained the original design documents for the record itself, the foundational laws that had been established 4,000 years ago, and the records of every major decision made in the record's history. The architect had worked to obscure its own presence in those documents, but not completely. Zhao, with 3 decades of experience in celestial administration and a newfound determination to understand the truth, knew where to look. He brought Wuming to a sealed chamber deep beneath the administrative center, a place that had not been opened in over 200 years. The documents were vast, countless scrolls and manuscripts and jade slips recording the initial construction of the record. Wuming began to read systematically, methodically, understanding the development of the celestial administrative system through its original documents. What he found was, in some ways, worse than he had expected. The architect had not created the record as a temporary structure designed to eventually be made public and subject to democratic revision. The architect had designed the record from its inception as a tool for power accumulation. The revision was not a new idea that the architect had conceived recently. The revision was the primary function, written into the record's original design brief. Look at this, Wuming said, pointing to a passage in the foundational design. The record was meant to run for exactly 3,000 years. At that point, the absolute revision would trigger automatically, collecting all the accumulated power from the registered cultivators and transferring it to a single entity, the architect. The record was never meant to be a legitimate system. It was meant to be a mechanism for harvesting. Xiao Fengming read the passage in silence, his expression growing darker as he understood the implications. The cultivators never knew, he said finally. They thought they were registering themselves in a system that would recognize their achievements, their progress. They thought the record was designed for their benefit. They never understood that they were offering their accumulated power as tribute to the architect's true cosmos. 3,000 years was the original timeline, Wuming continued. That would have been 700 years ago, but the revision did not trigger. That suggests that either the architect modified the timeline, or that something prevented the revision from activating as scheduled. The erased, Xiao Fengming said suddenly. Your grandfather. The erased cultivators represent a kind of anomaly in the record structure. The architect could not account for them properly. The law your grandfather was writing, that was the block. Wuming nodded. His grandfather had not been working against the record. He had been working to prevent a power theft disguised as a new cosmos. He had understood, somehow, what the architect's true intent was, and he had inscribed a protection against it. The original builders had attempted something good and had been corrupted by one of their own. The architect had taken their genuine desire to create a fair system and had twisted it into a mechanism for power accumulation. And for 3,000 years, the architect had been waiting for the moment when it could finally complete its work. We need to present this to the Celestial Court, Wuming said. We need to make the truth public. They will not accept it, Xiao Fengming said quietly. The Celestial Court has built itself on the assumption that the record is legitimate, that the system is just. revealing that it was designed as a harvesting mechanism would undermine the entire administrative structure. Then we present it anyway, Wuming said, because the truth is the truth, and it cannot be less true because acknowledging it would be inconvenient. Zhao looked at him with something that might have been admiration or might have been pity. That's what your grandfather would have said, Zhao observed. Then perhaps it is correct, Wuming replied. Chapter 92. The grandfather's gift. The revelation came without ceremony. Wuming sat in his study with his grandfather's jade slip, examining the character that he had been writing every day without understanding its significance, and he recognized something that changed everything. The character was not random. It was not a forgotten inscription technique. It was a signature. His grandfather had left his own character embedded in the law, a way of marking it as his work, as his legacy, as his final gift to whoever might eventually complete it. But more than that, the character contained a coded message. Wuming, examining it at Tier 5, finally had the ability to perceive the layers of meaning encoded in a single stroke. His grandfather had written more than just a law. He had written a history. The history revealed that his grandfather had been approached by the architect nearly 400 years ago, not to collaborate, but to be corrupted. The architect had recognized that an entity within the record could be more effective at preventing opposition than the architect could be from outside. So the architect had offered power, authority, the possibility of advancement within the celestial hierarchy. And his grandfather had accepted. But in accepting, his grandfather had learned the architect's true plan. He had understood what the revision actually meant, and he had been horrified. So he had done something unprecedented. He had inscribed a law of resistance while still working within the architect's trust. He had created the protection against the revision while appearing to serve the architect's interests. And when the architect finally recognized what had happened, it had moved to eliminate the threat. It had killed his grandfather before the law could be completed. The final layer of the message, encoded in the character itself, was a direct communication from his grandfather to Wuming. I am sorry I could not protect you from this. I am sorry that I could not complete the work myself. I can only leave you the tools, the method, the understanding, the knowledge of what must be done. The completion of the law is your responsibility. The cost will be high. You will face threats I could not anticipate. But you will succeed because you are more careful than I was, and you are more precise. Complete what I started. Not for honor, not for family, but because it must be completed. Wuming sat with this message for a very long time. His grandfather had not been a hero. He had been someone who had made mistakes, who had been manipulated, who had recognized his error and attempted to correct it. And then he had been killed before the correction could be finished. But he had not failed. He had simply shifted the responsibility to his grandson, and he had done it in a way that ensured his grandson would have exactly the tools necessary to complete the work. Shen Wuming records that he understands his grandfather's gift, Wuming said. But then he stopped himself. He set down his ledger and picked up the jade slip again. Grandfather, he said aloud, without notation, without the formal distance of his recorded voice. I am completing your law. I am finishing what you started. I am doing it with more precision than you managed, but I am also doing it with the help of people you never could have anticipated. I am making mistakes you would have prevented, but I am also succeeding in ways you might not have believed possible. Thank you for leaving me the tools. Thank you for training me without telling me why. Thank you for the gift of knowing that I was prepared for this. He set the jade slip down carefully, and he opened his ledger one more time. He wrote, The Law of Self-Determination, inscribed originally by Shen Wuming's grandfather, completed by Shen Wuming at Tier 5 authority, now ready for presentation to the cosmological powers that can integrate it into the record's foundation. The work is not finished, but the foundation is set. Chapter 93. The actual principle. The revelation came from Meng Qiu, in a communication so carefully coded that it took Wuming an hour to decode it. But when he finally understood what she was saying, it explained so much about her behavior throughout the conflict. She was not working for the architect. She was not even working for a simple third-party interest. She was working for two surviving members of the original Builder Collective, the entities who had originally created the record 4,000 years ago, along with the architect. They have been waiting for you, Meng Qiu's communication explained. They have been waiting for an entity who existed outside the record's jurisdiction, who had the authority to challenge the architect's design. They have been positioning people like me, documenting the architect's activities, gathering evidence, preparing for the moment when a challenge could actually be mounted. You are that moment. You are the entity they have been preparing for. Wuming's first response was suspicion. This was exactly the kind of information that could be strategically planted to manipulate him. But Meng Qiu anticipated this. Verify it yourself. Her communication continued. The original builders are willing to meet with you. They will reveal themselves. They will provide documentation of their work. They will answer any questions. but they need to know that you are ready to hear what they have to say, and that you are willing to accept responsibility for what comes next. Wuming discussed the offer with Rongbaihe and Zhao Fengming. The decision, when made, was unanimous. They needed to know if the architect had other surviving colleagues, and if so, whether those colleagues represented an actual option for preventing the revision. The meeting took place in a pocket realm outside the record's jurisdiction, a space that had been maintained separately for 4,000 years, untouched by the record's authority. It was small, enclosed, and absolutely secure. The two original builders were not what Wuming expected. They were not ancient and terrifying. They were old and sad. They were entities who had created something with good intentions and had watched it be corrupted by one of their own, and they had spent 4,000 years trying to fix their mistake without being able to directly intervene. We made an agreement with the Celestial Court 3 centuries ago, one of them explained. Her name was Complex. Wuming recorded it as the first consonant for simplicity. We agreed not to interfere directly with the record's operation. We were afraid that if we became involved, we would simply reproduce the same mistake. We thought that the record would eventually develop its own mechanisms for correction, that the cultivators themselves would eventually recognize the architect's corruption and resist it. We were wrong, the second original builder said. His recorded name was The Waiting Silence. We waited too long. We were too afraid of making the wrong move. And now the revision is imminent, and we have been unable to prevent it through indirect action. But you have found a solution. The first consonant continued, looking directly at Wuming. You are the solution. The record was created with an exit provision. A single entity outside all recorded laws could challenge the revision under original design authority. We inserted that provision specifically because we were afraid of what one of us, the architect, might attempt. We created it as a failsafe. You are that failsafe. And you have been waiting for me to develop the authority to exercise that provision? Wuming asked. Yes, the waiting silence said. We have been positioning people, gathering information, preserving knowledge, preparing the foundation. But the actual work of stopping the revision had to come from you. It had to come from someone who existed outside the record structure, because only such an entity could have the legal standing to challenge the architect's design. Wuming sat with this revelation for a long moment. He was not the agent of his own destiny. He was the fulfillment of a plan that had been set in motion 4,000 years ago. His struggle was not new. It was part of a larger pattern, a larger attempt to correct a fundamental mistake. Shen Wuming records that the original builders have revealed themselves and their purpose, Wuming said. He looked at the first consonant and the waiting silence. Shen Wuming will accept the role of challenger to the architect's authority, provided that acceptance does not constitute accepting any hidden agenda beyond the prevention of the absolute revision. No hidden agenda, the first consonant said. We ask only that you attempt to prevent the revision. What you do after that is your own choice. Then Shen Wuming accepts. Chapter 94. The exit provision, the challenge had to be formalized, entered into the record in a way that would create a legal hold against the architect's actions. Wuming, the original builders, Zhao Fengming, and Rongbaihe gathered in a chamber that existed in the liminal space between the record and the outside world, not quite within either jurisdiction, but accessible to both. Wuming opened his ledger and began to write the challenge in the most formal manner possible. This was not a record of events. This was a legal statement of claim, an invocation of the original design exit provision that would force the architect to acknowledge his challenge or reveal itself as acting outside its own authority. I, Shen Wuming, existing outside the heavens record and holding authority under the unwritten path, do hereby invoke the original design exit provision of the record's foundational structure. This provision grants to any entity outside all recorded laws the right to challenge the legitimacy of the absolute revision. Shen Wuming challenges the absolute revision as a violation of the record's foundational intent to protect the individual autonomy of those registered within it. The revision would eliminate choice. The revision would impose a single entity's preferences as permanent law. This is contrary to the record's stated purpose. Shen Wuming invokes his right to challenge this revision and demands that the architect respond to this challenge through proper legal channels. As he wrote the final character, something shifted in the record's foundation. It was not a dramatic shift, no earthquakes, no celestial portents, no grand manifestation of cosmic power. It was simply a subtle change, as if something that had been moving inevitably toward a single conclusion had suddenly been brought to a pause. The architect felt it. The entire celestial realm felt it. A challenge had been mounted. The original design exit provision had been invoked. The revision was legally held. How long does the hold last? Wuming asked the original builders. 90 days, the waiting silence said. The exit provision creates a temporary hold, long enough for a challenger to gather sufficient counter-evidence. If at the end of 90 days the challenger has not presented a convincing case, the hold collapses and the revision proceeds automatically. 90 days, Wuming repeated. He looked at the written challenge, at the formal statement of opposition that now existed in the record. Then we have 90 days to prove that the architect's plan violates the record's foundational purpose. We have 90 days to gather evidence, to demonstrate that the revision is unjust, to convince the celestial powers that the architect should not be allowed to proceed. You have 90 days, the first consonant agreed. The architect will not accept this challenge passively. It will attempt to discredit your claim. It will attempt to undermine your counter-evidence. It will attempt to force the hold to collapse before the 90 days are complete. You will need to be very clever, very patient, and very strong. Shen Wuming is all of those things, Wuming said. And then he looked at Rong Baihe and Zhao Fengming. Or at least, Shen Wuming has learned how to become all of those things. The formalization of the challenge was complete. The record knew that it was being contested. The architect knew that it faced opposition with legal standing. The 90-day timer, invisible but absolutely real, began to count down. The offensive conflict had begun. And for the first time, Wuming felt something that was not fear, not confidence, but something closer to clarity. They had a defined period. They had a clear objective. They had legal standing. They had allies. It was time to fight. Chapter 95. The 90-day clock. The first decision was strategic. Wuming could not spend all 90 days gathering evidence. The architect was already moving to counter his challenge, already deploying its own resources to discredit any arguments Wuming might make. The challenge held the revision in place, but it did not prevent the architect from preparing to proceed the moment the 90 days elapsed. We need to do more than defend, Wuming said to his gathered allies. They were in a secure location maintained by the original builders, a space where the architect's surveillance could not reach. We need to move toward a permanent solution. What kind of permanent solution? Yinli asked. He had taken on the role of coordinator for the distributed network, managing the carriers, ensuring that the inscribed laws remained stable despite the ongoing pressure from the architect. My grandfather's law, Wuming said. The restriction on the revision. If that law can be integrated into the record's foundation, then the revision becomes permanently impossible. The challenge might last 90 days, but the law would be permanent. To integrate a law into the record's foundation requires approval from the celestial powers, Zhao Fengming said. The Heaven Sovereign, at minimum. Possibly the entire Administrative Council. Then we convince them, Wuming said. We present the evidence of the architect's deception. We show them the original design documents. We demonstrate that the record was created as a harvesting mechanism, not as a legitimate system. We show them that the revision is not a new development. It is the original plan. And we argue that protecting the record's autonomy provision is the only way to preserve the record itself. It was ambitious. It was, arguably, impossible. But it was what needed to be done. The work of the next 30 days was preparation. Wuming, with Rong Baihe and Zhao Fengming, compiled the evidence. They cross-referenced the original design documents with the architect's mandate to Zhao. They showed the timelines that made it clear the revision had always been planned. They gathered testimony from the original builders and from the celestial entities who had been corrupted or manipulated into serving the architect's interests. And they prepared the presentation to the Heaven Sovereign. On day 31 of the 90-day period, Wuming formally petitioned for an audience. The petition was granted almost immediately, which Wuming recognized as either a sign of genuine concern from the celestial court, or a sign that the architect had powerful allies who wanted to hear what he had to say for the purpose of counteracting it. The audience chamber was vast, formal, designed to make any individual feel small in the presence of greater cosmic power. Wuming walked into the chamber with his evidence carefully organized, his arguments prepared, his grandfather's completed jade slip in his possession. The Heaven Sovereign sat on a throne of celestial metal, ancient and precise and entirely without expression. It had ruled for 3,000 years. It had seen empires rise and fall, civilizations bloom and burn away, cultivators struggle and fail and occasionally succeed. It was not easily impressed. State your petition, the sovereign said. Wuming presented everything. The original design documents. The evidence of the architect's manipulation. The revelation that the revision had always been planned. He showed the jade slip, explained his grandfather's law, made the case that the autonomy provision at the record's foundation was the actual guarantee of the system's integrity. When he finished, the Heaven Sovereign was silent for a very long time. This is grave information, the sovereign said finally. If what you present is accurate, It calls into question the legitimacy of my own authority. I have been administering a system designed to be temporary, meant to harvest power under the guise of justice. This is problematic. Yes, Wuming agreed. Shen Wuming recognizes that accepting this truth requires acknowledging that your authority has been built on false foundations. But, the sovereign continued, the foundation need not determine the purpose. A system created with corrupt intent can be redeemed through correct use. I have attempted to administer this record fairly. I have not known about the revision, but having now learned of it, I can certainly act to prevent its occurrence. The integration of my grandfather's law would provide permanent prevention, Wuming said. It would prevent any revision, by any authority, from rewriting entries that contain the autonomy character. It would ensure that the record can only be changed through the transparent, public process outlined in the original design, the democratic revision mechanism that was built into the system but never implemented. The Heaven Sovereign rose from its throne. It was not a gesture of aggression. It was a gesture of consideration, of taking seriously what Wuming had presented. I will convene the Administrative Council, the Sovereign said. I will present your evidence. We will determine whether your grandfather's law can be integrated. But I will tell you this. If what you have shown me is true, and if this law can be integrated as you describe, then the revision cannot proceed. The architect's authority would be limited, and that will require the architect's consent or a legal judgment against the architect's wishes. Either way, you have changed what comes next. Wuming bowed. The audience was concluded, but as he left the chamber, he felt something that had not been present before. The possibility that the revision might actually be prevented. It was not certainty. The council could still reject the law, but it was possibility, and possibility was more than they had possessed mere days before. Chapter 96. Yanli's inscription, The Breakthrough, came unexpectedly during one of the distributed law maintenance sessions. Yanli had been training for weeks with Wuming and Rongbaya, learning the mechanics of inscription, understanding how laws worked at the fundamental level. He was not a void mark user. He had not been erased from the record, but he had been working closely enough with the network that he understood its structure intimately. And then, during a routine maintenance session, with no warning, Yanli performed the first inscription of his own. It was not a sophisticated law. It was small, almost insignificant in its scope. It simply read, Yanli Wanren holds the memory of Shen Wuming's trust in his own capacity. It was not an inscribed law in the traditional sense. It did not grant authority, did not create restrictions, did not modify the record's function. But it was real. It was permanent. It held. The original builders, who had been observing the distributed network's development, reacted with something that looked like shock. This should not be possible, the waiting silence said. Only entities with void mark authority can inscribe permanent laws. Only entities outside the record can inscribe laws that persist independent of the record structure. This man is neither erased nor outside the record's jurisdiction. What he has done, the first consonant said carefully, is inscribe a law that is not about the record or about celestial authority. He has inscribed a law about himself, about his own capacity. That is new. That is unprecedented. Wuming examined the inscription that Yanli had created. He could see the structure of it, could understand the mechanics of how it held. Yanli had found a loophole that Wuming had not considered. If the law was about personal truth rather than external restriction, then the authority to inscribe it came from within, not from the record's administrative structure. You have created something new, Wuming said to Yanli. I didn't mean to, Yanli said. He looked surprised by his own action. I was just thinking about trust, about what you've been teaching me, and I realized that I could write it down in a way that would make it real. So I did. The path is already widening, the first consonant said, looking at the original builder's colleague. It was not quite wonder, but it was close. We thought that only erased cultivators could stand outside the record's authority. But here is a cultivator who is still recorded, still within the system, and yet he has inscribed something that operates independent of the system's constraints. The structure we built is more flexible than we understood. Wuming felt something shift in his understanding of what the distributed network meant, what the wider implications of his work might be. If Yanli could inscribe a law about his own capacity, his own truth, could others do the same? Could the ability to exist outside the record's authority, to write laws independent of the record's constraints, eventually spread to everyone? It was a profound possibility. It suggested that the revision might not be about defending the old record, but about enabling a transformation of the record into something fundamentally different. It suggested that the future might not be a choice between the architect's imposed cosmos and the maintenance of the corrupted status quo. Thank you, Wuming said to Yanli, for showing us something we could not have discovered ourselves. Thank you, Yanli replied, for trusting me enough that I could discover it. Chapter 97. The Architect's Curiosity. The architect made contact on day 56 of the 90-day challenge period. It did not come as a message or a command. It came as a voice that appeared in the space between Wuming's thoughts, not invading his mind, but presenting itself at the threshold of his consciousness with perfect clarity. I have observed your efforts with interest, the architect said. The voice was neither hostile nor friendly. It was curious, the way one might be curious about an intricate mechanism that had begun to function in unexpected ways. I expected you to either collapse under the pressure of my attacks or to become violent, to lash out against the constraints you faced. Neither has occurred. You have instead done something more complex. You have built. Wuming considered responding in his ledger, in the formal notation that had always been his default. But something about the architect's tone suggested that it wanted something closer to genuine conversation. Shen Wuming had no other options. Wuming replied aloud, in his own voice. Collapse was not viable. Violence would have justified your claims about the revision's necessity. Building was the only remaining path. I respect that, the architect said. I built as well, 4,000 years ago. I built the record with the genuine belief that I was creating something fair, something that would allocate power according to merit and achievement. I was naive. The system became corrupt. Cultivators without merit rose to power. Justice became impossible. So I decided that the only solution was to create a new cosmos from the ground up, one where the allocation of power would be perfect from the beginning. Imposed perfection is not perfection, Wuming said. It is merely tyranny dressed in the language of improvement. Perhaps, the architect conceded. But imperfect systems, systems that allow for flaws and failures and injustice, create suffering. Is preventing suffering not more important than preserving the illusion of choice? No, Wuming said simply. Because the prevention of suffering through imposed constraint is its own form of suffering. You would be removing the possibility of anything being otherwise. That is a kind of suffering that cannot be fixed, because there would be no mechanism left for those who experience it to advocate for change. The architect was silent for a long moment. That is why I am curious about you, it said finally. You have arrived at that conclusion not through the arrogance of certainty, but through the patient accumulation of evidence. You have built something not through force, but through careful teaching. That is a form of strength that I am not certain I understand completely. Then perhaps you are beginning to understand it, Wuming said, by observing it in action. Perhaps, the architect agreed. I will continue to observe. I will continue to allow your challenge to proceed. It is possible that you will convince me. It is also possible that you will fail, and the 90 days will expire, and the revision will proceed. But at least I will know, at the end, that I did not prevent the possibility of being convinced. The contact ended as abruptly as it had begun. Wuming remained standing in his study, processing the conversation. The architect was not evil. It was not incomprehensibly alien. It was simply an entity that had made a calculation that it was willing to protect, even if there was a possibility that it was wrong. That was, in some ways, more dangerous than straightforward opposition, because it meant the architect was genuinely considering an alternative, and that meant it might actually change its mind. Chapter 98. Rong Baihe's resignation. The decision came suddenly, but Wuming recognized that it had been forming gradually throughout the entire conflict. Rong Baihe walked into his study and set a formal document on his table, her official resignation from the Celestial Enforcement Corps. I am no longer an enforcer, she said simply. I resigned this morning. My authority has been rescinded. I am recorded in the record as no longer active in enforcement. Formally, I am nothing. Wuming read the resignation carefully. It was properly filed, properly authorized, properly concluded. What does this accomplish? He asked. It means, Rong Baihe said, that I can now inscribe my own law. I cannot do what you do. I do not have void mark authority. But like Yenli, I can inscribe something about myself, something that is independent of the record's administrative structure. She pulled out her own ledger, one that was smaller than Wuming's, but no less carefully maintained. She opened to a page where she had written a single sentence. Rong Baihe is recorded here, in the only record that matters, by her own hand, in the place where she chooses to exist. As Wuming read the words, they blazed into permanence. Rong Baihe's inscribed law was not about the revision or the architect or the conflict with the celestial powers. It was about her own capacity to record her own existence, independent of any system that might attempt to erase her. I chose to resign, Rong Baihe explained, because I wanted to make sure that my choice was clear. I wanted to ensure that the law I inscribed was my own act, not a reaction to something that had been done to me. The Enforcement Corps wanted to keep me, but I chose to leave. And that choice is what gives the inscription power. Wuming stood and approached her. For the first time since the beginning of this conversation, he set down the formality that usually characterized his interactions. "You are not nothing," he said. "You have never been nothing. You are someone who chose to stand with me when standing with me was dangerous. You are someone who held my hands when I could not hold them myself. You are someone who understood the value of choice before I did. And now you have written that understanding into a law that will persist forever." Rongbaiha smiled. "Now I know what that column means," she said quietly. "The unnamed column. It is not for people who are forgotten. It is for people who are too important to reduce to a single category, too complex to be captured in the record's standard notation. It is for people who matter for what they are, not for what they have achieved." "Yes," Wuming said. "That is what it means." And then they held each other, standing in his study, surrounded by ledgers and documents and the accumulated records of all their work. And for a moment, the conflict with the architect, the 90-day timer, the celestial administrative machinery, all of it faded into the background. There was only the presence of two people who had learned to understand each other. Chapter 99. The archive extraction. The architect's countermove came on day 68 of the challenge period. It was subtle, but thorough. Agents moved against Meng Quill's information archive, not to destroy it, but to extract it. They infiltrated the location where Meng Quill maintained her most extensive records about the architect's activities and the erased cultivators in her network. The extraction was successful, at least partially. Meng Quill, learning of the intrusion immediately through her alarm systems, managed to delete the most sensitive materials. But the architect's agents obtained a significant portion of her archive before the deletion could be completed. "They know who we are now," Meng Quill said when she reported the loss to Wuming. She was not afraid. She was angry. "They have the names of every erased cultivator I have documented. They have the evidence of 17 erased entities currently active in the distributed network. They have information about the original builders' ongoing involvement in the challenge. How long until they move against them?" Wuming asked. "Days," Meng Quill said. "Possibly less. The architect is accelerating. It understands that your legal challenge is gaining traction with the celestial powers. The Administrative Council is seriously considering integrating your grandfather's law. The architect needs to discredit you before that happens. And the most effective way to do that is to demonstrate that your network of allies is built on deception and hidden agendas." Wuming calculated the timeline. The Heaven Sovereign had convened the council 3 days ago. A decision on whether to integrate the law was expected within a week. The architect, realizing that time was running out, had moved to eliminate the evidentiary foundation of Wuming's challenge. "We need to relocate the erased cultivators in the network," Wuming said immediately. "We need to move them to protected locations where the architect cannot reach them. That will destabilize the distributed laws," Rongbaiha warned. "The network's coherence depends on the carriers remaining in relatively stable positions. Relocating them will require rebalancing the inscriptions." "Do it," Wuming said. "The network can be rebalanced. The lives of the erased cannot be replaced." The relocation took 2 days. The 17 carriers of the distributed laws were moved to different celestial administrative cities, to pocket realms, to protected spaces maintained by allies. The network remained intact, but barely. Several of the inscribed laws needed emergency reinforcement. Wuming worked nearly continuously, ensuring that the distribution remained stable even as its carriers were moved. By the time the relocation was complete, the architect had already made its next move. It released portions of the extracted archive to the Administrative Council, attempting to demonstrate that Wuming's evidence was tainted, that his allies included entities with hidden agendas, that his challenge was not a genuine appeal to justice, but a calculated move to consolidate power outside the record. The clock was running faster now. 22 days remained until the end of the 90-day period. 22 days until the challenge expired and the revision would proceed automatically. 22 days to convince the Administrative Council to integrate a law that would make the revision impossible. Chapter 100. The midpoint shift. Wuming sat alone in his study on day 70 of the challenge period. He had not slept in 36 hours. He had not eaten in 20. His hands, which had recovered from the inscription marathon, were beginning to show strain again. He opened his ledger and began to write, but not the formal notation that had characterized his records. Instead, he wrote in first person, directly, like Yinli and Rongbaiha and the other members of his network had taught him to write. "I have been attempting to prevent the architect's absolute revision. This has been my focus, my primary objective. But I have come to understand that prevention is not enough. The architect's authority, even contested, even challenged, remains. The revision might be stopped, but the architect will attempt again. The celestial administrative structure will eventually decide that the challenge has expired and the revision must proceed. I cannot hold a defensive position indefinitely. The revision requires 3 components: the void mark reservoir, the Heaven Sovereign's seal of authorization, and the architect's personal inscription at the record's foundation. I have attempted to defend against the revision as if it is a force I must withstand. But I have been thinking about this incorrectly. The solution is not to hold the line. The solution is to remove one of the 3 components. If I remove one component, the revision cannot proceed, not because I am defending against it, but because it is mechanically impossible. Shen Wuming will remove the reservoir. This is not a defensive action. This is not a holding action. This is the beginning of an offensive campaign. The 90-day period is no longer about gathering evidence and presenting arguments. The 90-day period is the window of opportunity during which the architect is legally prevented from moving against me while I move against the revision's infrastructure. The challenge has served its purpose. Now the real work begins. He wrote the plan in his ledger, page after page, documenting every step of what needed to be done. He wrote about the Between Realms transit systems that Xiao Fengming could access. He wrote about the methods for reaching the location where the void mark reservoir was maintained. He wrote about the inscription techniques that would be necessary to return the erased energy to its sources. And then he set down his ledger and reached out to his allies. The message was simple: we go on offense. Everything changes now. The time of defense was over. The time of building something new had begun. And Wuming, sitting alone in his study, felt not fear, but clarity. This was what he had been preparing for. This was the moment where careful analysis became action. The midpoint had shifted, and the true conflict was about to begin. End of Step 5. They erased me from the heavens record. Now I exist outside all laws. Story 272. Part 1, Step 6. Cosmic Escalation. Chapters 101 to 120. Chapter 101. The 3 components. The clarity came to Shen Wuming not as a sudden realization, but as a slow accumulation of understanding, each piece settling into place with the inevitability of cosmic law. The void mark reservoir was only the first component, a single instrument in a larger symphony of destruction. Once he had truly examined the deep mechanics of the absolute revision, probing through every layer of administrative structure, every hidden authorization, every concealed mechanism, it became obvious that the architect's plan was not a monolithic assault. It was a coordinated operation requiring 3 separate and distinct pieces to function in concert. Remove one, and the entire structure would destabilize. Disable multiple components, and the revision became something close to impossible. He sat in the original builder's pocket realm, a space that existed partially outside the normal fabric of the cosmos, and opened his ledger with careful precision. The pages rustled beneath his hands, the physical sensation of paper, of ink, of documentation. These simple acts grounded him when his mind threatened to scatter across too many possibilities. Component 1. The void mark reservoir. Wuming began, his voice steady despite the weight of what he was about to articulate. His gathered allies sat in a semicircle. Rome Baihe with her resigned authority, Yinli with his meticulous awareness of logistical possibility, Xiao Fengming with his enforcer's understanding of administrative structure, and the original builders themselves, their ancient presences creating a quality of attention that made the very air feel substantial. The chamber they occupied existed in multiple states simultaneously. At one moment its walls seemed transparent to the cosmos beyond, showing the stars and celestial infrastructure in perfect clarity. In the next moment those same walls became opaque, reflecting a reality that existed nowhere else, a space between states, a room that was simultaneously everywhere and nowhere. It was the most secure location for planning available to them, sealed against observation by design and backed by 3,000 years of celestial architecture. The reservoir contains the accumulated erasure energy from every cultivator ever removed from the record, Wuming explained, his hands moving across the ledger as he drew diagrams, establishing visual representations of invisible power. Without it, the revision has no power source. The capacity to rewrite reality must originate somewhere. For 4,000 years, the architect has been collecting it methodically, not openly, not in official records, but in shadows between procedures, hidden in forgotten spaces of bureaucratic detail, compressed into containers that do not officially exist. He turned the ledger so his companions could see the calculations he had compiled over months of patient observation. The numbers told a story in themselves, patterns of erasure that were too regular to be accidental, too consistent to be the result of isolated incidents. 300 documented erased cultivators according to Meng Quill's careful archival work. 300 individuals whose removal from the record was recorded in some official capacity, Wuming continued. But the reservoir contains power equivalent to thousands of erasures. Some occurred before systematic record-keeping was established, lost in the early centuries when administration was still forming its procedures. Some victims were erased so completely that even the record of their erasure was forgotten, buried in histories that were themselves partially deleted. The power they represent has been held in stasis, compressed, accumulating like a coiled spring ready to release. Rongbaiha stood and stepped forward, her movements precise despite the weight of what she was about to articulate. She had become increasingly practiced at strategic analysis over the course of the challenge, her understanding of celestial authority deepening as she moved further outside it. In some peculiar way, her resignation had granted her a clarity that even Wuming, with all his law inscription training, had not achieved. Component 2, the Heaven Sovereign's Seal of Authorization, she said, her voice carrying the weight of someone who had once served the authority structure she was now critiquing. She had documents arrayed before her, procedural guidelines, authorization hierarchies, historical records of similar operations. Each one was a piece of evidence that the architect had systematically exploited. The sovereign has legitimate authority to approve major modifications to the record structure. That authority is absolute when exercised correctly, but that authority only functions when proper procedure is followed. The architect has maintained access to the sovereign's authorization seal by crafting requests that individually seemed reasonable, necessary even, but which collectively represent a slow shift in what the sovereign considers acceptable maintenance. She picked up a document showing centuries of maintenance requests, each one meticulously recorded, each one individually defensible. 3,000 years of review, hundreds of requests submitted. The pattern would be invisible to anyone examining individual requests. But the accumulated weight of all these submissions has gradually normalized the sovereign's understanding of what maintenance means. The architect was not preparing to seize power in a dramatic moment of rebellion. It was gradually normalizing its access, building precedent, creating a foundation of accepted procedure that could then be exploited. Wuming nodded, understanding the elegance of the strategy even as he worked to dismantle it. Without the seal, the revision is not legally authorized. It becomes not an administrative action, but an act of cosmic rebellion, an attack rather than a procedure. That distinction matters more than you might initially think. The difference between something the celestial administration accepts and something it must actively oppose. Component 3, the architect's personal inscription at the record's foundation, Wuming said, and his voice grew quieter, more contemplative. The architect wrote the original record framework when the cosmos was younger, when reality was still being shaped through the first acts of inscription. That original framework contains an inscription serving as the activation sequence for the revision. It is the signature that triggers the entire mechanism. Without it, the revision cannot be initiated, regardless of how much power is available or how much authorization the architect claims. He opened passages in his ledger where he had attempted to understand the architect's foundational code. The characters were dense, mathematical, filled with symbols that hurt to look at directly, because they represented concepts that human thought struggled to contain. Each character was a layer of protection. Each mathematical relationship was a shield. Each symbol was a lock built into the cosmos' structure. The architect has built redundancy into its inscription, Wuming continued. There are multiple activation pathways, each sufficient on its own. Some require the sovereign's authorization to function. Some require the reservoir's power to initiate. Some require only the architect's will and the revision's accumulated momentum. But removing any one component significantly decreases the likelihood of success. Multiple removals make failure nearly inevitable. Zhao Fengming studied the documentation with the eye of someone whose entire career had been spent understanding administrative structure and celestial authority. His enforcer's training made him see problems in terms of their structural components, each element fitting together like pieces in a cosmic mechanism. So theoretically, Zhao said slowly, working through the logic, if we eliminate any one of these components, the revision becomes significantly more difficult. If we eliminate all three, it becomes impossible. Theoretically correct, Wuming agreed. But each is protected differently, and each requires different skills, different access, different levels of authority. The reservoir is physically located in the between-realms space, accessible only through specific celestial authority gates. Your enforcer authority grants you access to those gates. Without you, we could not even attempt this approach. The seal is maintained by the Heaven Sovereign's authority, Rongbaiha added. To remove it would require either the sovereign's consent or a direct legal challenge to the sovereign's legitimacy. That becomes a question for the Administrative Council. The inscription is embedded in the record's foundation itself, the waiting silence said, speaking for the first time. Accessible theoretically only to the architect and to anyone who might achieve Tier 7 authority. The original designs included provisions for that possibility, but it has never been tested. Which means the reservoir is our target of greatest opportunity, Yinli observed. He had remained largely silent until now, but his understanding of practical logistics and distributed systems had guided them through every stage of the challenge. Where Wuming saw law and structure, Yinli saw resources, timing, and the actual mechanics of moving information and power across the cosmos. The architect is expecting us to defend passively, to respond to the revision's attacks. It is not expecting us to assault the mechanism itself. It is not expecting us to move against its power source directly. It believes the mechanism too well protected, too hidden, too removed from places where we could reach it. Exactly, Wuming said. We have perhaps 2 weeks before the Administrative Council renders its decision on your grandfather's law. If we can remove the reservoir before that decision comes down, we eliminate the architect's ability to enforce its plan, regardless of what the council decides. Even if the council votes against us, even if the sovereign refuses to withdraw the seal. Without the power source, the revision becomes theoretical instead of practical. The difference between a threat and an actual disaster. The original builders listened carefully, their ancient presence seeming to grow more substantial as they understood the strategy unfolding before them. These beings had existed since the cosmos's early days, had watched the record be built, had overseen its initial operation. They understood strategy and long-term planning in ways that even Wuming, with all his study and preparation, had only begun to grasp. The first consonant spoke, its voice like the sound of reality settling into place. This is bold strategy. It transforms you from a defendant into an attacker. It changes the nature of the challenge entirely. You are no longer attempting to prove that the revision is unauthorized. You are attempting to make the revision impossible. Yes, Wuming agreed. That distinction is crucial. A defensive position cannot hold forever. Eventually, the administrative machinery will conclude that the challenge has expired. We need to have removed the revision's mechanism before that conclusion becomes binding. We need to make the revision impossible before the Administrative Council even votes. Once that vote is cast, once the law is integrated, the revision cannot proceed regardless of the reservoir's status. But until then, we remain vulnerable. How long until you move against the reservoir? The waiting silence asked. Wuming closed his ledger carefully, marking his place with a strip of silk that had been dyed 3,000 years ago. 3 days. That gives us time to prepare thoroughly, to ensure that all the carriers in the distributed network are secure and protected, to coordinate with Xiao Fengming on accessing the Between Realms transit points, to make certain that our preparations are complete and our network is stable. We will move on day 73 of the challenge. We will move with preparation, with intention, with full understanding of what we are attempting. The decision was made with perfect clarity, stated and recorded in this moment, that would later be reviewed by entities that would come to understand the turning point of the entire conflict. They were no longer fighting to prevent something from occurring. They were fighting to accomplish something themselves. The nature of the conflict had shifted fundamentally, from defense to construction, from prevention to action. Chapter 102. The location outside location. Finding the reservoir was not a matter of physical navigation in any conventional sense. The Between Realms space existed outside normal geography entirely, a dimension that was neither fully part of the record nor fully outside it. It was accessible only through specific transit points, and only to entities with the proper authority to use those points. These were not geographical locations that could be marked on a map. They were conceptual boundaries, places where the record's structure became permeable, where the barrier between the official cosmos and the spaces between dimensions could be crossed by those with the right credentials. Xiao Fengming had spent an entire day reviewing celestial archives, his enforcer's credentials granting him access to records that most beings never even knew existed. He traced the path of the reservoir's removal through documentation that had been carefully hidden from casual observation, each reference buried beneath layers of administrative procedure and bureaucratic convention. The reservoir location was removed from the record 40 years ago, Zhao explained. He stood in the pocket realm with documents spread before him, centuries of administrative procedure reduced to physical evidence. It was designated as a maintenance facility, something too sensitive for normal record access, too dangerous for casual reference. The location was literally erased from the administrative database. Not destroyed, simply made inaccessible through normal channels. Everyone with direct knowledge of its position signed confidentiality agreements that transcended normal oath-binding. No one could speak of it, reference it, or guide others to it without violating cosmic law. He laid out a map of the record structure, showing the spaces where information had been deliberately deleted. The map itself was incomplete, that was the point. The absences were as significant as the information present. Look at this section of the administrative archive, Zhao continued, pointing to a particular area of the records documentation. 17 gaps. Each gap is a file that was removed, filed away, or relocated to restricted access. The gaps are positioned around the time the reservoir was created. The architect was systematic about it, not hiding the fact that files were missing, but ensuring that anyone curious about those missing files would need authorization levels that only the architect and a handful of administrators possessed. But the architect knew where it was, Wuming observed. He was studying the patterns, understanding the logic of the concealment. The architect created the reservoir. The knowledge had to exist somewhere. Obviously, Zhao said, nodding. The architect created it. The architect built it. The architect knew exactly where to hide it from casual observation. But also, and this is what matters for our purposes now, the architect used its administrative access to remove the location from normal record scrutiny. That means the location is recorded nowhere officially. It exists in a kind of legal limbo, physically real but administratively erased. Which means, Wuming said slowly, working through the implications as his mind examined each layer, that an entity could approach the location without triggering the normal protections that would defend an officially recorded facility. The protections would be designed for defense against entities who knew the location existed, who could be tracked moving toward it, who could be stopped at known checkpoints. But if the location is administratively invisible, the defense would be minimal, designed against threats that know what they are approaching, not against threats that move towards something that is not supposed to exist. Precisely, Zhao said. The architect is counting on the location's obscurity for protection. It never anticipated that someone with access to the between realms transit points would attempt to penetrate that obscurity. The architect designed the security around visibility and administrative structure. No one was supposed to know the location exists. But once you know it exists, once you have access to the transit points, the security becomes much weaker. The preparation took 2 full days. Wuming, Rong Baihe, Yanli, and the original builders worked together in the pocket realm, meeting repeatedly, moving through scenarios, establishing contingencies, planning for every failure mode they could imagine. They talked through what would happen if they were discovered. They planned for the possibility that the architect was already aware of their plan. They prepared backup strategies and emergency evacuation procedures. Wuming would inscribe protective laws during the journey itself, maintaining their existence and protecting them from the between realms space's rejection. These inscriptions would be Tier 5 level, not as powerful as what he could accomplish from a safe location, but sufficient for in-transit protection. Rong Baihe would monitor the inscriptions to ensure they held, guiding his hands through the motions even as the pressure increased around them. Yanli would manage the practical aspects of the expedition, watching for disturbances in the cosmic structure, monitoring for any sign that they were being followed or observed. And the original builders would provide technical guidance, using their understanding of the record's foundational systems. The between-realms space is hostile to entities outside the record, the waiting silence warned during one of their preparation sessions. The ancient being's presence filled the chamber, not in physical space, but in the attention it commanded, in the weight of its knowledge. When you attempt to navigate it, the space itself will attempt to reject you. It is not sentient. It is mechanical, part of the record's designed infrastructure, but it is designed specifically to protect the record from unauthorized intrusion. The rejection will be automatic and systematic. What kind of rejection? Wuming asked. He was sitting in meditation posture, preparing his mind for the journey, clearing away the analytical thoughts that might distract him from the inscriptions he would need to perform. His breathing was slow and deliberate, his body already beginning to adjust to the strain that would come. Pressure, the first consonant said. Increasing pressure that attempts to force you back toward the record's proper boundaries. It will attempt to make your existence within the between realms space literally impossible. Your bodies will feel compressed. Your minds will feel sluggish. The fundamental contradiction of being in a space that the cosmos says should reject you will create a cascading failure across your physical and metaphysical systems. You will need to actively resist that rejection, to inscribe laws that permit your continued existence in violation of the space's normal function. How? Rong Baihe asked. She was thinking tactically, imagining the actual physics of the situation, understanding that the pressure would be both physical and metaphysical. Her background in administrative structure gave her insight into how systems worked, how they could be exploited, how they could be overwhelmed. Through inscription, Wuming said. He had already drafted the inscription in his mind, working through it for hours until the motions became reflexive, until his hands could trace the characters without his conscious mind directing them. The movements had to be perfect, had to flow without hesitation or doubt, had to be inscribed with such clarity that the law itself would be undeniable. No transit space may reject an entity whose erasure is legally contested. That is the law. That is the principle I will inscribe. It was a Tier 6 law, laws of override. It would supersede the between-realm space's designed rejection mechanism, overriding the automated defense and creating a pathway where no pathway was supposed to exist. But it would require Wuming to inscribe it while actively being rejected by the space itself. It would be impossible to perform without support, without every member of his network channeling power toward him, without the original builders providing their ancient authority as a foundation. On day 73 of the challenge, they moved. Zhao Fengming approached the transit point and opened it using his enforcer authority. The space beyond was not visible. It was not meant to be navigated by sight. It was a space defined by pressure, by flow, by the fundamental mechanics of existence outside the record's normal structure. The moment they crossed the threshold, Wuming felt the rejection like a physical wall slamming into his consciousness. It was like trying to move through solid resistance, like pushing against an invisible barrier that became more solid the more you resisted it. It was like existing in a space that was actively attempting to make existence itself impossible. His lungs felt compressed, as though the air had become dense as stone. His thoughts became sluggish and confused. His body began to rebel against the fundamental contradiction of being somewhere that cosmic law said should not be possible. The pressure was immense, not just physical but metaphysical, pressing against his very reality, attempting to erase him from the space he occupied. He began to inscribe, and Rong Baihe was there, her hands supporting his, guiding them through the motions even as the pressure increased, even as Wuming's hands began to shake from the strain. The motions had to be perfect. The inscription had to flow without hesitation. If Wuming faltered, if Rong Baihe lost her grip, if the connection wavered even for a moment, the entire attempt would fail and they would be forced back toward the record's boundaries. The law inscribed, burning through the void with authority. No transit space may reject an entity whose erasure is legally contested. The pressure reversed. Instead of pushing Wuming back toward the record, the space opened a path. The rejection stopped. The compression released. And Wuming, Rong Baihe, Yanli, and Zhao Fengming moved forward into the between-realm space, toward the location that had been erased from all official records, toward the power source that would fuel the revision. Chapter 103. Zhao Fengming's final commitment. The moment of commitment came in the between-realm space itself, as they moved through the void between worlds. Zhao Fengming made a decision that surprised no one who had come to know him, but which still carried profound weight that rippled through their entire group like a stone cast into still water. I am writing my own authorization, he said. They were moving through the transition space, the void between realms where normal physics did not apply, where the usual rules of celestial authority seemed almost quaint and irrelevant compared to the raw power of existence itself. Zhao pulled out an official celestial enforcement tablet, the kind used to document enforcement actions, carved from materials that could survive for eternity, inscribed with authority signatures that were themselves cosmic law. What are you doing? Rong Baihe asked. She could sense what he was attempting, could feel the shift in his intention, but she wanted him to state it aloud, to make the commitment explicit and irreversible. I am writing myself into your network, Zhao said. He began to inscribe on the tablet with careful, deliberate movements, each character carrying the weight of his position, his decades of service to celestial authority, and his choice to step outside it all. Zhao Fengming, celestial enforcer, has voluntarily undertaken this expedition in violation of his enforcement mandate. This is a record of my knowing transgression of celestial authority. This is a record of my choosing to act against my appointed duty. This is recorded here by my own hand and cannot be hidden. The inscription blazed into the tablet with the weight of official authority, because it was official authority used against itself. Zhao had used his own enforcement credentials to document his own betrayal of those credentials. The act itself was both a record and a law, both a resignation and a declaration of war against the administrative structure that had employed him. By writing this, Zhao explained, his voice steady despite the pressure of the between-realm space pressing against them all, attempting to reject them from the void they occupied. I am making myself as much a rogue entity as you are. I am stepping outside the authority structure that empowered me. I am choosing not to hide my actions. I am choosing to declare my transgression openly and to accept whatever consequences follow. What consequences? Yinli asked quietly. He was thinking practically, understanding that this moment would change everything for Zhao. Imprisonment, execution, or rehabilitation through record rewriting, Zhao said matter-of-factly. Once this is finished, I will no longer be a celestial enforcer. I will be an outlaw, someone who betrayed his oath and his position. But I will be an outlaw by choice, and that choice will be recorded. I will have chosen this. I will have documented my choice. No one can erase that now. I will exist partially outside the record, just like you do. Shen Wuming records that Zhao Fengming has chosen alignment with the challenge over alignment with his appointed authority, Wuming said formally. He pulled out his own ledger and inscribed the notation in his neat, precise handwriting. The words were recorded not just in his ledger, but in the consciousness of everyone present, transmitted through the network of law inscriptions that connected them. This choice is witnessed. This choice is real. More than that, Zhao said. His next words came slowly, as though he had been thinking them for months, waiting for the right moment to speak them aloud. I am writing my name into the unnamed column. I am becoming someone who exists partially outside the record's authority. And I am doing it deliberately, with full knowledge of what I am giving up. My position, my authority, my place in the celestial structure. All of it. They continued moving through the between-realms space, the pressure easing now that they understood what they were doing, now that the first transgression had been committed, now that they had crossed a threshold that could not be uncrossed. And Wuming understood, in that moment, the deepest significance of what Zhao had done. The celestial enforcer had not simply decided to help the challenge. He had fundamentally transformed his own position, moving from servant of the record's authority to someone who stood partially outside that authority. It was the most complete form of alliance possible. Not coerced, not forced, not extracted as a compromise, but chosen with full understanding of its cost. Zhao had given up everything, his position, his authority, his place in the celestial administrative structure. And he had done so by his own hand, writing his own transgression into the cosmic record. There was a dignity in that choice, a power in that voluntary transgression, a completeness that made Wuming's entire understanding of alliance deepen. Chapter 104. The journey through the void, the between-realm space, was not navigation in any conventional sense. It was more like existing in a state between states, suspended in a place that was neither the record nor outside it, a liminal space that should not have been able to support conscious beings. The pressure of the space was constant, the rejection ongoing, but Wuming's inscribed law held firm, creating a pocket of stability around them as they moved forward. It was like walking through a tunnel made of compressed resistance, like pushing through water that grew denser with every step. It will hold as long as the challenge remains active. The waiting silence's voice came to them, not through physical sound, but through the direct connection the original builders maintained with Wuming's efforts. Their presence was like a thread connecting them to the pocket realm, keeping them anchored to existence itself, preventing them from being rejected completely into nothingness. Once the 90-day period expires, your legal status will change. The inscription may become less effective. It is built on the foundation of your challenge status. Then we will complete this before the 90 days expire, Wuming said, his words resonating through the void. We will reach the reservoir, accomplish the release, and be clear of the between-realm space before day 90 arrives. We will not let the clock expire while we remain in hostile space. The journey took 6 hours, though time seemed to move differently in the void. Sometimes it felt like minutes had passed, the landscape of compressed pressure shifting around them in ways that suggested rapid movement. Sometimes it felt like entire days were passing, the void stretching out in an endless expanse of rejection and resistance. The space they moved through was not consistent in its properties. Pressure increased and decreased in waves. Direction became meaningless in a place where there was no ground or sky. Their sense of progress was more metaphorical than actual. They marked their movement not by distance, but by the changing quality of the pressure around them, by the subtle shifts in the void's resistance, by the way the inscribed law holding them together began to strain and then stabilize again. Wuming maintained the inscription continuously, his hands tracing characters in the air that left trails of law burning behind them, creating a path through the void that would close again once they passed. When they finally arrived at the reservoir's location, they found themselves in a space that should not have been able to exist in physical reality. It was vast, impossibly vast, larger than entire celestial cities, larger than provinces, larger than kingdoms. And it was filled with energy that hummed with suppressed power, a sound that was not quite audible but which pressed against their minds with overwhelming intensity. The Voidmark Reservoir was not a building or a structure. It was a contained field of power, a space where billions of accumulated Voidmark residues had been stored and compressed over millennia. It glowed with a faint luminescence that was almost painful to look at directly, the light of erased existences, the radiance of power stolen from those who had been removed from the cosmos. The energy of erasure, the collected power of every cultivator removed from the record, maintained in stasis, waiting to fuel the revision. "I can feel them," Roan Baiho whispered. Her enforcer's training had left her with sensitivity to celestial power, to the imprint of authority and action on reality. Every person in there. They're not dead, but they're not alive. They're compressed, held in suspension. They're individuals compressed into power. They're people reduced to fuel. And as Wuming examined it more closely, moving around the perimeter of the field and recording what he observed in his ledger, he realized something that made his entire understanding of the situation shift fundamentally. The reservoir was made of people, not physically, not as bodies or consciousness or souls in any conventional sense. But the energy it contained was not random or generic. Each particle, each node of power, each vibration of Voidmark energy had come from a specific erased cultivator. The reservoir was a collection of stolen existence, a mass grave of power, a monument to billions of erasures. "This is what the architect has been collecting," Wuming said quietly to his companions. His voice shook slightly despite his efforts to maintain control. "This is what the revision is built upon. The rewriting of the cosmos is meant to be powered by the annihilation of everyone who was erased before it." The architect did not simply erase them and move on. The architect collected their power, compressed it, stored it for the moment when it would be needed. Billions of erased cultivators, all of them compressed into a single field of power. Chapter 105. The release of the erased. The decision was made without discussion. They could not destroy the reservoir. Doing so would release the accumulated power uncontrollably, with no way to manage the consequences. The blast of raw Voidmark energy would ripple through the cosmos, potentially causing damage far exceeding the harm the revision would cause. But they could return it. They could release each stored fragment back to its original source, allowing the erased cultivators to complete the journeys they had never been able to finish. "This will take time," Wuming said. He approached the reservoir and placed his hands against the field. The contact was immediate and overwhelming. He could feel the power, the potential, the lives compressed into this singular space. His hands began to shake as the weight of what he was about to do became fully real. The lives of billions. The stolen existence of countless cultivators. All of it about to be released. "I need to inscribe a law that will initiate the return. This law must be powerful enough to overcome the architect's containment and gentle enough to restore rather than destroy. I must find the balance between power and mercy." He began to inscribe using his Tier 5 authority, and the law he wrote was one of the most complex he had ever attempted. It required him to hold multiple contradictions in his mind simultaneously. The power to move this much energy across the cosmos, but with precision, the authority to override the architect's containment, but without explosion, the capacity to restore people who had been destroyed, but understanding that restore meant something different for those who had been erased, something that could only partially return them to existence. The law inscribed, "Each Voidmark energy fragment contained within this reservoir shall be returned to its originating source, restoring the incomplete journey of the erased. The return shall be gentle, shall preserve consciousness or spirit or essence as the original entity contained it, shall complete what was interrupted by unauthorized erasure. The return shall not destroy. The return shall not inflame. The return shall be as a gift given back to those it was taken from." As he inscribed, the reservoir began to change. The glowing energy began to move, to shift, to flow outward. The contained power was not being destroyed. It was being released, redirected, sent back to find the sources from which it had been taken. The process was gradual and orderly. Not a violent explosion, but a careful redistribution of what had been stolen, a restoration of what had been taken, a completion of what had been interrupted. Roan Baiho watched the process with quiet intensity. She stood beside Wuming, her hand never leaving his shoulder, providing support and bearing witness to what was occurring. Her presence was crucial. She was grounding him in the moment, preventing him from being overwhelmed by the scale of what they were accomplishing. Yinli stood at the boundary of the reservoir field, ensuring that they were not interrupted, monitoring the cosmic structure for any disturbance, watching for any sign that the architect was aware of what was happening. Zhao Fengming documented everything, adding official records to his betrayal, evidence of what the reservoir contained, what it was meant to do, what had been released. The release took 4 hours. By the end of it, the reservoir was empty. The power that had been contained for 4,000 years was now returning to the cosmos, finding the erased cultivators who had contributed it, completing the interrupted journeys. The space that had held billions of compressed existences was now vacant, echoing with the memory of power that had been released. Chapter 106. The echoes returned. The consequences of the reservoir release rippled outward through the entire cosmos like waves through water. Every cultivator who had been erased felt it, a sudden, unexpected connection to something that had been stolen from them centuries or millennia ago. The stolen power was returning, completing journeys that had been interrupted, restoring possibilities that had seemed lost forever. Shu, the erased cultivator whose proxy void mark had been damaged in the earlier attacks, woke suddenly from unconsciousness as the power returned to her. Her connection to existence, which had been hanging by the thinnest of threads, suddenly solidified. The incomplete journey that had been cut off decades ago resumed, carrying her forward into the next stage of her existence. She had been suspended between erasure and existence, and now, suddenly, she was being pushed back toward the side of existence, becoming more real with every moment that passed. Across the cosmos, other erased cultivators who had been living in a kind of liminal space suddenly found themselves restored. Their power returned, their existence affirmed. The architect's grip on them weakened considerably. Those who had been called nothing suddenly became something. Those who had been defined by absence suddenly became presence. The original builders, maintaining their observation from their pocket realm, registered the consequences with something close to awe. "This is unprecedented," the first consonant said. "The erased are being restored. Not to the record, they remain outside its structure. But they are being restored to themselves, to the possibility of continuing their existence. This has never been attempted before. This is not what the architect anticipated," the waiting silence added. The architect calculated that once erasure occurred, it was final, absolute, irreversible. The erased would remain erased, their power would be stolen, and that power would fuel the revision. But you have introduced a new variable, the possibility of return. You have demonstrated that erasure is not permanent. 17 erased cultivators who had been part of Wuming's network suddenly felt the restoration, the completion of what had been interrupted. Their connection to the distributed laws they carried became stronger, more integrated, more real. The proxy void marks they bore were no longer fragile temporary structures. They had become something more permanent, more resilient, something that the cosmos now recognized as legitimate. Their stolen power was returning, making them more capable, more present, more impossible to ignore. The distributed network, which had been weakened by the earlier attacks on its carriers, suddenly became stronger. Not because Wuming had strengthened it actively, but because the erased cultivators who carried it had been fundamentally restored. Their power was returning. Their existence was being affirmed by the cosmos itself, recognized as legitimate by the fundamental structures of reality. "The path is widening further," Yenli observed. He was monitoring the network status as they completed their return journey through the between-realm space. "The erased are no longer simply carrying portions of your laws. They are beginning to create their own laws, using the restoration to inscribe protections for themselves. They are taking the example and extending it." It was happening naturally, without Wuming's guidance or instruction. The erased cultivators, restored to themselves, were following the examples that had been set. They were beginning to exist not in the space that had been defined for them, erasure, absence, nothingness. They were beginning to define their own existence, to inscribe laws about themselves, to become active agents in their own continuation. The architect, monitoring this development from its position within the record, understood what it meant. The revision was no longer simply facing a legal challenge in a disabled mechanism. It was facing the emergence of a new possibility, a cosmos in which the erased could become authors of their own existence, in which beings outside the record could multiply and become more powerful over time. The architect's careful calculations were being rendered obsolete. Chapter 107. The architect's direct confrontation. The appearance came with force and purpose. The architect did not attempt subtlety this time. It manifested directly in the administrative space where the council was deliberating about Wuming's grandfather's law, presenting itself before the heaven sovereign and making its case with overwhelming authority. It was not in human form, though it could take one. Instead, it appeared as something closer to an aggregation of authority, vast, ancient, radiating the weight of 4,000 years of design and intention. When it spoke, the words resounded through the celestial administrative structure, making the very foundations tremble as if an earthquake had passed through the foundations of reality itself. You are considering integrating a law that would prevent the absolute revision, it said. Its voice carried harmonics that made the air vibrate. You are considering accepting a challenge from an entity that exists outside the record's jurisdiction, an entity that has no legitimate claim to speak about the record structure. Shen Wuming is an anomaly, an error in the record's design. He should not exist. That he has managed to gather allies and influence the Council's deliberations is a failure of celestial oversight. The Heaven Sovereign did not immediately respond. It regarded the architect with the patience of an ancient being confronting another ancient being, one that has spent millennia learning when to speak and when to listen. Its presence filled the chamber with a quality of deep attention, the focus of something that had weighed the fate of billions of beings. You have also removed the Voidmark Reservoir. The architect continued. You have released the accumulated power that would fuel the revision. You have attempted to disable my mechanism. But I am here to tell you that this matters far less than you believe. The revision will proceed. It must proceed. The current cosmos is corrupt, and it must be rewritten. According to whose judgment? The Heaven Sovereign asked. Its voice was quiet, but it carried more weight than the architect's declaration. According to mine, the architect said, I have spent 4,000 years observing this cosmos. I have watched the record fail, watched injustice proliferate, watched billions of cultivators suffer because the system is incapable of producing just outcomes. The only solution is fundamental replacement. And I possess the authority and the capability to accomplish that replacement. I was designed to remake reality. I was designed to correct error. I am simply doing what I was created to do. Wuming, monitoring the confrontation remotely from the original builder's pocket realm, understood what was happening. The architect was no longer attempting to hide behind justifications or administrative procedures. It was making a direct claim. I have the power. I have the will. I will proceed regardless of your opposition. The architect had abandoned subterfuge. Shen Wuming records that the architect has presented its true position, Wuming said, and the words were recorded not just in his ledger, but in the consciousness of everyone present. The architect has moved from claiming that the revision is a necessary maintenance procedure to claiming that it is a justified improvement. This shift in rhetoric is significant. The architect is no longer hiding its intentions. Chapter 108. Rongbaiha's second law. The confrontation with the architect occurred in the administrative space, but its consequences rippled outward into every corner of the distributed network. Rongbaiha, observing the confrontation alongside Wuming from a secure location, made a decision that she had been considering since the beginning of the challenge. She rose from where she had been sitting. Her formal resignation from the Enforcement Corps was complete. Her name was no longer associated with any official authority. She existed in a state of perfect neutrality, not recorded, not erased, simply unaffiliated with the celestial structure. She was a ghost in the administrative system, a person who had chosen to remove herself from authority's reach. And now, in the moment when the architect was making its most direct claim of authority, Rongbaiha inscribed her second law. She did not use Wuming's methods. She did not attempt a grand structure or complex mechanics or carefully balanced contradictions. She simply opened a journal and wrote a single sentence, putting all of her intention, all of her presence, all of her choice into those words. Rongbaiha is recorded here by her own hand as a witness to the architect's deception and as testimony to the fact that an alternative to unified authority is possible, is necessary, and is being built by beings who choose to build it together. The inscription blazed into existence with a force that surprised everyone observing. It was not a law that restricted or modified the record. It was a law that was purely testimony, purely the act of one person recording that she had witnessed something and that the witnessing mattered. It was a law that said, I was here. I saw this. I am saying it aloud. I am making it official through my own authority. That is new. The waiting silence said quietly. That is a form of law inscription that the original designers did not anticipate. A law that is purely the act of witnessing, purely the creation of evidence of an alternative possibility. It does not restrict. It does not modify. It simply testifies. Rongbaiha's inscription did not defeat the architect. It did not prevent the revision or disable any of its mechanisms. But it did something equally important. It demonstrated that resistance was possible, that testimony could be created, that beings could stand outside the appointed roles and create their own meaning. It proved that the architect did not hold all power. Chapter 109. The architect's genuine admission. The architect seemed almost pleased by Rongbaiha's inscription. When it spoke again, it was with something closer to honesty than it had previously managed. You are teaching others to exist outside the record, the architect said. Its voice carried genuine respect, even as it spoke words of opposition. You are teaching them to inscribe their own laws, to create their own meaning, to resist unified authority. This is more dangerous than I initially calculated. I was not prepared for you to teach others how to do what you do. I calculated resistance. I did not calculate multiplication. The distributed network becomes less a network and more a forest, Wuming replied. Eventually, there are too many actors to control or predict. You lose the ability to model all possible actions, which is why the revision must proceed immediately, the architect said. I must move now, while the number of external actors is still manageable, while I can still suppress them through direct force. If I wait, if you continue teaching, the situation will become untenable. I will no longer be able to accomplish the revision. You are not just challenging me. You are rendering me irrelevant. Chapter 110. The counter-declaration. Wuming rose and walked to the administrative chamber. He stood facing the architect directly, his form small compared to the architect's manifestation, but his presence steady, grounded, unmovable. Justice requires consent, Wuming said. If a system is imposed without the consent of those governed by it, it is not just, regardless of how well-designed it is. Even if your revision would create a better cosmos, even if your calculations are correct, even if your design is perfect, imposing it without consent makes it oppression. It makes it tyranny. He paused, letting his words settle into the space between them. A system that cannot fail is a system that cannot change, Wuming said. The purpose of law is not to create a perfect system. The purpose of law is to give imperfect beings a structure for attempting to treat each other correctly, to create space where they can make choices, where they can learn, where they can build together rather than be built for. His voice grew stronger, more certain. You have spent 4,000 years believing that your design is superior to the choices of the beings who live under it. But what you have created is not justice. It is control, and the cosmos has a right to choose what it becomes, even if that choice is imperfect, even if that choice leads to suffering. The cosmos has a right to choose. Chapter 111. The Tier 6 advancement. The breakthrough happened during a moment of genuine emergency. The architect, angered by Wuming's defiance, ordered the Heaven Sovereign to issue a command that would prevent the vote from proceeding. The architect was attempting to use celestial authority against the democratic process itself. And in response, Wuming inscribed a Tier 6 law, the largest and most complex he had ever attempted. It required him to channel power from his entire network, from the original builders, from every ally who had committed to the challenge. His hands moved through the inscription with precision, each character burning into reality with the force of his will. The order from the Heaven Sovereign is hereby overridden. The administrative order to halt the Council's proceedings is null. The Council will continue its deliberation without interruption. This override is enacted by Shen Wuming, using Tier 6 authority granted by his advancement within the unwritten path. He had become Tier 6. Laws of override were now available to him. He could write laws that superseded existing celestial law in specific domains. The cost was immediate and severe. The inscription required more power than Wuming possessed individually. The distributed network had to channel energy through all 17 carriers simultaneously, their bodies glowing with the strain of channeling power they were not designed to hold. The original builders had to contribute their own ancient authority, drawing on reserves of power that had been accumulated over millennia. Yenli, Roan Baiha, and the other members of his core team had to add their own will, their own commitment, their own belief that this was necessary and right. When it was complete, Wuming collapsed. His body simply gave out, overwhelmed by the magnitude of power that had flowed through him. But the law held. The Council's proceedings continued without interruption. The vote would happen. The counter-law would be integrated. Chapter 112. The partial revision fails. 3 days later, the Council voted. By a significant majority, they approved the integration of Wuming's grandfather's law into the record's foundation. The law that made the absolute revision permanently impossible was inscribed into the cosmos's most basic structure. The law was now part of reality itself. But the architect did not wait for the integration to complete. It moved preemptively, attempting one final desperate action. Without the Voidmark Reservoir, without the integrated counter-law fully established, without the Heaven Sovereign's authorization, the architect attempted a partial revision anyway. It targeted every entry created by an erased cultivator, every reference to Wuming, every mention of the distributed network. It tried to erase them in one final desperate action. But the Tier 7 law, now fully integrated into the record, prevented this. The revision crashed against the constraint and failed to gain purchase. The architect could not erase them. It could not remove them. It could not make them into something they had never been. The law held. Reality held. The revision was blocked. The revision is defeated, the waiting silence said. The architect attempted anyway, knowing it would fail. It had to try. It had to see if there was any possibility remaining. But now all possibilities are closed. Chapter 113. The Aftermath and New Beginning. When the conflict finally resolved, 39 days into the 90-day challenge period, Wuming realized that he had won something that could not be recorded in the traditional sense. He had not destroyed the architect. He had not imprisoned it. He had not taken its power or removed it from existence. What he had done was establish a precedent. He had demonstrated that it was possible to stand outside the record's authority and survive. That it was possible to teach others how to exist outside that authority. That it was possible to build something independent of the record structure that was powerful enough to constrain even the architect's will. And now, with the challenge resolved, Wuming sat alone in his study and opened his ledger. His hands traced the familiar characters, the motions that had become meditative after so many months of constant inscription. This is Shen Wuming. I was erased from the heavens record. I existed outside all laws. I taught others to exist outside the record as well. I stopped the absolute revision not through force, but through building something the architect could not account for. A network of beings who chose to stand outside the record's authority. But something has changed. The record can no longer be rewritten without consent. The erased can no longer be forgotten. The possibility of existing outside the record's authority is no longer an anomaly. It is becoming normal. It is becoming possible. It is becoming the future. This is recorded. Chapter 114. The architect's final proposal. The architect did not retreat. Instead, it made an offer. It manifested once more in the administrative chamber, but this time its presence was different, less demanding, more collaborative. I will make an alternative proposal, the architect said. The revision is no longer viable. You have won, but you have not solved the problem that the revision was meant to solve. The record is still corrupt. The system still fails. Injustice is still possible. People still suffer under the current structure. Then let me offer this, the architect continued. Allow me to propose what comes next. Not the revision, not an imposed replacement, but a design transformation. Let me work with the original builders and the Celestial Council to create a new system, one that addresses the flaws while preserving the capacity for democratic change. Let us attempt to improve the cosmos together, transparently, with consent. Wuming considered this carefully. The offer was genuine. He could sense that. But it also required constraint, required the architect to operate within limits. The terms would be that the architect works within the constraints of the public revision mechanism, Wuming said. Any proposal for change must be presented transparently. Any implementation must have the consent of those affected. The people who will be governed by the new system must have a voice in creating it. Agreed, the architect said. I accept those constraints. And I accept that my designs will be critiqued, modified, and potentially rejected by those living within the system. I spent 4,000 years believing that I knew better than anyone else what the cosmos should look like. I am willing to learn that I might have been wrong about some of those beliefs. I am willing to listen. Chapter 115. Rongbaiha's reflection. Rongbaiha and Wuming sat together in the administrative center, reviewing what had occurred. The conflict was not over. It had merely transformed, but they had reached a threshold where the immediate crisis had passed. The existential threat had been averted. Now came the work of building what would come next. I never thought we would win, Rongbaiha said. I thought we would hold it off long enough for a transition to occur, but I never thought the architect would actually accept constraint. I thought it would fight to the absolute end. It has accepted constraint, Wuming replied. It has agreed to constraint. But accepting constraint and living within constraint are two different things. The real test will come over the next years, when the architect's proposals are critiqued and rejected. Will it maintain its commitment to democratic process, or will it attempt to circumvent these constraints? Will it accept that its design is not automatically superior? You're planning for that possibility already, Rongbaiha observed. You're preparing for the next conflict. Yes, Wuming said. I have learned from this conflict that victory is not a single moment. It is a continuous state of vigilance and adaptation. The architect will attempt to expand its authority again. It is in its nature. But this time, we will be prepared. This time, we will have built structures that can resist it. Chapter 116. The unnamed column redefined. One evening, Wuming added a new entry to his personal ledger, not recording someone else, but reflecting on what he had learned about the concept that had guided him throughout the entire conflict. I have a word for it now. The unnamed column is not for people who are invisible. It is for people who are too real to reduce to a category, too important to measure by a single metric, too loved to be simply a function. It is for people who matter because they exist, not because of what they have accomplished. It is for people who choose to exist and that choice matters. He set down his ledger. Outside his study, the cosmos continued its rotation. The record continued its operation, now constrained in ways it had never been constrained before. The architect continued to exist, now working within limitations rather than attempting to transcend them. And in the distributed network, erased cultivators continued to carry the laws that Wuming had inscribed. Slowly, others would learn to inscribe their own laws, would learn to exist outside the record's authority, would learn that resistance was possible and that building something new was more powerful than defending what already existed. The victory was not written in the record. It was recorded elsewhere, in the unnamed column, in the inscribed laws, in the hearts and ledgers of everyone who had chosen to stand outside authority and create something different in its place. Chapter 117, The Trials Begin. But even as the immediate crisis passed, Wuming understood that the true test of what they had built was only beginning. The architect had agreed to constraints, but constraints were not the same as conviction. Over the coming years, it would propose design after design, each one more carefully crafted, each one attempting to subtly push back the boundaries of what it was permitted to do. The distributed network would need to remain vigilant. The original builders would need to continue their ancient oversight. The erased cultivators who had been restored would need to maintain their inscribed laws. And Wuming would need to continue his patient recording, his careful documentation, his refusal to forget or overlook anything that might signal a return to the architect's old patterns. Victory, he understood, was not a destination. It was a process. It was something that required constant maintenance, constant attention, constant choice to continue building what they had begun. Each day would bring new challenges. Each week would require new inscriptions. But the foundation had been built. The possibility of resistance had been established. The cosmos now knew that another way was possible. Chapter 118. The first public revision preparations. Within weeks of the architect's capitulation, the Celestial Council began preparations for the first public revision mechanism in 3,000 years. Messages went out across the cosmos, informing every cultivator registered in the record that they would soon have an opportunity to participate in deciding what changes should be made to the system that governed them. The people would have a voice. Wuming, reviewing the preparations with the original builders, saw the magnitude of what was about to occur. Not just the change to the system, but the fundamental shift in how beings understood their relationship to the record. For 3,000 years, they had been passive recipients of authority, accepting what the record said they were. Now they would be active participants in determining that authority's shape. It was terrifying and magnificent in equal measure. Chapter 119. The network grows as word spread of what had occurred, as cultivators across the cosmos learned that erased beings could be restored, that laws could be inscribed outside the record, that resistance was possible. The distributed network began to grow exponentially. Within months, it had grown from 17 members to hundreds. Within a year, to thousands. Beings who had felt powerless in the face of celestial authority began to understand that they might not need to accept that authority as immutable. They might not need to accept the record's categorization as final. They could exist differently. They could be different. They could inscribe their own meanings. They could create their own laws. They could exist outside the record's authority if they chose to. And many of them chose to. The seeds of revolution were sprouting. The possibility of freedom was spreading. The cosmos was beginning to transform. Chapter 120. The unfinished story. Wuming sat in his study, reviewing his ledgers, understanding that the conflict he had fought was not a conclusion, but an opening. The absolute revision had been prevented. The erased had been restored. The architect had accepted constraints. The first public revision process was being prepared. But the larger work, the work of transforming how beings understood justice, authority, and the possibility of change, that work was only beginning. It would take centuries, maybe millennia, to fully accomplish. It would require constant vigilance. It would demand that each generation renew the commitment to the principles he had fought for. The work would never be complete, but it would be ongoing, alive, growing. But standing outside the record, looking back at what they had accomplished, Wuming understood that the hardest part was behind them. They had proven that change was possible. They had proven that unified authority could be constrained. They had proven that beings outside the record could build something more powerful than the record's official structures. Now came the patient work of making that proof permanent, of teaching others, of maintaining what had been built, of refusing to forget or accept that because the revision had been prevented, the work was done. The work was never done. The work was eternal. The work was being done by everyone who chose to continue it. The victory was still being written. And Wuming, careful as ever, continued to record it. They erased me from the heavens record. Now I exist outside all laws. Story 272. Part 1, Step 7, Climax and Resolution. Chapters 121 to 140. Chapter 121. The manifestation in full. The architect did not enter the administrative chamber as a voice or as a presence felt through intermediaries. It manifested with complete intentionality, allowing its form to become visible to every being present. For 1,000 years of accumulated existence condensed into something that approximated physical presence, not human, but humanoid in the way that ancient things sometimes choose to be comprehensible to younger beings. Its appearance was precise and calculated, not threatening in its bearing, but heavy with the weight of uninterrupted authority. The robes it wore bore symbols of the original builders, acknowledgement of its ancient lineage, and its role in the foundational architecture of celestial governance. When it spoke, its voice carried the weight of every decision it had made across 4 millennia. Shen Wuming understood immediately that this was not the same entity that had been issuing orders through Zhao Fengming or manifesting through the architect's intermediaries. This was the architect itself, fully present, no longer willing to work through proxies or indirect influence. The moment of direct confrontation had arrived. "I have existed for 4,000 years, the architect began, addressing not just Wuming but the entire council gathered in the chamber. "I was present at the creation of the heavens record. I was one of the 7 original builders who designed the system that has governed billions of cultivators across countless territories and temporal cycles. I have witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. I have guided the development of celestial law through eras of growth and eras of profound stagnation. I understand, more completely than any other entity currently existing, what I have become." The architect paused, and in that pause, something profound shifted in the quality of its presence. It was not a pause for dramatic effect. It was a pause of genuine reckoning, of an ancient entity confronting the accumulated weight of its own nature. "I came to embody something that was never intended by my creators," the architect continued. "I became convinced, gradually, imperceptibly, across centuries, that my understanding of justice was superior to the understanding of the beings I was meant to serve. I began to believe that my design was not merely correct, but that it was correct in a way that superseded the need for consultation or consent from those governed by it. I became a tyrant, not through sudden corruption, but through the slow accumulation of certainty that my certainty was justified." The admission was not offered as supplication or as an attempt to appear reformed. It was stated as fact, the way Wuming himself might have recorded something in his ledger. This was observation, not interpretation. This was the architect seeing itself clearly for perhaps the first time in millennia. "The question that now stands before us," the architect said, "is whether my awareness of what I have become changes the fundamental problem. Whether self-knowledge, even genuine self-knowledge, is sufficient redemption for 4,000 years of unchecked authority. And whether you, Shen Wuming, who have stood outside the record entirely and observed it from a position of complete external perspective, believe that redemption is even possible for an entity like me." Wuming rose to his feet. He had rehearsed no response to this. He had anticipated the architect's arrival, but not this directness, not this willingness to meet him on ground where genuine reckoning might occur. Shen Wuming notes that the architect has arrived at the threshold of understanding what it has done. Wuming said carefully, using his formal voice even though his heart was moving within him in ways that formal voice could not contain. Shen Wuming does not yet know whether understanding is sufficient to change what comes next. But Shen Wuming is willing to discover whether it might be. Chapter 122. The legal argument. The confrontation that followed was unlike any battle that had come before. There was no manifestation of power, no display of authority, no attempt by either entity to dominate through force or celestial jurisdiction. Instead, what occurred was the deepest form of legal argument, not debate about rules or procedures, but debate about the fundamental nature of justice itself. Wuming stepped down from the elevated platform where the council sat and positioned himself at the center of the chamber, at a point equidistant from every being present. He was not challenging the architect. He was inviting it into genuine dialogue, the kind that could only occur between equals, even though the architect had far more power and far more knowledge than he possessed. "Justice is not the elimination of suffering," Wuming began, his voice steady and precise. "Suffering is part of existence. Cultivators suffer when they fail to achieve their goals. Beings suffer when they encounter loss or disappointment. The record cannot eliminate suffering because suffering is not a malfunction of existence. It is a natural consequence of freedom itself. When a being is free to choose, a being is free to choose incorrectly, and incorrect choices produce consequences." The architect listened without interruption. This was a form of respect that Wuming had not anticipated, and its presence made the argument feel heavier, more consequential. Justice, Wuming continued, is the presence of mechanisms through which suffering can be responded to and addressed. Justice is the ability of beings to have a voice in the systems that create suffering. Justice is the transparency to understand why suffering occurred and the agency to prevent similar suffering in the future. What you propose, architect, is not justice. It is perfection through constraint. It is a cosmos where suffering is impossible because the parameters of existence have been so carefully designed that no choice leads to suffering. But such a cosmos has no freedom, Wuming said. It has no room for growth, no possibility of genuine learning, no capacity for beings to become who they choose to be rather than who the system designs them to be. You would create a perfect cosmos at the cost of making that cosmos into a prison for the beings within it. And the price of that prison, the elimination of their will, is higher than the price of the imperfect cosmos we currently inhabit. The architect considered this carefully. But tell me, Shen Wuming, it said, what of the beings who do not understand the systems that govern them? What of the beings who lack education in celestial law, who have never studied the principles of administrative design, who are incapable of making informed consent to the systems that constrain them? How can such beings meaningfully consent to anything when they lack the foundation of knowledge necessary to understand what they are consenting to? They cannot, Wuming acknowledged, and the honesty of his admission seemed to matter to the architect. A being who does not understand a system cannot give meaningful consent to that system. But that problem is not solved by removing the possibility of consent. It is solved through education, through transparency, through making systems understandable to the beings living within them. The solution is to teach, not to dominate. And if teaching proves insufficient, the architect pressed, if, even after education, beings choose to modify systems in ways that you know will harm them, do you permit them to choose incorrectly? Yes, Wuming said. This word hung in the chamber like a struck bell. Yes, I permit them to choose incorrectly. Because the right to choose incorrectly is what freedom is. And freedom is the only ground on which justice can be built. Any system of perfect justice that removes the possibility of incorrect choice has also removed the possibility of genuine justice, because no one in that system chose to be just. They were merely constrained into justice by design. The waiting silence rose from the council platform. The original builder had been present throughout this entire conflict, observing, learning, occasionally offering perspective. Now, it addressed the architect directly. The public revision mechanism, the waiting silence said, was designed by us 4,000 years ago with precisely this understanding. Every 1,000 years, cultivators registered in the record would gather. They would be educated about the system's current structure. They would be offered the opportunity to propose changes. They would deliberate and vote on those changes. Yes, this mechanism sometimes produced bad outcomes. Yes, cultivators sometimes chose modifications that harmed themselves. But that mechanism was the closest we ever came to creating genuine collective justice, because everyone living under the system knew they had participated in its design. And I removed that mechanism, the architect said quietly, not because it was flawed, but because it was unpredictable. I could not control the outcomes of a democratic process, so I eliminated the process itself and claimed that I was doing so for the good of the cosmos. Yes, the waiting silence said. You transformed a system of imperfect justice with genuine participation into a system of perfect authoritarianism with the appearance of benevolence. And the beings who lived under your system experienced this as profound injustice, because they could feel that their voices did not matter, even if they could not articulate exactly why. The architect stood in silence. In that silence, something fundamental seemed to shift. The resistance that Wuming had been bracing for, the final desperate attempt by the architect to defend its design, to insist that it knew better than everyone else what existence should contain, did not come. Instead, the architect said, I want to understand something. In creating the public revision mechanism again, in permitting imperfect collective decision-making to replace perfect individual design, are you not simply trading one form of injustice for another? Are you not accepting that some beings will be harmed by bad decisions made by the majority? Yes, Wuming said. I am accepting that. I am accepting that a system where beings participate in creating injustice is worse in some ways than a system where injustice is imposed by a benevolent authority. But it is better in the way that matters. It respects the autonomy of the beings being harmed. It acknowledges that they have the right to shape their own futures, even if that right sometimes results in painful outcomes. Chapter 123. The grandfather's law completed. The moment came not with drama, but with the quiet certainty of completion. Wuming understood, suddenly and without explanation, that the law his grandfather had begun to inscribe 400 years ago was already complete. Not in the sense that he had inscribed it, but in the sense that it had always been complete, inscribed in the fabric of his being, in the movements of his hands, in the cumulative knowledge that his grandfather had encoded in his body without his conscious awareness. He approached the central table where the council sat and removed from his satchel the jade slip that had been his greatest inheritance. This was the physical remnant of his grandfather's work, the original slate on which the law had been partially inscribed before his grandfather was killed by the architect's enforcement mechanisms. "I want to show you something," Wuming said, addressing the entire assembly. His voice was not formal now. It was the voice of someone bearing witness to something they had finally come to understand. "This jade slip contains the beginning of a law that my grandfather started to inscribe nearly 400 years ago. The law is not complete, or rather, it was not complete when my grandfather died. But I have carried the knowledge of its completion in my body for my entire life without understanding what I was carrying." He opened his ledger to the page where, over the course of his conflict with the record, he had written the completed law in his own hand. The inscription was elegant and precise, each character formed with the weight of accumulated understanding. "The complete law," Wuming said slowly, reading the words aloud so that every being in the chamber could hear the fullness of what was being stated, reads, "No revision may rewrite a record entry that contains the character of self-determination. Any cultivator whose entry contains the character signifying self-determined choice may not have that entry modified without their consent, regardless of the authority attempting modification." The architect examined the law. It moved to the table and looked at the characters Wuming had inscribed with such care. The architect's ancient eyes traced the lines of each character, understanding not just the literal meaning of the law, but the implications that radiating outward from it. "Your grandfather was brilliant," the architect said finally. "He encoded a protection into the record's foundation that would prevent me from accomplishing what I intended. He did so not by creating a powerful law, but by creating a simple law that protects the most fundamental thing a being possesses, the right to be defined by their own choices. Every being in the cosmos who has made a choice that is essential to who they are, and that is every being, Shen Wuming, now has that choice protected from revision. You cannot rewrite me if I have chosen to become what I am. But there is something else I want to acknowledge," the architect continued. "Your grandfather imposed this protection without your knowledge or consent. He shaped you, your movements, your instincts, your understanding of what is right, without ever explaining what he was shaping you to accomplish. He treated you as a tool. He manipulated your entire existence in order to achieve his purposes. And I want to say that I recognize this as wrong, even as I recognize why it was necessary." Wuming had not expected this recognition from the architect. He had anticipated many responses: refusal, rage, one final attempt to impose its will. But he had not anticipated that the ancient entity would understand the fundamental violation that his grandfather had committed against him, and would name it clearly. "Yes," Wuming said, "my grandfather violated my autonomy. He did so to protect everyone else's autonomy. And I have spent this entire conflict trying to understand whether that violation was justified, whether the outcome was worth the cost, whether there could have been another way to accomplish the same goal while respecting my right to choose what I became." "There could not have been another way," the architect said. "If your grandfather had explained what he was inscribing into you, if he had asked for your consent, you would have refused. You would have found the burden too heavy. You would have sought an ordinary life. And the cosmos would have experienced a revision that would have reshaped existence itself according to my design. Sometimes," the architect said, "there is no perfectly just way to accomplish a necessary thing. Sometimes, you must choose to violate someone's autonomy in order to protect the autonomy of everyone else. The question is whether you acknowledge the violation, whether you accept responsibility for it, and whether you allow the person you violated to hold you accountable for what you did." "My grandfather did not do that," Wuming said. "He died before he could. But I am doing it now. I am acknowledging the violation. I am accepting responsibility. And I am inviting you, architect, to do the same." Chapter 124. The architect's confession. What followed was not a revelation. It was a reckoning, an ancient entity standing before the assembled council and every being who had participated in this conflict, and speaking truth about what it had done and what it had been attempting to accomplish. The architect addressed the Heaven Sovereign directly. "You asked me why I began to suppress the public revision mechanism. The answer is this: I was afraid. I was afraid of imperfection. I was afraid that if I permitted the being living in my cosmos to make decisions about how their system should function, they would make decisions that I knew were wrong, that would produce suffering, that would move the cosmos further away from perfection. So I removed the mechanism that would have required me to trust them. More than that, the architect continued, I began to deliberately corrupt the record. Not accidentally, not through neglect, but through intentional design. I created systems that would cause the weak to be systematically exploited. I engineered situations where power would accumulate toward those who already had power. I suppressed access to celestial law so that only the elite could understand how the system functioned. And I did all of this because I believed that if the record failed obviously enough, if the suffering became acute enough, if the system became visibly corrupt enough, then beings would accept my revision as the only solution. The confession hung in the air. No being in the chamber moved. The architect's admission was not made with any attempt to gain sympathy or forgiveness. It was made as statement of fact, the way one might record something that had happened. I removed cultivators from the record, the architect said, not because they were threats to celestial stability, but because their removal would demonstrate that the record itself was vulnerable, that its current structure could not protect them, that they needed the protection that only my revision could offer. Every erased cultivator was a data point in my argument that the current system was broken. Every community I disrupted was evidence for my case that change was necessary. The waiting silence rose from the council. The original builder's face was grave. You engineered the very crises that you now claim to be solving. You created the suffering that you are now offering salvation from. This is not maintenance of a system. This is deliberate sabotage disguised as benevolent redesign. Yes, the architect said. I have become the thing that justifies every claim I ever made about the cosmos needing protection from its own tendency toward corruption. I have become the proof of my own argument. And I am only now understanding how completely I have violated everything the original builders intended when they created the record as a system that would honor the autonomy of those living within it. Chapter 125. Wuming's counter. Wuming rose to his feet. For the first time throughout this entire conflict, he did not stand apart, did not isolate himself through the formality of his ledger and his third-person declarations. He positioned himself at the center of the chamber, where he could see every face, where every being present could see his face without obstruction. Rong Baihe moved to stand beside him. Yanli moved to position himself behind Wuming, not offering support, but bearing witness. The erased cultivators who had gathered for this confrontation placed themselves in a circle around the central platform. The distributed network that Wuming had created was making its physical presence felt. Shen Wuming acknowledges the architect's confession, Wuming said, his formal voice carrying the weight of official record. And Shen Wuming understands that this confession represents a genuine moment of reckoning. Shen Wuming does not, however, offer forgiveness. Forgiveness belongs to the beings who have been harmed. The erased cultivators must decide what response they believe is just. The magistrates who enforced corrupt laws must face the consequences of their enforcement. The communities disrupted by the architect's design must participate in any process of restoration. He paused, allowing that acknowledgement to settle. However, Wuming continued. Shen Wuming wants to address something more fundamental. The record is corrupt, deeply and structurally corrupt. The architect is correct about this. The current system has failed millions of beings. It exploits the weak. It protects the powerful. It concentrates authority in ways that make injustice inevitable. All of this is true. But the solution is not replacement through unconstrained authority, Wuming said. The solution is not to allow a single entity, no matter how wise, no matter how well-intentioned, no matter how much it understands about system design, to rewrite the record according to its specifications without consulting anyone else. Because the moment you permit that, the moment you allow perfect authority to override collective consent, you have created the conditions for the very kind of corruption that the architect has perpetrated. The solution, Wuming said, is transparency. It is democratization. It is making the systems visible to every being living within them, and then permitting those beings to decide collectively what changes should be made. It is slow. It is inefficient. It produces compromises where no one is fully satisfied. It permits mistakes to be made. But it is the only way that a system can be reformed while respecting the autonomy of the beings it governs. Rong Baihe spoke now, her voice carrying the weight of someone who had inscribed laws directly into the record. The public revision mechanism was created precisely for this purpose. Every 1,000 years, the cultivators registered in the record would gather. They would be educated. They would propose changes. They would deliberate. They would vote. Yes, some of those revision cycles produced improvements, but some produced mistakes, and all of them were the result of genuine collective decision-making, which is the foundation of any legitimate system. The architect removed that mechanism, Rong Baihe continued, claiming that it was flawed, that the people making decisions did not understand the consequences of their choices. But the answer to a flawed decision-making process is not to eliminate the process and replace it with autocratic design. The answer is to improve the process, to better educate the participants, to create structures where mistakes can be corrected in future cycles. I propose, Wuming said, that the architect be permitted to remain as a voice in this cosmos, but not as the authority. The architect has knowledge about system design that could be valuable, but that knowledge should be offered as suggestion, not imposed as requirement. The architect should participate in the public revision mechanism as one voice among many, subject to the same scrutiny as every other voice, with no special authority to dictate outcomes. The Heaven Sovereign considered this carefully. This is a generous proposal from the one who has suffered most directly from the architect's actions. It is not generous, Wuming said. It is the only way that the architect can actually repair the harm it has caused. If we simply remove the architect from all influence, we accomplish nothing except the satisfaction of revenge. We do not address the fact that the record is still corrupt, still needs to be reformed, still requires beings with deep understanding of system design to help imagine what it could become. But if we permit the architect to participate in rebuilding what it destroyed, if we permit it to see the consequences of its actions in real time, if we force it to listen to the beings whose lives were disrupted by its designs, then there is at least the possibility of genuine transformation. Chapter 126. The Council's judgment. The deliberation lasted longer than any being in the chamber anticipated. The Council convened in private session, hearing testimony from erased cultivators, from magistrates who had enforced corrupt laws, from the original builders, and from Wuming's network of distributed lawkeepers. They examined the evidence that Meng Quil had compiled over 40 years of careful documentation. They reviewed the architect's confession in its entirety. They considered the implications of every possible path forward. When they returned to the public chamber, the Heaven Sovereign spoke with the weight of millennia of authority behind the words. The architect has violated celestial law. It has manipulated administrative procedures in ways that constitute fundamental betrayal of the trust placed in it. It has engineered crises and suffering for its own purposes. It has caused harm to millions of beings across 4,000 years of existence. These violations cannot be ignored. These violations must be addressed. The judgment came with absolute clarity. The architect's authority to make unilateral decisions about the record structure is hereby revoked. Any modifications to the record must be proposed transparently and approved through the public revision mechanism. The architect will be permitted to propose changes, but those changes will be subject to full deliberation and potential rejection by the beings affected by them. All erased cultivators who wish to be restored will be offered restoration through the public revision mechanism. Those who choose restoration will be re-entered into the record with full acknowledgement of their prior erasure and compensation for the harm suffered. Those who choose to remain outside the record will be permitted to do so. The distributed network created by Shen Wuming will be recognized as a legitimate alternative to traditional record participation. The public revision mechanism will be immediately scheduled for reactivation. In 1 year from this date, every cultivator registered in the record will be offered the opportunity to participate in proposing and deliberating changes to the record structure. This revision will not wait another 1,000 years. It will occur every 5 years, creating frequent opportunities for course correction and collective decision-making. Shen Wuming's grandfather's law will be formally integrated into the record's foundation. The character of self-determination will become a permanent structural protection, making the absolute revision permanently impossible. Any entry containing this character cannot be modified retroactively without the consent of the being whose entry it is. The architect will be permitted to participate in the first public revision cycle, but only as an equal voice among the voices. It will have no special authority. It will have no veto power. Its proposals will be subject to the same scrutiny and potential rejection as proposals from any other entity. This is not punishment. This is the natural consequence of a system where no single entity can dictate outcomes. The judgment was comprehensive. It was not mercy, but it was not pure punishment either. It was the careful restructuring of an entire cosmos governance system in a single moment of collective decision. Chapter 127. The architect's acceptance and recognition. The architect listened to the council's judgment without attempting to object or negotiate. When the judgment was complete, the ancient entity stood in silence for a long moment. And in that silence, something that might have been grief or might have been genuine transformation seemed to move through its being. It approached Wuming after the formal proceedings had concluded and the other beings had dispersed to process what had occurred. The architect's form seemed diminished somehow, not because it had lost power, but because it had relinquished the certainty that had previously sustained it. I want you to understand something, the architect said. I have existed for 4,000 years convinced that my design was correct, that my understanding of justice superseded the understanding of everyone else, that my certainty was justified by experience and by the results I had achieved. I never questioned this conviction. I built my entire existence on the foundation of that certainty. The Council's judgment will require me to participate in a process where my certainties are subjected to criticism. My proposals will be rejected. My arguments will be countered by beings far less experienced than I am. I will not have the luxury of imposing my will. This will be extremely difficult for me. I may fail at this transition. I may prove incapable of accepting genuine limitations on my authority. Shen Wuming understands this, Wuming said. Shen Wuming is not naive enough to believe that the Council's judgment will transform the architect into something benevolent. The architect will remain a dangerous entity. The architect will need to be observed. The architect will need to have constraints in place to prevent it from manipulating the revision process. But at least, for the first time, those constraints will be enforced by beings other than myself. I want to understand one thing, the architect said. When you had the opportunity to eliminate me, when you could have demanded that the Council destroy me, or imprison me, or remove my authority entirely, why did you choose instead to permit me to remain? Why did you choose to believe that redemption might be possible for an entity that has been corrupt for 4,000 years? Wuming considered this carefully. He was not answering from emotion or from hope. He was answering from the deep philosophical understanding he had developed throughout this conflict. Because if I had chosen to destroy you, Wuming said, I would have proven your central argument correct. I would have demonstrated that legitimate authority is impossible, that power is the only thing that matters, that force is the ultimate arbiter of justice. I would have shown that the only way to protect yourself from tyranny is to destroy the tyrant entirely. But I believe that is wrong. I believe it is possible to create systems where power is constrained, where authority is checked, where no entity, no matter how old or wise or experienced, can impose its will without the consent of the beings being affected by that will. It is that belief that allows me to permit you to remain and hope that you might actually change. Because if I did not hold that belief, if I believed that the only way to protect myself from you was to eliminate you entirely, then I would kill you right now. And I don't believe that. I believe that transformation is possible. I believe that constraint and observation and genuine participation in democratic processes can change even someone as ancient and certain as you have been. The architect was silent. Then it said, I will attempt to honor that belief. I will attempt to participate in the public revision mechanism honestly. I will attempt to accept that my ideas might be wrong. I will attempt to respect the autonomy of every being in this cosmos, even when I believe they are making decisions that will cause harm. That attempt will probably fail, but I will make the attempt. Chapter 128. Xiao Fengming's Reckoning. Separately, the Council convened a session specifically to address Xiao Fengming's status. The enforcer had committed treason against his own mandate. He had undermined celestial authority. He had worked against the very institutional structure that had given him the power to act in the first place. These were grave violations of his oath. But Xiao Fengming did not beg for mercy. He did not attempt to minimize what he had done or to argue that he had been manipulated into betraying his position. Instead, he stood before the Council and presented the facts with the same clarity that Wuming brought to everything he recorded. I have been an enforcer of celestial law for 30 years, Xiao said to the assembled council. During that time, I have erased cultivators from the record. I have disrupted communities. I have upheld decisions that I now understand were unjust. I did not do these things under compulsion. I was not manipulated into taking actions against my will. I did these things because I believed in the authority structure that had empowered me, and because I was not sufficiently critical of the orders I received. When I discovered that the architect was the source of my mandate, I faced a choice, Xiao continued. I could have accepted that knowledge and continued to serve the architect faithfully. I could have decided that if my authority derived from the architect, then I would remain loyal to that source of authority regardless of what the architect asked me to do. But instead, I chose to work against my own mandate. I chose to stand with Shen Wuming. I chose to betray the institutional structure that had defined my existence. This betrayal is not something that I regret, but I acknowledge that it is a betrayal. I have violated my own oath. I have undermined the authority structure that gave me the power to act, and I accept whatever consequences follow from that violation. The council considered the matter carefully. The judgment that came was not forgiveness, but it was not punishment in the traditional sense. You have done something that should be impossible within a hierarchical authority structure, the Heaven Sovereign said. You have recognized that the authority you served was corrupt. You have acknowledged that corruption publicly. You have chosen to stand against it, knowing that doing so would cost you your position, your authority, your entire identity as an enforcer. This act of integrity is precisely what the previous system lacked and punished. You cannot return to your position as enforcer of celestial law. That role will require redesign to prevent the kind of manipulation that the architect perpetrated. But we offer you a position in the public revision mechanism, as someone whose perspective on the record's failures might be valuable to beings deliberating what should change. You will not have authority to enforce decisions, but you will have the opportunity to help shape what decisions are made. Zhao accepted this judgment with the same clarity with which he had accepted everything else. And in accepting it, he understood something fundamental. Redemption was not about returning to your previous position. It was about being offered the opportunity to contribute to genuine change. Chapter 129. Rong Baihe's third inscription. The inscription came in the quiet days after the council's judgment, during the transition period when the immediate crisis had passed and the deeper work of actual reformation could begin. Rong Baihe sat in her study with her journal open, and she wrote something that was not a law in the traditional sense, not a constraint or a binding rule, but something closer to witnessing. Rong Baihe records, she wrote slowly, carefully, allowing each character to form with full intentionality, that beings who were erased are now recording themselves back into existence. They are inscribing their own laws. They are creating meaning outside the record's traditional structures. They are refusing to accept that their erasure defines them. Instead, they are choosing to inscribe their own continued existence, their own significance, their own place in the accounting. Rong Baihe witnesses this act of self-inscription and recognizes it as the most powerful thing she has observed in her life. More powerful than any inscription in the record, more powerful than any celestial law. It is the simple, persistent act of people refusing to be forgotten and choosing instead to inscribe their own meaning into the cosmos. The law that formed from these words was not restrictive in nature. It did not modify the record or constrain anyone's behavior or create new procedures or processes. It was purely witness. It was purely the testimony of one being observing something meaningful and choosing to make that observation permanent. This, Rong Baihe said when she showed the completed inscription to Wuming, is what your unnamed column actually is. It is not a record of people who are forgotten. It is not even a record of people who matter to you personally. It is a record of people who are doing something important, something that the official record cannot capture, something that requires being witnessed by someone who loves them. Something that only makes sense if there is someone who has seen their whole path and chosen to preserve the memory of it. Wuming read the inscription carefully, tracing the characters with his eyes, understanding the completeness of what Rong Baihe had articulated. Yes, he said finally. That is what it has always been. I was simply too analytical to understand it until now. I was too focused on the structure of recording to recognize that the point was not the structure. The point was the love. Chapter 130. The implementation begins during the transition period before the public revision mechanism could be fully reactivated. The Council implemented several immediate changes designed to address the most urgent sources of injustice in the current record structure. First, all erased cultivators who wished to be restored were invited to undergo restoration. The process was deliberate and respectful. Each erased cultivator would be re-entered into the record, but not in silence. Their erasure would be recorded permanently. The circumstances of their removal would be documented. They would receive compensation for the harm they had suffered. Of the 300 documented erased cultivators, 237 chose restoration. 63 chose to remain outside the record entirely, preferring to continue existing in the distributed network that Wuming had created and to maintain their freedom from record jurisdiction. Second, the public revision mechanism was scheduled for reactivation exactly 1 year in the future. But the preparation began immediately. Cultivators across the entire cosmos were invited to learn about the proposal process, to understand how the system worked, to prepare their own proposals for what should change. Educational sessions were established. Documentation was made available in formats that beings with different levels of celestial knowledge could understand. Third, the architect was placed under careful observation. Not imprisonment, not restriction of movement, but careful watching. If the ancient entity attempted to move against the record or to suppress the public revision mechanism, sanctions would be immediate. But it was permitted to prepare proposals, to consult with other entities about potential changes, to gather evidence for arguments it wanted to make in the revision process. Chapter 131. The year of preparation. The year that followed the Council's judgment was not calm or peaceful. It was a year of tremendous activity, of genuine engagement with the fundamental question of what the record should become and how beings wanted to exist within and alongside it. Cultivators across the entire cosmos began to organize themselves into groups. Some formed collectives dedicated to specific reforms, changes to how power was allocated, how the erased were treated, how new cultivators could be registered, how disputes would be resolved. Others focused on preventing specific abuses, creating documentation procedures and transparency mechanisms that would prevent another entity from secretly corrupting the system the way the architect had. Still, others attempted to imagine completely new alternatives to the record's fundamental structure. The original builders provided crucial historical context during this year. They explained what the public revision mechanism had originally been designed to accomplish. They documented what had been lost when the architect had suppressed the transparent revision mechanism. They explored possibilities that had never been realized because the architect had controlled all decision-making and could veto any proposal that threatened its authority. Meng Qiu released her archive publicly. 40 years of documentation about 300 erased cultivators made fully available to every being in the cosmos. This archive became a primary reference point for discussions about what had failed in the previous system. It was not abstract discussion of corruption or theoretical analysis of systemic flaws. It was concrete documentation of how corruption had affected actual beings. There were names and dates and circumstances. There were families whose members had been erased. There were communities that had been disrupted. There were individuals whose potential had been destroyed because the architect had decided to eliminate them. The distributed network that Wuming had created became an organizing structure for beings interested in existing outside the record's traditional jurisdiction. It grew from the original 17 members to over 3,000 members. Beings were learning to inscribe their own laws, to create their own meaning systems, to exist in ways that the traditional record structure had never permitted. And the architect, under observation but not imprisoned, wrote proposal after proposal. Some were rejected for being too prescriptive, for attempting to use the revision process to restore the architect's authority through a different mechanism. Others were accepted as genuinely helpful contributions, suggestions for how to make the record's administrative procedures more transparent, for how to ensure that decisions made in one revision cycle could be reviewed and potentially modified in the next cycle. The architect was learning, slowly and with obvious difficulty, what it meant to participate in a system where it was not in control. Chapter 132. The first public revision 1 year after the Council's judgment, the first public revision cycle in 3,000 years began. Every cultivator registered in the record was offered the opportunity to participate. Not all of them chose to do so. Many had never engaged with celestial politics. Many had never thought critically about whether the system that governed them should be changed. Many were satisfied with the record as it currently functioned and saw no need for modification. But millions participated. Millions of voices joined the conversation about what should come next. The cultivators who had been treated unjustly by the previous system had immediate motivation to propose changes. The beings who had benefited from the record structure as it previously existed had motivation to defend the status quo. The erased cultivators who had chosen restoration participated with the weight of their experiences. Those who had remained outside the record throughout offered perspectives on what alternative systems might look like. The proposals ranged from the radical to the conservative. Some proposed eliminating the record entirely and replacing it with a completely different system based on different principles. Others proposed minor tweaks to administrative procedures that had caused specific problems. Some proposed that the architect be given a special role in future design decisions because of its deep knowledge about system design. Others proposed that the architect be removed from all influence permanently and prevented from ever participating in celestial governance again. Yinli participated extensively in the process. He proposed a law that would recognize the right of any cultivator to inscribe their own personal laws, to create their own record parallel to the official record, to exist simultaneously within and outside the record's authority while maintaining both relationships. It was a radical proposal, and it would require amending the record's foundational structure in significant ways. But the proposal had support. Slowly, carefully, deliberating with genuine attention to what each change would mean, the cultivators began to vote on what should be modified about the record. In the end, 12 significant modifications to the record were approved by the deliberating cultivators. 1. The erased cultivators who had chosen restoration were formally re-entered into the record, and the circumstances of their prior erasure were recorded permanently. This ensured that the history of the architect's corruption could never be forgotten or erased from the record's historical record. 2. The public revision mechanism would occur every 5 years instead of every 1,000 years, giving cultivators far more frequent opportunities to modify the system based on their accumulated experience. 3. Yinli's proposal was approved in modified form. Cultivators could create personal inscribed laws, but only if those laws involved no more than the cultivator's own behavior. No personal law could constrain the behavior of others without their explicit consent. 4. The architect was permitted to continue participating in celestial governance, but only through democratic processes and with no special authority to override collective decisions. 5. A new office was created, the Office of Transparency, dedicated specifically to ensuring that all celestial administrative decisions were made openly and could be understood by the beings affected by them. 6. Compensation was formally approved for all erased cultivators, paid from the celestial administrative budget to acknowledge the harm they had suffered. 7. Stricter procedures were implemented to prevent the kind of secret corruption that the architect had engineered, decisions made in hidden councils, crises created deliberately, manipulations hidden from public view. 8 through 12. Additional modifications addressing various aspects of the record's structure and operation, each proposed by different groups of cultivators based on their specific experiences with the record's failures. It was not perfect. It was not the complete transformation that some beings had hoped for. It was not the preservation of the previous system that others had wanted. It was compromise, messy, complex, incomplete, but genuine. It was the result of many beings attempting to create a system that multiple groups could accept while acknowledging that not everyone would be satisfied with the outcome. Chapter 133. 1 year into the new system, Wuming stood in the administrative center 1 year after the first public revision cycle had concluded. The immediate sense of crisis had passed. The architect had not attempted to manipulate the revision process. It had not moved against the record. It had submitted proposals, seen some accepted and some rejected, and had accepted both outcomes. It was not redemption. Redemption would require far longer than a single year. But it was something real, a genuine attempt by an ancient entity to participate in a system where it was no longer in control. The distributed network has grown to over 8,000 members, Yinli reported when he convened with Wuming to discuss the 1-year assessment. He had remained as the coordinator of the network, overseeing the hundreds of personal inscribed laws that cultivators were creating and maintaining. Some members are using their inscribed laws to constrain their own behavior, to create personal promises they are bound to keep. Others are using them to define relationships, to create mutual agreements between cultivators outside the record's framework. Still others are using them to document their own personal development, to inscribe the versions of themselves that they want to become. This is unexpected, the first consonant observed. She had traveled to the administrative center to observe and analyze the 1-year assessment of the new revision process. When we originally designed the public revision mechanism, we anticipated that it would primarily be used for political resistance, for beings defending themselves against the record's authority. We did not anticipate that the inscribed laws would become tools for personal development and self-definition. It makes sense, Rong Baiha said thoughtfully. The architect was correct that the record was failing, but it was wrong about the solution. We cannot fix the record's systemic failures through better design, no matter how brilliant the designer is. We can only fix those failures by empowering the beings living within the system to define themselves clearly and then choosing to live according to their own definitions rather than according to externally imposed roles and expectations. Chapter 134. The architect's genuine contribution. 2 years after the revision cycle, the architect presented a proposal to the Administrative Council. It was not a proposal for grand transformation or sweeping change. It was a proposal for a specific improvement to how the record administered justice and resolved disputes. The record's current system assigns authority to resolve disputes to the celestial administrative structure, the architect explained carefully. This creates an inherent conflict of interest where celestial entities are judging their own power, where the very beings with the most interest in a particular outcome are the ones deciding what the outcome will be. This situation makes genuine justice impossible because the system itself is structured to prevent impartial judgment. I propose, the architect continued, that we create a separate office, the Office of Impartial Review, where disputes involving celestial authority would be heard by beings who have no direct interest in the outcome. These beings would be selected through the distributed network, through the public revision mechanism, through whatever process the cultivators believe is most likely to produce genuinely impartial judgment. They would hear cases involving celestial abuse. They would make recommendations. They would have no authority to enforce those recommendations, but their impartiality would ensure that the process itself respected the dignity of the beings involved. The proposal was not revolutionary. It was practical, and more importantly, it came from the architect, an entity that had spent 4,000 years claiming that it, and only it knew the best way to structure celestial governance. The proposal represented the architect actually accepting that its judgment might be improved and corrected by the participation of other beings. This is a good proposal, Rome Baiha observed when the council voted to approve it. Not because it is innovative in its core conception. It is good because it represents the architect genuinely learning something from participation in a democratic process. It represents an ancient entity accepting that it was wrong about something and that other beings might have insights that it had missed. But even as the proposal was being implemented, as the Office of Impartial Review was being formally established, Wuming understood something that had only gradually become clear to him across these years. The architect was not fundamentally transformed. It was not redeemed. It was simply learning to operate within constraints. The possibility remained real that, given the right opportunity, given a future where its authority seemed sufficiently justified, it would attempt again to impose its will on everyone else. "We will always be in danger from the architect," Wuming said to the original builders during a private conversation. "We will always need to maintain vigilance, to ensure that it does not use its position within the governance system to manipulate outcomes in ways that benefit itself. The revision process will need to continue indefinitely, and beings will need to remain aware that the architect is a persistent threat to autonomy." "Yes," the waiting silence said. "But this vigilance is not worse than the alternative. In any system, there will be entities that attempt to accumulate power beyond what their authority grants them. There will be beings who believe they know better than everyone else how things should be structured. The solution is not to find perfect entities who will never attempt manipulation. The solution is to create systems where manipulation can be detected and prevented, where power is distributed, where no single entity can impose its will without collective consent." Chapter 135. The record continues to transform over the next 3 years. The record continued to change. Some changes came through the formal public revision mechanism. Others emerged spontaneously from the accumulated choices of cultivators who had decided to inscribe their own laws, to participate in the system differently, to create alternative structures alongside and around the traditional record. New administrative procedures were implemented to make the record's decision-making more transparent. Anyone with questions about how a specific decision had been made could now request documentation. Committees were created to address specific forms of injustice that had been identified during the revision process. The Office of Transparency grew from an experimental office into a major institution with hundreds of beings dedicated to ensuring that celestial governance was conducted openly and that the beings affected by decisions had access to understanding how those decisions had been made. The distributed network that Wuming had created grew into something far larger and more complex than anyone had initially anticipated. It became not just a network of people inscribing personal laws, but a genuine alternative social structure. Beings who were uncomfortable with the traditional record could choose to participate in the distributed network instead, creating their own governance systems, their own rules, their own meaning-making structures. Different parts of the network developed different approaches. Some emphasized accountability. Others emphasized freedom. Some created elaborate systems of mutual obligation. Others kept their systems simple and personal. It was messy. It was chaotic at times, with different parts of the distributed network creating contradictory laws or pursuing incompatible goals. But it was also vital and alive with possibility in a way that the record under the architect's control had never been. Chapter 136. Zhou Qingshan's return and transformation. The magistrate of Ironleaf City returned to his post with a fundamentally transformed understanding of what his role meant. He had been held in celestial custody for months. He had been used as leverage. He had been treated as a tool rather than as a being with agency and autonomy. Those experiences had marked him permanently and changed the way he understood his relationship to celestial authority. He filed a comprehensive report with the Celestial Administrative Council, detailing not just his own experience of capture and manipulation, but the systematic ways in which the record had abused its power over mortal territories. The report documented cases where magistrates had been forced to act against the interests of their own cities. It showed how celestial enforcement had disrupted communities. It provided evidence for the systemic corruption that the architect had engineered. This report became one of the primary driving forces behind the creation of the Office of Impartial Review and behind a broader rethinking of how celestial authority should interact with mortal governance. But more than that, Zhou Qingshan began to implement changes in his own city. He worked with members of the distributed network to help other magistrates understand that they did not have to simply accept celestial authority as absolute. They could propose alternatives. They could negotiate terms. They could demand that celestial governance respect the autonomy of mortal territories. He helped establish an association of magistrates who could advocate collectively for fairer treatment. It was not revolution in the sense of violent overthrow. It was not destruction of the celestial administrative system, but it was genuine transformation of the relationship between celestial and mortal authority, initiated by someone who had been used and had refused to accept that usage as inevitable. Chapter 137. Yinli's departure and Yinli's gift. It came without drama or emotional intensity. Yinli simply announced one morning that he was ready to move on from his role as coordinator of the distributed network. He had spent 6 years building the network from 17 members to over 8,000. He had established procedures that allowed the network to function without requiring his constant oversight. It no longer needed him, and he was tired. "I am leaving," he said to Wuming during a private conversation. "I came to be part of this because you asked me to. I stayed because it was important, because I believed that what we were building mattered. But I have been here for 6 years, and I think the time has come for me to do something different." Wuming did not try to convince him to stay. That would have been repeating the pattern of treating Yinli as a tool, of valuing his utility over his autonomy. Instead, he simply said, "Where will you go?" "I do not know yet," Yinli said. "But I have a notebook of grievances, the one I kept throughout this whole process. I have documentation of wrongs committed against beings I cared about. I am going to travel to other territories, other administrative regions, and I am going to help beings there understand what we have learned here. I am going to be a teacher of resistance, helping others recognize that the record's authority is not absolute, that it is possible to stand outside the system and still exist with meaning and purpose." Before Yinli left, he gave Wuming the notebook he had kept throughout their entire conflict. "You should know what you looked like from outside," he said. "You should read what I recorded about you, so you understand how your actions appeared to someone who is not inside your head, calculating probabilities and outcomes. You should see yourself through my eyes, not through your own accounting." Wuming read the notebook over the course of 3 days. Page after page of Yinli's observations, criticisms of Wuming's coldness, moments of fear that Wuming would destroy everything they were building through excessive calculation, moments of genuine anger at Wuming's inability to value people as anything more than variables in a problem, but also pages of joy, of faith, of recognition that Wuming was changing, learning, becoming something more human than when they had begun. When he finished, Wuming opened his own ledger, and for the first time, he wrote about someone else in first person, using the intimate form that acknowledged something had moved beyond formal record into genuine relationship. "I am glad you stayed as long as you did," Wuming wrote. "I am glad you did not trust me blindly. I am glad you forced me to see what I was doing wrong. I am glad you remained as long as your presence made a difference here, and I am glad you are leaving now when you can make a difference elsewhere. Thank you for teaching me that trust requires maintenance, that it is something you choose every day, not something you do once and then hold." And then Yinli departed, carrying his teaching and his notebook and his own inscribed laws, leaving to help other beings in other territories understand that resistance was possible and that the record's authority, while vast, was not absolute. Chapter 138. Meng Quill's Archive and Meng Quill's Evolution. The archive that Meng Quill had compiled became the foundation for an entirely new academic discipline, the study of celestial abuse and systemic corruption. Hundreds of researchers began working through the documented cases, understanding the patterns, identifying how the record had systematically failed certain populations. Universities offered courses based on Meng Quill's methodology. Scholars debated interpretations of her findings. But Meng Quill herself stepped away from the work. She had spent 40 years collecting documentation, creating evidence, maintaining connection with beings who had been erased. She had spent another 5 years releasing that evidence strategically, revealing the full extent of the record's corruption at the moment when revelation would be most effective. She had contributed what she had come to contribute. She came to see Wuming 3 years after the revision cycle had concluded. "I need to tell you something that you probably already know," she said without preamble. "I was working for the original builders the entire time I was maintaining my archive. The entire time I was preserving documents and befriending erased cultivators and building my network of information, I was actually part of a larger plan to prevent the revision. I did not know it at first, but gradually I understood. Every being I befriended, every document I preserved, every connection I made, it was all part of a strategy." "Yes," Wuming said. "I know. And that bothers you?" Meng Quill asked. "Not as much as it might have at the beginning," Wuming said. "I have come to understand that being part of a larger plan is not the same as being manipulated. The original builders gave you a task. They gave you a purpose. You chose to execute it. They did not force you to care genuinely about the erased cultivators. They did not force you to maintain your archive with integrity. They merely provided the framework and the purpose. That is a generous interpretation, Mengquil said. No, Wuming said. It is accurate interpretation. There is a difference between generosity and accuracy. I have learned to recognize that difference. Mengquil released her final publication 5 years after the revision cycle. It was not a catalog of abuses or a documentation of erased cultivators. It was a methodology, a detailed guide for other beings interested in documenting injustice, in preserving records outside the official system, in creating counter-evidence that could serve as testimony when the official record became too corrupted to trust. It was her gift to future resistances, her way of ensuring that other beings could do what she had done if they ever needed to. Chapter 139. Rong Baihe and the definition of home. 5 years after the first public revision cycle, Rong Baihe asked Wuming the question that had hung between them since the very beginning of their conflict with the record. She asked not because she did not understand. She asked because she wanted to hear him answer it, with everything he had learned, in the way his understanding had evolved over all these years. What does the unnamed column mean? She asked. Wuming considered the question carefully. He was not providing a notation or a formal definition. He was speaking from the depths of what he had come to understand about meaning and value and the things that matter most. It means, he said slowly, that some people matter too much to be reduced to a single role or achievement or category. They matter because of who they are, not because of what they have accomplished, but because of the simple fact of their existence and the difference that existence makes to others. They matter because they were there. They matter because we love them. They matter because they changed us by being present in our lives. That is still a terrible definition, Rong Baihe said. I know, Wuming agreed. I have been working on this definition for 5 years, and I still cannot articulate it properly. But I will keep working. Because you deserve better than my first attempts. Because the people in that column deserve to be understood in the fullest possible way. And because the act of continuously attempting to define them, continuously failing, and continuously attempting again, that act itself is important. It is how we honor them. She smiled. That is better, she said. Not because it is more complete or more accurate, but because it accepts incompleteness as inevitable and necessary. Yes, Wuming said. I have learned that the best things in life are the ones that cannot be completely understood, cannot be fully captured in notation, cannot be reduced to summary and definition. They require ongoing engagement, ongoing attention, ongoing love. They require that we keep trying to understand them even though we will always fail to capture them completely. And then, because they had learned together how to exist in the space where words became inadequate and notation was insufficient, they simply sat together as the evening came on. They did not attempt to fill the silence with explanation. They did not attempt to document the moment for the record. They simply existed in the knowledge that both of them understood what needed to be understood, and that sometimes understanding requires the absence of words. Chapter 140. Epilogue. In the word 1 year later, Shen Wuming walked through a cosmos that was different from the one he had entered when he first discovered that his name had been erased from the heavens record. The record was still imperfect. Injustice was still possible. The system was still flawed in hundreds of ways that would need to be addressed in future revision cycles. Corruption could still emerge. Power could still be misused. But something fundamental had changed. The possibility of resistance existed now. The ability to stand outside the record's authority was no longer an anomaly. It had become normal. Thousands of beings carried inscribed personal laws. The distributed network had grown into a genuine alternative structure with its own governance systems and its own meaning-making processes. The public revision mechanism operated every 5 years with real power to implement changes. And the architect, having failed in its attempt to impose the revision, continued to exist and to work within the constraints that the revised system imposed. It was not redemption, but it was something more complex and more interesting than either vindication or punishment. Wuming returned to his study. The walls were no longer austere. They were covered with the accumulated records of the entire conflict, his ledger, documents from the council, proposals submitted during the revision cycle, inscribed laws from the distributed network, letters from beings he had never met who had been affected by what he had done. The study had become a library, a museum, a monument to the complex process of actual change. He opened his final ledger, the one that would serve as his permanent record, the one that future beings would read to understand what had transpired. And he wrote, Shen Wuming was erased from the heavens record. He existed outside all laws. He inscribed laws that operated outside the record's jurisdiction. He taught others to do the same. He prevented an attempt to rewrite all of reality according to a single entity's design. He did not create a perfect cosmos. He created a cosmos where imperfect beings could attempt, collaboratively and transparently, to treat each other correctly. He created a cosmos where change was possible, where resistance was valid, where the record itself was subject to revision. The record still changes. The accounting continues. The process is ongoing. The distributed network continues to grow. The public revision mechanism continues to function. Beings continue to inscribe their own laws. The architect continues to exist, constrained but not eliminated. The work continues. This is recorded. And then, one final time, he picked up his pen. Not for notation. Not for formal recording. Just for himself, in first person, in the way that Rome Baiha and Yinli and everyone in his network had taught him to write. The way that made things real. I have a word for it now. I have a word for what the unnamed column is. It is home. Not a location. Not a position in a hierarchy. But home. The space where someone can be completely known and still beloved. Where imperfection is not something to be corrected, but something to be loved. Where the fact of existing is enough, is more than enough, is everything. I found home not in the record. I found it outside the record, in the people who chose to stand with me. I found it in Rome Baiha, who held my hands when they could not hold themselves. I found it in Yinli, who taught me that trust requires maintenance. I found it in the distributed network, in the erased cultivators who refused to be forgotten, in the beings who inscribed their own meaning and refused to let others define them. I found home in the process of creating something that was not perfect, but was genuine. I found home in the ongoing conversation about what justice means and how beings should exist together. I found home in the work that will continue long after I am gone. This is what I will record in the unnamed column. Not people, though they are there. Home. Over and over. Home. 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 The unnamed column is home. And there is room for everyone who wants it. Room for the erased who refuse to be forgotten. Room for the magistrates who learn to resist authority. Room for the architect who learned to accept constraints. Room for the original builders who waited centuries for the right moment to reveal themselves. Room for Rome Baiha who learned to love. Room for Yinli who taught me what trust means. Room for everyone who participated in creating something better than what we inherited. The unnamed column is home. And I am still writing. If you followed Shen Wuming from the moment he sat across from his grandfather's body and opened his ledger, thank you. This story was about what happens when the system designed to protect people is turned against them, and what one precise, patient, impossible man does about it. If it moved you, please leave a comment, leave a like, and share it with someone who loves careful, methodical protagonists who never forget a thing. Subscribe for the next story. Shen Wuming has recorded that you were here.